Light-hearted, humorous, and with a touch of political intrigue. Qin Feng transmigrates to the Qing Dynasty, becoming the border prince of Liao, guarding the frontier. He spends 6 years building his ideal city, intending to live a carefree life as a prince. However, his long-lost father, whom he's never met, impersonates a court envoy and secretly arrives in his fiefdom. Coal, asphalt roads, tenement buildings, communal dining, ironworks. Faced with this unfamiliar northern city, the Qing emperor thinks he's entered another world. Fortunately, the prince ruling here is his son, the 6th prince. Chapter 1. The emperor arrives in Guangning City. Beyond the Shanhai Pass, Guangning City lay blanketed beneath a thick layer of snow, adorned in a shimmering white cloak. Within the walls of the Liao Wangfu, the air was filled with melodious songs and graceful dances, creating an ambience as warm as spring. Qin Feng reclined languidly upon the throne, allowing a maidservant to delicately feed him a piece of braised bear paw. The texture was tender and rich, melting in his mouth. "Your Highness, this bear paw has been simmered in chicken broth for 3 hours, promoting longevity and nourishment," the maidservant softly informed him. Qin Feng squinted as he savored the exquisite flavor, relishing the delicate bounce of the meat between his teeth, effortlessly swallowing it as lingering aromas danced upon his palate. "Delicious. Reward her," he commanded. The maidservant joyfully knelt before him. "Thank you, Your Highness." The surrounding singers and dancers gazed upon her with envy, yearning to rush to Qin Feng's side in hopes of serving him. Noticing their longing glances, Qin Feng raised his eyes. "Everyone shall be rewarded." "Thank you, Your Highness." With that, the room was filled with kneeling figures, some even arching their alluring forms in a bid for his attention, hoping to soar to new heights in his favor. Qin Feng cast a satisfied glance. "You come here. The rest may rise." He took pleasure in fulfilling these women's simple wishes, helping them realize their dreams. Continue the music and dance. As the soothing melodies resumed, Qin Feng drifted into a comfortable semi-slumber. In this ancient society, where delicacies were plentiful and beauties willingly flocked to their lord's abode, he lamented the absence of modern social media. Had it existed, he would have delighted in showcasing the mundane life of an ancient prince to his fellow villagers. Reflecting on his 6 years as the Sei Wang of the Qing Dynasty, he recalled the considerable trials he had endured. The environment and culture here bore resemblance to the ancient Xia Dynasty, yet the living conditions were exceedingly harsh. Upon his arrival, the once grand Liao Wangfu had been reduced to ashes, its guards and servants slain by invaders. His 10,000 soldiers were buried alive, while the common folk were abducted and enslaved. Fortunately, a few loyal guards had fought valiantly to protect him, allowing him to gather 200 remaining soldiers. They barely survived the first year by plundering the enemy tribes. Utilizing the wealth he had seized, he endeavored to rebuild Guangning City with the remaining 5,000 frail and elderly citizens. Just as life began to improve, his long-unseen father, the emperor, decided to send over 100,000 starving refugees to populate the region. 100,000 mouths to feed. The burden rested squarely upon his shoulders. Fortunately, the vast land of Liao was rich in resources in the biting cold. He led his people into the mountains to hunt, fished through the ice, and occasionally raided neighboring nomadic tribes, managing to scrape by. During this time, he discovered high-quality open-pit coal and iron mines, and through trial and error, he fashioned stoves and radiators, preventing the freezing masses from succumbing to the brutal winter. After years of laborious development, Guangning City gradually took on the appearance of a modern city, boasting hospitals, marketplaces, schools, and paved roads. It could finally be deemed Guangning City 2.0. The citizens under his rule now lived in peace and prosperity, allowing his life as a Sei Wang to flourish. It was time for him to indulge in the pleasures of life. Just as he was about to drift into a deep slumber, the palace doors were flung open, and a frigid northern wind swept through the hall. The towering and grotesque figure clad in armor rushed toward Qin Feng. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The urgent shouts drowned out the music, rousing Qin Feng from his reverie. "What is it?" Startled, he adjusted his fur blanket and impulsively hurled a fruit platter at the intruder, incensed by the disturbance. "How many times must I tell you? You're a general now. You must conduct yourself with composure. Is there anything we cannot handle with steadiness?" Zhu Yan, the dim-witted soldier, grinned foolishly as he caught the platter, promptly arranging it back for Qin Feng. "Your Highness, there is a grave matter at hand." Zhu Yan glanced around, his ghastly visage sending shivers down the spines of the maidservants. Everyone, leave us. Qin Feng dismissed the crowd and sat upright. Once the doors were closed, Zhu Yin continued. A group of unidentified armed men has approached from the south, numbering over 10. They appear to be imperial envoys, rumored to be here to extort our wealth. Extort? That's all they think about. Zhu Yin chuckled foolishly. I doubt the court would dare. It's always been the king who takes from others, never the other way around. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, recalling relevant intelligence. The South has suffered from relentless natural disasters these past few years, leading to many deaths and a mass migration of refugees seeking shelter here. The court's visit may truly be a plea for assistance. Although he enjoyed a degree of autonomy as a feudal lord, he was one of 9 Sei Wang who commanded troops, all under the court's oversight. There was no escaping the fact that the founding emperor was their father. Upon hearing the word assistance, Zhu Yin's face flushed with agitation, appearing even more monstrous. No way. The resources of Guangning City have been painstakingly accumulated. The court cannot simply commandeer them at will. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Look at you, lacking ambition. I shall make the decision. The great wall wound through the mountains like a dragon, reaching towards the sea. The vast plains beyond the pass revealed the horizon. Your Majesty, beyond the pass lies the territory of the Liao Wang. Indeed, our impression of the sixth son is still of a babe in swaddling. After years of campaigning across the realm, by the time I returned to the capital, he had already been dispatched to his fief. He has never even seen me. His father, the emperor, in his 50s, stood tall and imposing, with a gaze that seemed to penetrate all. Yet, his hair had turned white, giving him the appearance of an old man. Now that winter has arrived, the inner regions are suffering from shortages of clothing and food. The further north one travels, the more dire the situation becomes, with many bodies frozen by the roadside. The speaker was General Suda, known as the Great Wall, a man in his 40s. With him guarding the north, the invaders dared not venture south. He had followed the emperor loyally throughout his campaigns, earning great merit. The territory of the Liao Wang is even colder. This winter will be exceedingly long and arduous for him. The emperor lamented the plight of those who had perished from exposure. Conquering is easy, governing is difficult. His challenges are greater, confined to this desolate land. When I cast 10,000 citizens upon him, I would be content if even half survived. Suda immediately bowed in respect. If the Liao Wang has any needs for assistance, I shall do everything in my power. The emperor gazed longingly toward the north. Your good intentions are appreciated. This father still lives and can offer help to his son. Suddenly, Suda rode forward to block the emperor's path. Your Majesty, the area beyond the pass is perilously close to enemy territory, with no defenses to rely upon. Should your identity be revealed, the invaders will certainly launch an attack. It would be unwise to proceed further. I merely wish to see my son. The safety of the realm is paramount. I shall disguise myself as an imperial envoy. We need not inform the sixth son. Just a fleeting glimpse will suffice. Your Majesty, just a glimpse. Chapter 2. The Emperor rides the sled. Beyond the pass lies a vast expanse, blanketed in heavy snow, where the world is enveloped in silence. As one travels further north, a sense of foreboding weighs heavier on the heart. Along this desolate path, human presence is scarce. Even the traces of wild beasts are elusive. The calamity here is likely more dire than that within the walls. Suda felt a chill in his heart. The plight of the Liao King is probably more severe than we can imagine. The Emperor Qing felt a pang of sorrow. All the people of the world are my subjects, yet even with my ministers devoting their utmost efforts to relieve the disaster, countless lives are still lost to hunger and cold. Have I, in pacifying the realm, sown too much bloodshed? Is heaven punishing me for my transgressions? Sensing the emperor's melancholy, Suda offered words of comfort. Throughout history, emperors have often been unfeeling, yet the presence of a benevolent ruler such as yourself is a blessing for the people. As long as we stand united and work together, we will surely weather this calamity. After Suda's counsel, the emperor felt considerably reassured. Indeed, I shall lead my subjects to triumph over this natural disaster. Let us proceed to see how the people in the territory of the sixth prince are faring. The emperor and his entourage rode northward at a swift pace, yet after half a day, no signs of life could be found. Have they all perished? Suda wiped the frost from his beard and turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, we can scarcely find our way. Continuing north may lead us astray. Should we not return? The direction is surely correct. There can be no mistake. Then let us press on. Guangning City is a fortress against the incursions of the Hu people. I cannot rest easy without seeing it for myself. The snow on the path grew deeper, making it increasingly difficult for the riders to traverse, their progress slowing. Suddenly, a clear sound of bells reached their ears, followed by a plume of snow swirling from the north. "Protect your majesty. Cavalry approaching. Conceal yourselves." Suda and the other riders tensed, drawing their weapons in preparation for battle, while the guards formed a protective circle around the emperor. The distant cavalry horses were tall, undoubtedly not bred by our dynasty. They must belong to the Hu. Having had the most contact with the Hu, Suda was ready to fight to the death, determined to safeguard the emperor's return to the pass. However, the emperor remained calm. There is no need for alarm. They are the sixth prince's subordinates. Huh. Suda was momentarily taken aback. I see a banner with the character for Liao amidst the snow. Before long, the two parties gradually approached one another, and the cavalry bearing the Liao banner slowed their pace. Indeed, these are the Liao King's troops, tall and robust, clad in iron armor. They are the elite among the elite. Suda couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If only he had 1,000 such elite cavalry. It would make confronting the Hu so much easier. Alas, the newly established Qing dynasty is too impoverished to muster many iron armors. All available funds are directed towards disaster relief. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. These heavy cavalry from Liao are impressive. They will serve me well when I personally confront the northern Hu. As the two groups drew closer, the Liao cavalry called out, "We have come under the orders of the Liao King to welcome the envoy. The official road lies this way. The other path is treacherous." The emperor waved slightly, and a guard stepped forward with a token of the envoy, confirming their identities before the two groups cautiously converged. Once the emperor and his contingent reached the official road, now uncovered from the snow, they found the path considerably easier to navigate. Curious, Suda dismounted and cleared away the snow, revealing a smooth, darkened surface beneath, which astonished him. "What kind of road is this? I have never seen anything like it." The emperor dismounted as well, stamping his feet. "It is quite solid. If an army were to march along this route, they would conserve much energy." Suda unsheathed his sword and struck the ground to test its firmness, only to be met with the laughter of the Liao cavalry. "Your sword appears valuable. Do be careful not to damage it." "Fear not." With a resounding clang, the sword bounced off the hardened surface, leaving no mark. The Liao cavalry erupted into laughter. "You southerners are unaware. This ground is frozen solid. Nothing can penetrate it. However, should you damage this road in summer, you would incur the Liao King's wrath and be taken away to work in the mines." Suda felt his face flush with embarrassment. Having never encountered such a road before, his curiosity was understandable. The emperor gazed thoughtfully at the road, and the Liao cavalry began to dismount, presenting rough cloth. "First, wrap these around your horse's hooves, otherwise it may slip and throw you. We invite the esteemed envoy to ride in our sled behind. It is much safer." After this remark, the Liao cavalry parted to reveal a large vehicle behind them, devoid of wheels, supported by two raised iron runners. This vehicle, towering as a person, is entirely made of iron? Suda was utterly astonished, inspecting the sled from all angles. What a waste. The iron here could forge 10 suits of armor. Yet they have crafted a vehicle that can only be used in winter. The emperor rapped his knuckles against the sled, his expression turning cold. Such extravagance. It seems the Liao King is not as impoverished as you claim. If the sixth prince were by his side, he would be severely reprimanded for such wasteful behavior. Suda clicked his tongue. Perhaps the Liao King is merely trying to impress us envoys, hoping to curry favor in court. Such folly. The emperor snorted coldly. It is my failure to properly discipline him over the years. Otherwise, the sixth prince would not have descended to this state. Suda fell silent, awkwardly resting his hands on the frost-covered surface of the sled. However, as he scraped away the frost to reveal the glass beneath, he was taken aback. This is natural crystal? Used as windows? The presence of multiple windows is excessively lavish. Suda appeared utterly naive. The emperor, peering through the glass, noticed the large charcoal being carried behind the sled, and his expression darkened further, his hands trembling with anger. How could we have birthed such a scoundrel? The sale of these crystals could provide enough grain to feed an entire city for half a month. Yet he chooses to adorn a vehicle that is only usable in winter. No wonder I have not seen any common folk. They have likely been driven to despair by this scoundrel. The emperor's thoughts spiraled, wishing he could rush to Guangning City and deliver a stern reprimand to Qin Feng. Is he intent on pushing the people to revolt, much like the old Qin family did in years past? Through the glass window, Emperor Qing observed the swirling snow kicked up by the cavalry. Despite the warmth of the sled he occupied, he felt as though he were seated upon a bed of nails. He was racing across the vast snowfield with a velocity akin to flight. This novel and unfamiliar experience felt as if he had transcended into another realm. Yet, the strangeness of it all only deepened his unfavorable impression of the Qin winds. The Liao Wang was a pawn he had placed within the territory of the Hu people, and stability was paramount. The curious and capricious nature of the sixth prince seemed ill-suited for such a critical fiefdom. As he contemplated this, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Su Da's sudden exclamation as he slapped his thigh. Remarkable. The Liao Wang is truly remarkable. Emperor Qing shot Su Da a fierce glare. Remarkable for what? Your Majesty, observe this sled closely. If we were to remove the crystals and replace them with canvas, and if the warhorses donned their armor, it would serve as a winter battle carriage. Qing Emperor squinted as he considered the idea. Upon reflection, Su Da's assertion held some merit. With growing enthusiasm, Su Da continued. The weapons of the Hu people would be utterly incapable of breaching this carriage's defenses. We could position several archers inside. They could shoot through this small window to inflict close-range damage upon the Hu. The Liao Wang truly possessed great talent. The emperor pondered this carefully and began to wonder if he had misjudged the sixth prince. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. Unbeknownst to them, the caravan had surged far beyond its previous distance, and the blurred outline of the snow-covered city of Guangning could now be discerned. However, as they gazed upon the four thick columns of smoke rising from within the city, Su Da abruptly leapt from his seat. Is that smoke signaling danger? The emperor's heart clenched at once. The appearance of smoke indicated that conflict had erupted. Yet, there existed but this solitary city upon the snowfield. Even if the smoke rose, no reinforcements would come. Chapter 3. What scenes have we not witnessed? The rising smoke signified war, and the thick columns ascending from Guangning City filled both Emperor Qing and Su Da with profound anxiety. The Liao Wang's territory lay perilously close to the Hu, who could easily launch an assault on Guangning City. The reason Emperor Qing had assigned his princes to these strategic strongholds was to stabilize the troops' morale, to assure them that should the city fall, his sons would perish alongside them. The prince of the border served as a hostage to maintain the soldiers' loyalty. As long as this hostage was present, the border troops would not fear abandonment by their emperor, nor would they entertain thoughts of defection or rebellion. Stop the carriage, Su Da shouted, pulling open the door as the caravan gradually slowed to a halt. My lord, there is a battle in Guangning City. We must not remain idle at Shanhaiguan. We should urgently send word back to mobilize troops. Emperor Qing gazed at the columns of smoke rising from the city. His brow furrowed with concern. The shape of this smoke was unfamiliar to him. He did not know what message it conveyed. It must have been a hasty signal from the soldiers, indicating they were caught off guard. Something grave must have transpired in Guangning City. Su Da, drawing upon his years of combat experience, reasoned, who would create such a massive column of smoke without reason? The emperor's gaze grew colder. They could not abandon Guangning City. It must be preserved. Upon overhearing their conversation, the surrounding Liao cavalry exchanged puzzled glances, until one could no longer suppress a chuckle. What is so amusing? Su Da thundered. Incensed. A great battle looms, and lives hang in the balance. What is there to laugh about? The leading Liao cavalryman stepped forward to clarify. My lord, you have misunderstood. That is not smoke signaling danger, but rather the centralized heating system established by the prince this year. Su Da's mind momentarily faltered. Centralized heating? What is that? Even Emperor Qing was filled with confusion, recalling that this was the first time he had encountered such terminology. Strange. Everything has been peculiar since we crossed the border. It is simply too cold in winter, and everyone gathers together for warmth, explained the Liao cavalryman. Su Da finally understood. So, they are huddling for warmth. But there seems to be no need for such a massive column of smoke. It is quite alarming. Observing the expressions of the Liao cavalrymen, Emperor Qing concluded that their reactions seemed genuine. Let us approach and ascertain the truth. Sir, it is getting dark. It would be best to return to Guangning City as soon as possible, the young prince advised, returning to the warmth of the carriage. Su Da remained somewhat anxious and cautiously remarked, Your Majesty, I have dispatched scouts ahead to ascertain the situation. If there is truly trouble, we should prioritize returning to Shanhaiguan for safety. We have fought battles our entire lives. What scenes have we not witnessed? I can send more men back to summon reinforcements. Emperor Qing fell into deep contemplation, his voice hoarse and subdued. 6 years ago, the Hu breached the northern walls of Guangning City, resulting in the deaths of 30,000 Liao soldiers and the abduction of 200,000 citizens into slavery. I do not wish to witness such horrors again. As they spoke, the speeding caravan drew near to Guangning City, and the two men could see the tall, gray walls looming ahead. Once they confirmed that no cavalry tracks marred the surrounding snow, Su Da let out a dry chuckle. Indeed, there are no enemies. I was overly suspicious. Emperor Qing also sighed in relief. It is a relief that Guangning City is unharmed. As the sled approached the city, they were soon captivated by the battle scars, pockmarks and scorch marks upon the walls, indicating that this city had once endured a fiercely brutal siege. Even more so than the marks left upon the Great Wall. Suda spoke in a low tone, while Emperor Qing's mood darkened, tears brimming in his eyes. This city has held back the might of the Hu, preventing them from advancing beyond the Great Wall, thus allowing time to deal with natural disasters within. Stepping down from the carriage, Emperor Qing gazed at the marks for an extended moment before solemnly addressing the Liao cavalrymen beside him. You are all the benefactors of Qing. The Liao cavalrymen bowed respectfully to the emperor, secretly contemplating how amiable this envoy from the south appeared. The leading cavalryman remarked, in recent years, we have not engaged in battle with the Hu. They have been relatively quiet. Suda nodded in agreement. It seems the Hu have recognized the fortitude of this city and are reluctant to continue assaulting this stronghold. The cavalryman opened his mouth as if to argue, but ultimately remained silent, contemplating that it was not that the Hu were afraid to fight. It was merely that the surrounding Hu had been cleared out by the prince. However, this was not information to share with the envoy from the south. For if the prince's current strength were known, it would surely arouse suspicion in the imperial court. Moreover, the Liao Wang had consistently advised them to operate discreetly, always lower their profile. Any advantages gained should be kept concealed, wealth should not be flaunted, lest it disrupt the improvement of their lives. My lord, please enter the city first. After verifying their credentials, the group passed through the lengthy city gate and finally entered Guangning City. They were met by rows of neatly arranged three-story brick buildings. Emperor Qing and his companions stood in awe. We have traveled far and wide, yet this is the first time we have encountered such architecture. What purpose does it serve? Suda, however, was filled with excitement, darting over to knock on the wall. My lord, this wall is exceptionally sturdy. It must be a bastion, allowing defenders to gather here once the enemy breaches the city. The small windows facilitate archery, covering any blind spots in the streets. Thus, even if the enemy manages to enter the city, they must still capture these bastions one at a time. This is a true stronghold. The Liao Wang is indeed a genius. Emperor Qing suddenly grasped the concept. Once the internal disasters were resolved, they might consider replicating such peculiar defensive structures. The Liao cavalrymen were astonished by Su Da's insights. So these cylindrical buildings serve such a purpose? Initially, the Liao Wang had claimed that building these structures was merely to prevent the populace from freezing. Who could have anticipated that the prince had such foresight, designing these buildings for defensive utility as well? The prince was truly remarkable. Regrettably, these buildings had yet to see any action over the years. After all, the Liao Wang had stated that offense was the best defense. May we enter and take a closer look? Sudo inquired, brimming with curiosity to comprehend this new form of fortification. It is getting dark. Gentlemen, let us proceed to the inn for rest. After which I shall report to the prince, the leading cavalryman suggested. Emperor Qing nodded in agreement. It is quite unbearable in the heat of the carriage. Thus, I shall ride alongside and enjoy the breeze while also taking in the sights of this city. He raised his gaze towards the towering columns of smoke, where he could discern the stout chimneys, their emissions creating a distant illusion of signal fires. My esteemed lords, a Liao cavalryman announced, leading the way along the main road, which had been thoroughly cleared of snow. This could be considered the most pristine path in Guangning City. The emperor observed the tranquil streets, where only the occasional sight of 2 or 3 commoners could be seen, causing his heart to grow increasingly cold. There were, astonishingly, no street vendors to be found. Suda sighed deeply, noting the absence of frozen corpses along the roadside, suggesting that the Liao King had proactively cleared the bodies away. Based on his prior experiences within the borders, such a city must have very few inhabitants left. Chapter 4. This place is uncannily unlike the mortal realm. Guangning City, indeed, was excessively frigid. Suda tightened his collar to prevent the biting wind from seeping into his garments. How many of the 100,000 inhabitants who had migrated here could possibly remain? Life in this Liao territory must be exceedingly harsh. Upon hearing this, the Liao cavalryman's lips curled in indignation. What was this nonsense? What did he mean by only a few tens of thousands remaining? There were over 100,000 people living well within the city. Ultimately, a young and impetuous cavalryman could no longer contain himself and rebuked. Are you cursing us to death? What kind of talk is that? Suda was taken aback by the young man's attitude, but then considered that perhaps his family had perished in the winter, which could explain his anger. The young cavalryman was blunt and outspoken. Our lives under the Liao King are far better than those within the borders. The king's troops die in battle. None perish from starvation or cold. Suda was rendered speechless by the retort. The emperor placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to refrain from further comment. and then pointed towards the distant chimneys, inquiring, "Why is the firewood gathered in one place for burning instead of being distributed to the citizens within the city? There is no firewood left to burn near Guangning City. We are burning coal." Coal. The emperor pondered, realizing this was the first time he had encountered such a term. The young cavalryman promptly opened the compartment at the back of the sled and retrieved a chunk of dark coal. "This is it. It burns longer than wood charcoal." Suda took it and brought it closer for the emperor to inspect. "This is anthracite." The emperor recognized it instantly. While it indeed provides warmth, burning it is toxic and can be deadly. The young cavalryman was unfazed. "You've been burning it all the way in your carriage, and nothing has happened to you, has it? Is this what keeps you warm inside?" Suda was astonished. The young cavalryman opened the firebox behind the sled, and the coal emitted a glowing red light. The emperor took the coal in hand, contemplating that if coal were utilized for heating within the borders, perhaps fewer lives would be lost to the cold. Were there truly no fatalities from coal poisoning in Guangning City? He had never heard such a thing. "We wish to see beneath those large chimneys." Everything in Guangning City amazed the emperor, feeling as if he were in a foreign land rather than his own territory. Yet, the people here spoke the same language as he did, and the king was his own son. However, this request was swiftly denied by the leading cavalryman. "No, we must have the Liao King's approval to take you there." Suda felt a sense of frustration within the realm of Qing. He had never heard of a place the emperor could not access. Yet, it was inconvenient to reveal their identities. The Liao cavalryman did not grant them the opportunity to speak further, pointing towards a massive building ahead. "We have arrived." The emperor followed their gesture, gazing upon an expansive red brick structure, square and formidable, occupying a space of 1 li within Guangning City. This was yet another architectural style he had never before encountered. Suda gaped in astonishment. "This building exceeds even your majesty's palace in size. Are we to reside here? You must be jesting." The leading Liao cavalryman replied. "This structure is merely 3 stories tall, far less than that of your majesty's palace. It is not excessive. Furthermore, this building serves as the central marketplace, intended for commerce, and is the largest structure aside from the factories." Upon hearing this, Suda found himself understanding each word spoken by the cavalryman, yet when strung together, they made little sense. What was a central marketplace? What was a factory? Let us go inside and see. The emperor was equally curious. The cavalryman promptly pushed open the heavy wooden door and lifted the 2 layers of cotton drapes, leading them into the heart of the marketplace. Boom! The cacophony of bustling activity immediately reached the emperor's ears, starkly contrasting with the desolate quiet outside. The marketplace was alive with noise. The shouts of merchants filled the air, and people were packed tightly together. 99 gold, long-lasting prosperity. Donghu rice. Tribute rice of quality praised even by the emperor. The Liao King's military treatise. Limited to 500 copies today, first come, first served. The emperor could not help but cast his gaze towards the rice vendor. When had he ever tasted rice from Donghu? Such audacity from the merchant. And what of the Liao King's military treatise? Had the Liao King fought more battles than they had? To dare publish a military treatise was sheer folly. And gold, was it not forbidden to sell freely? Nevertheless, it was undeniably bustling. The emperor felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Even in the capital, such scenes were only witnessed during the Lantern Festival. The old Liao King was indeed a capable ruler. As they entered the marketplace and witnessed the vibrancy of Guangning City, the emperor's misconceptions about Qin Feng were thoroughly dispelled. The smiles naturally adorning the faces of the citizens were unmistakably genuine. Their attire, though simple and uniform, was all new and devoid of any patches. Children clad in colorful garments rode atop their parents' shoulders, clutching an array of small toys and glancing about with unrestrained excitement. Furthermore, the central marketplace was remarkably warm. The transparent glass canopy above ensured ample daylight flooded the space. Su Da's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. This seasoned general stood rooted at the entrance as if ensnared by a spell. The guards behind him rubbed their eyes in disbelief, some even pinching themselves to confirm the reality before them. It is too splendid. It is a place unlike any on earth. Su Da's voice quivered with emotion. Had he lived in such a place during his childhood, he would have undoubtedly chosen not to rebel alongside the emperor. The Liao cavalryman opened a pathway, guiding the emperor and others to an area marked welcoming pavilion. Esteemed lords, please reside here. If you wish to explore the marketplace, allow the guards at the entrance to escort you. With that, the leading armored cavalryman turned and led his men out in orderly fashion, disappearing into the encroaching darkness of the night. The emperor settled into a private chamber. Gazing through the double-glazed windows at the swirling snow outside Guangning City, then turning to observe the bustling crowd below through the other window. The contrast was striking. The events of the day would surely haunt his sleep. This old sixth had given him too many shocks. If only his realm could resemble this. Within the Liao King's palace, Qin Feng was indulging in a foot bath, attended by a maidservant. Her delicate hands splashed water gently, skillfully kneading the pressure points on his feet. "My lord, is this pressure acceptable? It tickles. Press harder." "Understood, just watch me." The maidservant smiled broadly, applying herself more vigorously, causing Qin Feng to experience a mix of pain and pleasure. "My lord, the group of court envoys has been settled." Zhu Erling appeared unexpectedly, his grotesque visage startling the foot-bathing maidservant, who fell to the ground in fright. Qin Feng remained unfazed, while Heir Lungzi fought fiercely, albeit chaotically, which was typical of him. Did they say anything? They expressed a desire to visit the city's heating plant. Chapter 5. Handsome as the king himself the following morning, Emperor Qing rose from his dull gray blanket and gazed through the glass window at the snow-covered world outside, momentarily lost in thought. He found himself in the fiefdom of the sixth prince. This was Guangning City, and he still felt somewhat out of place. Pulling back the other curtain, he noticed that merchants were already arriving at the indoor market, unloading goods and opening for business. After observing for a while, he reaffirmed that this was not a staged performance for his benefit. This was the everyday life of the citizens of Guangning City. The sixth prince's city was full of surprises for him. Emperor Qing placed his hand on the radiators, feeling the intense warmth radiating from them, and once again drifted into reverie. How much iron must have been used? The iron consumed in this market alone could equip 10,000 armored soldiers. What a wasteful spender the sixth prince was. With such an abundance of iron, one would think he could show a bit of filial piety towards his father, the emperor. Rubbing his face, Emperor Qing was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Who is it?" "Suda. Come in." Suda entered, carrying a basin of hot water, placed it on a stand, and firmly closed the door behind him. "Your Majesty, all the basins in this inn are made of iron, and they are all crafted from high-quality iron suitable for making armor. It's extravagant to the point of making my teeth ache." Emperor Qing washed his face with the hot water and tidied his graying hair. This was his first encounter with a city like Guangning, and he found it rather unfamiliar. Suda handed him a towel and inquired, "Will we be meeting the Liao King today?" Only by meeting the sixth prince could they unravel the myriad of uncertainties that plagued him. "Should we disclose our true identity to the Liao King?" Emperor Qing shot Suda a stern glare. This lad might possess more armor than he did. What if he harbored rebellious intentions? Suda immediately shivered at the thought. Indeed, the Liao King possessed an abundance of steel, so much so that it could be used to forge iron basins and create heating pipes. If the military were fully equipped with armored soldiers, it was an unimaginable scenario. The current weaponry of the Qing dynasty's army would likely be ineffective against such armor. If the Liao King truly intended to rebel, and Emperor Qing presented himself willingly, what would the Liao King do? Naturally, he would seize the opportunity to capture the emperor without hesitation. History has always shown that royal families are devoid of familial loyalty. "Your Majesty, for your safety, it is imperative that the Liao King remains unaware of your true identity." Emperor Qing nodded slightly. "Inform the guards to strictly maintain the secrecy of my identity. I am merely an envoy sent by the court to liaise with the Liao territory, requesting the Liao King's assistance in disaster relief supplies, while also asking him to monitor the movements of the Hu people. Should there be any unusual activity from the Hu people heading south, he must report it immediately to the court. I will convey this at once." Suda hurriedly exited. The people of Qing had already suffered enough from natural disasters. If a prince were to rebel at this moment, it would surely lead to widespread devastation. Although he personally did not believe that the Liao King would rebel, he could not afford to take even a 1 in 1,000 chance. After a simple breakfast in the reception hall, the guards guided them further north towards the Liao King's residence. Suda struck up a conversation with the guards, eager to gather more intelligence about Guangning City. "Little brother, is the Liao King's residence located in the north of the city? How long does it take to reach by horseback?" "It's colder on horseback. Traveling by carriage is more comfortable." Suda was taken aback momentarily. "What about the sliding carriage from yesterday?" "The rail-mounted carriage has already arrived." As the guard pointed, Suda beheld a large multi-wheeled carriage, pulled by 4 horses, racing forward. Beneath its wheels lay iron tracks. Suda's mouth twitched in disbelief. What a waste of iron. Was it truly necessary to be so extravagant? Is it really necessary to lay down tracks? He asked the guard. "You wouldn't understand coming from the south." The guard replied dismissively. Suda was momentarily at a loss for words, wishing he could reveal his identity to intimidate the young guard. But the safety of Emperor Qing held him back. It was not until they settled into the comfortable carriage and saw the rail-mounted carriage approaching. filled with 50 or 60 people, that he realized the brilliance of the design. So that is how it is. The rail carriage could carry the heaviest loads with minimal horses. Were these tracks laid all the way to the city walls? The guard shot him a glare. And though he said nothing, his expression conveyed the answer. Huh, the Liao King is truly talented. Suda exclaimed. These tracks extend to the base of the city walls, allowing for rapid transportation of supplies. Furthermore, in times of conflict at any section of the walls, troops can be swiftly mobilized through these carriages to provide support. Impressive indeed. Emperor Qing, hearing Su Da's words, found the analysis astute. This rail system was undoubtedly a valuable asset for the defense of the city. Yet, he still felt it was overly wasteful. If Qin Feng were to hear Su Da's remarks, he might curse under his breath. The military rationale Su Da attributed to the rail transport was something Qin Feng had never considered. He merely disliked the jostling of traditional horse-drawn carriages and preferred the smoothness of rail-mounted ones. Of course, with the introduction of this rail system, transporting ores into the city had indeed become significantly more efficient. Upon hearing Su Da's words, the young guard nodded in agreement. The prince is always so far-sighted. The guard felt an increased admiration for the Liao King. How had he not realized that rail-mounted carriages could be utilized in this manner? Perhaps it was related to the fact that the surrounding people had all been captured and sent to work in the mines. Alas, the current batch of people was underperforming. Their mining speed was disappointingly slow, and it was rumored that the iron ore in the smelting factory was nearly depleted. One could only wonder when the brothers out hunting people would return with another batch of quality laborers. Lost in thought, the guard was unaware that they had arrived at the northern Liao King's residence. The building was constructed of blue bricks, exuding an ancient charm and representing the only structure in Guangning City that evoked a sense of familiarity for Emperor Qing. As soon as Emperor Qing and his entourage disembarked, they were greeted by the wide-open gates of the palace, where a tall youth clad in a thick black marten fur robe and hat emerged, hands tucked into his pockets. Minister Bai, you've worked hard on the journey. Qin Feng warmly grasped Emperor Qing's arm. Qin Feng had nearly exhausted the resources of Guangning City. In fact, the production capacities for coal and steel had begun to significantly exceed demand. In aspiring to elevate the city's status to level 30 for an improved quality of life, he had no choice but to pursue trade with the interior, seeking raw materials from the south, such as cotton, silk, and tea, which were difficult to procure in Guangning City. Especially silk. Most of the bowstrings for the Qing army were crafted from silk, constituting essential military supplies. Naturally, Guangning City was also in dire need of many civilian goods from the south, as it housed 100,000 citizens. Unfortunately, the city had always been designated for military purposes, making unrestricted trade with the interior impossible. However, with the court's envoy now present, perhaps the current situation in Guangning City could be altered. As Qin Feng scrutinized the elderly figure before him, Emperor Qing similarly assessed his own sixth prince. Ultimately, it was Qin Feng who burst into hearty laughter first. Minister Bai, you are as handsome as the king himself. Chapter 6. The Liao King's strict military discipline. Although Emperor Qing was over 50, with graying hair, his stature was still upright, emanating an indescribable aura that reminded Qin Feng of a tiger in the wild, noble and commanding, as if he belonged at the apex of the food chain. More importantly, he was indeed a strikingly handsome man, capable of captivating many widows in the city, unlike Qin Feng, whose charm could only beguile a few naive young maidens. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Emperor Qing exhibited a peculiar expression. Could the sixth prince have guessed his identity, or was he merely testing him? This young man was not to be underestimated. No wonder Guangning City is so well governed, as it is led by a promising individual. Emperor Qing inevitably views things from his father's perspective, finding great satisfaction in Qin Feng's demeanor, which exudes a refreshing grandeur reminiscent of a true monarch. Naturally, Qin Feng's personal appearance to welcome him further elevates his contentment, indicating that Qin Feng values the court and harbors no rebellious intentions. While it is possible that Qin Feng is deliberately putting on a show, Emperor Qing reflects on the fact that Qin Feng was conferred a title at the tender age of 5 and is only now 18, suggesting a lack of worldly sophistication. Qin Feng appears to be rather simple and genuine. The young prince of Liao is indeed an impressive figure, and it has been a while since they last met. Emperor Qing affectionately patted Qin Feng's arm, drawing them closer together. Your voice is quite familiar to me. Let us step inside the palace to warm ourselves. Qin Feng took the lead, guiding Emperor Qing into the royal residence. Present arms. A resonant voice abruptly rang out as Emperor Qing crossed the threshold, and he beheld a battalion of guards clad in military green coats, all uniformly turning to face him. With precision, Over 30 guards stood as straight as javelins, their left fists neatly clasped across their chests. Their motions were swift and synchronized, with their arms aligned perfectly. Each gaze bore a fierce intensity, their solemnity akin to statues, all paying the highest respect to Emperor Qing. In that moment, he felt a profound seriousness wash over him, his formidable spirit deeply stirred. The discipline displayed by his personal imperial guards was eclipsed by that of these troops. Clearly, they were the soldiers of his sixth son. He glanced at Qin Feng, who merely nodded in acknowledgement to the guards. At ease, the guards lowered their arms in unison, resuming their positions like steadfast sentinels along the pathway. The young prince of Liao maintained strict military discipline, eliciting a silent admiration from Suda. As a general who had spent his life in battle, he recognized that such soldiers belonged to the elite class of warriors. Even if they were the last remaining defenders standing, they would undoubtedly choose to perish on the front lines. A force as unyielding as iron. Instinctively, he returned a grand salute to the guards, expressing his utmost respect. However, this gesture caught the attention of the soldiers. Present arms. All the guards turned their gazes toward him. The sight of their flushed faces and the cold wind etched in Suda's memory, causing tears to flow unbidden down his cheeks, with snot dangling from his beard. Well done. All of you have valiantly guarded the borders alongside the Prince of Liao. Your years of toil have not gone unnoticed. Suda choked on his words. The soldiers stationed along the Great Wall faced significant hardships, but those stationed in the harsher northern territories endured even greater suffering. Yet, his words received no response from the guards. Qin Feng, however, turned and clasped his hands in gratitude. On behalf of these brothers, I thank you, my lord. Emperor Qing was equally moved. For years, the court had been preoccupied with natural disasters, neglecting the plight of Liao, which weighed heavily on his conscience. He felt a pang of guilt for having coldly abandoned the 100,000 disaster-stricken souls in Liao, leaving them to fend for themselves. Furthermore, he had cast his sixth son into this harsh land at the age of 5 and had scarcely provided support over the years. He recognized he was neither a good father nor a just ruler. Fortunately, he had a commendable son. Qin Feng had managed to sustain the disaster victims in this unforgiving land, alleviating some of his guilt. Qin Feng smiled, unconcerned with the pleasantries offered by the envoy. He would prefer the court to remain indifferent to him. Any oversight from above would only bring discomfort. After all, Guangning City had flourished to its current state precisely because of such autonomy. I comprehend the difficulties faced by the court. It has been a trying time for your majesty. Qin Feng's casual remarks struck a chord with Emperor Qing, who felt a wave of bitterness. Has the sixth prince even ceased to call me Father Emperor? A multitude of thoughts raced through Emperor Qing's mind. Qin Feng remained oblivious to the shifts in the emperor's expression, guiding him into the hall to take their seats. Once seated and divested of their fur cloaks by the attendants, Qin Feng promptly addressed the matter at hand. You have come regarding the severe disasters within the realm, I presume. Qing Emperor cast a brief glance at Qin Feng. Initially, he contemplated whether Qin Feng required aid. However, upon witnessing the stability and prosperity of Guangning City, his thoughts shifted. The past 2 years had seen floods in the central region, followed by a severe drought, and this winter had brought an unprecedented chill, claiming many lives. Thus, the court need not elaborate further. Qin Feng interrupted Emperor Qing, stating, the people of the world are one family. The citizens are my brothers and sisters. I cannot stand idly by while they suffer. I am willing to dedicate all efforts to disaster relief. Suda, filled with excitement, slammed his hand on the table. Leaping to his feet, the Prince of Liao is truly noble. It is a great fortune for the world to have him. Emperor Qing shot a fierce glare at Suda, astonished by Qin Feng's agreeable nature, so much so that he did not need to be prompted. A sense of pride welled within him. My sixth son understands the importance of alleviating the court's burdens, unlike his brothers. Other feudal lords are granted territories far more prosperous and stable than Liao, yet they lament their poverty whenever disaster relief is mentioned, all the while secretly amassing power. They believe they can deceive a father who has fought all his life. Why cannot they learn from my sixth son the essence of national duty? Once I return, I must educate those feudal lords properly. Qin Feng remained unaware of the turmoil his words would sow among his royal siblings. Noticing the court envoy's emotional response, he seized the opportunity to make a request. I asked that the court permit Guangning City to engage in trade with the central region. Emperor Qing's brow furrowed slightly, and the previously enthusiastic Suda suddenly grew serious. This is not feasible. Firstly, Guangning City lies in Hu territory, making trade routes perilous and susceptible to ambush by Hu bandits. Secondly, if Hu forces disguise themselves as merchants to breach the Shanhai Pass, they could instigate chaos. Trade between the central region and Guangning City would be a perilous gamble, a risk not worth taking. Emperor Qing nodded slightly, agreeing with Su Da's caution. Qin Feng had anticipated their reactions and smiled confidently. Your perspective is rather one-dimensional. Allow me to elaborate. Chapter 7. Trade seated upon the throne. Qin Feng observed the two envoys as they engaged in discussion. May I inquire, gentlemen, does Guangning City not epitomize prosperity? Su Da recalled the previous day's sights, particularly the bustling central marketplace, a rare spectacle. Indeed, he affirmed. Qin Feng cast an appreciative glance. While Guangning City serves as a military stronghold, the rest is rather desolate. With only the central marketplace bustling, what does this signify? Su Da turned to Emperor Qing, struggling to grasp the underlying significance. The emperor gazed intently at Qin Feng, eager for him to elaborate further. Qin Feng delivered a decisive proclamation. It signifies that trade fosters prosperity. If the Qing desires to thrive, it cannot do so without trade. As Emperor Qing reminisced about the joy on the faces of the citizens in the marketplace, the laughter of children unrestrictedly playing echoed in his mind. Such scenes could only arise in stable and prosperous locales. What my sixth son articulated seems profoundly insightful, Emperor Qing mused silently. Su Da, bewildered, felt as though the Prince of Liao was imparting profound wisdom that eluded him. The complexities of economics surpassed even the rigors of warfare. Emperor Qing had conquered the realm without a single gray hair, yet governance had aged him significantly. The fact that Qin Feng had managed Guangning City so effectively spoke volumes of his prowess in this regard. Noticing that his arguments had resonated with the two, Qin Feng intensified his efforts to persuade them. This winter, while countless lives were lost in the central region, not a single soul perished in Guangning City. Do you know why? Because I have coal. I possess an abundance of coal, immensely so, more than can ever be utilized. Once delivered beyond the pass, the people shall have warmth and be spared from freezing in the biting winds. Hearing this, Su Da felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Qin Feng. Is having coal such a remarkable feat? This is nothing but a blatant display of wealth. I truly wish to march my army and seize your coal. It is infuriating. Even Emperor Qing felt discomfort at this, yet Qin Feng's words rang with undeniable truth. Had the coal been transported sooner, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. Qin Feng's tone grew significantly heavier as he clenched his fists in righteous anger. Yet the court forbids me from transporting coal into the interior. 1,000 miles without a sound, bones lie exposed in the wilderness. The guards at Shanhaiguan do not permit my men to approach. Is it not simply a measure to guard against me, fearing I might seize the opportunity to rebel? As if I would rebel over something so trivial. Su Da, recalling that Shanhaiguan falls within his jurisdiction, awkwardly touched his nose and attempted an explanation. The Great Wall's guards act in accordance with the court's regulations. Emperor Qing's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Feng. He held no aversion to the blunt term rebellion, for he himself rose to power through such means, ultimately seizing the realm. In those times, many rebellious heroes emerged, and he was not the mightiest among them. Yet, he was the one who ultimately triumphed, establishing the illustrious Qing dynasty. He feared Qin Feng's rebellion not, nor did he believe he would ever rebel. Qin Feng was clearly devoted to the nation. This was irrefutable. The sixth brother genuinely wished to aid us in disaster relief, but we trusted the court officials, which heightened our vigilance against the feudal lords. It is all the fault of those foolish brothers of the sixth. They insisted on secretly stirring up trouble, dragging the sixth into their mess. Nevertheless, Emperor Qing disapproved of Qin Feng's choice of words. What does it mean to rebel over an egg? Am I to be likened to an egg? How dare he describe me thus? Qin Feng clasped his hands in salute, seizing the moment to express his sentiments. In this lifetime, I would be content to simply live in peace and wait for death. Yet, there are still 100,000 citizens who follow me. Their suffering is profound. Qin Feng spoke passionately, his expression filled with sorrow. The farmlands of Liaodong can only be cultivated for a single season, during the autumn harvest. They are often harassed and plundered by the Hu people, and the biting cold of winter is unbearable. We toil at the frontier, enduring hardships without ever complaining to the court or requesting anything from them. Yet this does not mean we lack necessities. Cotton, linen, silk, beef tendons, ceramics, our needs are great. However, we do not wish to burden the court, so we plan to be self-sufficient, seeking to exchange our unique resources like coal, iron, and furs for goods from the interior. We merely wish to establish a trade route, yet you refuse so adamantly. Qin Feng's emotions surged, ready to lament further to the court's envoy, intent on putting on a performance, when suddenly, Emperor Qing slammed his hand on the table. Enough. The reaction startled Qin Feng. Did I overdo it and reveal my true intentions? He had prepared even more severe words. Today, regardless of the means, I must open the trade route to Shanhaiguan. This concerns the future development of the entire Guangning city and whether I can enjoy the benefits of its growth. Yet the envoy's next words left Qin Feng in shock. Trade will be permitted, Emperor Qing stated with unwavering resolve. The court would never disregard the hearts of the border citizens. Such an easy agreement? Is this a trap? Qin Feng could not help but regard Emperor Qing with suspicion. Does Master Bai truly have the final say? Suda, upon hearing this, nearly collapsed beneath the table. No one holds more sway than he does. Indeed, Emperor Qing affirmed. Qin Feng rose, but I am unaware of Master Bai's rank within the court. Suda shot a glance at Qin Feng, pondering how Emperor Qing would respond. The Grand Marshal of the three armies? The father of several feudal lords? And also the Emperor of the Great Qing? Surely His Majesty would not reveal his identity. Emperor Qing had no intention of revealing himself to the sixth brother and casually remarked, "The right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. This matter is within our purview." Qin Feng frowned slightly. The Great Qing court felt distant to him, and he paid little attention to its affairs. He was unfamiliar with the significance of the right Vice Minister's position. However, with this assurance, trade could commence, and should any issues arise, the blame could be shifted to Master Bai. Suda, thinking Qin Feng was skeptical, quickly interjected. A trading port can be established within Shanhaiguan. I can oversee this matter. Emperor Qing nodded slightly. It is settled then. Qin Feng looked towards Suda, considering that this martial figure must possess considerable capability. What is the general's name? Suda Zhuang. The commander of the Shanhaiguan garrison is my younger brother. Suda nearly revealed his true name. Emperor Qing raised an eyebrow, recalling how he had often called Suda Dazhuang many years ago. I have heard that the commander of Shanhaiguan is related to the old General Su of the Great Wall. Suda's lips twitched. Old General Su? He is barely in his 40s and hardly old. Yet, from another perspective, having fought alongside Emperor Qing in numerous campaigns, Suda's qualifications were indeed substantial. Still, he could not expose this in front of Qin Feng, merely offering a vague response. We are all relatives. Qin Feng had not anticipated that the matter of trade could reach such consensus so swiftly, with a strong degree of practicality, and stood up. You two have truly aided me, greatly benefiting Guangning City. However, mere words would not suffice for the trade agreement. How shall we draft the contract? No sooner had Qin Feng concluded his sentence than Zhu Erling barged into the hall, carrying a bleeding goat, and, without hesitation, plunged a knife into its neck. We can swear blood oaths. Both Emperor Qing and Suda were taken aback by the brazen act of the burly man, with Suda instinctively stepping in front of Emperor Qing. Do not worry, he harbors no murderous intent. Emperor Qing pushed Suda aside, watching the simpleton with keen interest. Qin Feng was entirely thrown off by Zhu Erling's sudden entrance and could only awkwardly cover his face, lamenting his choice of such a fool. Get out of here. Zhu Erling scratched his head. I want to help the prince resolve his difficulties. Leave. Zhu Erling looked pitiful, his towering 2-meter frame curling into a ball as he rolled out of the hall. Qin Feng gazed skyward in disbelief. Emperor Qing and Suda were equally dumbfounded. This was the first time they had witnessed someone actually rolling out. After Zhu Erling exited the grand hall, he did not forget to poke his head back in and shout, Prince, swearing a blood oath is fine too. This practice is quite popular in Guangning City. Get lost. All right. Finally, Qin Feng looked at the bleeding goat in the hall, turning helplessly to Emperor Qing and Suda. A blood oath seems to be a viable option. Since the atmosphere has been set, would you two brothers consider swearing an oath with me? Emperor Qing's eyelids twitched. Swear? Swear an oath? Suda nearly burst into laughter. A son swearing an oath with his own father? Calling his father brother? This is absurd. The previous clumsy guard of the Liao King was also quite amusing. Emperor Qing was speechless. His son wished to swear an oath with him. He truly wanted to teach Qin Feng a lesson about the meaning of father and son. Yet, ironically, Qin Feng remained oblivious to his true identity. He still had to act as the envoy and could not display anger. There is no need for such fuss. Let us simply document the trade agreement, and the court will certainly acknowledge it. That will suffice. Qin Feng immediately ordered the preparation of ink and paper. I appreciate your assistance, brother. As he personally handed over the brush, he intended to foster a closer relationship with this envoy from the court. He hoped that upon returning to the court, this envoy would refrain from reporting the true situation in Guangning City. Low-key development is the way to go. However, when he addressed him as brother, Emperor Qing was nearly driven to hurl the brush at Qin Feng's face. Who are you calling brother? There's no need for such familiarity. Patience is a virtue. After all, Lao Lu is unaware of our true identities. In the future, we shall summon Lao Lu back to the capital and seize an opportunity to enlighten him. Emperor Qing. With a resolute spirit and deft hand, swiftly drafted the commercial document with utmost clarity, even utilizing the seal from the Ministry of Revenue he carried with him. The clarity and elegance of the writing suggested the author was undoubtedly a high-ranking official of the court. After Qin Feng had spoken, he personally handed over 2 additional sheets of paper. "I fear losing them. Could you kindly draft a few more copies for me?" The sight of Qin Feng arranging the papers so thoughtfully caused Emperor Qing's hands to tremble with indignation. To be treated like a mere clerk by this prince. Furthermore, the way Qin Feng affectionately addressed him as old brother pushed him to his limits, prompting him to slam the pen down on the table. "Let the king of Liao find someone else to copy it. We shall use the seal ourselves." Qin Feng was perplexed by the sudden outburst of the old official. Perhaps that foolish fellow had provoked him. He would need to lecture him later. This approach was still acceptable. Qin Feng promptly dispatched someone to transcribe the documents, producing nearly 20 copies laid out before Emperor Qing. The emperor was left in stunned silence. Was such a number truly necessary? However, it is better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Clenching his sleeves and gritting his teeth, Emperor Qing stamped each one with the seal, feeling more tormented than he ever had while reviewing memorials overnight. "We have stamped for the king of Liao. You need not call me old brother again." Qin Feng firmly grasped Emperor Qing's shoulder. "Oh, dear brother, if I were to continually address you with the formal sir by, it would seem overly distant. Old brother feels so much more intimate." Su De, witnessing the emperor's grim countenance, quickly turned his head aside, biting his lip to suppress laughter. His face flushed with mirth. The antics of the king of Liao were utterly entertaining. Emperor Qing was rendered completely speechless, wanting to express his anger, but feeling he had no justification to direct it at Qin Feng. He opted to let it go. "Call me what you will. When you return to the capital and see me, we shall see what you choose to call me." As an emperor, he had witnessed all manner of grand spectacles. Being affectionately addressed as old brother by his own son, while unaware of their true relation, was inconsequential upon reflection. Moreover, with each utterance of old brother, Emperor Qing found it increasingly endearing and harmonious. How peculiar indeed. Qin Feng instructed for the documents to be secured, casting a glance towards the lifeless sheep in the main hall, still twitching its legs. Once the sheep was slaughtered, the 2 esteemed guests could join him in savoring it. The roasted mutton of Guangning City was truly exceptional. Not to mention the local delicacies, such as orchid bear paws, steamed deer tails, and dragon stew with mushrooms. These were top-tier ingredients unattainable within the borders. Qin Feng intended to treat his guests well. Su De could hardly contain his saliva at the thought of such dishes. Emperor Qing realized this was Lao Lu's first invitation to dine, and the ingredients were clearly rare and special, prepared with care for them. It would be rather impolite not to partake. He was feeling a tad hungry himself. "Let us proceed to the side hall. This main hall is a bloody mess and requires cleaning." Qin Feng personally guided them into the side hall, where the chefs had already prepared cold dishes and warmed the wine. This wine, known as Burning Knife, was a specialty of Guangning City and a must-try for the esteemed guests. Emperor Qing lifted his cup, scrutinizing the liquid. It was crystal clear and devoid of impurities, a fine wine indeed. He then took a hearty swig, feeling as though a fiery line coursed from his throat to his stomach, akin to swallowing a knife. Su De, devoid of decorum, drank deeply until he emptied his bowl, finally exhaling a satisfied breath. In the military, alcohol was forbidden. This was the first chance he had to drink freely. Truly, it was excellent wine. Emperor Qing cast a cool glance at Su De, placing his drinking bowl down with seriousness. "Does Guangning City truly have surplus grain for brewing? Currently, grain is insufficient. Yet winter hunting and fishing can supplement our needs. And that grain is used for brewing?" Emperor Qing's tone turned icy. 10 pounds of grain yields but 1 pound of wine. Such fine wine consumes even more grain. How many lives could be sustained with the grain used for brewing? Qin Feng's expression remained placid. Even if the citizens of Guangning City went hungry, they would continue to brew this burning knife. Had they not observed the edict against brewing? Did they believe the emperor's orders no longer reached the king of Liao's territory? Su De quietly licked his bowl clean before placing it aside. After the great calamity, Emperor Qing had become extremely frugal. His garments were woven by the empress herself, and the vegetables he consumed were grown by her. Even the lining of his dragon robe was patched. Since the prohibition on alcohol was enacted, Emperor Qing had abstained entirely, even during grand celebrations, opting for simplicity as a personal example. As a father, when his son offered him a drink for the first time, he felt compelled to accept, even if Lao Lu was oblivious to the fact that the person before him was his father. Yet as an emperor who cared for his people, he could not tolerate such waste. Qin Feng also set down his cup. It was evident that his old brother was a compassionate official, deserving of respect. If burning knife were merely a beverage, then it would be better not to brew it at all. The crux of the matter was that burning knife was a medicinal elixir crucial for the lives of soldiers. Erlongzi, come here, Qin Feng bellowed, prompting Zhu Erlong to rush to his side and stand at attention. Your Highness, remove your shirt. Yes, without hesitation. Erlong stripped off his clothing, revealing ghastly scars etched across his body. Knife wounds, burns, and arrow marks. Zhu Lai was a canvas of healed injuries, with scarcely a patch of unblemished skin. Su Da's eyes welled with tears as he approached Erlong, gently tracing the scars. He had never seen a soldier so marred. Even 1 or 2 wounds could lead to inflammation or festering, ultimately resulting in a painful death. Survival was often a matter of luck. Yet despite the multitude of injuries on Zhu Lai, he had somehow lived. Chapter 9. It's all the craftsman's fault for being so capable. How did you survive? Emperor Qing, moved, felt his lips quiver. He could scarcely fathom the harrowing battles Zhu Lai must have endured to sustain such injuries. Yet Zhu Lai remained silent. A foolish grin spread across his face. Qin Feng reclined in his chair. Are you not curious, my esteemed brothers, why a prince of the fief, governing 100,000 subjects and being the emperor's own son, would be accompanied by such a simpleton? Who would commit the foolishness of slaughtering a sheep within the prince's palace? Zhu Lai was precisely that kind of person, lacking a certain intelligence and prone to moments of folly. Zhu Lai immediately took offense. Your Highness, I am not foolish at all. I know that you are the kindest to me. Silence. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the scars adorning Zhu Lai's body. Those burned patches were remnants of the time he carried him through flames from the Liao King's palace. This knife wound was from 5 years ago when he shielded Qin Feng from harm. At that time, Qin Feng had been trapped in a room, arrows raining in like they were free, and this simpleton stood resolutely before him. Upon their escape, they had extracted 5 pounds of arrowheads from his back. And this piercing wound was from an assassination attempt on Qin Feng, which he had bravely intercepted. Qin Feng took a deep swig of wine, his eyes turning red. These wounds, this one, and this one, all of them were endured for my sake. Throughout the years, Qin Feng had faced countless battles. Yet he bore not a single mark of injury. All his scars were on Zhu Lai. Both Emperor Qing and Su Da fell into a heavy silence. Qin Feng gestured toward Zhu Lai with a bitter smile. Is he not foolish? Zhu Lai grinned wide. Not foolish. The prince treats me the best. Emperor Qing's lips trembled as he ultimately lifted his bowl of wine and drank deeply. Su Da tilted his head back, struggling to hold back tears. Perhaps age had truly caught up with him. Even his eyelids felt heavy. Su Da thought to himself. Qin Feng tossed a jug of wine to Zhu Lai. Put on your clothes and head out first. Thank you, Your Highness. The two gentlemen are curious as to how he survived despite such numerous injuries. Qin Feng retrieved a jar of potent liquor and smashed it onto the table. This is the reason. After sustaining wounds from blades and arrows, the application of this strong alcohol for disinfection, followed by proper treatment and bandaging, can prevent infections and death. Su Da, holding the jar, was skeptical. A few more individuals entered the room. After Qin Feng shouted, 5 soldiers lined up and stood at attention. Remove your shirts. Yes. The 5 men said nothing further and quickly revealed their numerous scars. Su Da solemnly placed the liquor on the table. If the soldiers had sustained as many injuries, they would certainly not have survived. We are aware. Qing Huang took a deep breath and ultimately confessed to Qin Feng. We have wronged you. It is all thanks to the brave men of Deqing. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the 5 soldiers departed. After this incident, Qin Feng had no desire to drink anymore. The grain supply in Guangning City was insufficient, and the production of liquor was quite limited. The soldiers in the city could only use it sparingly. However, as long as the internal disasters are weathered and more grain can be produced, liquor can be manufactured in abundance. Thus, the matter of trade must be established without fail, Qin Feng reiterated. Su Da chuckled. There is no need for the Liao King to worry about this when the production of liquor increases. We hope the Liao King can also allocate some for the Great Wall's defenders. Qing Huang nodded in agreement. Such a beneficial item for the nation ought to be produced in large quantities, but that is a discussion for another time. The atmosphere gradually lightened considerably. Qing Huang did not hesitate to express his admiration for Qin Feng. Su Da, ever the seasoned veteran, frequently shared military jokes, further enhancing the camaraderie among the three. Until the rice was served, Su Da suddenly widened his eyes and inhaled deeply. This rice smells delightful. Donghu rice, cultivated by the Donghu people, is not high yield but exceptionally delicious, Qin Feng introduced. Qing Huang couldn't help but recall the advertisements in the marketplace. Donghu rice, even the emperor praises it. He took a bite and instantly found it fragrant, smooth, and sweet, the intense aroma of rice bursting in his mouth. leaving a lingering aftertaste. This rice is indeed exquisite. Suda exuberantly showcased the rice in his bowl. Eating this donghu rice requires no accompaniment. He now felt that the rice he had previously consumed was akin to chaff. Another bowl, please. After Qing Huang had a few bites, he suddenly inquired, "Aren't the Donghu people a fishing and hunting tribe? How can they cultivate such delicious rice?" They learned from the Han people. During the chaotic end of the previous dynasty, many Han people sought refuge in the territory of the Donghu, slowly merging with them. And the fishing and hunting Donghu learned to farm. Qin Feng was quite knowledgeable about the situation of the Donghu. After all, most of the nearby Donghu were assisting him in mining. "This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. If you enjoy it, I shall bring you more when you return." "Very well." Qin Huang did not refuse. Consider it a gesture of filial piety from the sixth brother. The sixth brother has endured quite a bit in Guangning City these past years. It is the fault of this father for not doing well enough. Fortunately, that loyal and valiant warrior is here. Upon his return to the capital, I plan to honor Zhu Lai properly. We cannot let such a fierce warrior feel unappreciated. In a few exchanges, some cherished delicacies were prepared and served. Orchid bear paw, steamed deer tail, and dragon stew with mushrooms. All unique delicacies of Guangning City. Each dish would easily take 10 years to prepare in Qin Feng's previous world. Suda picked up his chopsticks to grab a bear paw, but suddenly let out a long belch. He regretted not having eaten so much rice earlier. Qin Huang, however, did not have such reservations. He sampled each dish a few times before setting down his chopsticks, no longer eating. The food was excellent, but it always reminded him of the countless people who froze or starved to death, naturally diminishing his appetite. Fortunately, observing the sixth brother eat was quite a pleasant sight, especially his unrefined manner of devouring rice, which reminded him of the past. This lad even eats rice in a manner strikingly reminiscent of how I used to. Like a starving ghost reborn. Only after Qin Feng had finished his meal did Qin Huang bring up the serious matter at hand. "I wish to see what lies beneath that large chimney." "No problem." Qin Feng sipped some tea and then rose from the table. "That is the heating plant, where coal is burned to heat water, which flows through pipes to the radiators in the homes of the people. You should have a profound understanding of radiators, my brother." Qin Huang nodded earnestly. Radiators are indeed exceedingly comfortable. However, such a luxury is evidently not applicable within the borders, with a severe iron shortage. What method exists to burn coal while avoiding poisoning? Qin Feng suddenly smiled. "In fact, I had not anticipated the emergence of radiators either. Initially, I devised numerous coal-burning iron stoves that would not cause poisoning, intending to popularize them for heating in Guangning City. Yet, the industrious craftsmen under my command astonishingly created radiators that could be installed throughout the city, leaving me utterly astonished when I discovered it. Now, those iron stoves occupy several warehouses and are on the verge of rusting." Chapter 10. Only know the Liao King, not the Qing Emperor. Guangning City's eastern heating plant. This is one of the 4 major heating plants. In reality, aside from the 4 major heating plants, there are many other heating points, large and small, in Guangning City. For instance, the central shopping mall has its own heating system. Qin Feng traveled in a tram and directly accompanied the 2 envoys to the heating plant. The tram running on the tracks was laden with coal. Qin Huang gazed out the window, observing that most of the snow within the heating plant had melted, with many areas covered in a layer of coal dust. Besides a few coal mountains, there were also heaps of coal ash. In the distance, 200 coal workers clad in black lined the sides, eagerly awaiting. Upon Qin Feng's disembarkation, smiles illuminated the faces of the workers. "Salute." At the command of the plant manager, all the workers uniformly raised their arms, executing the reformed De Qing military salute. They stood like javelins, their expressions serious. Such precision. With weapons in hand, these individuals could instantly transform into a formidable army. Suda felt somewhat overwhelmed by the spectacle. The level of organization among these workers surpassed even that of Qin Huang's imperial guards. How were they trained? He couldn't help but steal a glance at Qin Feng. Initially, he assumed that the royal guards were the elite, a spectacle meant for their benefit. After all, Qin Huang always prepared meticulously when inspecting his troops. Only upon seeing these 200 workers did he realize he had completely misjudged. He recalled that Guangning City was more prosperous than the borders. He almost forgot that the essence of the city is as a military stronghold, a city perpetually on the brink of warfare, yet so vibrant. It was unfathomable. He discreetly approached Qin Huang and whispered, "The citizens of Guangning City must have undergone military training. If necessary, with a command from the Liao King. At least 30,000 troops could be mustered. These 30,000 would be elite forces." Qin Huang slightly nodded. "That number is not excessive." Suda whispered, "Even if I commanded 100,000 troops, I would not dare claim victory over the Liao King's 30,000. Qin Huang narrowed his eyes. The Ning King commands 100,000 troops, yet we remain unfazed. You are the most formidable. Qin Feng paid no heed to their whispered exchanges, merely gesturing toward the 200 workers. After the salute, all the workers lowered their arms, their faces regaining their cheerful expressions. The plant manager hurried over to Qin Feng. The workers are overjoyed that the prince has come to inspect the heating plant. They have gathered here. It will not affect heat distribution, correct? Essential areas have been left manned. Well done. Qin Feng gently patted the factory director's shoulder, causing the director to kneel on the ground in excitement. To receive such praise from the prince was like bringing smoke from the ancestral grave of the Li family. Qin Feng found this humorous and bewildering. What kind of talk is this? Get up and take me to the warehouse. Yes, Director Li scrambled to his feet. For this man in his 40s, the Liao prince was a deity in his eyes. During the years of famine, he had prepared for the grim possibility of his entire family perishing in this desolate land. Being captured by the Hu people would be better than freezing to death. At least they could survive as their slaves. Perhaps his wife would be taken by the Hu. But if that meant her survival, it was a small consolation. At that time, his world was shrouded in darkness and despair, until they reached Guangning City, where the Liao prince did not abandon them, leading them to seize food from the Hu and ultimately transforming their lives for the better. Now, even in the frigid winter, he could remain in this warm heating factory, scarcely feeling the bite of the cold. Life had gradually become as vibrant as the burning coal. Follow me, Prince. The warehouse hasn't been cleaned in a while. There may be some dust. No matter, Qin Feng replied, leading the way to the warehouse where the iron stoves were stored. Director Li busily flitted around Qin Feng, completely oblivious to the two court envoys from the south trailing behind. Emperor Qing slightly narrowed his eyes. The people here only knew the Liao prince, oblivious to Emperor Qing. Ultimately, it was our failure. Fortunately, our sixth son is our own flesh and blood, which is quite fitting. Emperor Qing watched Qin Feng's back with satisfaction. He was taller than us, sturdy like a bear. As Qin Feng moved, the workers in the heating factory followed closely behind him, many eager ones rushing ahead to prepare the warehouse for cleaning. Like Director Li, Qin Feng was their idol. Their lives were bestowed upon them by the Liao prince. At that moment, the entire heating factory revolved around Qin Feng, while Emperor Qing, Suda, and the guards were entirely disregarded by the workers. Emperor Qing followed behind, proudly gesturing to Qin Feng's back, saying to Suda, "Isn't he impressive? Do you have such a son?" Suda, recalling his unruly children at home, felt a pang of bitterness. "Only my daughter is somewhat considerate." Emperor Qing shot a wary glance at Suda. "Are you interested in the Liao prince? Given my position, it's not suitable for my daughter to marry him. After all, I've delayed her prospects." Suda felt immense regret. Emperor Qing was not concerned about the Liao prince's military prowess. In fact, the stronger he was, the happier Emperor Qing became, as it would effectively restrain the strength of the Hu people. This would buy more time for the interior to cope with natural disasters, allowing the court to remain more composed. However, if Qin Feng were to marry Suda's daughter, that would entirely change the situation. Suda controlled the entire northern Great Wall defense. Such a union would significantly amplify Qin Feng's influence, inevitably leading to suspicion within the court. Emperor Qing pondered for a long time. "I truly believe your girl is quite compatible with the Liao prince." Suda instinctively shuddered at the implication. "Once your majesty eliminates the northern Hu, I will no longer command troops. I have watched you grow since childhood. I trust you. Are you genuinely considering a marriage proposal?" Suda cautiously probed. "Your daughter can come to Guangning City for a visit. If she truly connects with the Liao prince, we can discuss it further. You always think ahead." Suda rubbed his hands in contemplation, envisioning the delight he would feel if Qin Feng truly became his son-in-law, even to the extent of grinning widely. "But now Qin Feng keeps calling me brother. What if he doesn't change his address in the future? Would we end up calling each other by different names? He would call me brother-in-law, and I would call him brother. How would my precious daughter perceive their relationship?" It was troubling. Ninger has a rather wild temperament. Can Qin Feng truly be interested in her? Suda's thoughts swirled until the heavy warehouse door swung open, revealing rows of round iron stoves before him. Gazing at the impeccably organized iron pieces, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. So much iron. Could this fuel a rebellion? Chapter 11. The Liao prince wins big. How much is stored in this warehouse? The iron stoves were mostly covered in dust, while the area where Qin Feng had entered was spotless. A few small iron stoves gleamed brightly, arranged in front of him. "Your Highness, there are 1,326 stoves in this warehouse. There are also 4 other warehouses in the city for storing iron stoves." Upon hearing this number, Suda stared at the neatly stacked ironware, his teeth chattering. if these were not stoves but instead stacks of iron armor. The entire army of Qing would not have enough armor to match the 5 warehouses. What terrified him was not the quantity of stoves, but rather the terrifying manufacturing capacity of Guangning City. If they had the resources to produce so many iron stoves effortlessly, how could the quantity of armor be lacking? It was too daunting to contemplate. Guangning City was exceedingly formidable. The Liao Prince was even more fearsome. This was the first time Su De felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of a youth under 20. He had never felt such fear even when faced with the invading Northern Hu army. Emperor Qing, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He was simply observing the stoves. How is this used? Construct a flue with bricks and clay, then burn coal directly in the stove, Qin Feng instructed with a glance. Prompting Director Li to promptly gather workers to find bricks and clay to quickly build the flue, followed by bringing in a load of coal to ignite. Let us give it a try. Emperor Qing approached the stove, using an iron hook to lift the lid, and took a fire starter. Coal is difficult to ignite. A layer of straw must be burned on top to set the coal ablaze. Director Li assisted Emperor Qing in laying the kindling. With a puff, Emperor Qing blew on the fire starter, igniting the straw. The yellow flames danced in the stove, soon causing a corner of the coal to glow red, gradually releasing a plume of black smoke that emitted the characteristic pungent odor of burning coal. Director Li replaced the iron lid, and the black smoke wafted out through the flue. The coal burned with enduring heat, requiring little further management. The pungent smell was no longer detectable. Emperor Qing leaned in closely to inhale, gazing through a small hole in the lid at the flickering flames, filled with admiration. Such a small device, yet so ingeniously designed. It can transform toxic waste into a boon for the country and its people. The person who invented this is truly remarkable. Director Li chuckled. Indeed, it is impressive. This was personally designed by the prince. Unfortunately, in the end, the prince decided that the entire city would use central heating, leaving these pre-prepared stoves to gather dust. Emperor Qing placed his hands near the stove to warm himself, feeling the intense heat radiating from it. The fatigue from the recent disasters faded from his face, revealing a rare moment of ease. Liao Prince, are you truly willing to donate all these iron stoves to the interior? Certainly, Qin Feng replied earnestly. I have heard that during this harsh winter, the most deaths from freezing occurred in Fanyang City. These stoves, along with sufficient coal, can be sent to provide relief. Excellent. The Liao Prince understands righteousness, Emperor Qing said, grasping Qin Feng's arm tightly. Qin Feng continued, the stoves in the other warehouses can also be sent to the interior. I can even dispatch craftsmen to teach the people how to use them properly. Emperor Qing gazed at the other iron stoves, reflecting, with this batch of stoves and coal, if we gather the citizens of the hardest-hit Fanyang City to warm themselves, they should be able to survive this winter. Once we get through this winter, things will surely improve in the coming year. Emperor Qing sincerely hoped for this. Su De, thinking of how Fanyang City would no longer suffer from freezing deaths, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and directly bowed to Qin Feng in gratitude. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the 800,000 citizens of Fanyang to the benevolence of the Liao King. Such kindness is too great to bear. Qin Feng quickly assisted Su De to his feet. Indeed, this disaster relief effort harbors a hint of personal ambition on my part, and I still need to confer with my 2 elder brothers. No matter the circumstances, we shall shoulder the burden for you, promised Qing Huang. Qin Feng had resolved such a significant dilemma for him, and even a touch of personal interest was wholly acceptable. A faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips. He had never engaged in fruitless endeavors. Since ancient times, Fanyang has been the largest city in the north, home to the most residents, and all available fuel for warmth has been consumed. Even if the people of Fanyang could survive this winter, another frigid season would likely prove insurmountable. The root of the problem lies in the scarcity of heating materials. Thus, I intend to resolve this issue once and for all. Qing Huang's eyes sparkled with understanding as he grasped Qin Feng's intentions. You wish to establish a long-term coal trade with Fanyang? My elder brother is indeed astute. Qin Feng commended him with a thumbs up. The cost of coal transported from Guangning City to Fanyang would be merely a tenth of the local charcoal price and would burn much longer. Even the most ordinary households could afford to heat their homes with coal throughout the winter. Not to mention, with the addition of a pot atop an iron stove, they could also prepare meals. Qing Huang inhaled deeply. The Liao King is truly calculating. This batch of iron stoves is a gift from you, and the coal for this winter is also provided by you. If the local populace can endure this winter, they will develop a habit of using coal for heating. By next winter, profits can be garnered from coal sales, and in subsequent winters, a steady stream of revenue can be anticipated. Reflecting on this, Qing Huang found himself at a loss for how to regard Qin Feng. He even began to suspect that a wise figure was advising Qin Feng from behind the scenes. Such a meticulously crafted plan could hardly be devised by even the most seasoned ministers in court. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Qing Huang could envision that had it not been for this calamity, the North would not have suffered so many frozen deaths, and Qin Feng's coal would have been unsellable. Yet, fate granted Qin Feng this opportunity. Moreover, even though he recognized that Qin Feng would extract continuous benefits from this situation, he could not refuse him. This matter is advantageous for the citizens, the court, and Qin Feng alike. The populace will no longer be easily succumbing to the cold. The court will not need to exert all its efforts for disaster relief, and Qin Feng will profit effortlessly. It is indeed a triple victory. Furthermore, from Qin Feng's perspective, he would gain considerable renown for his disaster relief efforts this year, elevating his status among the common folk who would be grateful to the Liao King. He could take advantage of this moment to secure the court's permission for trade with Guangning City, ensuring continuous profits from the coal mines. Additionally, he resolved the most pressing concern of Qing Huang during this period. Upon returning, Qing Huang would feel compelled to reward him, and judging by Su Da's demeanor, it seemed he wished for his daughter to marry no one but Qin Feng. Su Da's daughter is one of the most gifted individuals in Qing. What an extraordinary victory. As long as the sixth prince does not rebel, the more capable he becomes, the happier I, as his father, shall be, Qing Huang mused. Su Da, however, was not as contemplative as Qing Huang, eagerly inquiring, when will the Liao King transport these stoves to the inner territories? As long as there are customs documents, they can be sent immediately. Qing Huang took a deep breath. There is no time to lose regarding disaster relief. There is no need to write. I shall personally accompany this batch of supplies for the relief effort. I cannot entrust it to others. Qin Feng felt a surge of respect. Chapter 12. The benevolence of the Liao King must not be forgotten. As soon as the first cart of iron stoves and coal was loaded, Qing Huang prepared to set off. I had intended to keep my two elder brothers for a few more days to explore Guangning City, but I did not expect them to depart so soon. Disaster relief is akin to extinguishing a fire. Qing Huang gazed southward, his sight surpassing the city walls and the Shanhaiguan Pass. Moreover, he had already achieved his purpose for coming here. He regarded the sixth prince with satisfaction. He was exceedingly pleased. Guangning City, situated in a cold region, had not only escaped disaster but was thriving, making him even more content. He had not anticipated leaving with a substantial amount of relief supplies. This journey was indeed worthwhile, and he resolved to return in the future. Upon expressing this, he urged his attendants to hasten their pace, aiming to return to Shanhaiguan before nightfall. I welcome you at any time. Watching Qing Huang and Su Da depart Guangning City, Qin Feng could not help but shrug. These two envoys from the court are rather interesting. This trade route has been thoroughly opened. In the future, I shall profit effortlessly. As for this trade route and the relief supplies, I must appoint someone I trust to oversee it. Qin Feng pondered for a long while, finally recalling a figure clad in red within his residence. It shall be her. As for Zhu Erling, my most trusted aide, he would clearly struggle to wield such power. It is better for him to remain by my side. Summon the carriage to return to the residence. Then, let the music play and the dance commence. The north wind was biting, and heavy snow fell as Qing Huang rode, feeling the frigid air pierce through him, causing him to shiver. This land of Liao is indeed cold enough. Su Da exclaimed, my bare fur coat has been thoroughly penetrated by the wind. The fierce wind in Liao was such that Qing Huang could scarcely hear him unless he raised his voice. Speed up, it will be even colder after dark. The procession, guided by the northern wind, kicked up a flurry of snow as they advanced into Shanhaiguan. Fortunately, they did not lose their way and arrived at the pass just before nightfall. Su Da's hands were frozen to a deep purple as he warmed them by the brazier. Shivering, the heat from the charcoal was nothing in comparison to coal. Perhaps we should build a stove here. One that could warm the entire room without the constant need to add charcoal. Even holding a hot water bottle, Qing Huang still felt chilled to the bone. Guangning City, though further north, somehow felt colder than Shanhaiguan. Once the sixth prince brings the stoves tomorrow, let us leave several within the city of Shanhaiguan. Long live your majesty. Su Da exclaimed earnestly. The next day, Qing Huang awoke early, sitting by the brazier. Despite having burned charcoal throughout the night, his exposed head still felt painfully cold. If the common folk cannot afford charcoal, they may perish from the cold. We must set off for Fanyang immediately. Before dawn, Qing Huang departed with Su Da. Shanhaiguan could be reached in half a day. Fanyang City was nearly 20 times larger than Guangning City and is among the most renowned cities in Qing. Once the center of the north, Fanyang thrived with merchants and countless talented individuals. Yet, the present Fanyang City was desolate and devoid of life. Rigid, Frozen corpses could be seen intermittently lining the roads. I have only been gone for 2 days, and the number of corpses has increased so drastically. What are the officials of Fanyang doing? Qing Huang could hardly suppress his murderous intent. Fanyang possesses the best disaster relief conditions in the entire north, with a great number of central officials mobilized here, and Qing Huang himself overseeing the situation. Yet, what is the result? People continue to die daily, all from the cold. This place is clearly warmer than Guangning City. Within the Fanyang government offices, the left chancellor, Hu Yong, paced anxiously. Enough pacing, left chancellor. You are making my head spin. I do not wish to pace. Hu Yong exclaimed, pounding the table in frustration. Lu Ling, Governor Lu, you are the official of Fanyang. Tell me what can be done now. The entire city, with its hundreds of thousands, has run out of firewood. All the dismantleable houses have been burned. The common folk are huddled together in their homes. Those fortunate enough can warm themselves with their pigs, while the unfortunate have long since frozen to death. Even within this office, how many have succumbed to the cold? Now there is no way to even remove the corpses from the city. What do you propose we do? Hu Ling slumped into a chair, listening to the howling wind outside. Your Majesty has yet to return from Shanhaiguan. Your Majesty, do you still expect His Majesty? With his temperament, should he discover the current state of the city, both you and I would be dragged out and executed. We cannot even safeguard our families. I am fortunate, with dozens in my clan, but the Lu family comprises over 1,000. They would all face exile. Then I might as well join who's watching in collecting corpses. Freezing to death is far preferable to losing one's head. At least one could retain a complete corpse. Let us go. The two rushed towards the door, only to be forcefully kicked back inside. What is all this commotion? Just as they were about to express their outrage, they hastily knelt upon seeing the newcomer. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. The city is truly beyond salvation. Even within the official residence, their breath formed white mist. The temperature was painfully low. Get up. The emperor could no longer suppress his inner fury. One left chancellor, one provincial governor. And all they do is complain when faced with adversity. What use are you to me? Lu Ling raised his head and spoke. Currently, there are still some firewood near Fanyang, but alas, it seems to be only with Prince Ning. I tried to contact him, yet he refuses to provide any. The emperor took a deep breath. Is it that third brother? He is the least reliable of all. Why can't he learn from the sixth? I have brought some disaster relief supplies. Let us gather all those who can be mobilized. Hu Yong lowered his head, saying, It is too cold without a fire in the yamen. Most have fallen ill. The emperor fell silent. Let us first set up the stove we brought back. It took a full hour to awkwardly erect the iron stove, after searching for quite some time. They could only tear apart several years' worth of account books to kindle a fire, finally managing to ignite the coal. Soon, the iron stove glowed a bright red, and everyone gathered around it, finally feeling warmth. Hu Yong, filled with excitement, picked up a piece of coal and examined it repeatedly. Your Majesty, this coal? It burns so fiercely. Did Prince Liao truly send so much? Is it enough for the entire city this winter? Hu Yong still found it hard to believe. Given how cold it is in Liao, and with Guangning having been ravaged by the Hu people in previous years, can they genuinely assist Fanyang? Do you think I would deceive you? I would not dare. Hu Yong quickly knelt. The first batch will arrive by this evening. Prepare some people to distribute it to the citizens in the city, and let the familiar ones gather around the stove together. I shall attend to this immediately. As Hu Yong exited the yamen, he exhaled a long breath. Finally, he saw a glimmer of hope. Were it not for Prince Liao sending this coal for disaster relief, his life might truly be in jeopardy. Such great kindness must not be forgotten. Chapter 13. A Glimmer of Hope. Fanyang, a city that has flourished for over 1,000 years, has witnessed countless dynasties and tumultuous events. It is also the terminus of the Grand Canal, which has now been thickly frozen over, with vessels trapped upon its icy surface. This calamity of frost arrived too suddenly. Almost overnight, Fanyang was encased in ice, resulting in many frail citizens perishing from the cold. The continued drop in temperature has caused a surge of illness among the populace, leading to a rapid depletion of medicinal supplies. The already fragile medical system of Fanyang has been directly overwhelmed by this disaster, and those afflicted by frostbite have begun to die in succession. Out of fear of contagion, many citizens have been forced to discard their frozen relatives onto the streets, awaiting government collection. Yet, even with the emperor bringing a multitude of officials and soldiers, and gathering numerous relief supplies, Fanyang remains an insatiable abyss, with deaths still occurring. Until now, even the last of the burnable materials has been exhausted. A pervasive atmosphere of despair envelopes the entire city. Those who remain alive cling tightly to one another, praying for the sun to shine soon and warm the weather. Children cry in the frozen embrace of their parents, their tears crystallizing upon their clothing. It is unbearably cold. As night approached in Fanyang, another trial was imminent, with an unknown number of lives set to be lost. Heaven and earth have never shown mercy. Before the cruel forces of nature, humanity is perpetually small and fragile. Why has he not yet arrived? The emperor anxiously awaited within the yamen. He had already instructed the remaining officials and the soldiers meant to maintain order in Fanyang to gather the citizens into sturdy houses. Moreover, each dwelling had been equipped with chimneys. Once the iron stoves and coal from Guangning arrived, they could immediately ignite fires for warmth. This would save many from freezing to death tonight. However, the provincial governor Lu Ling appeared exceedingly pessimistic. Your Majesty, will Prince Liao truly deliver those iron stoves? The sixth brother would never deceive me, the emperor replied with conviction. I have also sent Suda to escort them. The stoves will undoubtedly arrive tonight. Lu Ling sighed and shook his head. I advise your Majesty not to harbor too much hope. Initially, Prince Ning also professed to assist with disaster relief. Yet in the end, it was merely talk. If Prince Liao genuinely wished to aid Fanyang, he would have sent someone long ago, without delay. The emperor's gaze turned fierce, his eyes fixated on Lu Ling. Do you doubt my judgment? I am merely offering my honest opinion, urging your Majesty not to place your hopes upon Prince Liao. Just as the sovereign and minister were about to argue, a bright, cheerful jingling sound approached from afar, resonating outside the yamen. Ding ling ling. It was the distinctive bell sound from Guangning. The emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In Guangning, whether on sleds or trams, bells are always attached. Even children in the marketplace carry them for play. This crisp and melodious sound invariably brings a touch of liveliness to the cold, unfeeling world. Assistance from the sixth brother has arrived. The emperor promptly stepped outside to greet them, and soon beheld carts laden with supplies. Provincial Governor Lu Ling followed suit. And upon seeing the carts filled with iron stoves, his expression grew somewhat unnatural. Prince Liao has indeed sent them. Where does that leave his pride? There are hardly 20 carts, far too little for Fanyang. Yet, it is commendable that Prince Liao has this intention. Lu Ling offered a conciliatory remark. Meanwhile, Suda cheerfully leaped off his horse, sprinting to the emperor's side. Governor Lu is mistaken. This trip has delivered over 100 carts of stoves and coal. Suda bowed deeply to the emperor. Your Majesty, I took the liberty of sending some stoves and coal along the way after entering the city. These stoves I have brought to the yamen are for addressing any deficiencies. The emperor could no longer contain his joy. You have prioritized the safety of the citizens. Justifying my teachings to you. Once fires are lit throughout Fanyang, I shall finally be able to sleep soundly. In this wave of natural disaster, we have finally glimpsed the hope of survival. Upon hearing the exchange between the sovereign and minister, Lu Ling's expression turned quite grim, and he could only bow humbly to the emperor. Prince Liao is wholeheartedly devoted to the people. While I have been here complaining, I feel ashamed. The emperor cast a fleeting glance at Lu Ling. It is good that you feel ashamed. Had you managed the situation promptly, I would not have had to personally come here to oversee. I have instructed the prominent families of Fanyang to respond with full force, Lu Ling explained. Yet, these words caused the emperor's tone to grow cold instantly. Indeed, I have not observed this calamity impacting those prominent families significantly, nor have I seen any among them perish from the cold. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Lu Ling's forehead. He could sense the emperor's growing dissatisfaction with the prominent families of Fanyang. It is my fault. Instead of discussing this with me, you should be out delivering stoves to the local citizens. I shall attend to this immediately. Lu Ling did not dare to speak further, promptly calling upon 2 or 3 subordinates to depart with a cart of stoves. The emperor then turned to Suda. This time, the sixth brother has performed splendidly. Can we ensure the continued supply of coal? I have dispatched a contingent of 3,000 soldiers to Guangning to assist with coal transportation. Old Lu's available manpower was ultimately limited, which explained the need for multiple batches to be dispatched. Emperor Qing furrowed his brow and turned to the exuberantly gesticulating Hu Yong. Who's Wucheng? Ah, here I am. Hu Yong dashed over, his bright red official robe marred by soot in several places, clutching 2 hefty chunks of coal in his hands. Does your Majesty have orders for me? You must find a way to send 20,000 disaster victims to Wang of Liao. Ah, disaster victims? I will first gather them and send them after spring arrives. It's too perilous to travel in this cold. I have faith in your abilities. I shall immediately seek a plan. With a respectful bow, Hu Yong retreated. And as soon as he was out of the emperor's sight, he began to bounce with excitement, lifting the coal triumphantly above his head. With this treasure, Fanyang City can finally endure. If I manage the subsequent disaster relief well, not only will I secure my head, but I may also achieve great merit. Promotion is within reach. Hu Yong impulsively kissed the coal, his lips smeared black, Yet he paid it no mind, instead bursting into joyous laughter. After the revelry, he recalled the emperor's command. What could the emperor's intent be in sending 20,000 disaster victims to Wang of Liao? A few years prior, 100,000 were dispatched to bolster the frontier and replenish the population in Liao. In such a short span, Fanyang City could hardly have flourished. Those 100,000 were likely struggling to survive. Sending another 20,000 would surely exacerbate the already dire conditions in Fanyang City. These supplies were likely coerced from Wang of Liao by the emperor. Hu Yong pondered deeply, his gaze fixed on the coal in his hands. The plight of Wang of Liao was indeed grave. Chapter 14. The world of aristocracy's sunlight pierced through the clouds, and the snow began to melt. In the streets of Fanyang City, people gradually emerged to drag the frozen bodies outside for burial. The faces of the common folk finally revealed long-lost smiles. Hope had returned to them. Even Emperor Qing, who had been sleeping in the official residence, enjoyed a restful slumber until nearly noon. He awakened refreshed. Rubbing his face, he approached the bright iron stove and instructed the eunuch in charge of his daily affairs. The stove is too hot. The room feels dry. In the future, let us boil some water on it. Yes, Your Majesty. Emperor Qing gazed out at the bright sun, finally allowing a relieved smile to grace his lips. Disasters will ultimately pass, and conditions will improve. Disasters themselves are not terrifying. The absence of hope is far more dreadful. The bright coal fire ignited the hope of the people of Fanyang City. How should Emperor Qing reward old Lu for his significant contributions? He found himself at a loss. The subsequent disaster relief would primarily radiate outward from Fanyang City. As long as a steady supply of coal continued to flow in, there would be no further fatalities from the cold. The second batch of iron stoves was to be used for aiding the surrounding counties. Fanyang City bore the brunt of the calamity, yet neighboring towns also suffered greatly. However, on the fourth day after the officials and soldiers had dispersed to the surrounding areas, trouble arose. Suda rushed before Emperor Qing in a flurry, disregarding formalities. Your Majesty, the coal being transported from Guangning City to Fanyang City was ambushed on the road. Smack! The imperial edict in Emperor Qing's hand struck the table heavily. Was it the Hu people? It was not the Hu, but the disaster-stricken populace surrounding Fanyang. The emperor's expression turned icy. The common folk lacked the audacity to steal from the court supplies. I share your thoughts. There must be someone inciting them from behind. The powerful clans of Fanyang could no longer remain passive. Emperor Qing picked up the edict once more and handed it to Suda. You should read this. Suda accepted the edict with trembling hands, reading the contents, his hands quaking even more. The audacity of the aristocracy in Fanyang was astonishing. He closed the edict, inhaling deeply to suppress the fury within. How dare they engage in clandestine trade with the Hu people, even placing their kin in positions among them. The noble families had persisted for 1,000 years, preserving their lineage. Emperor Qing took a deep breath. They believed that the aristocracy was the bedrock of ethnic continuity, while he was merely a puppet they had propped up to govern the realm. This was treason. Allow me to lead troops to seize these clans. Emperor Qing, however, tossed the edict into the fire. No, let them be for now. I still have use for them. Suppressing his anger, Suda asked, what should be done about the disaster victims who seized the coal carts? It is merely a few carts of coal. Let old Lu send more. Emperor Qing closed his eyes, secretly contemplating. He was eager to observe just how far these noble families would go. A few years back, they had sought to usurp his authority as emperor, under the pretense of a shared governance with the scholar officials. Yet, since he appointed impoverished scholars to balance the power of the aristocracy, calamities had begun to plague the realm. He had been compelled to dispatch his underage son to be a vassal king, both to defend against the northern Hu and to counterbalance the noble families. Years of power struggles had intensified the conflict between imperial authority and the great aristocracy. The Lu family of Fanyang, a lineage spanning millennia, consistently produced high-ranking officials across dynasties, secretly controlling the entire northern region. Lu Ling served as the governor of Hebei, holding a second-rank position. At this moment, Lu Ling and the patriarch of the Lu family were seated with the leaders of neighboring noble families of Fanyang, a red-hot iron stove burning between them, creating a stifling atmosphere. Finally, an irritable member stood up. We aim to exploit this great disaster to force Emperor Qing to yield to the aristocracy. If he allows us to manage the realm for him, we will assist him wholeheartedly in disaster relief. But what is the outcome? That old fool devised this stove, and the disaster was averted by him while we allowed countless citizens of Fanyang to perish. Lu Ling cast a cold glance at the man. Sit down. It was you who claimed this would surely succeed. Sit down. The irritable leader clenched his fists, ultimately snorting in disdain and turning away. If those impoverished people are beyond our control, their survival holds no significance. Lu Ling replied calmly. The fact that Emperor Qing did not yield is due to Wang of Liao. A clan leader laughed lightly. Wang of Liao? He is but a mere child. What can he accomplish? This stove and coal were produced by Wang of Liao. Lu Ling pointed at the iron stove. My plan is flawless. Had it not been for Emperor Qing's trip to Guangning City to procure these items, the savior of the disaster victims would surely have been us. The irritable leader scoffed. Now, all the disaster victims are grateful to Wang of Liao. Silence. Lu Ling's gaze turned icy. I have ordered the coal supply routes to be severed. When Fanyang City faces another coal shortage, the only assistance the disaster victims can seek will be from us. An elder coughed lightly. This course of action may provoke Emperor Qing's wrath, resulting in dire consequences. Lu Ling sneered. Emperor Qing is merely a peasant. He rose to the throne by chance during chaotic times, relying on his ability to fight. Even upon ascending to the throne, he remains fundamentally a poor farmer. The emperor stands above millions, wielding life and death at his command. In anger, he can leave a trail of corpses and rivers of blood. Yet what does Emperor Qing do? He foolishly concerns himself with whether the common folk are warm and well-fed. What he should prioritize is forging alliances with us, the aristocracy. Only with our backing can he truly be an emperor. An elder stood up. Lu Ling speaks truth. The glory of the aristocracy surpasses all. We are the true bearers of civilization's legacy. No one else is worthy of wielding control over the realm. If Emperor Qing continues to oppose us, we will have no choice but to replace him with a ruler who will heed our commands. The words of the old patriarch evoked unanimous agreement among those present. Indeed, the world belongs to the noble clans, not to the royal family. If the emperor does not comply, then he must be replaced. As long as our clans endure, we need not fear even the greatest turmoil. In a moment, many clan leaders began to shout in fervent agreement. Lu Ling clenched his fists, filled with excitement. Since everyone is in accord, let us devise a plan. Our first objective must be to seize control of Guangning City. Chapter 15. The ambush within the exquisitely carved courtyard. The leaders of the northern clans gathered. Adorned in fine garments and ancient jewelry, they sat upon chairs crafted from golden silk nanmu, strategizing on how to take Guangning City. We could repeat our previous tactic and utilize the Hu people to massacre Guangning City once more, one suggested. Their ruthless words felt far colder than the winter chill. In the royal palace of Liaowang, the seasons remained eternal spring. Qin Feng lounged comfortably upon his throne, observing the swirling skirts of the Hu dance before him. The beauty of traditional dance was profound, while the Hu dance stirred the blood with its fervor. Qin Feng mused on this. Apart from the culinary delights, this was his sole indulgence. Particularly captivating was a dancer clad in red, her waist slender as a willow, her figure tall and graceful. Her features embodied the best of both Hu and Qing women, exuding the elegance of a Qing lady while possessing the passionate allure of a Hu maiden. Hong Luan, your dance never fails to enchant me. Hong Luan, in her flowing red attire, twirled gracefully before Qin Feng, tilting her head to gaze into his eyes. My lord, would it please you to take me as your wife? Her fingers traced over Qin Feng's thigh, her voluptuous form pressing closer. Qin Feng grasped her chin, locking eyes with her. Is this not sufficient for us? Ultimately, there is no formal recognition. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Hong Luan was a trophy of his conquest. For years prior, he had led a surprise attack on the Eastern Hu tribe, rescuing her from a fate of marriage to a near 60-year-old chieftain. Afterward, she had been raised in the royal palace as a maid. Her capabilities were exceptional, and within a year, she had become the head maid, managing the palace with remarkable efficiency. Even many of Qin Feng's enterprises were under her capable direction, including coal trade with Fanyang City, which he entrusted entirely to her. Despite being a woman, her abilities rivaled those of any man. Yet, her ambition was vast. She yearned to be recognized as Qin Feng's legitimate wife. Did you not secretly submit a marriage proposal to the court in my name? Qin Feng inquired with interest. And what was the outcome? Hong Luan pouted, her lips forming a small frown. I submitted 5 proposals in secret, all of which were ignored. Qin Feng caressed her long hair, inhaling the faint fragrance that emanated from her. I do not mind if you continue to submit proposals. This only heightened her frustration. No more proposals, it would be futile. As long as I can stay by your side, that is enough. With your talents, there is no need to seek my favor in such a manner. Hong Luan leaned against Qin Feng's thigh. Is it not the case that women have always been mere embellishments in this world, which ultimately belongs to men? The women of Guangning City could hold up half the sky. It is only because of your indulgence that they dare to challenge their husbands. Your words suggest that they have some unclear entanglement with me, Qin Feng retorted. They may indeed wish for it every day, every night, Hong Luan said. Her gaze towards him filled with longing. Suddenly, the palace doors were flung open, and a biting wind swept inside, causing the lightly clad dancers to shiver. Zhu Erling rushed before Qin Feng, prompting Hong Luan to hide behind him in alarm. Despite knowing Zhu Erling posed no threat, she could not help but feel fear, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The sight of Zhu Erling always reminded her of the day she was rescued, when she, the daughter of the northern Hu Khan, had been betrothed to a leader of the eastern Hu tribe, an old man nearing 60. Upon meeting him, she had contemplated escape, yearning to flee to the land where her mother had grown up. However, just as she attempted to slip away, she witnessed Zhu Erling cleave an eastern Hu warrior in half, blood splattering upon her, his face a mask of terror. When she regained consciousness, she had become Qin Feng's possession. Since then, she harbored a psychological shadow over Zhu Erling, finding solace only when hidden behind or in Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng watched the clumsy Zhu Erling, rubbing his temples in exasperation. What now? Someone has killed your men, my lord. A wave of cold fury surged within Qin Feng, his voice chilling the air. Who is responsible? The ones brought back from the border, my lord. Let us avenge our brothers. Qin Feng pulled Hong Luan from behind him. Has something happened to the coal transport team? Hong Luan stood straight, her expression grave. Recently, there have been a few instances of disaster victims stealing coal. But they did not take much, we could replenish it. However, with lives lost this time, it is likely related. Investigate. Yes. Hong Luan quickly departed, mobilizing the palace guards towards the scene of the incident. How many have died? Qin Feng asked Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai raised his fingers, counting for a long moment before finally indicating 2. 2. Lock down the city. Yes. Zhu Erling hurriedly exited, the bells soon tolling throughout Guangning City. As evening approached, Hong Luan, braving the cold, knelt before Qin Feng. My lord, I have discovered the truth. Speak. After crossing the Shanhaiguan, the coal transport team was ambushed by over 100 assassins disguised as bandits. Interrogated survivors revealed that all these assassins hail from Fanyang City. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. Whose interests have I disturbed with my coal trade? Whoever it may be, it is likely they are connected to the Fanyang clan. Qin Feng chuckled dryly. I simply wish to quietly be a coal tycoon. Why must they provoke me? Zhu Erling. Qin Feng called out, but this time, Zhu Lai did not return to the palace. Hong Luan bowed her head. General Zhu Lai has already taken troops into Shanhaiguan. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. Fear not. My lord, I have sent someone to follow General Zhu Lai. Nothing will go amiss. Hong Luan pressed her forehead to the ground in deep respect. In Fanyang City, within the official residence, upon learning of the ambush on the coal transport team, Emperor Qing was consumed by rage, shattering his cup upon the ground, shards scattering everywhere. What do these noble clans intend? They dare to kill openly? Why do they not dare to come and kill me, the emperor? Fuming, the emperor felt he had been far too indulgent with the clans. Hu Yong, your servant is here. Tell Lu Ling to hand over the assailants within 3 days, or I shall take his head. Hu Yong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Your Majesty, that may not be possible. The emperor's piercing gaze fixed upon Hu Yong's neck. What? Do you dare to contradict me? Hu Yong hastily knelt, his forehead touching the ground. Your servant would not. But all the assailants are dead. Dead? Yes. Those who survived have been captured in Guangning City. The emperor tilted his head, pondering for a long while. How many were involved in the ambush? More than 200, all assassins from the noble clans. And how many were in the coal transport? 20. Chapter 16. Revenge never waits for nightfall. Useless. Upon hearing that all the assassins were dead, Lu Ling felt a wave of despair wash over him. After nurturing them for so many years, they turned out to be worthless. 200 men sent to ambush 20, and they all perished. Lu Ling's hands trembled with an intensity he had never anticipated. Even if 200 pigs charged forward, surely more than 2 lives would be lost. Yet, what shocked him even more lay ahead. My lord Lu, the initial group we dispatched to contact the Donghu has returned, but only half of them. All the Donghu tribes we previously supported have vanished. Disappeared? Lu Ling felt a wave of confusion wash over him. We invested so much in nurturing them. They were meant to be utilized. How could they have vanished now? Lu Ling sensed that his plans had been utterly disrupted. What of the scouts sent to investigate Guangning City? They have not returned. What about those sent to survey the coal mines? They too have not come back. A chill spread through Lu Ling's heart as he gradually began to realize that something was amiss. We may have underestimated the Liao King. Dispatching merchant caravans to engage with him and collaborate on coal mining, even offering to purchase at high prices. This was a strategy that could have worked. His subordinates were prepared to act immediately. Lu Ling's expression darkened with malice. His initial plans had progressed smoothly, compelling the emperor to bend to the will of the aristocracy. However, ever since the emperor's visit to Guangning City, everything had gone awry. The situation was dire. He could foresee that. Given the current reliance of the common folk in Fanyang on the coal mines, they would inevitably become a continuous source of wealth for Qin Feng. Watching Qin Feng profit in Fanyang was more excruciating than if it were stolen from him outright. Thus, it was imperative to intervene. Send people to locate the coal mines nearby. If the Liao King can sell coal, we can too. The frustration of having his plans thwarted by the Liao King drove the prideful Lu Ling into a frenzy. If he could not exact revenge, he would be consumed by bitterness for the rest of his life, unable to achieve clarity of thought. Born into a prestigious family, he had experienced nothing but smooth sailing without any setbacks. Even if he never accomplished great deeds in his lifetime, the emperor would still appoint him as the governor of Hebei, for no one else dared to covet that position. Unfortunately, Lu Ling was unaware that after provoking Qin Feng, retribution would come swifter than he anticipated. The grudge against Guangning City would not linger until the morrow. Upon discovering the enemy's location, Zhu Lai led a contingent of 50 elite soldiers into Shanhai Pass under the pretext of escorting coal. Over the years, they had captured Donghu people without ever informing Qin Feng, deeming such matters trivial. Now, with 2 lives lost in Guangning City, this situation could not go unaddressed. The civilians under the Liao King's command were not to be killed at whim. Their target lay within the Miyun Mountain area, 50 miles north of Fanyang City, where a branch of the Qin family was responsible for training assassins. The operation would take place tonight, leaving no one alive. Zhu Lai coldly articulated the mission parameters. This was a customary practice among the soldiers of Guangning City. Although Zhu Lai often appeared somewhat dull-witted when it came to military matters, he was more astute than anyone else. This was a habit cultivated through relentless training over the years, allowing him to execute any military action with the precision of a machine. While some might deem this rigid, it proved highly effective in combat. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Feng entrusted him with command over the army of Guangning City. The moonlight was bright, casting a dazzling glow over the snow-covered ground. As they approached the Miyun Mountain area, the soldiers drew weapons hidden within the coal and donned white cloaks, which enabled them to blend seamlessly into the snowy landscape. They stealthily infiltrated a small stockade. Suddenly, the dogs within the compound began to bark, only to be silenced with a singular howl as they collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Zhu Erling was the first to burst into a room, splattering blood that stained the window paper crimson. The slaughter began silently. They were well-trained, precise, and efficient. Within less than half an hour, not a single living creature remained in the stockade. Delivery, Zhu Erling called out, and all the soldiers buried their bloodied garments and weapons, continuing to push the coal cart nonchalantly toward the handover point. These 50 men spent a night in Fanyang City and returned early the next morning. Nearing Guangning City, when Fanyang finally reacted, "My Lord Lu, it was you who ordered me to ambush the coal transport team, yet in just one night. A branch of my Qin family was slaughtered. They didn't spare even the dogs in the village. It must have been the Liao King's doing. He is terrifying, and the Qin family cannot withstand his wrath. You must save us, my Lord Lu." With that, the patriarch of the Qin family knelt before Lu Ling Fool. "If the assassins you raised had dealt with that coal transport team, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. Even I, the governor, am now at a disadvantage." The Qin family patriarch prostrated himself repeatedly. "I never anticipated the Liao King's power to be so formidable and his bloodlust so severe. After all, we once utilized the Hu people to massacre Guangning City." Silence. Lu Ling struck the Qin patriarch across the face with a resounding slap. "Not every matter can be spoken of so casually. It was my folly, the patriarch muttered, continually slapping his own face. "Enough." Lu Ling, agitated, lifted 3 incense sticks and bowed thrice before the long-cherished statue, finally placing the incense in the offering bowl. This incident would undoubtedly attract the emperor's attention, prompting an investigation. "You must eliminate all traces, kill anyone who could be a witness, and leave no incriminating evidence. As for the Qin family, I assure you they will not fall into decline." "Thank you, my Lord Lu. Thank you, my Lord Lu. Now go." Lu Ling waved his hand, and the Qin patriarch bowed as he departed. An elderly servant standing nearby prostrated himself before Lu Ling. "My lord, how do you intend to handle the Qin clan? Select a few children to hide away first. If the Qin family truly angers the emperor, then leave none alive. Once I consolidate power, I shall support those children, establishing a new branch of the Qin family. I shall prepare this at once." At the Fanyang government office, when the emperor learned of the Miyun bloodbath, he was left speechless with shock. Was it truly the sixth brother's doing? The assassins who killed the coal workers of Guangning City were indeed the Qin family's trained killers. and that stockade served as their training ground. The massacre of a village of hundreds in a single night was bound to draw the attention of Jia Su, stationed nearby, who could quickly piece together the facts. Furthermore, the soldiers involved in the coal handover reported that one of the coal workers they encountered was exceptionally ugly, which startled them greatly. It was likely Zhu Lai, who stands by the Liao King's side. A smile emerged on the emperor's face. I never imagined the sixth brother would be so audacious. He merely wiped out one of the Chun family's stockades. It's a form of vengeance for me. There is no need to pursue this matter further. Let it be suppressed. I hope these aristocratic families will become more compliant. I truly wish to avoid bloodshed on a massive scale. Chapter 17. The sixth brother has done me a great favor. With the coal and iron furnaces supplied by Guangning City, the disaster-stricken areas surrounding Fanyang City finally began to see relief. The affected populace rekindled a glimmer of hope for their lives. However, restoring order swiftly remained beyond the current capabilities of the court. The critical resources in the north were firmly in the grasp of the aristocratic families. Even the emperor remained oblivious to the extent of their hidden supplies. Sitting before the iron furnace, the emperor warmed his legs. Since acquiring the furnace, it had become his daily ritual to bask in its heat, leaving him feeling wonderfully warm and comfortable. Hu Yong cautiously accompanied the emperor, observing his countenance for a considerable time before finally speaking. The Liu family of Fanyang has become a colossal entity, entrenched not only over Fanyang City, but throughout the northern region. After 1,000 years of development, the Liu family's influence has permeated every corner of this land. To put it simply, wherever the court cannot reach, the Liu family can govern. Where the court dares not intervene, the Liu family will. The court's mandates, whether enforced or neglected, are all within the Liu family's purview. Enough. Emperor Qing interrupted Hu Yong's discourse, expressing his discontent with the Liu clan's presumption of authority over the northern populace. In this realm, it is not permissible for others to govern on my behalf. Hu Yong promptly bowed his head in agreement, acknowledging the emperor's sentiments. As Emperor Qing added coal to the furnace, he remarked, however, given that Fanyang has only just stabilized, I cannot resort to military force to dismantle the Liu clan, as doing so may provoke a rebellion among them. Should the situation escalate into chaos, it is the common folk who would suffer the most. It is precisely this concern that compels me to afford the Liu clan an opportunity. Upon arriving in Fanyang, Emperor Qing not only brought substantial relief supplies, but also commanded an army of 100,000 troops. When combined with the forces stationed along the Great Wall and those of the surrounding vassal kings, it would be sufficient to obliterate the prominent families in the vicinity. Yet, such an action would leave the northern region in disarray for many years, rendering it incapable of recovery within his lifetime. This precarious situation necessitated that he refrain from military action against the northern Hu until he reached the age of 70, at which point he may no longer be able to lead troops into battle. In contrast to these families, Hu Yong represented the true threat. Consequently, should the dismantling of the aristocracy proceed smoothly, he preferred not to resort to extreme measures. Fortunately, the sixth prince had provided him with a significant surprise. Reflecting on Qin Feng, a smile crept across Emperor Qing's face. Prior to his arrival in Fanyang, he was well aware that the aristocracy was exploiting the disaster-stricken populace to coerce him into relinquishing governance. He, too, had wielded military might to compel the aristocracy to aid the afflicted. Unfortunately, until they obtained tangible benefits from him, the aristocracy remained duplicitous. The sixth prince had assisted him, and in doing so, had also aided the aristocracy. Witnessing the suffering of the disaster victims weighed heavily on his conscience, and he contemplated taking stronger action against the aristocracy. Were it not for the sixth prince's coal supply, he might have already taken decisive action. The sixth prince had effectively saved the aristocracy of Hebei, regrettably. The Liu clan in Fanyang remained oblivious to this and sought to trouble him instead, an act of utmost folly. Hu Yong lowered his head even further, inquiring if there was anything the emperor required of him. Support the sixth prince. Assist the king of Liao? Hu Yong pondered for a considerable time, unable to discern the emperor's true intentions. Emperor Qing fixed his gaze upon Hu Yong's countenance and articulated his plan. Since the king of Liao has already acted on my behalf against the aristocracy, let him continue to do so. I can now extricate myself from this quagmire, allowing the sixth prince to confront the aristocracy. This son of mine is indeed not born in vain. A wave of satisfaction washed over Emperor Qing. Upon hearing this, Hu Yong fully grasped the emperor's strategy and promptly gave a thumbs up. Your Majesty, this move is magnificent. The ongoing conflict between the court and the aristocracy risked spiraling out of control, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. even rendering the entire province of Hebei barren. However, with the king of Liao now opposing the aristocracy, the intensity of the conflict would undoubtedly diminish, allowing your majesty to reap the benefits as an observer. Hu Yong, brimming with excitement, slapped his thigh in exhilaration. Even if I racked my brain, I could not conceive such a brilliant stratagem. Emperor Qing relished the flattery, unperturbed by the prospect of revealing more. When I conferred titles upon the vassal kings years ago, I had contemplated this very scenario. Yet all those sons proved to be disappointments, some even infiltrated by the aristocracy. Who would have thought that the one I overlooked, the sixth prince, would emerge to assist me? Nevertheless, the sixth prince still lacks the necessary strength before the aristocracy. The court must support him further. Hu Yong's lips twitched at this remark. The king of Liao lacks strength? Your majesty, are you jesting? 20 against 200. Annihilating the opposition while sustaining minimal losses is an achievement few can claim throughout history. Moreover, the king of Liao had retaliated that very night, decisively eliminating a faction of the Qin family within the aristocracy. To suggest he was not strong enough was utterly absurd. Furthermore, to infiltrate the aristocracy's territory, which had been cultivated over a millennium, to enact vengeance on behalf of just two individuals was an audacious act that only the most reckless could contemplate. Perhaps the king of Liao was too youthful and impetuous. Yet, this brazen approach inadvertently diverted the aristocracy's attention, significantly aiding Emperor Qing's cause. Should he strategize further behind the scenes for the king of Liao, he might very well succeed in dismantling these aristocratic families. Moreover, doing so would undoubtedly earn him the emperor's favor and strengthen his ties with the king of Liao. The vast wealth accumulated by the aristocracy over millennia could potentially yield him a substantial fortune. Even a fraction of that would elevate him from his humble beginnings to a position of prominence. The prospect of rising through the ranks filled Hu Yong with delight. But he was abruptly interrupted by an unusual scent. What is burning? He glanced down to discover that he had inadvertently pressed his shoe against the glowing red furnace, scorching it. Ouch, that's hot. He leapt up, hopping on one foot and grimacing as he removed his burnt shoe to inspect the damage. Thankfully, his foot had escaped unscathed. But now he was left with only this single pair of shoes. The thought of being without footwear in the north troubled him immensely. Emperor Qing observed Hu Yong's antics, a light-hearted expression gracing his face. His earlier conversation with Hu Yong had served not merely as discourse, but as a means to gauge his loyalties. It was evident now that Hu Yong was not aligned with the aristocracy. The proud aristocrats would undoubtedly look down upon someone so prone to folly, regardless of Hu Yong's position as the left chancellor. Had Lu Ling been privy to the emperor's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at them. His disdain extended not only to Hu Yong but also encompassed the emperor himself, Qin Chongqing, whom he regarded with the same contempt, despite his current status as emperor. Chapter 18. Thus spoke Emperor Qing. Hu Yong had developed a profound admiration for coal. He recognized that this resource, beyond its utility in disaster relief, could also serve as a monumental achievement, promising a significant rise in his fortunes if managed wisely. With winter's arrival, the price of charcoal had surged across numerous cities, a consequence of millennia of extraction and deforestation. Many households were reluctant to spend exorbitant sums for warmth, opting instead to endure the cold. In contrast, coal remained remarkably affordable. Once coal became widespread in Fanyang, he would turn his attention to its distribution in the northwest. If successful, it would be a remarkable accomplishment, potentially etching his name in history. Perhaps he could even be hailed as the Coal Chancellor, a title that did not seem too far-fetched. Clad in his tattered shoes, Hu Yong, oblivious to his numbed feet, eagerly envisioned his future. How should he express his gratitude to the king of Liao? The emperor had instructed him to draft a reward for the king, yet what could the king possibly lack? For a time, he found himself at a loss, pondering for half a day before seizing the opportunity to present his proposal to Emperor Qing under the cover of darkness. Your Majesty, the treasury's resources are limited. This is the proposed reward for the king of Liao. Should any adjustments be made? Emperor Qing accepted the document and scrutinized the proposed rewards: 500 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of hemp, 300 bolts of cloth, 100 bolts of silk, 20 rolls of cloud brocade, and 600 pounds of tea. This is far too meager, he remarked, displeased. After more than a decade, this is the best I can offer the sixth prince for his efforts in disaster relief. The total is worth less than the coal he supplied. Your Majesty, the treasury is genuinely depleted, and these rewards represent the utmost limit of what we can provide. Hu Yong explained. Emperor Qing sighed deeply. Add a ceremonial robe for the sixth prince. And how many troops does the king of Liao have at his disposal? Your Majesty, 12,000 men. However, since the massacre at Guangning City, it is likely that the king struggles to muster even that number. Emperor Qing's expression shifted at Hu Yong's words, recalling the workers at the heating plant in Guangning City. If only they donned armor and wielded weapons, they would instantly transform into elite soldiers. Even Su Da, who has years of combat experience, would regard them with caution. The garrison of the Great Wall was once breached by the northern Hu, resulting in a significant number of deserters and fleeing soldiers. However, if the forces of the Liao King were to encounter the northern Hu, they would undoubtedly fight to the last man. Such was their discipline and obedience, qualities that even made the emperor feel a pang of envy. Had he possessed such exceptional soldiers in his time, he would not have needed to hide in the Jiangnan region for so many years, ultimately culminating in a desperate attempt to restore order to the realm. An edict was drafted, permitting the Liao King to maintain an army of 30,000. Hu Yong immediately expressed skepticism. Your Majesty, the Liao King may not even possess 10,000 troops. I have visited Guangning City and know the Liao King better than you do, the emperor retorted. It seems I have spoken out of turn. Furthermore, the Liao King's elite soldiers were granted special permission to enter Shanhaiguan to safeguard the coal transport caravans. Hu Yong fell to his knees in alarm. Your Majesty, this is unwise. There has never been a precedent for the vassal king's soldiers to roam freely beyond their fief. The emperor remained unfazed. If I am not afraid, why should you be? Even if I am indifferent, upon returning to the court, the ministers will undoubtedly harbor great apprehension towards the Liao King and will seek various means to impose restrictions. The crown prince may also become suspicious. Upon hearing the mention of the crown prince, a smile involuntarily graced the emperor's face. The crown prince had received all of his paternal affection. He was his most treasured heir. Indeed, throughout history, the position of the crown prince of the Qing dynasty had been the most secure. Even should the crown prince one day suggest, "Father, abdicate and allow me to ascend the throne," the emperor would not hesitate to yield, even executing anyone who dared obstruct the crown prince's ascension. The crown prince was exceedingly remarkable, destined to surpass the emperor as an even greater ruler. The emperor felt an enduring pride for him. It was precisely because of the crown prince's guardianship that he dared to command the troops stationed in Fanyang. Even if he were to perish there, he wished to create a secure and stable realm for the crown prince to flourish in the future. That will not be necessary. The sixth prince is his brother, his true brother. By the way, let this matter be conveyed to the crown prince and see what his thoughts are. Hu Yong wiped his forehead, which bore no sweat, with his sleeve. He had not encountered such an emperor in the annals of history. Typically, emperors are rife with suspicion towards their heirs, even leading to the execution of some crown princes. Yet, the atmosphere within the Qing royal family was remarkably harmonious. This may stem from the emperor's early loss of family, making him cherish paternal bonds all the more. Of course, Hu Yong understood that the crown prince was genuinely filial, and his affection was not feigned. This harmonious father-son relationship even evoked envy in Hu Yong. I shall inform the crown prince, he said. Let us settle this for now. Go and prepare. I shall attend to it at once. After Hu Yong departed, Su Da, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, entered the room. Your Majesty, you summoned me for what purpose? A private matter. Come, sit. Su Da was momentarily bewildered but complied and sat beside the stove while the emperor continued. What is your daughter currently engaged in? Su Da scratched his head. She is in Fanyang, providing disaster relief. Upon hearing of the calamity, she advocated for the wealthy to donate, then gathered many physicians and procured a large quantity of medicinal supplies to come to Fanyang to treat the people. Su Da's frustration grew as he spoke. I initially opposed her coming here, but that headstrong girl refused to listen and ultimately snuck away. Now, all my anger has turned into helplessness. She has grown beyond my control. The emperor could not help but smile. I find her actions commendable. I wonder if she might take a liking to the sixth prince. Su Da immediately shivered. Your Majesty, are you considering a marriage proposal? Let your daughter accompany the envoy to Guangning City first, and they may meet the sixth prince to discuss matters further. Truly? Let us observe how the young ones fare. The emperor replied with a smile. Su Da felt profoundly moved. Throughout history, emperors have dictated whom their sons should wed, rarely considering their children's sentiments. It was precisely because the emperor valued the thoughts of the younger generation that he could cultivate such an outstanding crown prince and such a remarkable Liao King. Su Da resolved to learn from the emperor. Wonderful. I shall share this delightful news with my daughter. With that, he hurriedly rushed out. Eager for the Liao King to become his son-in-law, there was no better choice than the Liao King. He hastened to Tongshan Hall, weaving through the throngs of sickly citizens. Finally spotting his daughter, who was personally preparing medicine for the patients, he excitedly relayed the emperor's intentions to her, eagerly awaiting her response. Yet Su Ninger did not even lift her head. I refuse to go. Chapter 19. Is there truly such a father? Su Ninger was exceedingly furious. Who could have imagined that the illustrious General Su Da, a brother to the current emperor and a revered figure among hundreds of thousands of soldiers, would act like a child in front of his own daughter, throwing a tantrum on the ground? Was this how a father should behave? It was utterly humiliating. She could no longer bear to stay in Tanshan Hall. Under the curious gazes of the doctors and patients, Su Ninger covered her face and fled the hall. You cannot escape your fate, Su Da chuckled, dusting himself off as he stood up. Forgive me, I have embarrassed myself, he said, following behind his daughter as they exited the medical establishment. The Liao King is truly impressive, he called after her. Dad, could you please refrain from behaving like this in the future? Su Ninger stomped her foot in frustration. If you had listened to me, I wouldn't be in this position. Meet him, and afterward, I promise not to act this way again. Su Ninger was utterly exasperated. In any case, you cannot remain in Tanshan Hall for the next few days. That was uncalled for, he retorted. Su Ninger was infuriated. You still have the nerve to say that. The Liao King is quite handsome. You will undoubtedly like him. If you do, I will immediately go to the emperor and arrange a wedding for the spring. Soon, we will have grandchildren. Father. Su Ninger was both embarrassed and angry, ultimately turning on her heel and retreating into her room. Remember to go. I know. It's so irritating. The ancient wooden door slammed shut with a bang, nearly hitting Su Da's nose. Su Da took a couple of steps back, rubbed his nose, and smiled foolishly. It seems she may indeed go. Lingering here is of no use. Just as he prepared to return to the camp, he noticed people on the street pointing and whispering. Look, that is General Su Da, the father of Miss Ninger. Is he truly the famed general of the Great Wall? I just saw him rolling on the ground in the medical hall. Could he be gravely ill? Su Da promptly covered his face. 1,000 enemies slain, yet 800 lost in the process. In retrospect, it was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Meanwhile, after Su Ninger returned to her room, she began instructing her maid, Xiao Dai, to pack her belongings. Miss, I've heard that Guangning City is freezing. Should we not bring extra clothing? Find my white mink cloak. It's too warm for everyday wear. But this is a perfect opportunity to wear it. Miss, do you truly intend to marry the Liao King? Su Ninger wrinkled her nose. I agreed to accompany my father to Guangning City because I suddenly remembered that the deer antler and other medicinal materials from the Liao region are quite good, and Tanshan Hall is running low on supplies. I plan to take more money this time to procure a batch. As for the Liao King, I only learned of him today and have no idea why my father suddenly wishes for me to marry him. Xiao Dai diligently organized the luggage, dreamily adding, perhaps the Liao King is indeed quite remarkable. Su Ninger shook her head. Who knows? The following morning, Su Ninger set out in a horse-drawn carriage, accompanied by guards, to meet the envoy, embarking on their grand journey to Guangning City with a party of over 50 people. At the Liao King's residence, Qin Feng had been feeling rather bored of late. Even though the hall was filled with mesmerizing songs and dances, there was little interest in watching them. Day after day, night after night, one inevitably grows weary of the same sights. Ever since the coal transport team encountered issues, Hong Wan had devoted herself to managing trade routes, resulting in fewer rehearsals for the court dancers. As for Zhu Lai's expedition into the interior to annihilate a noble clan, Qin Feng paid it no heed. Those who dared to slay his Liao King should be prepared for death themselves. Hadn't the Donghu tribes refrained from disturbing Guangning City for the past 2 years? Where could one find amusement now? Qin Feng shifted his position, idly stroking his chin and pondering. My lord, my lord. With a loud bang, the hall doors flew open, cold winds sweeping into the grand chamber. Zhu Erling hurried over to Qin Feng. My lord, why are you not angry? Why are you not scolding me? Qin Feng shot Zhu Lai a weary glance. I am accustomed to it. What is it this time? Another envoy from the court has arrived. And this time there are even more than before. Oh, Qin Feng's interest peaked at once. Have those 2 old fellows returned again? Zhu Erling scratched his head. I'm not sure. Send someone to welcome them. We wouldn't want them to get lost again. It would be unfortunate if they froze to death in this icy wilderness. I shall arrange it immediately. As he watched Zhu Erling depart, Qin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin once more. What was the purpose of this latest envoy? They seemed to be coming with increasing frequency. Outside of Shanhaiguan, the sun blazed above, while snowflakes swirled and danced in the frigid northern winds. This snow is blinding. Su Ninger lowered the curtain of the carriage, huddling tightly within her white cloak. It's so cold that even the hot water bottle has gone cold. Xiao Dai complained beside her. At least there is sunlight. That has something to be thankful for. Su Ninger remained unfazed, her character being quite bold and unrefined. This land beyond the pass is indeed vast. No wonder it is called Liao territory. Is this all the domain of the Liao King? It's so immense. Xiao Dai was utterly astonished. Logically, yes, but what good is such vastness when there isn't even a village in sight? It's far too desolate. Xiao Dai pouted. I heard that His Majesty has conferred 9 kings, and the Liao King is the poorest among them. Su Ninger laughed heartily at this, patting her plump waist. Well, it just so happens that I have money. I might as well lend a hand to this impoverished Liao King. Miss, do you have a good impression of the Liao King? Su Ninger smiled faintly. Perhaps. Her gaze became somewhat distant. Since arriving in Fanyang City, witnessing the countless lives lost each day has weighed heavily on my heart. Even though I exert myself to heal the sick, it feels like a drop in the bucket. I can only watch as the people's eyes grow numb, filled with despair, until the Liao King brought in coal. The warmth from the coal fire truly brought comfort. And the people's eyes gradually regained their luster, allowing them to see hope once more. The Liao King saved the entire city of Fanyang. He is far more capable than I am. I heard someone say that the Liao King is merely trying to win the people's hearts. Su Ninger's gaze instantly turned icy. Who said that? Xiao Dai shrank back, frightened. Everyone in Fanyang City is saying so. And what else did they say? They also said that the Liao King intends to profit from selling coal, engaging in the base business of merchants. Such a person is unworthy of being a king and cannot defend the borders for the court. Furthermore what? Furthermore, 6 years ago, Liao territory was ravaged, and hundreds of thousands of people were taken as slaves. All of that was the Liao King's fault. Xiao Dai's voice grew softer as she spoke. Chapter 20. The envoy arrives in Guangning City. All of that was the Liao King's fault? Su Ning narrowed her eyes, a cold smile gracing her lips. At that time, the Liao King was merely a child of barely over 10 years. What could he possibly understand? It was clear that someone sought to harm the Liao King. Xiao Dai suddenly understood. The Liao King had clearly done good deeds. Why do they still treat him so poorly? Su Ninger turned her gaze back to the blinding white outside the window. Who knows? She murmured, her curiosity about Qin Feng growing. What kind of person was the Liao King truly? As she pondered, a clear sound of bells rang from afar, and the caravan began to halt in caution. There are cavalry. The guards outside the window visibly tensed. It was the distinctive sound of bells unique to Guangning City, a sound she had heard many times within its walls. Xiao Dai leaned out the window. The two groups of people quickly drew closer, cautiously sending out cavalry to negotiate before finally merging together. The official in charge of this mission, Gong Gong, approached Su Ninger's carriage with utmost respect. Miss Su, the Liao King has prepared better carriages. You should ride in that one. Su Ninger spotted the sleek carriage immediately. That's the one my father mentioned. Her eyes brightened, and she promptly descended the carriage with Xiao Dai. Is it truly warm inside? Gong Gong lowered his posture. Although he held a relatively high status among the eunuchs, he chose to bow before Su Ninger, who might one day become the Liao King's consort. After all, he was merely a servant of the royal family. This is my first time as well, so I cannot say. You'll know once you see it. Let us go? Su Ninger boldly entered the sleek carriage. It's so warm. The cozy interior filled her with delight. Finally, she would not have to endure the cold any longer. This is my first time riding in such a carriage. Let us go quickly. She became excited, for she was a blossoming young woman. And no matter how illustrious her lineage, she could not escape the heart of a girl. Set off. Once the carriage door was closed, the interior transformed into a comfortable little haven. Through the glass, the scenery outside unfolded in a marvelous display. How fast! The sleek carriage hugged the ground closely, enhancing the sensation of speed, far more exhilarating than riding a horse. Su Ninger struggled to contain her smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Dai clung tightly to her seat, terrified. Miss, it's too fast. Can we slow down? Go faster. Su Ninger shouted from inside, and the carriage driver seemed to hear, suddenly accelerating, causing Xiao Dai to scream. How exhilarating! Her face flushed with excitement, her bright eyes sparkling with innocent joy. She appeared utterly charming. The carriage sped along, and the girl inside could hardly contain her enthusiasm, even opening the glass window to let the cold wind rush in. How refreshing! Su Ninger shed her poised demeanor, reveling in the joy of the moment. How is this crystal so transparent? The window design is exquisite. Xiao Dai, how much do you think this carriage would cost if we wanted to buy it? Xiao Dai, nearly in tears, replied, Miss, this carriage has no wheels. It can only be used here. This carriage is too fast. I'm terrified. Then let us play here. Xiao Dai didn't respond, her face suddenly turning crimson as she pressed her hands tightly against her crossed legs. Miss, can we stop? I can't hold it any longer. Su Ninger immediately displayed a look of disdain. The prolonged transportation of coal had greatly improved the road from Shanhaiguan to Guangning City. In just half a day's time, the caravan arrived at Guangning City, the most crucial stronghold beyond the pass. Su Ninger curiously surveyed everything within the city. Those cylindrical buildings made of red bricks, the meticulously planned streets, and the towering smokestacks emitting black smoke, all of it filled her with astonishment. This city showed no trace of the massacre and wanton destruction inflicted by the Hu people 6 years ago. She observed everything outside the window with keen interest. Moreover, all the buildings appeared quite new. They must have been constructed in recent years. How is this red brick made? I've never seen anything like it before. Wow. There are so many places here that can afford transparent crystal. Is there a crystal mine near Guangning City? Everything about Guangning City left her utterly spellbound. It was a sight she had never encountered throughout her entire life. Xiao Dai was not in a much better state, continuously exclaiming in the carriage. Miss, look at that enormous vehicle. It is drawn by 4 horses racing along the tracks, and it's filled with so many people. How peculiar. Upon arriving at the central plaza, the bustling scene before them instantly awakened the innate shopping desire that women possess. Let us go inside and have some fun. However, they were promptly halted by Wang Gonggong. Miss Su, we still have imperial orders to fulfill. It would be prudent to attend to our business before indulging in leisure. Su Ning's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let us hurry. I want to see what this Liao Wang truly looks like. After witnessing the marvel of Guangning City, her curiosity about Qin Feng intensified. What manner of existence could construct such a city in a mere 6 years? Furthermore, there were many strange aspects of the city that she could not fathom their purpose. At that moment, she was desperate to pull Qin Feng out to answer the myriad questions swirling in her mind. Little did she know, every move they made was being observed through a telescope by Qin Feng, who was keenly aware of their actions. There are so many envoys this time, and they brought a significant amount of supplies. It appears quite formal. The last 2 fellows brought only a dozen people. Compared to this envoy group, they seemed utterly insignificant. Qin Feng mused inwardly. However, this was only his second encounter with court envoys, and he was unfamiliar with their typical demeanor. Moreover, he noticed 2 girls among the envoy team. The one wearing a fur hat, devoid of a beard, always smiling and bending over, appeared to be the leader. Suddenly, Zhu Erling, standing beside Qin Feng, commented, Your Highness, doesn't that lead envoy seem a bit delicate? Qin Feng shot Zhu Erling a disdainful glance. Why focus on a eunuch when there is beauty present? Regrettably, the telescope only provided a vague image. He couldn't discern the specifics. He merely felt that the young lady seemed to be hiding something bulky in her embrace, perhaps a treasure. Zhu Erling suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. Ah, Your Highness. I know. That eunuch. Huh. It's all the same. Your Highness, you can bet there's nothing there. I want to see for myself. Chapter 21. Unfilial Son, what are you trying to do? In the city of Fanyang, the Lu residence sprawled over an expanse of 800 acres. Nestled in the heart of the city, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, pavilions, and water pavilions, its grandeur was second only to the imperial palace in the capital. In truth, had it not been for the initial decision to carve out 300 acres for commercial use to avoid suspicion, the Lu residence would have far surpassed the size of the Qing imperial palace. Within its grounds thrived centuries-old flora, with numerous trees over a millennium old, and many seemingly ordinary artifacts might very well have been passed down from prior dynasties. The bronze ceremonial vessels currently used by the Qing emperor for ancestral worship were originally gifted by the Lu family. Consequently, the Qing emperor had been the subject of quiet ridicule from the Lu family, who mocked him as a mere orphaned cowherd with no ancestors to honor. Lu Ling had once suggested the Qing emperor adopt a new ancestry, as history had a notable general of the Qin surname who was of the 5th generation and 3rd rank, but the Qing emperor flatly refused. That Qin Changqing is utterly ungrateful. To have a family legacy spanning thousands of years, carrying cultural significance, is a tremendous honor. The Jiuzai Hall, named after the 9 chancellors produced by the Lu family, was Lu Ling's favored retreat. He had even prepared a plaque for the Shirzai Hall, crafted from the finest golden silk Nanmu wood. He personally inscribed it, spending half a month to produce the most satisfactory version, and commissioned a family of woodcarvers with a lineage of 14 generations to carve it. At this moment, Lu Ling was dusting the plaque. Qin Changqing, O Qin Changqing, only by becoming your chancellor can your dynasty achieve the enduring stability that my family has enjoyed for millennia. Yet you persist in fretting over the trivial gains of the commoners. It is simply absurd. Lu Ling closed his eyes and turned to his old servant behind him. Has the envoy dispatched by the Qing emperor arrived in Guangning City? Yes. Ensure they never return. Understood. The old servant bowed and withdrew. A smile crept across Lu Ling's lips. You intend to support a pup that wishes to challenge me? I am prepared for you. As an emperor. One should not overly concern oneself with the affections of a son. Lu Ling picked up his brush, laughing as he penned a memorial. The deeper the love, the greater the pain. Someone, take this memorial to His Majesty. In the Fanyang official residence, occupying an area of 5 acres, the atmosphere was exceedingly austere. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Lu Ling has submitted a memorial. Hu Yong, wearing patched official boots, hurriedly rushed into the room. The Qing Emperor, leisurely sipping tea by the stove, glanced up. Is Lu Ling admitting fault? No, Your Majesty, please take a look. The Qing Emperor chuckled as he accepted the memorial, reading it slowly. After just a few characters, his smile faded, and as he read further, his expression darkened. By the end, the fury in his eyes had reached a boiling point. His body trembled with rage, causing the eunuchs serving in the room to drop to their knees, and Hu Yong was thoroughly flustered. It was the first time he had witnessed the Qing Emperor so enraged. The oppressive atmosphere persisted for several moments, with only the sound of the Qing Emperor's heavy breathing filling the room, until it erupted into a roar. Scoundrel! Unfilial son! With a crash, a teacup that had been in use for over a decade shattered on the stove, the evaporating tea emitting a hissing sound. What on earth does he intend to do? He privately recruited 30,000 soldiers and secretly trained them for 3 years. Is he planning a rebellion? Investigate. I want Suda to thoroughly uncover the truth. The Qing Emperor gasped for breath, consumed by rage. I shall relay this immediately. Hu Yong hurriedly exited the room, wiping the sweat from his brow. The Qing Emperor valued paternal bonds above all else, and Lu Ling's memorial struck a nerve with him. Furthermore, Lu Ling's actions were clearly aimed at severing ties with the Qing Emperor. However, without clarifying the situation with the Jin Prince, the Emperor's forces could not be mobilized. In Guangning City, Qin Feng welcomed the court envoy into the main hall, while discreetly sending Zhu Erling away. This dim-witted fellow might inadvertently cause trouble for the court envoy, which would be highly undesirable. Liao Wang received the decree. The sharp, piercing voice echoed within the palace, jarring to the ears. Some of the palace guards hastily knelt, while others stood frozen, inexperienced in receiving decrees. Qin Feng felt utterly bewildered. This eunuch had the unmistakable air of an envoy. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to be a fake. The commotion he caused could not be fabricated without some physical component. When compared to Brother Bai truly resembled a counterfeit envoy. Perhaps it was merely that they did not regard this visit highly due to it being their first time. Fortunately, in Qing, one did not need to kneel to receive a decree. A slight bow sufficed. Of course, if Qin Feng were to kneel, then the eunuch would certainly expect him to bow 5 times. Only the Son of Heaven is worthy of a prince's kneeling. By heavenly mandate, the Emperor decrees, Liao Wang has guarded the borders for over a decade, exhibiting diligence and merit. Now, having presented coal to relieve the disaster, the Emperor is greatly pleased and bestows upon Liao Wang 500 taels of gold. As Qin Feng listened to the eunuch's impassioned and rhythmic proclamation, his mind buzzed. Compared to these rewards, he was far more intrigued by the eunuch before him. It was his first encounter with a living eunuch. It was said that eunuchs carried a distinctive scent, yet that was merely hearsay. Upon reflection, how could an emperor employ a eunuch with an unpleasant odor? Only when the eunuch called out, Liao Wang, received the decree, did Qin Feng snap back to reality. He was simply unaccustomed to such a ceremonious setting, with its numerous rules and formalities. I humbly thank His Majesty. Having received the imperial edict, Qin Feng examined it repeatedly. Indeed, it was a splendid golden silk scroll adorned with a paper edict. Quite exquisite, a worthy addition to his collection, he thought, and resolved to find a glass case to preserve it. As for the rewards, they were hardly substantial. Gold was indeed the most valuable, while the other items were of little worth, indicating the court's dire financial state. What surprised him most was the fact that the Liao soldiers were allowed to don armor and enter the borders to escort coal mines, and the number amounted to 600. With these 600 armored soldiers, combined with the laborers from the coal transport teams, no one would dare to rob his coal convoy again. This decree was truly commendable. Furthermore, anyone who dared to provoke him would be swiftly dealt with by his troops. Qin Feng felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. He did not consider himself a bloodthirsty individual. Rather, he believed this era to be excessively brutal. If one did not eliminate others, they would be eliminated instead. He simply wished to prevent his fief from being ravaged. Hence, anyone who dared to show hostility would be met with immediate retribution. After all, he had always acted this way towards the Eastern Hu. As for the court's permission for him to maintain an army of 30,000, he paid little heed. In truth, he commanded merely a few thousand elite cavalry. The rest were militia. Could militia be deemed as soldiers? Certainly not. Your Majesty, before leaving, There is one matter that the emperor insisted I convey, remarked the eunuch, turning slightly to reveal the blushing Su Ninger behind him. His Majesty has decreed that you should spend more time accompanying Miss Ninger. Miss Ninger, I have delivered you here. He concluded with a smile before departing with the envoy to rest at the guest house, leaving the bashful Su Ning standing before Qin Feng, quite at a loss. She had initially held no particular impression of the Liao King, only thinking that Qin Feng had performed admirably in disaster relief. However, that did not mean she was obliged to favor him. She yearned, as expressed in the plays, to pursue love boldly, unconfined by societal constraints. Yet upon meeting Qin Feng, her perspective abruptly shifted. To hell with those plays. What brave pursuit of love. She now longed for the very societal restrictions she had once resented. She even found her unreliable father unbearably so. Why had he not arranged a marriage for her? Was it truly so difficult to request a marriage decree from the emperor? Chapter 22. I crave venison. Su Ninger stood before Qin Feng, her gaze evasive and exceedingly shy. Though tall among women, she still had to lift her delicate head to meet his eyes. That clear yet foolish gaze made Qin Feng momentarily dazed. He was all too familiar with such expressions. Those he encountered either possessed innocence, apathy, or unbridled ambition. It was the first time he had witnessed such an expression in Qing. Prepare accommodations for Miss Ninger, Qin Feng instructed the servants of the royal residence. Stepping closer to her. Now that you are in Guangning, do you have any places you wish to visit? A flush of embarrassment crept onto Su Ninger's cheeks, and she nervously patted her bulging waist. I have money, she exclaimed suddenly. Xiao Dai covered her face and turned her head away, tugging at Su Ninger's clothing. Miss. Although the Liao King is exceptionally handsome, there is no need to become so flustered simply by speaking. Where had the astute and composed young lady gone? Qin Feng found her amusing. Her words were rather foolish. Do not be anxious. I shall not devour you. Su Ning nearly buried her head in the ground. I heard you were poor. I have money to support you. Su Ninger hurriedly covered her mouth, nearly in tears, her pink ears turning completely red. This was the first time in her life she had felt so mortified. No. My money is for purchasing medicinal herbs. She stammered in explanation. Xiao Dai was too embarrassed to face her mistress. Qin Feng found the young girl sent by the emperor to be exceedingly delightful, almost inexplicably excited by the notion. To be supported by a beautiful little heiress had once been his ultimate dream. Alas, how he longed to experience that feeling. Qin Feng's words completely bewildered Su Ninger, her mind going blank as she stood there in a daze. It's getting dark, and it's rather cold outside. Let us move indoors. Oh, all right. Su Ninger had no idea how she entered the room, her mind feeling utterly scrambled. How could anyone be so handsome? Seated upon the throne, Qin Feng observed the dazed Su Ninger with growing amusement. It was far more entertaining than watching a dance. He had never encountered such a shy girl before. Her features were soft and exquisite, embodying the gentle grace of a Jiangnan maiden, her voice sweet and tender, unlike the boisterous women of Guangning. His penetrating gaze rendered her restless. Please, Your Highness, avert your gaze, she implored. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That adorable voice could stir the emotions of any man. Let us discuss matters at hand. Are you seeking to purchase ginseng from Guangning? The Liao region is known for its three treasures: ginseng, sable fir, and Ural grass. Ginseng, especially wild mountain ginseng, is particularly precious, worth its weight in gold. Su Ninger gathered her scattered thoughts and shared her initial intentions. Many of the citizens in Fanyang are afflicted by frozen illnesses, and the medicinal herbs I brought are nearly depleted. Coincidentally, Dr. Liu has a prescription that can treat cold ailments, requiring ginseng and deer antler as the primary ingredients. Qin Feng instantly comprehended. Guangning has an abundance of ginseng. I can accompany you to procure it. As for deer antler, Su Ninger nervously clutched her clothing. Is there none here in Guangning? Qin Feng tapped his fingers on the throne. Deer antler is critical. I am willing to pay a considerable sum for it. Su Ninger, concerned for the citizens of Fanyang, became increasingly anxious. Hong Wan, Qin Feng called out, and instantly, the elegantly attired Hong Wan appeared before him, eyeing Su Ninger warily. Your Highness, is there still deer antler available in the city? How much does Miss Ninger require? 2,000 jin, she replied. Hong Wan furrowed her brow. The total amount of deer antler in Guangning may not even reach 200 jin. Su Ninger was instantly bewildered. Isn't this place known for its abundance of deer antler? How could there be so little? The Eastern who are the ones who raise the deer. Guangning does not, Hong Wan said, regarding Su Ninger with a look of disbelief, as if she were unaware of such common knowledge. But 200 jin is insufficient. Su Ninger thought of the sickly disaster victims in Fanyang, her heart aching, tears pooling in her eyes. Hong Wan's sharp gaze shifted, Sensing trouble, the prince could not abide a woman's tears. Just as she considered this, Qin Feng spoke. Notify Zhu Lai, I desire venison. Hong Yuan felt a chill run down her spine and bowed her head in acknowledgement. Su Ninger remained utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the connection between her need for deer antler and Qin Feng's desire for venison. Hong Yuan shot Su Ninger a glare, realizing that the foolish girl did not comprehend the magnitude of her words and the suffering they might bring to the Eastern who were still struggling to survive in the forests. I shall dispatch someone at once. As Hong Yuan exited the palace, she sighed and shook her head slightly. She acknowledged that Su Ninger was indeed beautiful, yet she remained unconvinced. Who could say who would become the prince's legitimate wife? Hong Yuan clenched her fist in determination. The Liao royal residence remained warm as spring, while a troop departed Guangning, gradually vanishing into the night to the east. For many Eastern Hu tribes, this night would undoubtedly be sleepless. Yet Qin Feng slept soundly, finding the young lady named Su Ninger to be exceedingly intriguing. Their conversation had continued late into the night, providing him with newfound insights into the realm beyond the borders. There is one matter that particularly weighs on his mind. This prince saved the people of Fanyang City, yet they harbor profound misunderstandings towards him. Who could be orchestrating such malevolent mischief from the shadows? Could it be those aristocratic families with their millennia-long legacies? Qin Feng pondered silently. Concurrently, he learned from Su Ninger that his long-unseen father was indeed in Fanyang City. The information he gleaned from Su Ninger ultimately felt one-sided. It would be prudent to have Hong Yuan investigate further. Yet, why is it that Hong Yuan has yet to clarify the true identities of Bai Laoj and Su Laoj? Surely, they cannot be deceivers, can they? Qin Feng did not dwell on this matter too long, as he had made plans with Su Ninger to explore Guangning City together. He could surmise that his father sent Su Ninger to foster a bond between them. The implication of that edict was merely to have Su Ninger become his princess. He had initially thought that the arrangement of marrying a princess would consist solely of an imperial decree from the emperor, resulting in wedlock with a woman he had never met. Wasn't that the essence of arranged marriages in ancient times? He never anticipated his father to possess such enlightenment. After completing his morning routine with the assistance of the maidservants, Qin Feng met the eagerly waiting Su Ninger. Today, the young lady appeared less shy and more at ease. However, the sparkle in her eyes when she gazed at Qin Feng remained undiminished. I want to visit that medical clinic you mentioned. Is it truly larger than your royal manor? It's called a hospital, he corrected her. Chapter 23. Su Ninger's astonishment. Su Ninger joyfully bounded through Guangning City, resembling a spirited fawn exuberantly celebrating the beauty of youth. She had become one of the most vibrant sights in Guangning City. Many townsfolk beamed at her, cautioning the foolish girl to mind her step. So naive. She must be from the south, they mused. Yet, the handsome young man accompanying her bore an uncanny resemblance to a prince. Suddenly, someone called out, Your Highness, prompting the crowd to halt and bow in unison. Greetings, Your Highness. The citizens were filled with excitement. It had been far too long since they had seen Qin Feng. They would never forget how he had led them through adversity, ultimately helping them establish roots in this land, freeing them from oppression. Their fervent gazes reflected a reverence akin to that of worshippers before a deity. They would not tolerate any harm befalling Qin Feng, even preferring death over allowing anyone to tarnish the honor of the Prince of Liao. This was a shared conviction among them all. Once, a refugee had questioned Qin Feng, and the furious citizens of Guangning had restrained and beaten him for half an hour. A passerby who attempted to intervene, upon learning the backstory, ended up joining in the punishment for another hour, leading the unfortunate man to languish in the hospital for 2 weeks, a severe waste of Guangning's medical resources. As cheers erupted, more and more citizens gathered, all with fervent eyes saluting Qin Feng. Su Ninger stared in astonishment. She had not expected such a young Qin Feng to command such respect. Qin Feng nodded to everyone, greeting them. Hello, everyone. He then quickly ushered Su Ninger back into the carriage. Why are we back in the carriage? She queried, confused, as she relished the feeling of being adored by the crowd and appreciated their heartfelt reverence. Thus, she resolved to learn the art of healing, aspiring to become a unique female physician revered by the masses. Observing the ever-growing crowd outside, Hong Yuan remarked, If His Highness remains here any longer, this place will soon be a sea of people, and we won't be able to leave. How remarkable, Su Ninger exclaimed in genuine awe. Let us head directly to the hospital. Qin Feng wished to maintain the tranquility of Guangning City. Yes. The guards urged the carriage forward amidst the citizens' cheers as they made their way to the hospital. Behind the carriage trailed a throng of citizens, a sight that sent shivers down Su Ninger's spine, adding a hint of reverence to her gaze towards Qin Feng. Once they entered the hospital, she regained her composure. astonished by the imposing structure of red bricks. Is all of this for healing? Indeed, Qin Feng replied, reminiscing. The city of Guangning had been designed by him, based on his memories, granting him a sense of familiarity in this world. He cherished this city, his city. Su Ninger gazed at the towering red brick edifice, overwhelmed with emotion. The Imperial Medical Bureau pales in comparison to this. No sooner had she finished speaking than the entire hospital resonated with the sound of bells, and a line of doctors clad in white coats emerged from within, forming ranks. Salute! They exclaimed in unison. The synchronized display of respect ignited Su Ninger's passion. Her fists clenched and lips pursed. The discipline here was formidable. Rather than mere physicians, they resembled warriors. Even her father's guards did not exhibit such rigorous discipline. She could even see individuals standing at the windows, saluting. Qin Feng was already accustomed to such scenes, nodding to everyone. At ease, the head physician, unable to conceal his smile, approached Qin Feng. Your Highness, the hospital has been thoroughly sterilized, awaiting your inspection. Have there been many patients lately? Since we've not fought with Donghu in the past 2 years, injuries have been few, and the townsfolk rarely fall ill, so we have been relatively unoccupied. As they conversed, they entered the spacious interior of the hospital, where the distinct scent of disinfectant permeated the warm air. So clean, was Su Ninger's first impression. She knew that doctors generally preferred cleanliness, but she had never seen a medical establishment so immaculate. What are those individuals in white doing? She inquired softly as she leaned closer to Qin Feng. They are doctors. So many. Her voice rose, drawing the attention of all present. The total number of doctors in Fanyang City did not compare to this. The old director explained. His Highness has stated that each medical specialty requires its own expertise. Thus, we have 2 or 3 doctors per department. Su Ninger felt dizzy upon hearing this. What is a department? What does it mean? It means that each doctor is responsible for a specific type of illness, Qin Feng elucidated. When he initially proposed this idea, it had been met with great acclaim by the elder physicians of Guangning City. The primary reason was that Guangning City was severely lacking in doctors. A skilled and seasoned physician would need at least 40 years of practice, reaching their 60s or 70s to refine their medical skills to perfection. Where could Guangning City find so many? Conversely, by breaking down common ailments into specialties, each doctor could swiftly adapt to treatment. Upon grasping this concept, Su Ninger fell into a prolonged silence. So this is how one could perceive illness. After touring the consultation rooms, operating theaters, and patient wards, she was rendered speechless by the sheer excellence of the hospital's environment. Patients were not crammed into a crowded clinic awaiting treatment. Instead, they enjoyed warm rooms with dedicated doctors for their care. What shocked her further was witnessing a doctor in the surgical room delicately carving a raw egg. The eggshell was removed without breaking the membrane, and the contents remained intact. What is he doing? Practicing basic skills. How is this related to healing? Su Ninger could not fathom it. Everything about this hospital was beyond her previous knowledge. Some arrows from the Hu people have barbs. Mastering this technique allows one to extract the arrowhead from flesh. The hospital was originally established for treating wounded soldiers. The medical facility here is remarkably proficient in treating external injuries. Even if someone's abdomen is lacerated, they can still survive upon arrival. Upon hearing this, Su Ninger fell into a profound silence. It was a revelation. The entire medical paradigm she had held since childhood was utterly overturned. Her thoughts became a chaotic whirlwind. By the end of the conversation, she found herself struggling to comprehend some of the elder director's statements. Finally, she could no longer restrain her greatest curiosity. Are those women also doctors? In this hospital, there are more women in white coats than men. Qin Feng smiled slightly, saying, some are, but the majority are nursing staff. Her eyes sparkled with determination. I shall build a similar hospital in Kyoto. Chapter 24. That isn't stealing. Its offering Su Ninger was overwhelmed by the hospital in Guangning City. She could envision the immense convenience such a facility would provide to patients. Most notably, medical care here incurs no expense. The Liao Qing covers all costs. It was simply unfathomable. No wonder the locals are so fervent in their admiration for the Liao Qing. She also intended to establish a similar hospital in Kyoto, to heal the sick and accumulate merit. To this end, she wandered through the hospital for quite some time, asking numerous questions to gain a thorough understanding. Astonishingly, she even attempted to poach some doctors in front of Qin Feng, offering them exorbitant consultation fees. However, the responses she received were rather disheartening. We will not leave Guangning City. That was the predominant answer. Eventually, many doctors ceased to engage with her. We will never leave. Even if I starve or freeze to death here, I will never leave. You might as well give up. In the end, a female doctor with whom she had a good rapport offered her the only feasible solution. unless the Liao King orders a transfer for you. Su Ninger suddenly understood, and thus she began to closely follow Qin Feng, almost as if she were offering him a massage. Qin Feng observed her with amusement as she dashed about. Many of her behaviors appeared normal to the celebratory people, yet they seemed somewhat foolish in the eyes of Guangning's residents. Do you truly wish for this? Just 2 doctors. If the prince could transfer me too, I would be so grateful. Hong Luan's demeanor instantly hardened. How could someone be so endearing? How could the prince possibly withstand such charm? If she were to adopt such a demeanor, Hong Luan mused, she would inevitably shake her head in resignation. Regardless of her actions, she exuded a natural allure rather than this kind of cuteness. You see, none of them are willing to leave. They are most loyal to your words, Liao King. That is because I never go against their wishes. Su Ninger opened her mouth, but ultimately turned away in frustration, as it seemed a deadlock had formed. Hong Luan smiled slightly. The reason the prince is so adored is that he never frivolously exercises his authority. The citizens of Guangning City are treated as equals in all matters, with only the prince possessing true privileges. Yet could the prince truly withstand such an adorable onslaught? Hong Luan felt a weakness in her resolve before Su Ninger. This girl from the south was simply too charming, and she yearned to embrace her and playfully pinch her cheeks. As Hong Luan pondered, Qin Feng suddenly spoke. There is indeed a way. Su Ninger's hope ignited instantly. Her delicate hand clutching Qin Feng's clothing tightly, the faint fragrance wafting into Qin Feng's nostrils, causing him to squint. Was it her body scent? It was undeniably pleasant. You could send someone here to learn. Right. Why didn't I think of that? You are truly remarkable, my lord. Su Ninger exclaimed in delight. Secretly planning how many individuals to send for training. Perhaps one from each department? She schemed quietly. Hong Luan watched the foolish girl's joyful expression with a twinge of sympathy, tilting her head away to avoid watching. The prince is quite the trickster. He even suggested she send someone to learn. Once they arrive, they may never wish to leave. Anyone who lingers long in Guangning City inevitably adopts the demeanor of its people and becomes reluctant to depart. Let that foolish girl revel in her happiness for now. I hope she doesn't weep when her apprentices cannot return. In the afternoon, a contingent of cavalry returned to the city, herding a large number of reindeer, drawing the attention of countless onlookers, until the herd was finally driven into the hospital. My lord, the deer have arrived. At the same time, bloodstained sacks were tossed down from horseback, revealing freshly harvested deer antlers. These were cut by the Donghu herdsman. Su Ninger widened her eyes in astonishment at the sight of the bags filled with antlers. Liao King, you didn't send troops to seize these antlers from the Donghu, did you? The more she spoke, the softer her voice became. Zhu Erling scratched his head. That is not called theft, it's an offering. The Donghu people know I require deer antlers and have presented them willingly. Is that not acceptable? Qin Feng assessed the herd of deer. Indeed, they are all young deer. At the prime of their palatability, the Donghu tribes are becoming increasingly accommodating. Yet Su Ninger discerned an alarming undertone. Acceptable? This was a grave issue. Those are the Hu people. They have long invaded the borders of Daqing, plundering its grain, livestock, and even its populace. Although the Donghu may not be as formidable as the Beihu, they are still Hu people. They have never offered anything to the Qing emperor. How could they possibly offer something to the Liao King? It must have been seized. For a mere word from him, he dispatched troops to seize the Donghu's deer. Tears welled in her eyes, moved by the gesture. Even her unreliable father would never do such a thing for her. Qin Feng meticulously selected a satisfactory deer. Let us eat this one. We shall host a full deer feast tonight. It has been a long time since I have indulged in this delicacy. The Donghu raised venison is unmatched in flavor across the realm. As for the antlers, they were quickly settled with Su Ninger. She astonishingly purchased 3,000 pounds in one go. Judging by the unbroken smile on Hong Luan's face, this should yield substantial profit for the royal household. The remaining antlers were entirely allocated to the hospital. 10 deer were selected to remain in the royal palace, while the rest were distributed among the soldiers. Qin Feng issued the command, and the soldiers trailing behind Zhu Erling erupted in cheers. Subsequently, Su Ninger similarly procured a considerable amount of ginseng, paying a hefty deposit, which also brought significant income to the Liao royal household. From the radiant expression on Hong Luan's face, it was apparent they had struck gold once more. She truly was a little tycoon. Perhaps in the future, they could treat the Donghu people with more kindness, rather than continually capturing them for mining. Keeping some obedient Donghu tribes might not be a bad idea, Qin Feng mused. As dusk approached, Qin Feng prepared for the full deer feast, intending to introduce Su Ninger to the essence of true culinary delight. The steamed deer tail here is a rare delicacy, rivaling the finest dishes. Especially when prepared by the palace's chef, it is undoubtedly the most authentic in the world. I dare not say about anything else. But the chef who has been trained by Qin Feng for so long would undoubtedly surpass any cook in Daqing. Upon hearing this, Hong Wan felt a swell of pride, recalling how she had assisted in training those chefs. Even dishes prepared by the imperial chef may not match the taste of those made by the palace's chef, she confidently asserted. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Ninger nodded earnestly. I believe that. The food prepared by the imperial chefs is indeed quite ordinary. She recalled her experiences at past court banquets and couldn't help but shake her head. The emperor greatly values frugality, and the imperial chef, a seasoned veteran of decades, produces rather mediocre flavors, favored only by the emperor. Conversely, the empress consistently prepared delectable meals. As she spoke, her gaze inevitably fell upon Qin Feng, the current Empress Ma, who happened to be his mother. Just as everyone was preparing to dine, a soldier abruptly burst into the hall. My lord, the imperial envoy has been attacked. The eunuch Wang, having suffered 8 stab wounds, was brought back by the coal transporters and is currently being rescued at the hospital. In Chapter 25, titled Heart's Execution, the grand banquet at the Liao prince's residence was about to commence, yet such dire news shattered the anticipation of a feast. It was utterly outrageous that they could not even enjoy a meal in peace. Upon hearing the news, Su Ning's expression turned icy. After all, it was an envoy of the court. Who would dare to assassinate him? The very thought sent shivers down her spine. If she had returned with eunuch Wang back then, how terrifying it would have been. How many are left alive? Upon inquiry, it was discovered that only 3 remained, all gravely injured and transported to the hospital, one of whom was unlikely to survive. Are there any corpses left? 32 bodies of the court guards were found. The enemy must have suffered casualties as well. But they were likely all taken away. Issue an order under my command. The hospital must exert every effort to save eunuch Wang's life, no matter the cost. Indeed, since the event had transpired, the only course of action was to attempt to preserve the life of this eunuch. Ultimately, the envoy had perished on his own territory. When the court seeks accountability, the blame will undoubtedly fall upon him. However, if eunuch Wang could be saved, there might still be some room for mitigation. Of course, Su Ninger could testify on his behalf, but whether the court would believe her was a different matter altogether. A sense of frustration lingered in the air. Qin Feng observed the scene outside the hall, where Zhu Lai and Hong Wan, along with others, had all knelt on the ground. We deserve to die, one soldier lamented. Zhu Erling was filled with fury, eager to lead his men to tear apart anyone who had angered the Liao prince. Hong Wan's heart ached. All the Liao prince desired was a good meal, yet some fool had marred his mood. A death sentence was warranted. The soldiers were equally irate, blaming themselves for the grave incident occurring within the Liao prince's domain. Regardless of who was responsible, they must be executed. Wherever we find them, they shall die. If caught in the latrine, they will drown in filth. Qin Feng said little more, as Guangning City began to function like a finely tuned machine. Rows of armored cavalry roamed the moonlit landscape, seeking traces of the enemy. Su Ninger felt the oppressive atmosphere within the grand hall, making her restless. Though Qin Feng appeared merely displeased, those within the Liao prince's residence seemed to have gone mad. The soldiers' vigilance was more stringent than that of the imperial palace. Not to mention, Hong Wan had stealthily exited the hall, rushing out of the prince's residence like fire. Zhu Erling, clad in full armor and wielding a long blade, stood like a statue, unwavering beside Qin Feng. Ultimately, the banquet was served. Qin Feng was the first to grasp his chopsticks. One must eat to have the strength to fight. Su Ninger lowered her head, contemplating what she could possibly do. Could eunuch Wang, with 8 stab wounds, truly be saved? The imperial physician would likely be at a loss. What a brutal battle it must have been. As a child of a military family, she had grown accustomed to such occurrences and was not easily frightened. Her sole concern was for Qin Feng. What if eunuch Wang truly died? Then there would be no witnesses. At the Guangning City Hospital, Wang Desui had already slipped into a coma due to excessive blood loss. He had sustained 8 stab wounds, the most severe of which had pierced his abdomen, causing his intestines to spill forth. The doctors, to facilitate the surgery, removed all his clothing, revealing his pallid skin, reminiscent of a sheep stripped of its wool. Upon seeing his condition, the lead surgeon was momentarily taken aback. How dreadful! The core has been severed. Quickly suture him. Find compatible blood for a transfusion. All the doctors were exerting every effort to save him. After all, he was the one the prince had commanded them to revive. Even if he had crossed paths with the king of hell, they must bring him back. Wang Desui felt as though he were trapped in an interminable dream. He revisited his childhood, when his father had sent him to the palace due to hunger. Then came the relentless beatings and scolding from the old eunuchs. As he worked tirelessly, by the age of 25, He had never even seen what the other eunuchs' masters looked like. Later, he heard that the emperor had escaped the palace, and the palace maids and eunuchs were scrambling for their possessions. He had no idea where to go and simply remained there. The palace had changed hands multiple times. And finally, it was the Emperor Qing who noticed him. "Your Majesty, the old servant cannot return." Tears streamed down his cheeks as he recalled the ambush they had suffered. Even though he had fought valiantly to break free, he could not withstand the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Desperate warriors, all elite fighters. They even possessed crossbows typically used by the military. He had fled on horseback for what felt like an eternity, only to feel his body grow colder, ultimately losing consciousness. "Am I crying? Am I conscious? I'm not dead." Now he could report back to the prince. In a daze, he heard many voices, and the pain in his body gradually sharpened. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself in an exceptionally bright room. White walls, white sheets, and a group of individuals clad in white. This was nothing like the depictions of the underworld in books. Moreover, does the body still ache so much after death? He was awake. He had awakened. Someone shouted, and a throng of people surrounded him, all staring. "Make way, make way." After conducting a thorough examination, the white-clad individuals all sighed in relief. He is undoubtedly alive. Wang Deshui had actually been conscious for quite some time. He just could not comprehend his current situation. Despite his severe injuries, with his intestines protruding, how could he still be saved? Who were these people? Practitioners of sorcery? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear toward them, until someone uttered a particular phrase that shattered his composure. "Ah, the injury below is too severe. He will never be able to be a man again." Tears immediately cascaded down Wang Deshui's face. "My dignity. All lost. I might as well have died." By the time news of eunuch Wang's awakening reached the Liao princess residence, it was already the afternoon of the second day following the incident. Alongside this good news, there was a wealth of intelligence. "My lord, the city guards have tracked down the enemy's hiding place, executing 260 of them. The remaining 40 prisoners are being escorted back." The soldiers of Guangning City had never disappointed Qin Feng. In reality, in the frigid cold, these desperate warriors could hardly escape far. 300 men wouldn't dare venture into the Shanhaiguan. Moreover, traversing the snowy terrain would leave traces, and it was only a matter of time before the soldiers familiar with the Liao territory apprehended them. Their resistance against the armored cavalry was akin to children flailing their fists at adults. After realizing they could not defeat us nor escape, many opted for suicide. Thankfully, we forcibly prevented some from doing so. Qin Feng nodded. With these captives, at least there would be an account to present to the court. Who sent these desperate warriors? The Zhao clan of Fanyang, an ancient noble family. Once again, Fanyang. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "My lord, it has been confirmed that the Fanyang clan is led by the Liu family. Both incidents may have been orchestrated by them. Furthermore, strange rumors have been circulating within Fanyang City." "What rumors?" "That the Prince Jin is privately recruiting troops and is on the verge of rebellion." "Rebellion?" Qin Feng could hardly comprehend. Have they lost their minds? In the Guangning City government office, Emperor Qing held a memorial in his hands, his eyes bloodshot. "Is it true? The fifth prince has privately recruited an army of 50,000? Suda knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Including the 30,000 elite troops he originally commanded, he now has a total of 80,000 soldiers. And the cavalry? Not less than 20,000 cavalry." Suda remained silent. He initially believed that this information was deliberately released by the aristocracy as a means to stall them. However, to his astonishment, the Prince of Jin did not even bother to verify it. Upon discovering the truth, he himself was taken aback. What exactly was the fifth prince plotting? Emperor Qing pressed his hand against his chest, weary, leaning back in his chair, his posture no longer as regal as it once was. Chapter 26. I want father and son to turn against each other. Historically, there has been no familial affection within royal families. Emperor Qing desperately sought to prevent enmity between father and son, yet ultimately, he succumbed to failure. Suda, under immense pressure, had forcefully bestowed titles upon this group of young heirs. Was that truly a mistake? Suda bowed his head in prolonged silence before cautiously responding, "As a mere soldier, I lack understanding of the complexities of governance. Yet, which family does not have a few disobedient children? A good lesson will suffice." Emperor Qing felt a bitter pang at those words. Indeed, when children from ordinary families misbehave, a reprimand is often enough. But what of the royal family? With an army of 80,000, how many civilian families would be affected? When rebellion arises, it is ultimately the common folk who suffer. Suda, contemplating the repercussions, could not help but sigh. He had fought his entire life and was all too aware of the horrors of war. The soldiers who once maintained order now ravaged the countryside like beasts, their destructiveness far exceeding that of natural disasters. Natural calamities leave some room for mercy. Human-made disasters do not. I cannot quite grasp one point, Suda said. Even if the Prince of Qin commands 80,000 troops, he lacks formidable generals among his ranks. He cannot possibly be a match for me, nor does he likely possess the courage to rebel. Emperor Qing shook his head. You two were once young and know that the aspirations of youth differ greatly from those of us who have aged. What young person is not arrogant? When that fervor rises, the fifth prince may well gamble everything, heedless of the consequences. Suda fell silent once more. In their youth, had they not also been driven by a singular determination to establish a new dynasty? The impetuosity of youth is eternally difficult to manage. Emperor Qing gazed out the window, his thoughts wandering. His greatest aspiration in life was to eradicate the threat posed by the nomads. Yet everyone harbors their own ambitions, and unity is elusive. His gaze traversed beyond Fanyang, over the Great Wall, to the vast, boundless grasslands of the north, where he also perceived the seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuous realm of Deqing. The aristocrats sought power, and he was willing to satisfy them, so they might lend their full support for a northern campaign. Meanwhile, his ministers deemed the military expedition a drain on the people and resources, arguing that bolstering defenses along the Great Wall was the more prudent option. Now even his own sons had begun to harbor ulterior motives. The expression on Emperor Qing's face grew increasingly bitter. Would he ever have the opportunity to launch a campaign to the north again? Suda dared not respond. The oppressive silence lingered until it was broken by the kettle emitting a soft whistle, steam billowing from its spout. I truly envy the sixth prince, Emperor Qing remarked, his attention fixed on the hearth. The conditions in Liao are harsh, yet the citizens of Guangning City live in such contentment. I can see that the people of Liao genuinely adore the sixth prince. Emperor Qing observed the rising steam, lost in contemplation. The seemingly simple-minded Zhu Lai, always by the sixth princess' side, was truly devoted to his well-being. And what of him? A solitary figure. Now even you hesitate to speak freely in my presence. Suda opened his mouth, but could find no words to express his thoughts. I am but a dullard, afraid that my words might incite your anger, your majesty. Emperor Qing flipped his cup and poured himself another serving of tea. There is no need for you to speak. I merely wish to share my thoughts. It lightens my spirits. The melancholic Emperor Qing regained his composure, returning to his usual sagacity. Lu Ling's revelation was merely an attempt to incite distrust between me and my sons, hoping the aristocracy might exploit the ensuing chaos. I will not grant him that satisfaction. Summon the Prince of Qin to Fanyang at once. As long as he lives, these youngsters shall never dare to rebel. Suda felt a wave of relief wash over him. The wise and formidable Emperor Qing had returned. This strategy was undeniably astute. Once the Prince of Qin arrived in Fanyang, he would be at Emperor Qing's mercy. They could then relocate the troops within Qin's territory, thus averting a potential upheaval. However, would the aristocracy of Fanyang remain passive in this matter? Regrettably, he had not gathered sufficient evidence to dismantle the Lu family. If only he could seize Lu Ling's clan outright, it would be far simpler. Lu Ling was a slippery character, adept at maneuvering through the court's intricate web, making his arrest a formidable challenge. Governing a realm, it seemed, was far more complicated than conquering one. Within the Lu residence, Lu Ling held incense before the statue, bowing 3 times. He had left 3,000 horses, 5,000 bows, and 20,000 stones of grain for the Prince of Qin in the mountains. Furthermore, he informed the prince that his secret military training had been leaked, and the court intended to execute him. He also instructed his informants to remind the prince that throughout history, princes who privately raised soldiers met only death. A smile crept across Lu Ling's lips. The emperor is unworthy, and the vassal princes turn against him. The cycle of familial strife has persisted through the ages. Lu Ling savored a sip of warm wine, allowing the newly arrived beautiful maidservant to massage his legs and shoulders, occasionally placing his cold hands beneath her skirts. The life of an emperor is not as comfortable as mine. He pondered how to incite rebellion in the Liao Qing as he gazed at the distant map, plotting this grand drama of familial discord. My lord, trouble has arisen in Liao. An old servant rushed in, dropping to his knees. Enough. What new calamity has occurred? Lu Ling's expression turned icy, sitting up straight. Our operatives who were to return have all been captured. This is impossible. Lu Ling felt a surge of panic. The assassins they had sent were cultivated from a young age under the guise of the Zhao family, and were far superior to the previous failures. Moreover, this batch had successfully completed numerous missions, clearing countless obstacles for the Lu family. How could they fail in Liao? His subsequent plans regarding the Liao Qing were now entirely in disarray. The Liao region was vast and desolate. Why had such an unexpected event occurred? Did the merchant convoy heading to Guangning City bring any news? Originally, the Liao royal court intended to collaborate with them on coal trading, which would be mutually beneficial. But suddenly, that initiative ceased. This is not a significant issue. Let them continue monitoring the situation in Liaodong. Above all, we must ensure that not a single envoy from the court survives. If none remain, then no matter how the Liao king explains himself to the court, it will be futile. I shall investigate thoroughly, the old servant replied. Lu Ling anxiously awaited news until the evening, when he finally received information that eased his concerns. The merchant convoy reported that 3 unconscious envoys had been brought into Guangning City, and based on their injuries, survival seemed impossible. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling felt immense satisfaction. That batch of assassins had always pleased him, a pity indeed. For the sake of the Lu family's ambitions, they had died with honor. Yet this Liao king consistently devised schemes that eluded his judgment, even more exasperating than the emperor himself. Chapter 27. The Prince of Jin's Rebellion. In Taiyuan City, the Prince of Jin, Qin Boyan, was nearing his 20s, in the prime of his youth, often indulging in horse racing and dog fighting, as well as hunting in the mountains. Due to such behavior, Emperor Qing had repeatedly ordered his education, yet he remained unyielding. When he ventured into the mountains and stumbled upon a substantial cache of horses, bows, and provisions, he was taken aback. Where did this come from? Your Highness, there are no people within 10 miles of this area. It is likely that someone has hidden them here. These contraband items must be brought back to Taiyuan City. Qin Boyan intended to seize this stockpile for himself. Should anyone dare to inquire, he could conveniently accuse them of possessing illegal weaponry, perhaps even garnering further benefits. With these resources, his forces would surely grow ever more formidable. His greatest aspiration in this life is to surpass his ancestors. His father, the emperor, has long sought to conquer the northern Hu, yet his efforts have been hindered by the burdens of the populace. I, however, harbor no such concerns. As Qin Bo gazed upon the ample resources before him, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Once I have trained my troops, I shall march against the northern Hu and fulfill this remarkable achievement for my father. At that moment, my father will undoubtedly take pride in me. Qin Bo indulged in his splendid daydreams. He yearned to become a king revered throughout history. He was determined to prove to his father that he was not as inept as he often claimed. There are no useless individuals in the royal family. With a heart full of ambition, Qin Bo contemplated how best to deliver a profound lesson to the northern Hu. Watch out, my lord. The sound of arrows slicing through the air reached him from afar, and the guards surrounding Prince Jin immediately tensed, positioning themselves protectively in front of Qin Bo. Yet, upon hearing the arrows, Qin Bo felt not fear, but exhilaration. An assassin? Do they think a mere feathered arrow could take his life? It is utterly laughable. He commanded 80,000 troops, even the cavalry of the northern, who posed no threat. Moreover, the arrows lacked any force. They could not harm him. My lord, the arrow has no tip, but there is a message attached. Qin Bo's heart sank upon hearing this. He took the letter and began to read. Deceptive and sinister. He scorned such trickery. However, upon reading the content, his pupils constricted in shock, nearly causing him to topple from his mount. How could this be? I have always trained my soldiers in secret. How does my father know? I intended to surprise him. Why would he think I am plotting rebellion? I have no desire for insurrection. Qin Bo was filled with rage, for the letter contained serious accusations, even advising him to prepare for execution by the court for treason. Your Highness, may I see the letter? Inquired his strategist, Zhao Guang, who had suddenly drawn near. Zhao Guang, in his 40s, was an excellent archer and a skilled trainer of troops, frequently held in high esteem by Qin Bo and often kept close at hand. Mr. Zhao, please take a look. Zhao Guang scanned the letter's contents, his expression shifting between uncertainty and concern. What is your plan, my lord? I shall immediately petition my father, explaining the situation. He would never execute me. Zhao Guang dismounted and knelt before him. My lord, think carefully. Throughout history, any prince who dared to train soldiers privately has met with a grim fate. Qin Bo felt a wave of panic wash over him. My father is merciful, my lord. The emperor is, after all, an emperor. Familial affection holds no sway in the imperial court. Even if the emperor were to spare you, the crown prince, now in control of the court, would undoubtedly view you with suspicion and seek your demise. That cannot be. My brother is not that kind of person. I have played with him since childhood. Qin Bo refused to believe it. Zhao Guang was taken aback that his threats had no effect on Prince Jin. Just then, a cavalryman galloped up to their ranks. My lord, the court's envoy has arrived in Taiyuan. His Majesty commands you to swiftly proceed to Fanyang to meet him. Qin Bo mounted his horse, eager to return. I shall prepare at once. A mere meeting will clear up any misunderstandings. He understood his father well. At most, he would receive a scolding. Yet Zhao Guang hurriedly caught hold of the reins, urging caution. My lord, reconsider. If you go, you may never return. My father will surely believe me, Qin Bo asserted resolutely. Why risk it? Zhao Guang sighed deeply, then suddenly struck Qin Bo's neck with a powerful blow, rendering him unconscious. He surveyed the surroundings. All guards, remain alert. The guards surrounding Prince Jin tensed, drawing their swords, all aimed at Zhao Guang. What have you done to the prince? Zhao Guang steadied Qin Bo, looking sternly at the others. Since ancient times, those who privately maintain troops have faced death. Prince Jin has committed a grave offense. With 80,000 soldiers under his command, what will the court think? This is tantamount to rebellion. He shouted, and the guards exchanged fearful glances. Rebellion? Who would be foolish enough to rebel? That would lead to the annihilation of entire clans. Zhao Guang continued, observing their growing anxiety. Prince Jin's crime is severe. Perhaps the emperor might spare him, but what about us? If Prince Jin is spared, we shall be the ones to pay the price. The guards were instantly filled with dread, some even beginning to lower their weapons aimed at Zhao Guang. Rather than await our doom, we should act. Zhao Guang bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully. Why not rebel? Someone suggested. The emperor is in Fanyang. If we strike decisively, we may have a chance. If we support Prince Jin's ascent to the throne, we shall all be rewarded as heroes. Rebel. Once all the guards had been swayed, Zhao Guang could not suppress his satisfaction. He had prepared long for this moment. Even if a few remained hesitant, it mattered not. They would be compelled to join the fray. Follow me back to the city. We must seize the court's envoy. No one shall escape. Zhao Guang turned his horse around, carrying the unconscious Qin Bo toward Taiyuan. As long as they executed the envoy before everyone's eyes, even those reluctant to rebel would have no choice. For the sake of their prestigious families, these foolish individuals would meet their rightful end. By noon, the gates of Taiyuan were shut tight, and the envoy's head was displayed upon the city walls. Orders were issued in the name of Prince Jin, and countless bewildered soldiers were driven to march toward Fanyang. In the Fanyang official residence, when Suda presented the news of the prince's army's movements to Emperor Qing amidst the snowstorm, the emperor was utterly astonished. How dare this rascal? The envoy dispatched by your majesty has been sacrificed. If the 80,000 troops of Prince Jin are not halted, they will reach Fanyang in 3 days. Emperor Qing closed his eyes in anguish. The cavalry of the Liao King, 600 strong, has entered the pass and is heading straight for Fanyang, Suda cautiously reported. Emperor Qing's gaze grew murky. The envoy to Liao should have returned 3 days ago. What is Old Six plotting? Chapter 28. A royal invitation. The atmosphere within the Fanyang official residence was exceedingly oppressive. In merely half a day, Suda noted that the emperor's hair had grown significantly grayer. Your Majesty, the Liao King's cavalry is moving too swiftly. It is too late to mobilize troops for interception. Fanyang may no longer be safe. For your safety, I implore you to join the army. There is no need. Emperor Qing waved his hand dismissively. I await the cavalry of Old Six. I do not believe he will rebel alongside Old Five. Then I shall close the city gates. Suda bowed and attempted to depart, but Emperor Qing halted him. No, let them enter the city. Do not obstruct them. I shall wait for them at the official residence. Understood. I shall convey your orders. Suda turned to leave, preparing to deploy elite troops to secure the vicinity of the residence. Those 600 cavalrymen were not a vast number. They were not insignificant either. In open combat, cavalry could move with great agility and remain invincible. Should a battle occur within the city, as long as traps were well laid, the cavalry would find it difficult to escape. When the time came, they would merely need to open the gates and see if the Liao King's cavalry dared to enter. As this thought crossed his mind, Suda suddenly had an epiphany. Truly, the emperor, having battled for most of his life, possessed keen insight. Such stratagems were lessons I must learn. Suda grew increasingly impressed by Emperor Qing. After a moment of reflection, he began to set traps and ambushes around the official residence, just in case. Lu Mansion. In his 50s, Lu Ling had today taken a new concubine, a girl of 18, blooming like a spring flower, her skin as pale as snow, her visage reminiscent of a spring begonia. The Prince Jin had already mobilized his troops and would soon reach Fanyang. Today could be deemed a double blessing. Lu Ling, filled with ambition, sought to utilize this rebellion of the feudal prince to further pressure Emperor Qing, compelling him to seek assistance from the noble families. An army of 80,000 well-trained soldiers from Prince Jin was sufficient to inflict significant damage upon Emperor Qing, even though Emperor Qing currently does not seek our assistance. In the future, should he wish to campaign against the Northern Hu, he will have no choice but to solicit the help of our esteemed families. Only a feeble emperor aligns with our interests. Lu Ling summoned friends and indulged in copious amounts of wine. As night fell, he donned a crimson robe, pushed open the door to his concubine's chamber, and clasped her delicate hand. He extinguished the candlelight, calling out hastily as the maidservants hurried to extinguish the flames. Standing guard outside the bedchamber, the night was adorned with pairs of mandarin ducks, as pear blossoms weighed down the crabapple trees. He felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. This night was exquisite. Lu Ling was brimming with pride, while his concubine remained bashfully displeased. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. "My lord, cavalry have stormed the estate." His loyal servant, who had served him for many years, rushed into the room without a moment's hesitation. "What is the panic?" Lu Ling replied nonchalantly as he donned his attire, only to hear the courtyard gate shatter. An imposing and brutish cavalryman charged into the courtyard, cleaving the intricately crafted door of rosewood into splinters. "Are you Lu Ling?" Zhu Erling's fierce gaze bore down on the composed Lu Ling. "Who are these ruffians? Do you know where you are?" Unperturbed, Lu Ling poured himself a cup of tea. As a high-ranking official of the second grade with numerous allies, even the emperor would think twice before acting against him. Naturally, he doubted that the soldiers before him would dare to threaten him. "Your Highness, please take a seat." Zhu Erling advanced swiftly, snatching the teacup from Lu Ling's hand and crushing it in his grip. "What, Your Highness? I am not your emperor." Zhu Erling had no interest in his protests. After confirming Lu Ling's identity with the soldiers at his side, he waved his hand decisively. "That's him, take him away." The menacing armored soldiers kicked aside Lu Ling's loyal servant, seizing him and dragging him outside. "I am the governor of Hebei. This is a grave mistake." Bang! With a resounding thud, Lu Ling was knocked unconscious by a powerful fist. "This man is too noisy," Zhu Erling muttered in dissatisfaction. "Return to the city." He hefted the unconscious Lu Ling as one would a chick, tossing him onto a horse and binding him securely. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the expansive Lu estate. The sounds of battle mingling with the crackling of flames as precious millennia-old trees were consumed by fire. Zhu Erling merely scoffed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The guards here were far weaker than the Hu, yet their arrogance knew no bounds. "Sound the horn." The clarion call rang out, and 600 armored cavalry quickly assembled, escorting Lu Ling away from Fanyang City with haste. The scouts of the Qing army, who had been closely monitoring their movements, were utterly bewildered. Aren't they heading towards the emperor? They hurried back to report to Suda. The 600 Liao cavalry moved swiftly, and by the time the news reached Suda's ears, they had already covered several dozen miles outside Fanyang City. Suda, having laid an ambush for half a day, was equally astonished. All that effort wasted, but he quickly regained his composure, a smile creeping onto his face. "I knew the Liao King would not respond." When Hu Yong relayed the accurate intelligence to Emperor Qing, the emperor was both amused and exasperated. He had initially believed the appearance of the Liao cavalry in Fanyang might be related to the rebellion of Prince Jin. It was quite possible that the two young rascals had colluded beforehand. He even felt relieved that he had not revealed his identity during his previous encounter with the sixth prince. However, it became clear that this was far from the truth. The 600 iron cavalry were heading straight for Lu's estate. Had the sixth prince truly sent troops to abduct Lu Ling? He found it hard to believe. Hu Yong wiped the sweat from his brow. "Upon hearing this news, I was also bewildered for quite some time. However, it is indeed true that 600 Liao cavalry entered the city unimpeded, and the Lu family was caught off guard, allowing the cavalry to seize Lu Ling and exit the city before they could rally their guards." Emperor Qing clenched his thigh tightly, suppressing his laughter. Eventually, he cleared his throat twice, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. "This scoundrel is utterly reckless, showing no regard for authority. To capture a high-ranking official of the court at will? I shall ensure he receives a proper education from now on. You may leave." "Yes." Hu Yong withdrew quickly, having barely exited when he heard the sound of hearty laughter emanating from within the emperor's chambers. Hu Yong shook his head with a smile. No one had anticipated this turn of events. The power struggle between the emperor and the aristocratic families had begun to tilt in favor of the latter, especially with Lu Ling teaming up with his allies, putting considerable pressure on the emperor. The rebellion of Prince Jin further diverted the emperor's attention away from the aristocracy. Yet who could have guessed that the Liao King would resolve the situation in such an unforeseen manner? He simply abducted Lu Ling. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of a nobleman. Yet the young prince's arrogance hardly seemed a significant transgression. Hu Yong smiled and shook his head. "This Liao King is increasingly inscrutable to me." Chapter 29, Why Run? The long, cold night saw 600 iron cavalry returning north through the heavy snowfall. Lu Ling, frozen awake, found himself clad in a thin garment. His body rendered numb by the cold. Cold. When had he ever been treated in such a manner? A pungent old sheepskin coat was draped over his shoulders, its heavy odor making him retch. Quickly take this away from me. Yet no one paid him any heed. All were silently tending to the fire and patrolling diligently. Release me, and I assure you prosperity and fortune for generations to come, he promised amid his dry heaves. Still, he received no response, which filled him with dread. Why would the Liao King capture him? Did he intend to rebel? I am a high-ranking governor. Capturing me is a grave crime, one the Liao King cannot bear the consequences of. His frantic declarations finally elicited a reaction from the armored cavalrymen. No one dared question the Liao King's authority. Cold, unfeeling words accompanied a solid fist that sent him into unconsciousness once more. The following morning, they presented documents and exited the Shanhai Pass. The guard stationed at the pass merely glanced at Lu Ling, and upon learning he was the Liao King's target, said nothing further and allowed them to pass. After all, he could not afford to offend the Liao King. Of course, he had no idea that Lu Ling was the powerful figure of the Fanyang family and a current high-ranking governor of the court. Otherwise, he would not have let him through so easily. It was simply unfathomable for any reasonable person to think that someone of such noble status could end up in such a pitiful state. Upon crossing the Shanhai Pass, they were in the Liao King's territory. Unfortunately, this vast expanse of land contained but a single city. Lu Ling had resigned himself to his fate. These cavalrymen were akin to demons, utterly impervious to reason. He had promised them titles up to the 3rd grade and grand estates, yet still, no one was swayed. He no longer dared utter the name of the Liao King. Even mentioning it could attract the cavalry's ire, resulting in a beating. Their brutality was staggering. He had never experienced such humiliation, his disgraceful condition nearly driving him to despair. The foul-smelling sheepskin coat relentlessly tormented his nerves. Release me. He was too weak from hunger to shout until he finally caught sight of the towering Guangming city. Upon seeing the structures within, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. Hadn't he who claimed to have completely destroyed Guangming city? Lu Ling could not fathom what had gone awry, until he was unceremoniously tossed outside the Liao King's estate. My lord, I have brought Lu Ling to you. Qin Feng was savoring venison, while beside him stood Wang Desui, wrapped in white cloth, nodding and bowing. Wang Gonggong's recovery was markedly faster than that of ordinary folk. The physicians speculated it might be due to his unique constitution. Nevertheless, Wang Gonggong harbored a mix of reverence and trepidation towards the hospital in Guangming City, coupled with a hint of peculiar emotions. In summary, he simply did not wish to remain there. To speak of residing in the hospital felt overly awkward. Thus, he ultimately arrived at the Prince Qing's residence, determined to stay by Qin Feng's side despite his injuries, ostensibly to attend to Qin Feng's needs. However, his true motive was the belief that the prince's residence offered greater safety. The order to assassinate the imperial envoy had already been executed. The perpetrator had been apprehended. The eunuch's expression suddenly transformed into one of unparalleled malice, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Please, your highness, grant justice for this old servant. The culprit is outside. Handle it yourself. Thank you, your highness. The eunuch bowed deeply, then stormed out of the hall. Upon seeing Lu Ling discarded in the courtyard, he shuddered. Lord Lu? He recognized Lu Ling, undoubtedly one of the most esteemed ministers in the court, wielding immense influence and often commanding respect even from the emperor himself. Furthermore, the eunuch was acutely aware that the emperor's visit to Fanyang was primarily for the sake of the Lu family. Yet now, the head of the Lu family lay like a dog, stirring within him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He grinned maliciously, lifting his foot to grind it upon Lu Ling's fingers. The eunuch's torturous methods were notoriously cruel. Lu Ling's anguished screams reverberated throughout the palace, his body drenched in sweat. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the eunuch's face. You dare, eunuch. The eunuch was suddenly reminded of unpleasant memories, his foot pressing down even harder. Lu Ling's cries continued to echo, making Zhu Erling involuntarily take a few steps back. Qin Feng, too, was disturbed by the cacophony of suffering. Upon witnessing the eunuch tormenting Lu Ling, he felt a chill run down his spine. This eunuch was indeed merciless. The tortures of the court paled in comparison to his insidious methods. It was not until Lu Ling finally succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain that Qin Feng could no longer bear to watch. That is enough. Killing is but a slight bowing of the head. I truly dislike such scenes of cruelty. My lord. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the eunuch hastily knelt. All those who came with this old servant have perished. If I do not vent this anger, I shall die with my eyes closed. Please, grant me 7 days with him. I assure you he shall not die. Qin Feng ignored his plea. My brothers do not appreciate such displays. Wake him. The eunuch, however, stood up. Allow me to handle it. As he spoke, he viciously kicked Lu Ling, causing him to arch his back in utter agony. Qin Feng instinctively covered his ears until Lu Ling, now a pitiful sight, finally regained some semblance of consciousness. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he crawled towards him, crying, Prince Liao, Prince Liao, I was wrong. If you spare my life, I shall do anything you ask from this day forth. The torment had stripped him of all pretenses. Originally, he had planned to leverage his status to pressure Qin Feng, but after the eunuch's brutal treatment, he now sought only mercy. I am of noble lineage, spare me, and the entire Lu clan will heed your commands. You may freely utilize the resources of the northern families in Qing. Just let me go, and I shall do anything for you. The eunuch spat contemptuously. Do not believe him, Prince Liao. I have seen many like him. To release him is to unleash a tiger back into the mountains. He will stop at nothing to erase today's humiliation. Silence. Lu Ling glared venomously at the eunuch. Prince Liao, I can help you ascend to the throne. Return me home, and I will surely become a chancellor. Then I will aid you. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the eunuch's eyes lit up as he lunged forward, knocking out 2 of Lu Ling's teeth. Qin Feng, however, did not trust a single word from Lu Ling. Such a treacherous individual, who had repeatedly plotted against him, could hardly be seen as anything but dangerous. Fanyang had no need for such a person. He sighed deeply. In truth, I merely wished to invite Lord Lu to visit Fanyang. His words ignited a flicker of hope in Lu Ling's heart, leading him to speculate whether Qin Feng might truly find him useful and would not easily resort to execution. However, the subsequent words from Qin Feng plunged Lu Ling into despair. But why would Lord Lu fear running to the mountains? The wild beasts of Liao are numerous. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng signaled Zhu Erling to drag Lu Ling outside. Prince Liao, you cannot do this. I am of use to you. Just as they reached the courtyard gate, Qin Feng suddenly spoke again. Wait. A glimmer of hope surged within Lu Ling once more. Prince Liao, remember not to toss him near the bear den. Otherwise, I shall have no means to enjoy bear meat. Chapter 30. May your majesty save Prince Jean. In the snow-covered old forest, Lu Ling lay on the ground, covered by a foul-smelling fur coat. He had never imagined he would meet his end in such a manner. His family had bestowed upon him all the glory, allowing him to stand at a lofty pinnacle of power. In return, he had brought even more prestige to his family. Alas, the plaque of the 10 Ministers' Hall would no longer hang. I do not want this fur coat. With his final ounce of strength, Lu Ling cast aside the odorous garment, the cold rendering his body increasingly rigid as strange burns began to manifest. Ultimately, a faint smile graced his lips, and he ceased to move. Upon returning to Fanyang, how do you plan to report to His Majesty? Within the palace, Qin Feng was bidding farewell to the eunuch. Accompanied by 200 iron cavalry and a coal transport team, the disguised Wang Desui would undoubtedly remain safe. As long as he was securely delivered to Emperor Qing, the matter would be resolved. As for Lu Ling, he had perished in the mountains due to the cold. What did that have to do with Prince Liao? He merely wished to extend a kind invitation to Lord Lu to visit Fanyang. Rest assured, Your Highness, this old servant will not speak out of turn. Very well. Let us depart. This old servant takes his leave. Qin Feng waved his hand. You are welcome to visit Fanyang. The eunuch trembled all over. He never wished to return to Fanyang. The trauma was too great. Whoever wishes to come may do so. Farewell. Without a trace of nostalgia, the eunuch turned and left. Qin Feng then glanced back at the dazed Su Ning. Have the medicinal herbs you procured been delivered to Fanyang? The guards at home have already taken them there. Su Ninger replied, sticking out her tongue. What are your plans? To watch the dance. I have discovered that the dances in the prince's residence are utterly mesmerizing. I have never seen anything like it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Did Hong Wan dance for you? Does Sister Hong Wan also dance? It's good if she did not. Why? Is it that I cannot watch? When the eunuch arrived back at the Fanyang official residence, he could not help but weep profusely. This old servant nearly thought he would never see His Majesty again. He knelt in agony before Emperor Qing, appearing as a child in his 50s. What is this white cloth on you? The eunuch's almost mummified appearance was indeed peculiar. The Lu family sent assassins to attack the caravan. This old servant was struck with 8 blades. Fortunately, the doctors in Fanyang are exceptionally skilled, and I narrowly escaped with my life. Emperor Qing's expression turned icy. Are you certain they were assassins from the Lu family? Absolutely. Prince Liao captured those who aided the assassins, all of them belonging to the Lu family. Emperor Qing's demeanor relaxed significantly. He had previously lacked an excuse to act against the Lu family, but now he finally had won. It was unfortunate that Prince Qin had rebelled at this moment. He had no time to deal with the Liu family now. That scoundrel, once I capture him, I shall personally see to his punishment. And Lu Ling? He is dead. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the eunuch's eyes. Dead? Was it the sixth brother who killed him? Such audacity. In the heart of the Emperor Qing, a sudden jolt of unease struck. The demise of Minister Liu at the hands of Qin Feng was inconsequential. In fact, the emperor might even applaud Qin Feng for ridding him of such an irksome presence. Yet, the brazen act of eliminating a second-rank official from the court raised grave concerns regarding how the other officials would perceive the sixth prince henceforth. Whatever actions the sixth prince undertook in the future would likely be magnified through a lens of scrutiny, with various flaws highlighted. Lord Liu was invited by Prince Liao, but fearing for his life, he fled to the mountains, where he succumbed to the cold, intoned the cautious eunuch Wang. The emperor paused, pondering this excuse, which seemed quite usable. Inform the sixth prince to refrain from such reckless behavior in the future, he commanded Hu Yong, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The sixth prince had inadvertently resolved a significant threat. With Liu's death, chaos was sure to ensue among the aristocratic families of Hebei. If the emperor could first quell the rebellion instigated by Prince Qin, he would have the opportunity to dismantle the powerful families of Fanyang and Hebei with ease. With the resources of the northern aristocracy at his disposal, the emperor would possess the strength to launch a northern expedition in the future. This unexpected turn of events left Emperor Qing astonished. Without expending much effort, the matter had been resolved through the sixth prince's rashness. Indeed, a blade was the most effective tool. Alas, direct military action against the aristocracy could not be taken at this juncture. He must first confront the impending rebellion of Prince Qin with all his might. The north had just recovered from a frost disaster, and now another calamity loomed. The emperor aimed to contain this rebellion at minimal cost, determined not to harm the vitality of the northern territories. Oh, the fifth prince, he lamented. Why can't he learn from the sixth? If all his sons could embody the qualities of Qin Feng, his burdens would be significantly lighter. However, the rebellion seemed perplexingly unfounded. Even Su De struggled to comprehend Prince Qin's motivations. With 20,000 cavalry and 60,000 infantry, Prince Qin had marched from Jin territory straight toward Fanyang. In contrast, the emperor commanded a force of 100,000 wall defenders, with at least 50,000 troops available for deployment, bolstered by the additional 100,000 brought by the emperor himself, a formidable total of 150,000 soldiers. From any perspective, Prince Qin had no semblance of a chance for victory. The emperor scrutinized the banners on the map, continuously arranging defensive lines. The young often act impulsively. I, too, was once impetuous in my youth, he reflected, recalling his own beginnings with merely 8,000 troops. While the fifth prince boasted 80,000, perhaps he believed he was superior. The emperor had sent numerous envoys to reprimand Qin Bo for his unruly behavior, driven by the young man's reckless use of his princely status. He had even dispatched agents to Qi in the name of Prince Qin to commit misdeeds in pursuit of a rare pearl. The royal reputation had suffered greatly because of him. This conflict must be contained and resolved swiftly. Only by quelling the rebellion quickly can we minimize its repercussions. Su De suggested. The emperor nodded slightly. Indeed, I have heard from the front lines that the morale of Prince Qin's army is quite low. Aside from a few eager individuals, most soldiers seem reluctant to engage in battle. Should we consider a peace offering? As they deliberated, a soldier entered to report that a fugitive from Jin territory sought an audience with the emperor. What does he wish to convey? The emperor inquired. He insists that only in your presence can he speak, the soldier replied. Let him approach, commanded the emperor. Soon after, a disheveled man fell to his knees before the emperor, exclaiming, Long live your majesty. Please, save Prince Qin. He harbors no intention of rebellion. He is being coerced. The hall fell into a dead silence as the emperor pondered what the fifth prince was up to. Having initiated rebellion, why send envoys to plead for assistance? What could possibly warrant my intervention? His voice turned cold, reverberating through the hall, causing the visitor to press himself closer to the ground. Prince Qin is not rebellious. It is Zhao Guang who has imprisoned him and forged orders in his name to incite rebellion. I bear a letter from Prince Qin, hidden within my garments, to present to your majesty. The man tore open his tattered clothing, revealing a piece of brocade that had once belonged to Prince Qin. After confirming the letter posed no threat, the eunuch presented it to the emperor. The emperor gazed upon the letter, which bore hastily scrawled handwriting. Father, I, your son, have committed a grave sin in secretly training troops. However, my initial intent was merely self-preservation. Upon hearing of my brother's plight at the hands of the Hu and the devastation wrought upon Liao, I became fearful for my own safety and sought to bolster my forces. The court forbade me, compelling me to act in secrecy. I swear to heaven, I harbor no rebellious intentions. It is that traitor Zhao Guang who has imprisoned me and incited rebellion in my name. I am powerless and beseech you to save me." After reading the letter, the emperor trembled with rage. A prince of the realm had been imprisoned by his own ministers. Such incompetence was utterly disgraceful. Word of this would surely bring ridicule upon Emperor Qing. How could I have begotten such a useless son? He rubbed his temples in frustration, signaling for Su De to examine the letter. This is the handiwork of the fifth prince. Only he could produce such atrocious handwriting. After reviewing the letter, Su De secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Prince Jin is not the one orchestrating the rebellion, then we have considerable room for maneuvering. Once the man was escorted away, Su De continued, "I believe the immediate course of action should be to seal off Prince Jin's forces within Jin territory." Having significant experience in military affairs, Su De's opinion held weight. The emperor examined the map and ultimately nodded in agreement. "Proceed. Additionally, disperse the surrounding populace and clear the fields to prevent civilians from being slaughtered by the chaotic troops." At this, Hu Yong abruptly knelt. "Your Majesty, the northern territories have suffered calamity. There is no place to accommodate these people." "What of the south?" the emperor inquired. "In recent years, the number of refugees fleeing south has been immense. The southern provinces have strained themselves to prevent chaos among the displaced. Should we send another large group? The entire capital will be ungovernable for 5 years, Hu Yong replied. The emperor closed his eyes in anguish. He was acutely aware of the challenges the south faced. Fortunately, the crown prince had remained in the capital to maintain order amidst the throngs of refugees. If more were to be relocated, the already precarious situation in the south would collapse entirely, leading to greater chaos. Finally, the emperor stood before the map of the realm, his gaze drawn to the upper right corner, Liao territory. "Have you estimated the number of people to be relocated?" he asked. "Approximately 200,000, primarily young and able-bodied," Hu Yong cautiously answered. "In recent years, the north has endured consecutive calamities, and only the most resilient have survived." The emperor pointed to Guangning City. "First, we shall allocate 100,000 refugees, providing ample clothing and provisions, and transport them to Guangning City. The cities within the Shanhaiguan are in disarray, but Guangning City remains prosperous and peaceful. Resettling 100,000 there should pose no significant issues. Besides, the sixth prince once endured greater hardships. Yet he managed to lead 100,000 refugees to survive in Liao and achieve the miraculous feat of establishing Guangning City within just a few years." The emperor had faith that Qin Feng would adeptly manage these 100,000 individuals. However, Hu Yong appeared unconvinced and knelt urgently. "Your Majesty, the Liao territory is frigid. It is unlikely that any refugees would be willing to go there." The emperor's expression hardened, then informed them that Prince Liao will grant them sufficient housing and land, assuring their safety. His gaze swept across the realm. The only hope he harbored lay with Qin Feng. As for the other princes, they remained under careful scrutiny. The Emperor Qing did not dare to call upon the troops of other vassal kings, for who could predict the thoughts that might arise in those sons? Only Qin Feng, with his 600 armored cavalry, advanced to Fanyang, merely arrogantly seizing Lu Ling. There was certainly no intent of rebellion. Nonetheless, Hu Yong remained in a state of suspicion. Could the king of Liao accommodate so many individuals? His impression of Liao was still rooted in poverty. In previous years, the court had to provide substantial financial support to Liao in order to sustain its populace. In recent years, due to great calamities, all subsidies to Liao had ceased, leaving Hu Yong uncertain of how many of the relocated citizens from years past had survived. Although the coal-exporting populace of Liao claimed that Guangning City was thriving, Hu Yong remained unconvinced. With only one harvest a year, enduring long winters, and being subjected to invasions by the Hu people, how could it possibly be that good? It was inconceivable. Emperor Qing, however, harbored no such concerns and issued a direct order. "You may proceed as you wish." Hu Yong could only brace himself and comply, stepping out with a continuous shake of his head and a heavy sigh. The situation for the king of Liao had grown more dire. I could only do my utmost to assist in gratitude for the king of Liao's kindness. Within the chamber, further plotting regarding the impending rebellion was necessary. Su De suddenly knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, I require armored troops from the king of Liao." The emperor immediately envisioned those 600 elite cavalrymen, all clad in uniform iron armor, of a quality far superior to that of his own personal guard. Moreover, the quantity of steel in Guangning City was indeed considerable. Previously, He had focused on disaster relief and overlooked the fact that Qin Feng had considerable control over iron resources. Suda continued, "Currently, our army is vast, yet predominantly equipped with leather armor, and the quantity of iron armor is exceedingly scarce. The Great Wall's 10,000 guards can scarcely muster 1,000 suits of iron armor." The emperor nodded in agreement with Suda's assessment. 1,000 suits were already commendable, and his personal guard could not boast even 2,000 in iron armor. At this point, even Emperor Qing felt a pang of discomfort. He had ascended to the throne through a peasant uprising, and while the national military was immensely large, the quality of weaponry was alarmingly rudimentary. In the years since his ascension, he had had no opportunity to bolster military strength. I surmise that the king of Liao must have amassed a substantial stockpile of iron armor over the years, hence the emergence of this idea. If a contingent of elite cavalry clad entirely in iron armor could be formed, merely 8,000 would suffice to decisively defeat the army of the king of Jin with minimal casualties. The emperor's eyes began to gleam with increasing intensity. The rebel forces numbered 80,000, and the disparity in weaponry and equipment was not markedly different from that of the Qing army. Engaging in combat, it was difficult to guarantee that they would avoid significant losses. However, if there were ironclad elites to serve as the vanguard, the circumstances would be entirely transformed. Now, the only question remained: how many suits of armor did Lao Lu possess? Chapter 32. Returning to Guangning City, how many suits of armor does the king of Liao have? Thousands. Tens of thousands? It remains a complete enigma. The iron content in Guangning City is extraordinarily high. I believe that the quantity of iron armor possessed by the king of Liao should be nearing 10,000 suits, with several thousand horse armors as well. If we could borrow them, the casualties of the Qing army would be minimized. Suda, upon reaching this point, could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. After all, we are talking about several thousand suits of armor. Could the king of Liao simply lend them? Or perhaps, should we offer up a daughter as collateral to the king of Liao? Emperor Qing, too, was in a state of hesitation. Ironclad soldiers were undeniably formidable on the battlefield. Leather armor could be penetrated, yet iron armor could withstand all attacks save for blunt instruments. Clad in iron armor, provided one had sufficient stamina, one became invincible. This was why so many generals could achieve great feats on the battlefield, slaying numerous foes, as they possessed iron armor while ordinary soldiers did not. The matter of borrowing iron armor from Lao Lu was of great significance, and entrusting it to another would not sit well with the emperor. He immediately donned his long robe. "Suda, you shall remain here to oversee the army's operations. I shall personally venture to Guangning City to procure the armor." Suda knelt, replying, "Your Majesty, rest assured, as long as I am present, the rebel forces shall not flourish. I have always placed my trust in you. I thank your Majesty for your confidence." Wang Gonggong. Wang Desui trembled, hastily stepping forward to kneel. "This old servant is here. You are familiar with Guangning City. Accompany me once more." Wang Desui immediately recalled certain unpleasant memories. This old servant obeys. He closed his eyes in distress, truly reluctant to return to that place of sorrow. Yet, the emperor's command had been given, and he could not refuse. Emperor Qing was swift and decisive in his actions, promptly leading 100 light cavalry, racing forth towards Guangning City. Upon reaching the outskirts, the emperor observed a markedly different scene. The last time he had visited Liao, it had been desolate. This time, he encountered numerous merchant caravans along the way. In addition to coal transport, they were also trading medicinal herbs to Fanyang. Lao Lu was indeed performing admirably. The emperor watched the caravans escorted by cavalry, feeling a surge of satisfaction. In this icy landscape, there was finally a semblance of vitality. With the routes opened by these merchants, I need no longer fear getting lost. Gazing upon the vast, boundless plains, the emperor's spirits lifted considerably. Wang Gonggong cautiously accompanied him with a smile, saying, "Thanks to the king of Liao, the citizens of Fanyang can safely weather this winter." The emperor felt immense pride at this. Wang Gonggong lowered his head, quietly sighing that praising the emperor's son was what truly brought him joy. Whether lauding the crown prince or the king of Liao, the emperor's mood would invariably improve. Anyone who dared to directly praise the emperor's wisdom and might would only incite his suspicion. I am indeed quite satisfied with Lao Lu. However, upon this visit to Guangning City, it was imperative that my identity remain concealed. Wang Gonggong lowered his posture, inquiring, "How should this old servant address your Majesty?" "Call me Master Bai, a temporary envoy of the court, and you shall be my deputy." This old servant understands. Before nightfall, the group of cavalry arrived at Guangning City. Due to the swift pace of the emperor's light cavalry, Qin Feng had scarcely received the news when the emperor arrived at Guangning City. "The court's emissaries have come once more? What is this?" Qin Feng found himself somewhat bewildered. How could it be so soon, having made 3 visits in quick succession? In the past 4 or 5 years, they had not seen an envoy at all. Let them be received at the reception hall. Zhu Erling scratched his head, saying, "The envoy seems to be in a hurry to meet the prince." Qin Feng stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be related to Lu Ling? Hong Wan added, after all, Lu Ling is a second-rank circuit supervisor of the court, and it is said that he has numerous allies in the court who may seek to hold the prince accountable. Qin Feng chuckled. Accountable? Lu Ling perished from the cold. What does that have to do with me? Hong Wan suggested. Then I shall intercept them, preventing them from seeing the prince. Qin Feng raised a hand to halt her. Who is the lead envoy? Zhu Erling grinned. Wang Gonggong. But it seems Master Bai is accompanying him. Hong Wan raised an eyebrow. Didn't Wang Gonggong mutter before leaving that he would not return? Qin Feng felt considerably more relaxed. They were all acquaintances. A brief meeting would suffice. I have assisted these two on numerous occasions, and they would not dare to make things difficult for me. Emperor Qing entered Guangning City as before, yet unlike his first visit, perhaps due to the approaching festival, the streets were noticeably more crowded. Even as dusk approached, the people animatedly discussed matters, all converging towards the city center. Following the establishment of trade relations, Guangning City was more prosperous than during my last visit. Even the capital now scarcely witnessed such harmonious scenes, despite having visited once before. Emperor Qing remained awestruck by all that Guangning City had to offer. He felt as if he were experiencing a taste of foreign charm. Here, aside from the Qing people, everything else was markedly different from the Qing, with lifestyles that were completely dissimilar. Wang Gonggong harbored a degree of trepidation towards the people of Guangning City. As a eunuch, he was averse to having others see his flaws. Upon learning that he was a eunuch, the citizens of Guangning City regarded him with a gaze filled with sympathy. It was utterly stifling. The old servant expressed, "I shall never forget this city in my lifetime." His emotions towards Guangning City were complex. It had miraculously saved him and granted him a second chance at life. Yet, he perpetually felt a sense of inferiority, believing he could never hold his head high in the presence of this city due to the absence of something essential. If only he could reside here forever. Alas, for a man without roots, this remained a dream forever unattainable. The citizens, accompanied by their children, hurried towards the city center. The old servant, having left Guangning City not long ago, understood the situation well. The prince was hosting an ice lantern exhibition in the central square. Ice lanterns? They are sculptures made of ice, some with candles inside, illuminating the night brilliantly. We had never seen anything like it during our last visit. Soon, the esteemed lord shall pass by. This troop of over 100 cavalry, escorted by guards, galloped through the streets of Guangning City. Yet it failed to capture the attention of the citizens. In other cities, the sight of such a cavalry would have sent the populace scurrying for safety. However, the citizens of Guangning City boldly pointed and commented on the cavalry, unafraid. The martial spirit of this place was indeed formidable. Qing Wang found himself with a newfound understanding of this city. The old servant chuckled. This city, being situated in a war-torn region, frequently sees the mobilization of cavalry. So the citizens have grown accustomed to it. Perhaps that is so. Qing Wang believed the old servant's perspective was insightful and valid. Little did he know that the citizens of Guangning City were hardly concerned about the cavalry. Without armor, even a few hundred would pose no threat. One must ask, who in Guangning City does not have armor hidden away in their homes? Chapter 33, A Prosperous Era in My Dreams Since the Trade Routes Opened. Qin Feng celebrated by organizing an ice lantern and ice sculpture exhibition in the central square. As the winter dragged on, it was not ideal for the citizens to remain cooped up indoors. Previously, their only option was to visit the crowded central market, which was quite uncomfortable. With the establishment of this ice sculpture square, the flow of people in the market dispersed, making shopping a more pleasant experience. As Qing Huang and his companions approached the central square, the crowd thickened. Ice lanterns adorned both sides of the street. Candles flickered within the ice, which surprisingly did not melt, providing illumination in a fascinating manner. Born in the southern regions, Qing Huang had never witnessed such northern wonders. The old servant was also curious as to why the ice lanterns did not melt from the flames. It was later discovered that the temperature here was so low that the heat from the flames did not travel far. As long as a bit of distance was maintained between the flame and the ice, the cold would prevent melting. The multitude of ice lanterns illuminated Guangning City, making the night significantly brighter. As Qing Huang walked along the street, he felt deeply moved. If only Daqing could be like this everywhere. In the midst of conversation, they arrived at the ice sculpture square. The expansive area was filled with numerous ice sculptures and lanterns. Tigers, lions, bears, and more, all intricately carved and lifelike. with candles illuminating their eyes, creating a unique charm. On the other side stood an ice palace, perfectly replicating the main hall of the Liao Royal Palace. There were even towering ice towers, an ice great wall, and a 3-story ice slide, from which children gleefully slid down on sleds, shrieking with joy. Everything was so joyous. Watching the children frolicking in the snow, Qin Huang felt a sudden pang in his heart. This was the prosperous scene from his dreams. Amidst this snow-covered borderland, Qin Huang beheld a flourishing era. Yet, within the more prosperous territories, desolation reigned, and the citizens were on the brink of displacement due to war. How ironic. What a foolish old fifth, Qin Huang muttered in frustration. If only he possessed a fraction of the wisdom of sixth brother, matters would not have devolved to this state. And he still had the audacity to ask for my aid. Qin Huang felt utterly speechless. He wished he could simply eliminate that little rascal to relieve the burden on the world. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. His only option was to minimize the impact of this rebellion, ensuring that not everyone had to perish for the sake of Old Fifth's life. Once he captured that fool, he would certainly hang him from the city walls and whip him for 5 days, no less. While lost in thought, Qin Huang and his entourage once again beheld the Liao royal residence, cloaked in a blanket of snow. Just as Qin Huang dismounted, he noticed the gates of the Liao royal residence swing open, revealing 2 rows of guards wielding lanterns, followed closely by the stout Liao prince, resembling a bear. In truth, Qin Feng was tall and slender, not particularly robust. However, his fondness for wearing marten fur made him appear exceedingly stout. "Brother Bai, I have thought of you for quite some time," he exclaimed, again with this informal address. How disrespectful. Yet, given the current circumstances, Qin Huang chose to accept it. Since he had already called him this way before, a single instance more mattered little. This was certainly better than Suda, who had his daughter refer to him as little ancestor. If Qin Feng could provide him with sufficient armor this time, he would allow this young man to call him brother freely from now on. The old servant nearby, upon hearing Qin Feng's address, nearly buckled at the knees. Almost falling to the ground, he hunched over, his demeanor exceedingly awkward. The Liao prince truly dared to say anything. It was remarkable that his majesty did not exhibit the slightest hint of anger. The old servant discreetly adjusted his legs, having been startled to the point of involuntarily pulling at them. This unnatural action did not escape Qin Feng's notice. "Old servant, have you not recovered from your injury? Should you not visit the hospital?" Upon hearing the word hospital, Wang Desui felt a shiver run down his spine. No, thank you for your kind offer, my lord. It is truly unnecessary." "Are you certain?" "No need at all," Qin Feng inquired, nodding as he once again grasped Qin Huang's arm, leading him into the royal residence. "I have prepared a feast of venison for you, dear brother. You must savor it thoroughly." Upon entering the royal residence, the guards saluted in perfect unison. Although Qin Huang had grown accustomed to it, he still felt a twinge of envy. Upon returning, he must ensure that his own guards trained to achieve such precision. "We have come due to the rebellion that has erupted in the inner territories and require your assistance," he explained. "A rebellion? This is news to me. Is it not that rascal, Qin Huang?" Qin Huang then proceeded to detail the situation to Qin Feng, who was astounded. "I cannot believe that my men in Fanyang City did not catch wind of this at all." He regarded Qin Huang with newfound respect. This envoy from the court was indeed knowledgeable, possessing such clarity about confidential matters. That Qin Huang was utterly incompetent, allowing his subordinates to seize control. Such a situation would never occur in Liao. The people there were solely concerned with living in peace, with opportunities to bully the Donghu people being a secondary matter. Given the urgency, it was understandable that the Liao prince was unaware. "I have come to borrow some supplies from you," Qin Huang stated. "Borrow? My brother. I shall simply gift them to you," Qin Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Qin Huang's eyes sparkled with delight. "You must not go back on your word." "I shall not," Qin Feng assured him, unperturbed. As long as the items were not of utmost importance, he had no qualms about gifting them to Qin Huang. If they were critical, then they were simply off limits. It was wise to express such sentiments first. At that moment, Qin Huang's gaze fell upon a familiar little girl bouncing towards them, causing him to abruptly halt his speech. Oh no, it was Su Ninger. This girl had encountered Qin Huang numerous times, and if things went awry, his identity would be exposed. Hearing that the court had sent envoys, she had come to take a look. However, upon recognizing Qin Huang's identity, she was suddenly alarmed. "Your Majesty." She instinctively attempted to kneel, but was abruptly halted by Qin Huang's commanding voice. "Call him Uncle Bai. You need not be so formal in front of your Uncle Bai." Su Ninger was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle Bai?" She glanced at Emperor Qing and then at Qin Feng, unable to discern the nature of this father-son duo's intentions. Yet obediently approached them. "Qin Feng, on the other hand, observed the two with curiosity. Through their time spent together, he had long since grasped Su Ning'er's identity, the beloved daughter of the Su family, renowned as the jewel of the Great Wall. He found himself pondering the thoughts of her seemingly indifferent father, who had permitted such a union with a military family. Perhaps Emperor Qing intended to win over Su De through this alliance. Did Ning'er know Brother Bai? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Ning'er felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. But fortunately, Qin Feng's quick reflexes caught her. "What is the matter with you?" Qin Feng asked with concern. Su Ning'er shot a glance at Emperor Qing, suspecting she might have misheard. "What did you just call Uncle Bai?" Chapter 34. Emperor Qing requests armor. What did you just call Uncle Bai? Brother Bai? Qin Feng chuckled, feeling he had gained an advantage over Su Ning'er. Should he ask her to call him uncle as well? This was indeed a thought-provoking question. Su Ning'er opened her mouth, wishing to offer a reminder. But ultimately, it was Emperor Qing who spoke first. "Let us discuss our own matters." Su Ning'er's mind instantly became a jumble. What did he mean by discussing their own matters? How would they discuss it? She felt somewhat bewildered, but upon noticing Emperor Qing winking at her, she understood he wished to conceal his identity. "Uncle Bai, why have you personally come here?" Su Ning'er finally inquired. "We are here to request assistance from the King of Liao." To her surprise, she found that standing alongside the King of Liao suited him remarkably well. "Uncle Bai?" Two rosy hues suddenly appeared on Su Ning'er's cheeks as her thoughts spiraled out of control. Since His Majesty had said so, surely a marriage proposal would follow upon their return, right? When would the wedding take place? Would she get to name the baby? Or would it be left to His Majesty? Oh dear, what was she even thinking? Emperor Qing nodded in satisfaction, concluding that this marriage arrangement would indeed proceed. As for Qin Feng's attitude, it was of little consequence. What young man could resist the charm of such a beautiful girl? As a father, he could certainly make the decision. Qin Feng, observing their interaction, was equally astonished. If Su Da's daughter held such regard for Brother Bai, it suggested that Brother Bai's status in the court must be quite significant. Consequently, Qin Feng felt an urge to be more amiable. "Come, brother. Let us enter and discuss over a meal." "All right." After watching Emperor Qing enter the house, Qin Feng pulled Su Ning'er aside and asked, "What exactly is Brother Bai's south position in the court?" Su Ning'er opened her mouth, nearly divulging the truth, but reconsidered. What if she angered Emperor Qing and jeopardized the marriage proposal? "Uncle's status is very high indeed." "How high?" "Very high, just very high." Qin Feng nodded inwardly. She implied that he was a powerful minister in the court, yet he himself had not been attentive to court affairs. However, Su Ning'er's assertion indicated that Brother Bai's status was indeed considerable. Brother must hold significant power in the court. Then, he pressed further. Su Ning'er could only smile in exasperation. Significant? That would be an understatement. He wields absolute power. His word is law in the court. She muttered softly. Qin Feng's eyes brightened at once. A true power broker. It was remarkable that he had come to this place. It was imperative to cultivate a strong relationship. He turned to a nearby maid and instructed her to add more dishes before entering. "Brother Bai, you haven't yet mentioned what you wish to borrow from me." "Armor. Is that all? How much do you need?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. It was merely armor. In Guangning City, there were two things in abundance: coal and iron. Both could be mined openly, akin to picking up treasures from the ground. Furthermore, with the advancements in iron smelting over the past few years, the stockpile of armor in Guangning City was indeed substantial. Emperor Qing scrutinized Qin Feng's expression for a long time, surprised by his composure. Not only had he agreed, but he also inquired how much was needed. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Qing gestured with his hand, originally intending to ask for 5,000 sets, yet he indicated 8 instead. Qin Feng's expression instantly morphed into one of disbelief, his face a picture of uncertainty. Emperor Qing felt a sense of relief inside. Judging by the king's reaction, it seemed the stock of armor in the city was not plentiful. Asking for 8,000 was indeed a tall order. However, what Qin Feng said next nearly caused Emperor Qing, who had faced countless storms, to leap from his seat in shock. 80,000 sets? Qin Feng's demeanor turned icy. His voice devoid of warmth, akin to frost in winter, causing the attendant behind him to nearly swoon. 80,000. Even if we turned the entire Great Qing upside down, we couldn't gather 8,000 sets of armor. Your Highness, please don't jest, the attendant interjected, unable to contain himself. Qin Feng coldly regarded Emperor Qing. It was Lord Bai who first made a jest. Hearing this, Emperor Qing sighed with relief. He had almost believed Qin Feng genuinely possessed 80,000 sets of armor. Had that been true, he would have been at a loss regarding how to confront his son. The court intended to borrow 8,000 sets of armor to quell the rebels, Emperor Qing stated earnestly. Qin Feng's expression remained unfriendly. 8,000 sets. Is Lord by contemplating rebellion? Emperor Qing was momentarily taken aback. Rebellion? Am I rebelling against myself? Yet he soon recalled that Qin Feng was unaware of his identity. If not, then fewer would suffice. Qin Feng scrutinized Emperor Qing's eyes for a long while. It was not that he could not afford 8,000 sets of armor. In fact, the stock in the Liao King's manor was quite ample, albeit mostly obsolete. Initially, the soldiers of Guangning City had utilized a mix of leather and iron armor. However, with advancements in ironworking technology, the cost of leather armor had become prohibitively high, leading to its gradual phasing out. Presently, the standard iron armor of Guangning City had already transitioned to its second generation, lighter, thinner, and more resilient. I require a handwritten decree from your majesty to provide it. Qin Feng stated with utmost seriousness. Emperor Qing instantly grasped the situation. The sixth prince was indeed willing to grant him 8,000 sets of armor. However, the sixth prince was wary of his identity, fearing that should he procure the 8,000 sets, they might be misused, thus implicating him as well. Contemplating this, Emperor Qing felt somewhat bewildered. How should he approach his son regarding this matter? 8,000 sets of armor. All he needed was a handwritten decree to obtain? That was a staggering quantity. Even he, as emperor, could only dream of such a number, not to mention the expenses involved in crafting them. The annual maintenance costs for each set would amount to astronomical figures. Do you truly have them? Emperor Qing's throat felt dry. Yes, Qin Feng affirmed resolutely, unwilling to conceal the stockpile of armor in Guangning City any longer. It was better to be forthright with the court. Otherwise, it could escalate into a situation akin to that of Prince Jin. Zhu Lai, at your service. Report the number of armored units in my personal army. Yes. Zhu Heir was somewhat dazed but knew every detail regarding the army's assets. A few days ago, the court permitted the prince to expand his forces, and he had complied by increasing the personal army to 10,000 men. Hearing this, Emperor Qing cast a glance at Qin Feng, feeling a wave of emotions. He had allowed the sixth prince to expand his army to 30,000, yet Qin Feng had only opted for 10,000. This was clearly intended to reassure him. And then there was that rogue fifth prince, who had unlawfully recruited 80,000 men, ultimately spiraling out of control and causing a significant disaster. However, Zhu Heir's subsequent words left Emperor Qing utterly perplexed. Currently, there are 12,000 sets of armor in the army and 12,000 sets for horses. Emperor Qing immediately stood up. Why are there more sets of armor than soldiers? Zhu Heir looked at Emperor Qing in confusion. It has always been this way. Chapter 35. Emperor Qing stunned speechless. Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on Emperor Qing. The weaponry of the soldiers in Guangning City has always been excessively distributed, with an additional 2,000 for reserve purposes. Emperor Qing was rendered completely speechless. Those suffering from drought perish from thirst, while those plagued by floods drown. He truly did not anticipate that Qin Feng's 10,000 loyal soldiers were all heavily armored cavalry. Moreover, their steeds were also clad in armor. This contingent of 10,000 armored cavalry would require at least 20,000 horses. Emperor Qing's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Feng, who remained remarkably composed. The atmosphere in the grand hall had suddenly become eerily silent and oppressive, with Eunuch Wang huddled in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe. Yet, the matter was far from concluded. Hong Wan, this subordinate is here. Clad in a flowing red robe, she entered the hall and knelt before Qin Feng. Regarding the inventory of armor in the estate, as reported by the citizens of the city. To answer His Highness, there are not many suits of armor remaining in the estate, only 2,000 sets. Emperor Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He already deemed the 12,000 sets for his personal army to be ample. Is there more in the royal estate? In total, there are 14,000 sets. Even if 8,000 are dispatched, 6,000 will remain. No wonder Qin Feng dared to make such a statement. However, what did the citizens' reports imply? Did they secretly hoard armor? Hong Wan's subsequent revelations confirmed Emperor Qing's suspicions. The total number of armor reported by the city's citizens amounted to 23,000 sets. Eunuch Wang's countenance darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Emperor Qing's breathing became noticeably labored, and he began to question his own sanity. According to the laws of Qing, citizens were prohibited from hoarding armor. Yet, Qin Feng remained astonishingly calm. There is no hoarding. All have been reported to the royal estate. What could the citizens possibly need with so much armor? Emperor Qing's expression turned grave. If Qin Feng were willing, the entirety of Guangning City could instantly muster an army of 10,000 cavalry and over 20,000 infantry clad in armor. Although the number of soldiers was not vast, it would suffice to dominate the land, leaving no one to oppose them. Qin Feng maintained his serene demeanor. Minister Bai, Guangning City borders the Hu people and lacks defensible terrain. How could the citizens survive without some armor? Emperor Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. Just this small Guangning City held 34,000 sets of armor. 34,000. The Great Qing army could scarcely muster 4,000 in total. This realization sent chills down Emperor Qing's spine. Why had he been oblivious to this? Was it due to the court's negligence towards the Liao territories? Yet, Hong Wan's report was not yet finished. In the steel manufacturing plant's warehouse, there were still over 17,000 first-generation standard armors, awaiting the prince's instruction on whether to remelt them. Emperor Qing felt as though darkness had enveloped him. After an extended silence, he gazed vacantly at Qin Feng. Is there more? This quantity had rendered him somewhat numb. That is all, Hong Wan replied, bowing her head. Qin Feng turned to Emperor Qing. I possess a little over 53,000 sets. The court's request for 8,000 is not excessive. I can willingly send 2,000 sets without issue. However, you must have a royal edict. Otherwise, I shall not part with a single piece. Emperor Qing closed his eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him before he gradually regained his composure from the tumult of emotions. Eunuch Wang, fetch the imperial decree. Before arriving, Emperor Qing had already prepared the order and sealed it with the imperial jade stamp. However, Eunuch Wang was trembling violently, oblivious to the emperor's command. Eunuch Wang. Emperor Qing raised his voice. Ah, I am here. The dazed Eunuch Wang fell to his knees, nearly calling out to the emperor before being sharply rebuked by Emperor Qing. Look at your pitiful state. Is it just over 50,000 sets of armor? Hurry and bring forth the decree. Ah, yes. Eunuch Wang retrieved the decree from his robe, gingerly presenting it to Qin Feng, even forgetting the proper protocol. He was genuinely terrified. 50,000 sets of armor were already an extraordinarily daunting figure for Qing, and over 50,000 sets were enough to instill sheer terror. He had initially suspected that the Prince of Liao was jesting, yet the prince exhibited no signs of levity. Qin Feng accepted the decree and surveyed the room. It seems genuine. Emperor Qing shot a glance at Qin Feng. What do you mean it seems genuine? It is indeed authentic. Retrieve that which I have collected and compare. Qin Feng promptly ordered, comparing it to the previously conferred imperial decree, confirming that the materials, wording, and seals were identical in every aspect. My lord, this decree is genuine. Qin Feng immediately stored the decree away. I must apologize to you, brother Bai. 8,000 sets of armor is indeed no trivial matter, and I cannot afford to be careless. Emperor Qing internally scoffed. Just moments ago, Qin Feng had addressed him as Minister Bai, eager to distance himself. Yet now he reverted to brother Bai? However, this shift in attitude instilled a sense of trust in Emperor Qing. His sixth son was merely concerned that the armor could pose a threat to the court, hence his cold demeanor. My sixth son truly has the power to frighten me. Let alone 50,000 sets. Even 2,000 sets would guarantee Emperor Qing's resolve to annihilate the Northern Hu. Ultimately, Emperor Qing's emotions were exceedingly complex. A myriad of thoughts left unspoken. After a long silence, he finally spoke. We understand the Prince of Liao's caution. But why, in merely a few years, has the 50,000-strong Guangning City amassed over 53,000 sets of armor? Qin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. I am simply fearful. 6 years ago, the Northern Hu slaughtered Guangning City, abducting my people, leaving the Liao territories in ruins. Emperor Qing's expression turned pained. He remembered the anguish he felt upon learning of the Northern Hu's massacre in the Liao territories, suffering sleepless nights for half a month. It was from that moment that he vowed to eradicate the Northern Hu. In the subsequent year, he received no news of Qin Feng, leading him to believe that his sixth son had perished. Only later did he learn that Qin Feng had rebuilt Guangning City, yet the world was rife with calamities, and he had turned gray from worry over disaster relief. Ultimately, he hastily relocated 10,000 disaster-stricken citizens to the Liao territories, hoping to assist Qin Feng. Fortunately, Emperor Qing's decision at that time had been instrumental in aiding Qin Feng. I did not wish to be slaughtered by the Northern Hu again, so I devoted myself to developing military resources, and thus it has gradually come to be as it is now. At the core, it was still fear. In just a few sentences, Qin Feng laid bare the endless heartache of these past years. Hong Wan's mood sank further, tears welling in her eyes. The maids and guards in the hall clenched their fists, vowing to protect the Prince of Liao and safeguard Guangning City. Only Zhu Erling stood in the chamber, foolishly grinning. Qin Feng sat in the high seat, gazing out at the bright night sky. Should the Northern Hu dare to approach Guangning City again, he would ensure that they would not return. My lord is formidable. Hong Wan was the first to kneel, followed by all the guards and maids, who knelt in unison. My lord is formidable. Emperor Qing's mouth opened, his heart brimming with unspoken words. yet he could only transform it into a somewhat pale statement. Well done. Chapter 36. What constitutes vision? The Prince of Liao's offering of armor would not go unrewarded by the court. Initially, upon hearing of the over 50,000 sets of armor, Emperor Qing felt apprehensive. However, upon reflecting on the circumstances, he came to understand completely. In such a high-pressure environment, amassing military resources was entirely justifiable. The primary purpose of bestowing titles upon feudal lords was to guard against the Hu people, was it not? Though the Liao territories had caused him sorrow years ago, they were now faring quite well. Qin Feng shrugged, showing little concern for rewards. He suspected that the imperial treasury was nearly depleted, leaving little to offer as gifts. By presenting these armors, he aimed to convey a clear message to the court. He desired nothing more than to reside peacefully here, harboring no rebellious intentions. Furthermore, he sought to silence the court, preventing them from resurrecting grievances regarding the past. Above all, he did not wish for chaos to reign. He preferred a tranquil existence, developing steadily without turmoil. The armor in question is akin to the support provided by his seemingly unyielding father, the emperor. When does brother Bai require it? Now. Such urgency? Would it not be prudent to finish our meal first? We can always come back to dine. There are plenty of deer. Very well. I happen to be somewhat weary of venison myself lately, so I shall accompany you to take a look. Prepare the carriage. The group traveled in a horse-drawn carriage, traversing the moonlit streets, and soon arrived at the steel mill. Upon witnessing the billowing black smoke and the industrious workers within, the emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. It was already night, yet the iron was still being smelted. He could feel the heat radiating from the mill, even through his fur coat. Once ignited, a steel furnace cannot be halted. Pausing would cause the molten slag to solidify against the walls, rendering the production of superior steel impossible in the future. If the steel quality falters, the furnace, built at great expense, would be rendered utterly useless. It is a tremendous burden, the emperor mused. No wonder they have managed to produce 50,000 suits of armor in just a few years. The strength of the steel is remarkable. The workers here operate in 4 shifts, and over the past few years, more than 80 have sacrificed their lives for this endeavor. They are the heroes of Guangning City. Qin Feng pointed to the stone tablet erected at the entrance of the mill, inscribed with the names of those who perished within its walls. The emperor gazed at the tablet, moved by the common names etched there, realizing that even the deceased are commemorated by this city. Perhaps there is something to be learned from this. Under the guidance of Hong Wan, they arrived at the door concealing the iron armor. Upon pushing open the heavy iron door and igniting several torches, rows of armor emerged before the emperor, prompting him to inhale deeply. 17,000 suits of armor lay before him, an overwhelming sight beyond description. It was as if he beheld an army of 17,000 soldiers. However, these armors had not been stored properly. They were coated in dust, many were rusted, and several had their straps chewed through by mice. Yet, this posed no issue. With a bit of polishing and reweaving, these armors could all be restored to functionality. As the emperor approached, he noticed numerous scars from blades and swords on the armors, each bearing testament to the ferocity of battle they had endured. Qin Feng picked up a palm-sized piece of armor, lost in reflection. These were the first generation of armor from Guangning City, now retired companions. Back then, the smelting and forging technology was rudimentary, necessitating the use of molds for mass production of armor pieces, which were then painstakingly crafted into suits by hand, a laborious and time-consuming process. Yet it was through their existence that they survived on this land. The emperor's expression turned serious, for he could feel the echoes of those wartime days from these pieces of armor. "You have suffered greatly," he said, performing a formal salute to the armors. The Grand Eunuch gazed at the pieces with profound respect. People often overlook the struggles that have led to the current prosperity of Guangning City. It is a miracle built upon ruins. Qin Feng brushed the dust off the armor piece. Each complete suit, including the helmet, weighed 52 pounds. So light. The standard weight for armor in the Emperor's army is 60 pounds. Qin Feng shook his head, explaining that is due to the inferior smelting techniques within the inner realm, naturally resulting in greater weight. Are these armors to be discarded? They were initially intended for remelting. No, the Emperor interjected urgently. The court is in desperate need of armor. Let these be gifted to the court. Qin Feng had no objections. Remelting iron is a cumbersome task, requiring the furnace to be halted and a new method for efficient remelting to be devised. Such actions would undoubtedly waste a significant amount of time, which is why those furnaces had been left untouched along with the armors. The Emperor felt that this journey was indeed worthwhile. After restoring these 17,000 suits, they could potentially equip 15,000 armored soldiers. In the past, the emperor would not have dared to even dream of such an outcome. Upon returning with this armor, Suda would likely be utterly astonished. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. With 15,000 armored soldiers, he felt confident in facing not only the rebels, but even the northern Hu. Yet, he also sensed a swell of pride rising within him. Maintain your composure, remain grounded. He admonished himself, as he realized it had been years since he had felt such excitement. He anticipated a sleepless night ahead. The notion of spending the night in the warehouse crossed his mind, only to be quickly dismissed with a chuckle. How foolish to treasure what the sixth prince discards. Have I grown so inept in my old age? Observing the young and capable Qin Feng, the emperor felt the weight of his own years. The younger generation outshone him. With the exception of the fifth prince, that rascal. Qin Feng's next statement, however, would leave the emperor restless for several nights to come. I will also send an additional 2,000 second-generation armors to the court. The second-generation armor features integrated components, with an overall weight of only 43 pounds, offering significantly superior defensive capabilities and currently serving as the standard armor for the Guangning military. Upon hearing this, even the astonished Grand Eunuch felt compelled to kneel before Qin Feng. What does it mean to possess vision? This is what it means. Equipping the court with nearly 20,000 suits of armor would greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the emperor's forces. The Grand Eunuch even felt fortunate that the Prince of Jin had rebelled. Otherwise, His Majesty would never have sought armor from the Prince of Liao and would have missed out on such substantial gains. The emperor gazed at Qin Feng with a mixture of affection and guilt, overwhelmed by complex emotions. He found himself at a loss on how to confront the sixth prince. Chapter 37. Poverty restricts imagination. Even with the impending donation of nearly 19,000 suits of armor, Guangning City remains saturated with armor. As long as the steel mill operates, new armors will continue to be produced. The armors of Guangning City are fundamentally classified into generations. The first generation is privately hoarded by the populace, while the second generation is equipped to the elite troops. Currently, a third generation of armor has been developed, weighing only 35 pounds, with enhanced defensive capabilities. Though the sole drawback is the exorbitant cost of production, the armors stored within the Liao Prince's residence are, in fact, specially crafted third-generation armors. Furthermore, Guangning City has also developed a technique for producing golden silk soft armor. While it may sound grand, it is essentially crafted from silk. Silk is not merely a fine garment. It also offers protection against arrows, and the thickened silk provides a degree of resistance against piercing attacks. This is a critical and expensive strategic resource. Qin Feng possesses extensive knowledge regarding defensive equipment. In this era dominated by cold weapons, if one can maximize their defensive capabilities, the enemy cannot kill them. They can only await their demise at the hands of their opponent. It is precisely due to this advantage in equipment, combined with the prestige earned over the years, that Guangning City has been able to establish itself beneath the watchful eyes of the Eastern Hu. The Eastern Hu have even come to deeply fear Guangning City. All Eastern Hu acknowledge one undeniable truth, aside from the Northern Hu to the far north. The Prince of Liao is the most formidable presence in this land, a realization paid for with countless blood, tears, and the abduction of many able-bodied youths. Those clad in armor are invincible. Qin Feng believes he could impart some of this knowledge to Brother Bai. For optimal defensive performance, it is indeed feasible to wear dual or even triple layers of armor. The royal guard of this king possesses more iron armor than soldiers, and for this reason, if they serve as the vanguard, donning 2 layers of iron armor while maintaining an additional layer would render them nearly invulnerable, even against the Eastern Hu archers. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the emperor's gaze towards him shifted markedly. Was 1 layer of armor insufficient? Must they wear 2 or even 3 layers? The entire realm of Deqing boasts an army of over 1 million, yet only 4,000 sets of iron armor could be mustered, excluding Guangning City. Where would they find the means to equip such an army with 2 layers of armor? 1 layer of armor is already formidable. The court possesses no surplus of iron armor. Qin Feng, however, shook his head. It was unnecessary to insist on 2 layers of iron armor. A single layer of leather armor beneath an outer layer of iron would suffice to provide superior defense. The emperor's understanding suddenly deepened. Indeed, with 1 layer of leather armor and 1 layer of iron, even if the iron armor were to sustain damage, the leather would still afford protection. Moreover, leather armor is lightweight, and the court possesses a considerable supply. Once these sets of iron armor are delivered, the emperor plans to have some elite troops test this approach. If they can field 3,000 soldiers with such defensive capabilities, even the battle-hardened emperor would be at a loss for how to confront these heavily armored warriors head-on. Might they employ blunt instruments? Or perhaps catapults? Or simply exhaust their strength? Nevertheless, if a heavy armor unit is established, they would undoubtedly be able to avoid such scenarios in advance. Furthermore, should these heavy armored troops take on the role of cavalry, their mobility would be significantly enhanced. Even with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, it would be a formidable challenge to contain these heavy cavalrymen. Soldiers are still human and will experience fear. Before such heavy cavalry, most soldiers would be disinclined to launch any offensive. That would be tantamount to seeking death. On the battlefield, these heavy cavalry are invincible, absolutely invincible. It is poverty that constrains our imagination, the emperor lamented, as he had never fought a battle of wealth. Yet, Qin Feng's subsequent remarks caused the emperor to become alert. It is a pity that Guangning City lacks leather armor. If there were 50,000 sets, the citizens of Guangning would not need to hide iron armor in every household. Moreover, leather armor is far more convenient for everyday use than iron. Brother Bai, I can readily give away these 20,000 iron armors. Can the court provide me with 50,000 sets of leather armor? Qin Feng smiled at the emperor. Good lad. You truly take an interest in the world and act selflessly, yet here you are waiting for us. The emperor retorted. What do you intend to do with so much leather armor? Rebel? This time, it was the emperor who posed a question, though he merely spoke for effect. He did not genuinely suspect Qin Feng of harboring rebellious intentions. Moreover, with the Shanhai Pass and the Great Wall as barriers, Qin Feng had no conditions to rebel from within the Liao territory. Qin Feng's expression turned serious. Such matters should not be trifled with lightly. Rebellion is a grave subject. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, recalling that it was Qin Feng who had originally suggested he might rebel. However, he soon thought of the Jin Wang's rebel forces and felt a sudden tightness in his chest. You have but 10,000 personal troops. Once the chaos is quelled, I shall allocate you 10,000 leather armors. Brother, I can easily give away these 20,000 iron armors, surely. It is unreasonable for you to only grant me 1,000 leather armors. Qin Feng scoffed. I know you cannot unilaterally decide this matter. Once you return, discuss it with the court. What is the value of 50,000 leather armors? The emperor felt utterly speechless. What did it mean that he could not make this decision? He could manage any military affairs entirely on his own. 50,000 is far too many. It is utterly impossible. However, if we were to distribute the armor given to the Jin Wang's army, 50,000 leather armors would be easily feasible. The emperor shot Qin Feng a glare. It is impossible to wait for us like this. He spoke with finality. The court is impoverished, and as emperor, he is even poorer. The army's meager resources cannot be squandered. Only 1,000. The emperor's tone was resolute. Hearing the two dispute over this matter, the eunuch Wang was utterly taken aback, scarcely daring to breathe. What a sight! It was the first time he had witnessed a prince daring to argue with the emperor, and the emperor appeared unfazed. Previously, the crown prince had quarreled with the emperor over state affairs, and in a fit of anger, the emperor had struck him with his shoe, terrifying the surrounding eunuchs and maidens. The ministers outside the palace were equally alarmed, inferring a rift between the emperor and the crown prince. Yet, in truth, the royal family remained as it was, and the relationship between the emperor and the crown prince was still harmonious. Seeing the emperor's steadfastness, Qin Feng could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Stubborn as a mule, he would not relent in the slightest. The emperor's eyes widened in indignation, barely managing to control his temper. What did you just say? Qin Feng looked at the emperor in surprise. Had he spoken aloud? How had the old man heard him? Was this the keen ability of top ministers to read the room? Could he discern expressions even in the dim light of the warehouse? I must refrain from cursing in my heart in the future. If I must curse, I shall do so openly. That would be far more satisfying. 1,000 is absolutely insufficient. If you provide the raw materials, Guangning City can process them. Qin Feng proposed an alternative solution. The court's capacity for armor manufacturing is far inferior to that of Guangning City. The emperor contemplated this, ultimately nodding in agreement. The court indeed possesses a surplus of raw materials for crafting leather armor, having been preoccupied with disaster relief in recent years. They had not had the opportunity to produce more armor. Moreover, with the emperor now overseeing the production of iron armor in Guangning City, the demand for leather armor would significantly decrease. The surplus raw materials were not of great importance. At most, I can provide you with enough raw materials for an additional 20,000 leather armors. The emperor finally relented. Qin Feng found this arrangement acceptable. 3,000 leather armors would suffice for the time being. It would ensure that each soldier in Guangning City could don a layer of leather armor beneath their iron armor, effectively equipping them with 2 layers of protection. One encounter with the northern who would surely cause them to weep. As for Qin Feng himself, he traditionally wore 3 layers of armor: a silk soft armor, a layer of leather armor, and the outermost iron armor. As long as he avoided heavy weaponry, he was virtually invincible. Besides, the Hu lacked heavy weaponry. This arrangement seemed feasible. Observing Qin Feng nodding in agreement, the emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Once again contemplating Guangning City's capacity for iron armor production. The steel production in Guangning City was severely excessive. The vast expanse of Liao territory is rich in resources, with open iron mines seemingly available for the taking. Given the current consumption of steel, the open iron mines alone could sustain usage for at least 900 years. Not accounting for underground reserves, it is simply inexhaustible. Even if Qin Feng were to demand the relentless production of iron pots, shovels, spades, and plows, the steel mill would still be inundated with mountains of iron blocks, many of which were already rusting. Thus, Qin Feng intended to expand the steel market southward, akin to coal mining. Unfortunately, steel is classified as a strategic resource in Qing, and the only viable partner for collaboration is the court. Qin Feng planned to first engage brother Bai with his vision. The Qing army is in dire need of transformation. His words prompted the emperor to ponder deeply. Transformation? How would it change? Considering Qin Feng's elite forces, the emperor felt a flicker of anticipation. Noticing that he had piqued brother Bai's interest, Qin Feng continued. The Qing army must shift from a numerical advantage to one of quality. It is imperative to enhance the overall combat proficiency of the soldiers and to vigorously develop weaponry and equipment to create a technological gap with the enemy. Just as armored soldiers can face unarmored infantry with the capability of 1 against 10, the emperor blinked in astonishment. Good heavens! This lad had just uttered a plethora of incomprehensible terms, only to reveal that he simply wished for the Qing army to be re-equipped with iron armor. He desired this as well. However, the issue lies in the court's lack of funds. Perhaps the Liao King could provide further assistance? Qin Feng felt a jolt of frustration. Assistance? They had already supplied 18,000 sets. What more could be required? The audacity of this elder brother is truly remarkable. The citizens within the steel mill also need to provide for their families. They cannot perpetually offer their services to the court without compensation. The emperor, recalling the recent acquisition of 18,000 sets of iron armor, felt a flush of embarrassment. Qin Feng continued, I have a proposal. I shall lend the court a sum of money specifically for the procurement of armor from the steel mill, to be repaid over 10 years. If funds are insufficient, it is acceptable to settle the debt with goods such as cloth, silk, or leather. Qin Feng intended to become the court's creditor. Given the vastness of Great Qing, it was improbable that they would fail to repay this modest sum. Moreover, defaulting would tarnish the court's credibility, which is far more valuable. The emperor's eyes narrowed in contemplation. This idea was indeed quite astute. Yet, the thought of being indebted to his son was less than appealing. However, from the court's perspective, this plan was entirely feasible. What parent does not carry a lifelong debt to their children? Ultimately, the priority was to secure the armor. As long as the future brought favorable weather for a few years, he could repay the sixth son generously. It was no small feat for the sixth son to amass such wealth in a mere few years, turning Guangning City into a thriving hub. Most commendable was his unwavering commitment to assist the court. The emperor, increasingly satisfied with Qin Feng, inquired, how many sets of armor can this place supply to the court in a year? Qin Feng chuckled, how many does the court desire? The more, the better. The emperor calculated and believed that the annual output of 8,000 sets from Guangning City was likely the upper limit. However, having been initially shocked by the prospect, he now felt indifferent. Had he been informed before this meeting that 8,000 sets could be produced annually, he would have been elated for days. Yet, the maintenance costs for 8,000 sets were not negligible. Leather armor could last 50 to 60 years if well preserved, whereas iron armor might deteriorate within 20 years. This was precisely why, despite the previous dynasty's abundance of iron-armored troops, the Qing dynasty was left with only leather armor. The corruption of the previous administration had led to the poor preservation of stored armor, with most of it now in the emperor's possession. While he suspected that many noble families might still possess some iron armor, its quantity was likely minimal, and the court had no substantial evidence. Can we truly supply 8,000 sets to the court in a year? The emperor felt he had placed a heavy burden on Qin Feng. If he could accumulate 100,000 iron-armored soldiers over 7 or 8 years, he would be in his 60s, capable of sweeping across the northern deserts. At that time, the northern who would perish at his command. Yet, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. 8,000 sets. Could that be insufficient? Insufficient? The emperor's voice involuntarily rose. You underestimate the capabilities of the steel mill. Allow me to share a secret with you. Without disrupting the normal operations of Guangning City, the mill can produce 1,500 sets of armor in a month. The emperor calculated with his fingers. 12 months multiplied by 1,500 sets equaled 18,000 sets annually. Moreover, from what the sixth son implied, this was not even at full production capacity. The emperor's pupils widened in disbelief. His mind swirled in astonishment. He questioned whether he was dreaming. The court's artisans numbered 300,000. Even with their full effort, they might not achieve the production of 18,000 sets in a year. Iron armor is the most splendid jewel of the steel industry, the ultimate military equipment. Aside from heavy weaponry, iron armor can withstand any other weapon, and a slow production rate is to be expected. Each set of armor from the court takes at least over a year to manufacture. Why is it being produced so swiftly? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Why so slow? The emperor, sensing that Qin Feng was genuinely unaware of the court's production speed, felt a growing discomfort in his heart. He began to suspect that there might be issues within the manufacturing office. How could it be so inefficient? Upon returning to the capital, he would thoroughly investigate. If any corruption were found, those responsible would face dire consequences. Yet, he vaguely recalled records from the previous dynasty that indicated the process of creating iron armor was complex and required extensive preparation, including manual forging of armor plates. A skilled artisan could produce only one set in over a year, which was already impressive. Indeed, the previous dynasty's manufacturing office must have been corrupt. Otherwise, after seizing the throne, I would not have unearthed so few sets of armor. The sixth son was truly remarkable. He revealed everything to us. If not for him, we would remain in the dark, unable to ever build a genuine iron-armored army in our lifetime. The emperor's thoughts were entirely swayed by Qin Feng. He began to believe that an annual production of 18,000 sets of armor was the norm. Regardless of how slowly the court produced, it should not lag so far behind. The court would receive 18,000 sets annually. In just a few years, 100,000 iron-armored troops could be assembled. The northern who would meet their demise. Meanwhile, Eunuch Wang, listening intently to the conversation between the emperor and Qin Feng, cowered nervously in the shadows. The magnitude of their discussion was staggering. To him, it was an astronomical figure. 18,000 sets of armor. What a fortune that would entail. He struggled to comprehend the enormity of the cost. Fortunately, Qin Feng addressed this issue. Hong Wan, please calculate the price of the armor. Yes, Your Highness. Hong Wan stepped forward. The price for the court to forge a set of armor is approximately 200 guan. However, the prince calculated only 100 guan to assist the court. Qin Feng could not help but glance at Hong Wan, choosing not to comment further. This girl was undeniably a shrewd merchant. The armor's production was advanced, and considering the large quantity, the final cost per set would only be about 5 to 6 guan. Otherwise, how could every household in Guangning City afford to hide armor? Hong Wan was clever, multiplying the cost nearly 20-fold. Qin Feng felt a twinge of guilt for the deception. Should the court discover the truth and place blame, it might lead to misunderstandings that he could not afford at this time. It would completely contradict his initial intention of fostering stability and growth. Just as he contemplated lowering the price, the emperor suddenly sighed. 18,000 sets amount to 180,000 guan. The emperor gazed skyward, remaining silent for a long while. The court's annual tax revenue was only 10 million guan. 18,000 guan represented the total military expenditure of Great Qing for 3 years. Hong Wan playfully winked at Qin Feng. She quoted this price to provide him with an opportunity to curry favor with the court's envoy. Qin Feng instantly grasped her intent. Feeling grateful for her thoughtfulness, he vowed to show her extra affection upon his return. Clearing his throat, he stated, I understand that the court faces difficulties. Therefore, I shall reduce the price to 60 guan per set. I will also cover the shipping costs. The emperor opened his mouth, but his excitement rendered him speechless. Chapter 39, Exchange Directly. Each set of armor from Guangning City costs 60 guan, less than a third of what the court produces. The emperor felt this was incredibly cheap. The rascals at the manufacturing office charged 200 guan for each set. How much of that was embezzled? They would all be thrown into prison upon his return. However, the purchase of 18,000 sets still required 1 million guan, which represented a tenth of the court's annual budget. The emperor still felt the burden was too heavy to bear. The poverty was overwhelming. Even when faced with such a monumental benefit, the emperor hesitated to acquiesce. Every single coin in the court's coffers must be spent wisely. 1 million guan for 18,000 sets of armor ultimately seemed unworthy. It was far less economical than maintaining a million-strong army. The thought of the armor being within reach while lacking the funds to acquire it only deepened the emperor's distress. A sudden thought took root in his mind. Why not simply seize the sixth son's assets? Yet he quickly extinguished that thought. How could a father take from his son? The price offered by the sixth son certainly yielded minimal profit, and he had already considered our interests considerably. We cannot dishearten the sixth son. Moreover, should word of us stealing from our own flesh and blood spread, how would the world perceive us? If we can rob our own son, what is there that the emperor cannot take? Ultimately, the emperor reached a compromise. Since funds were lacking, he decided to purchase less. Thus, they settled on 60 coins per set, initially producing 8,000 sets for the court in a year. While the iron armor was indeed commendable, the emperor could not afford such luxuries. By ordering 8,000 sets, combined with the original order and what Qin Feng was to provide, they could amass nearly 30,000 ironclad soldiers, which should suffice for battles against the northern Hu. 8,000 sets would amount to 480,000 coins, repayable over a decade, thereby alleviating future burdens on the court. Furthermore, the annual maintenance costs for the armor were not insignificant. Reducing the order would save considerable maintenance expenses. 8,000 sets. That was far too few. Qin Feng shook his head, noting the production capacity was excessive. Fabricating 8,000 sets in a year was almost trivial, leading to an excess of iron blocks. He could even utilize the surplus iron to fortify walls. A solution was required to absorb the excess production. Since the court could not afford such costly armor, Qin Feng had a more affordable alternative. How about iron armor priced at 5 coins per set? The emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. 5 coins. Iron armor? Could it truly be viable? The emperor was dumbfounded. This price was so low it was beyond his wildest imagination. A single piece of leather armor cost several coins. This was almost on par with the price of leather armor. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Hong Wan, please fetch the newly developed 2-piece armor. Yes, my lord. Soon. A set of plate armor was presented. As its name suggests, the 2-piece armor consisted of 2 plates, one for the chest and one for the back. Most soldiers in the Qing army donned leather armor of a similar design, effectively protecting the torso while remaining cost-effective. The 2-piece plate armor produced in Guangning City was molded into a single form, further minimizing costs. The technique was straightforward. It simply required 2 iron plates shaped to fit the body, connected by leather straps. Qin Feng personally delivered the 2-piece plate armor to the emperor, weighing only 20 pounds. It was both lightweight and highly protective. The emperor lifted the 2-piece armor, weighing it in his hands, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. This 2-piece armor was perfectly suitable for the Qing army. How was such large iron plates manufactured? This was the emperor's first encounter with armor made from 2 plates. Even the Ming dynasty's famed armor could not provide full body protection with a single plate. It utilized small iron plates woven together. This was truly incredible. Since the emperor's arrival in Guangning City, his experiences had been overwhelmingly transformative. Things he had never dared to imagine were unfolding before him. Moreover, such a piece of armor, crafted with apparent skill, was offered to him for a mere 5 coins. How remarkably conscientious. The sixth son was genuinely considering the court's interests. With a son like this, the emperor felt as though the ancestral graves must be exuding fresh smoke. With a Liao king in the realm, it was indeed a fortuitous blessing for our Qing. The emperor gazed at the 2-piece plate armor, filled with vigor, increasingly satisfied with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, flattered by the praise, felt a flush of embarrassment. He had merely presented a modest offering, yet the elder brother regarded it as a treasure. This 2-piece plate armor was simply a casual creation, costing less than half a coin to produce. In Qin Feng's eyes, the armor was far from ideal. Its thickness was half an inch, still too robust. Only armor weighing less than 10 pounds with equivalent defensive capabilities could be deemed truly excellent. Yet, the path of research ahead was long and must be approached gradually. The elder brother was thoroughly satisfied with this 2-piece plate armor. Utterly satisfied. Nothing could surpass this armor. The emperor, unable to part with it, donned it himself and found it remarkably comfortable. Affordable and of excellent quality, it was precisely what the court required. The emperor envisioned the sight of the entire Qing army equipped with the 2-piece plate armor, certain it would significantly enhance their combat effectiveness. Splendid. Witnessing this, Qin Feng waved his hand decisively. Let the elder brother see the defensive capabilities of this 2-piece iron armor. Someone, please conduct a test for the elder brother. Qin Feng stepped back alongside the emperor, but upon seeing a tall and ungainly figure rush forth, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. I'm here, my lord. Zhu Erling exclaimed with uncontained excitement, swinging a large blade that sliced through the whistling wind and struck the iron armor. The sheer force of the blow made Qin Feng's eyes twitch. How could he have overlooked this hulking fellow? He had witnessed Zhu Erling cleave a man in two with a single strike. The consequences of this blow were unpredictable. Clang, accompanied by a spark and a crisp sound. Part of the blade flew off. Zhu Erling sheepishly scratched his head. My lord, this blade is not sturdy. Get lost. Qin Feng kicked Zhu Erling aside. This foolish brute had the strength of a bear, daring to grapple with something over 2 meters tall. Looking at the two-piece armor, a deep gash marred its surface. Thankfully, it had not been cleaved through entirely. Otherwise, this demonstration of the Liao King would have ended in disaster. The emperor observed the gash on the armor, then looked appreciatively at the disgruntled Zhu Erling. To inflict such a wound on iron armor is truly remarkable. You are indeed a fierce general, he praised earnestly, then seized a long knife. Let me try this myself. The emperor gripped the knife with both hands, feet positioned apart, and his body sank. Raising the long knife high, he swung it down upon the two-piece armor. Clang! The iron armor sparked as it was struck, leaving a faint mark on its surface. Excellent armor. Again. The emperor drew a long spear, twisting his waist and thrusting. The spear whistled through the air and struck the plate armor with a resounding thud. Regrettably, the spear tip penetrated only slightly, leaving a small dent in the iron plate. It was utterly incapable of piercing the two-piece armor. Truly remarkable. The emperor excitedly twirled the spear, handing it to the royal steward to keep safe, while he lovingly cradled the two-piece plate armor. The court would require 100,000 sets of this two-piece armor. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he instantly gave a thumbs up. Boss Bai is generous. The emperor, pleased, stroked his beard, envisioning the sight of an army of 100,000 clad in iron armor. If we procure so many, can we receive a discount? Qin Feng's eyelids twitched, recalling the pricing of the two-piece plate armor, before eventually nodding. 80% off. The emperor's smile grew broader. 4 coins per set, totaling 400,000 coins. However, he suddenly had concerns about the maintenance costs for these 100,000 sets of armor, fearing they would amount to an astronomical figure. Upon realizing this, the emperor hesitated momentarily. The expenses for maintaining the iron armor were indeed excessively high. Yet, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need for maintenance. If damaged, simply replace them. Chapter 40. Absolutely delightful. No maintenance required. If damaged, just replace them. The production cost of this plate armor was low, and the maintenance expenses could surpass even the cost of production. So why bother with maintenance? The items from Guangning City were meant for use. If they wore out, simply discard them. If a piece of armor were to be passed down like a family heirloom, how could upgrades and iterations occur in the future? This would be highly detrimental to the development of Guangning City's steel industry. The emperor's face twitched at Qin Feng's words. Replace them if damaged? What a prodigal notion. 5 coins for a piece of armor, and you say to toss it aside? To replace it at will? It was better to be frugal and prudent. The emperor felt the need to educate the promising sixth son. Proper maintenance can ensure a piece of armor lasts for 20 years. The emperor intended to lead by example, subtly reminding Qin Feng that resources were hard-earned and should not be squandered. Otherwise, the wealth the emperor had accumulated would inevitably be squandered one day. Qin Feng was taken aback by the emperor's words. To think such inexpensive armor could last 20 years? Wouldn't the production line created for the order of 100,000 two-piece armors be wasted? The production line operates on the principle that increased output leads to diminished costs. However, the frugal approach of Emperor Qing is detrimental to the advancement of the steel industry. Qin Feng felt compelled to enlighten this elder, as clinging to antiquated notions of thriftiness is not conducive to progress. Adaptability is sometimes necessary. A stable society can hinder industrial upgrades and impede social development. Yet, persuading such entrenched court officials would require a gradual approach. Qin Feng planned to offer a small incentive. How about this? Should this armor become unusable, I will replace it with new ones at no cost. For a duration of 15 years. The court will not need to spend a single coin on maintenance. What do you think? I am being generous, dear brother. He placed an arm around Emperor Qing's shoulder, sensing a slight tremor in his body. Is that really true? Emperor Qing could hardly believe what he was hearing. If this continues, will the sixth prince be able to profit? He might end up losing money supporting the court. I have always kept my word, Qin Feng assured him. Once he received confirmation from Qin Feng, Emperor Qing firmly grasped his arm. Good, good, good. The king of Liao is a man of great principle, devoted to the court. And the court shall not forget the king of Liao. Emperor Qing felt a wave of emotion. The surprises from the sixth prince seemed endless, and as his father, he could not let this go unacknowledged. When peace reigns, he must reward the sixth prince more generously. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his intentions. Prepare paper and ink. Let us sign the contract immediately. Emperor Qing insisted on finalizing the agreement. The expenditure for 100,000 pieces of armor was remarkably advantageous, leaving Emperor Qing feeling buoyant. The sixth prince is truly magnanimous. He is essentially providing support for the Great Qing and for his father. If only the other princes could be as generous as the sixth. Emperor Qin gripped Qin Feng's shoulder, promising him, with these 100,000 armors, the court can easily obliterate the northern Hu within the next decade. When that time comes, the vast territories to the north will be under the jurisdiction of the king of Liao. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a twinge of caution. He suspected that the man before him was merely painting an idealistic picture. Moreover, the majority of the eastern Hu's lands were already under the control of the king of Liao. The court's authority had little practical significance. After all, the court's reach barely extended into the northern territories, evidenced by the fact that it had taken years for a court envoy to arrive this year. Did the elder truly dare to make such promises? Was he not concerned about the emperor's potential displeasure? Emperor Qing could not suppress his smile. Upset? With such a wonderful son, I can only be overjoyed, never angry. Rest assured, this matter is within our control. Is the elder truly so powerful? Qin Feng inquired. Indeed. Emperor Qing replied with pride. No one in the realm possesses greater authority than I. As they spoke, Eunuch Wang and Hong Wan had prepared the contract. The court would borrow 8,000 full suits of armor and 100,000 two-layered armors from the king of Liao, totaling 880,000 coins. The court would repay the king with materials such as textiles, raw silk, and leather over the next decade. Qin Feng glanced over the document and nodded in agreement. No issues. Let us proceed with the seal. He instructed Hong Wan to affix the seal of the king of Liao. Without hesitation, Emperor Qing stamped the document with the Ministry of Revenue's seal. Qin Feng remarked, ultimately, it would be best for the emperor to use the imperial seal. Elder brother, please take these 2 copies back, and once you affix the imperial seal, return them to me. Only then will the agreement be officially valid. Emperor Qing almost pulled out the imperial seal to stamp it immediately, but thought better of exposing his identity so recklessly. It would be prudent to wait until he returned to seal it. If they were to acknowledge their father-son relationship now, it would seem too abrupt, and the 6th prince might not fully believe it. A more ceremonious occasion was needed to honor the 6th prince's dedication. With this in mind, Emperor Qing planned to surprise Qin Feng later. He handed the documents to Eunuch Wang, indicating they should be kept safe. Rest assured, this document will be fully effective, he reassured. Emperor Qing feared that Qin Feng might question his sincerity, so he sought to reassure him. Little did he know that Qin Feng was not anxious at all. If the court were to reject such a lucrative order for armor, it would indicate that the ministers had lost their senses. It would suggest that his father was utterly incapable. Such an inept court was hardly worth relying upon. Rebellion might be the more reliable path. The court would inevitably be overwhelmed by the profits from this order. I am at ease, Qin Feng replied, his mood considerably lifted. This order promised exceptional profits, far surpassing the potential earnings from coal in the future. Indeed, conducting business with the government proved to be the most lucrative endeavor. Once the court transported those materials to Guangning City, he could implement the new development plan he had devised. This would elevate Guangning City to the 30th era. The lives of its citizens would improve, and his days as a vassal prince would become increasingly carefree. He would be able to witness performances daily. With these thoughts, Qin Feng warmly embraced Emperor Qing. Come, brother, let us celebrate together. However, Emperor Qing gazed longingly at the warehouse filled with armor, reluctant to leave, and suggested, let us celebrate right here. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to invite him to witness a performance, only to discover that this elder had such peculiar tastes. After all, age does bring certain limitations in appreciating youthful beauty. Very well, let us celebrate here. Prepare the food and drinks, Qin Feng commanded, and his guards swiftly set up a canopy in the warehouse while others cleared away the dust. As Emperor Qing observed the lively scene, his spirits soared. With these armors, he was drawing ever closer to his aspirations, quelling rebellions, ensuring stability for the populace, gathering provisions for a campaign against the northern Hu. He envisioned a peaceful and prosperous world for all citizens. I want the entire realm to be as splendid as Guangning City. The food and drinks were soon ready, and Qin Feng invited Emperor Qing and Eunuch Wang to take a seat. No, I am not hungry. I shall stand, Eunuch Wang insisted, perspiring profusely. What was he thinking, daring to sit at the same table as His Majesty? That would be courting death. Qin Feng could not comprehend the eunuch's mindset, but he reasoned that it was only natural for someone lacking certain attributes to behave peculiarly. Very well, then I shall dine with my brother. Qin Feng warmly welcomed Emperor Qing. Aside from performances, his only other passion was exquisite cuisine. Thus, the best chefs in Guangning City had been brought to the Prince of Liao's residence. Regrettably, Emperor Qing insisted on abstaining from alcohol, making it difficult to create a lively atmosphere. Wasn't it permitted for the king of Liao to train 30,000 troops? We heard that there are only this many soldiers in Guangning City. Qin Feng could not help but smile wryly. I have over 100,000 people. How can I possibly support 30,000 soldiers? Do you need more population? Of course, I am in dire need. The vast expanse of Liao only housed a sparse 100,000 people within Guangning City, with the remainder likely scattered in the mines or hidden among the eastern Hu. It felt too desolate. Only when the population increased could the fiefdom thrive. I will send you an additional 100,000 refugees, Emperor Qing proposed. Noticing Qin Feng's pressing need for population, Qin Feng was instantly elated. That would be splendid. Can you send even more? Emperor Qing shot him a glance. 100,000 refugees will require sustenance. Can we manage more? His concern was evident, fearing that Qin Feng might lack provisions. Qin Feng simply smiled and refrained from elaborating. 100,000 will suffice. Food supplies should not be overly exposed. Otherwise, the court might suspect him of rebellion. Although the Liao region could only yield crops for one season, its soil, untouched by cultivation, was rich black soil, producing yields 3 times that of southern lands. Moreover, this black soil remained frozen for much of the year, ensuring that many pests would perish during winter, reducing the likelihood of future agricultural disasters. Such fertile land was being squandered by the eastern Hu, who neglected to cultivate it for grains, instead using it solely for fishing and hunting. Once the population increased significantly, they would be able to develop it properly. Qin Feng could only think this way. As spring approaches next year, I shall send you 100,000 men, which will alleviate your burdens. His words instantly moved Qin Feng deeply. This brother has truly proven his worth. He is considerate of my situation. I am immensely grateful. My dear brother. However, Emperor Qing suddenly smiled. Yet, regarding the matter of the disaster victims, you must personally venture to Fanyang. At this point, the emperor added a supplementary inquiry. Would you like to seize the opportunity to gain some military merit as well? Chapter 41. A disgrace to the feudal lords. The emperor believed that since the 6th prince had aided him so much, appropriate compensation was warranted. Unfortunately, he was currently devoid of any substantial offerings. The only commendable asset he possessed was military merit. The remote lands of Liao had been nearly forgotten by the court due to the multitude of affairs in recent years. If the 6th prince could achieve significant military merit in suppressing the rebellion, he would gain great prestige throughout the realm. This, too, was the only gift the emperor felt he could bestow upon Qin Feng. With the heavily armored elite cavalry of Liao, the rebel forces would pose little threat. The prospect of obtaining military merit was thus a foregone conclusion. The emperor looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. His admiration for this son was growing, and he naturally wished for Qin Feng's success. Furthermore, it would allow him to openly flaunt his accomplishments to the world. Behold, I possess not only a commendable crown prince, but also an even more illustrious feudal lord. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. The ministers would surely be envious. The court had decreed that feudal lords could not leave their fiefdoms without permission. Qin Feng casually remarked. He sensed that the court was likely to summon him to the capital. If given the chance, he indeed wished to see the interior, as well as the conditions of other cities in the Qing dynasty. Yet, this was contingent upon receiving a decree for passage. The emperor smiled with ease. That is a simple matter. I shall issue a decree for you upon your return. Qin Feng could not help but scrutinize the emperor for a long while. Does my brother wield such extensive power? Issuing orders to feudal lords is no trivial matter. The emperor gazed earnestly at Qin Feng. His Majesty also wishes to see you in Fanyang. Qin Feng fell silent. To meet that rather unworthy father of his? However, sooner or later, it was inevitable they would meet. It was time to confront him. Guangning City ultimately remained a solitary outpost beyond the borders of Qing. Though the Hu people could not presently capture Guangning City, should they become resolute and prepare for a prolonged war of attrition, the mere issue of provisions could suffocate the city. At that point, choices would dwindle to abandoning one's foundations to escape. Qin Feng did not wish to relinquish Guangning City. Maintaining a good relationship with the court and his father was of utmost necessity. Whether it was regarding coal mines or armored troops, it was an act of goodwill. As for the returns, he firmly believed they would surpass his expectations. Once the decree arrived, he could promptly enter the capital. The emperor could not help but smile. The 6th prince had become his most cherished son. Once the 6th prince reached Fanyang, he must ensure to present him with a grand surprise. He could not afford to neglect the 6th prince. Yet, the emperor's thoughts drifted to the 5th prince, Jin Wang, and he sighed deeply. If only the 5th had half the merit of the 6th, he would not have caused such chaos. After much contemplation, the emperor slapped his thigh and looked earnestly at Qin Feng. I have a notion. Please, my brother, speak freely. The Liao King and Jin Wang are, after all, blood brothers. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a sudden unease. He sensed that the emperor's proposal might not bode well. Indeed, Jin Wang and he were nominally brothers, yet they were scarcely familiar. Only fragmented memories of a boastful and arrogant youth surfaced. Yet that was merely a fleeting impression. There was absolutely no connection between the king and Jin Wang. Jin Wang had rebelled. Qin Feng sought to sever any ties with him. Was it not splendid to simply be a feudal lord in peace? A carefree and joyful life was far more delightful than being an emperor. The emperor hastily replied, "Ultimately, Jin Wang is your majesty's son, and you do not wish for his demise." Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon the emperor. "Why does it feel like it is my brother who does not want Jin Wang to die?" The emperor was momentarily taken aback. Is this lad's perception truly so keen? Though the fifth prince is a rogue, he remains his flesh and blood. The emperor did not wish for Jin Wang to perish amidst the chaos. Thus, a bold idea took root in the emperor's mind. Let the sixth go and capture the fifth. In this way, the fifth would be spared, and the sixth would gain significant prestige for bringing in a captured leader. This would ultimately benefit all three of them. "I truly do not wish for Jin Wang to die," the emperor candidly admitted. "Should a feudal lord perish, the populace would lose all respect for them. Individuals like Zhao Guang would emerge repeatedly. This would not bode well for the stability of the Qing." Qin Feng scratched his head. This reasoning indeed held merit. If Jin Wang were to die, the populace would instinctively presume that all of the emperor's sons were scoundrels. Would this not ultimately implicate him as well? At this thought, Qin Feng was incensed. How could such a rogue as Jin Wang emerge? He had plotted rebellion and military training, only to be captured by his own subordinates. It was utterly disgraceful. It was a humiliation to the feudal lords. He longed to personally deliver a few slaps to him. If the court were to issue a decree, I would gladly go and capture Jin Wang. Once apprehended, I would first give him a good beating to vent my frustrations. As for the reason, none is required. It is simply the desire to relieve my anger. Thus, it is settled. The emperor felt an immense sense of relief. Ah, the sixth prince is truly admirable. When he proposed this idea to his subordinates, no one had volunteered to undertake the task. In truth, the danger was not as great as it seemed. The rebel forces had been largely restrained by the frontline troops. A swift cavalry charge into Taiyuan City would suffice to capture Jin Wang. Zhao Guang was ultimately commanding the rebels in Jin Wang's name. Once Jin Wang was captured, the majority of the rebels would undoubtedly surrender immediately. Thus, the rebellion would effectively be quelled. At that time, the sixth prince would naturally emerge as the hero of the pacification. He would undoubtedly garner acclaim throughout the Qing and win the admiration of the people, significantly alleviating their disdain for the feudal lords. After the rebellion was quelled, we could then consider how best to reward the sixth. The emperor regarded Qin Feng with satisfaction and inquired, "How many troops do you wish to bring into the capital?" 2,000. "You will be delving deep into the heart of the rebels." The emperor expressed his concerns. Qin Feng, however, remained quite confident. "The Donghu people near Liao number in the tens of thousands, yet I manage to thrive quite well, do I not? 2,000 is more than enough." The emperor opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed. "When the time comes, the imperial army will exert their full strength to restrain the rebels, opening a path for you to Taiyuan City." Very well. Qin Feng did not refuse. He began to regard his brother with newfound respect. It seemed that his brother could even influence the Qing army. His status must be quite significant. It was essential to cultivate this relationship further. Qin Feng thus became even more enthusiastic, and their meal grew more harmonious. It was not until late into the night that he returned to the Liao King's residence. The emperor, meanwhile, spent the night amidst the stacks of armor. The following morning, he awoke early in the midst of the iron armor, invigorated by the prospects it offered. With these armors, the Qing army would become invincible. However, there were quite a number to transport. It would be prudent to send them in 3 batches over 3 days to Fanyang City. After brief instructions to the relevant personnel, the emperor personally escorted the first batch of 6,000 sets of armor, departing Guangning City early in the morning. He did not bid farewell to Qin Feng, for they would meet again soon. The anticipation filled him with excitement. After dark, the emperor had arrived at the Fanyang government office. Suda had been waiting there for quite some time, yet he noticed the absence of armor behind the emperor, causing his expression to darken. Did the Liao King not lend any? The emperor shook his head. Did the Liao King borrow? Suda's spirits lifted. The emperor shook his head once more. Suda's mind became a whirlwind of confusion. It was unclear whether the Liao King had borrowed or not. What was the truth? Suda felt exasperated as he observed the emperor calmly sipping tea. His anxiety was mounting. Truly, Your Majesty, just speak plainly. Chapter 42. This character looks familiar. As Emperor Qing Huang sipped his tea, alleviating the fatigue from a long ride, he finally spoke. Lao Lu did not lend it, he stated. Su Da's body stiffened at this revelation. Lao Lu simply provided it, he added. Su Da was taken aback by the emperor's words. Ah, your subject cannot withstand such torment from your majesty. I merely said I did not misjudge. The king of Liao will undoubtedly contribute. How many suits has he provided? In high spirits, Emperor Qin Huang teased Su Da. Take a guess. 3,000? The emperor shook his head. More or less? Less. Could it be 5,000? Su Da's eyes widened, his tone rising considerably. The entire million-strong Qing army cannot muster 5,000 suits of armor. Less. 8,000. Su Da nearly shouted. Still less. 10,000. His exclamation echoed through the official residence, catching the attention of several bureaucrats. Guess again. Su Da felt a cramp in his calves. Could it be that the king of Liao provided all the armor to your majesty? Has your majesty revealed his identity? I'm not jesting with you, Emperor Qin Huang said, setting down his teacup and moving closer to the hearth for warmth. The king of Liao has given me 18,000 suits. Su Da staggered, hastily grasping a nearby chair to prevent himself from collapsing. 18,000, he murmured, as if entranced by the number. Is it true? The first batch of 6,000 suits will arrive shortly, the emperor informed him. Su Da stumbled toward the door. Where are you going? I am going to the city outskirts to receive them. Su Da could hardly contain his excitement. After all, 6,000 suits of armor. He cherished each of the 1,000 suits he had for his 10,000 men. Surely he could secure at least 1,000 for himself from this bounty. Wait. I haven't finished speaking. Your Majesty, please continue. Su Da obediently returned. The emperor glared at the Grand Eunuch. Show him the procurement document. Yes, the Grand Eunuch replied, carefully extracting the armor procurement document from a bamboo tube and handing it to Su Da. Su Da scanned the document, blinking in disbelief, then looked again. Wait. He placed the document down and rubbed his eyes. 100,000 suits? 100,000? Made of iron? The emperor remained silent, and the Grand Eunuch cautiously replied, Indeed. General Su, they are made of iron. At this, the Grand Eunuch observed Su Da's expression with keen interest. Yes, that's correct, Su Da stammered, completely stunned by the figure. I was similarly astonished at the time. The king of Liao is truly formidable. It's astonishing how such a small city could produce so many suits of armor. It frightens me to think about it. Su Da remained in a daze for several moments before suddenly bursting into a silly laugh. The Grand Eunuch felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this laughter. He. Su Da chuckled, glancing at the document. Your Majesty, I have heard that some people go mad after passing the imperial examinations. Might General Su be? Emperor Qin Huang paid no mind. Let him revel in his joy. Su Da continued to laugh foolishly for a long while, drool nearly escaping his mouth, causing the Grand Eunuch to feel increasingly uneasy. How can a great general become so delirious before even receiving these 100,000 suits? Fortunately, Su Da managed to wipe his mouth before any drool could stain the document. Your Majesty, please forgive my lack of decorum. The emperor nodded. After signing the document, he felt a similar exhilaration to Su Da's, but after decades of self-cultivation, he managed to maintain his composure. Yet few knew he had embraced the armor and spent the entire night lying with it. He certainly didn't sleep last night. In fact, he hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days and nights, yet the long journey only intensified his excitement. What are your thoughts? Su Da mused. 1 suit is worth 3 crossbows, and 3 suits could take down the underworld. The emperor shot him a glare. What is that supposed to mean? With 100,000 suits, I could drag the king of hell out of the underworld and thrash him. Emperor Qin Huang nearly burst into laughter. Those are 2 tang armor. Look at the prices. 12 suits equal 1 complete armor. But they are still iron suits, Su Da countered, scrutinizing the document for a long while before frowning. Isn't the price given by the king of Liao a bit excessively low? Can this price truly procure armor? Having served in the military for many years, Su Da naturally recognized discrepancies. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would not believe it. The ironworking techniques in Guangning City differ greatly from those in the imperial workshop, boasting higher efficiency. Once I quell this rebellion, I intend to send the imperial workshop to learn from the king of Liao. The emperor shared his plans, still concerned about Guangning City's location. Were it not for the rebellion, he would have returned to take action against the ironworks, at least to acquire their advanced armor-making techniques. Emperor Qin Huang produced his jade seal and stamped it on both documents. This matter is confidential and must not be disclosed. Su Da and the Grand Eunuch immediately knelt. Your servant obeys. Get up. The emperor's actions were motivated by his own considerations. He wished to see how much it would cost to produce another suit of armor with the techniques learned from the imperial workshop. If the total cost of a full suit exceeds 60 coins, then they should all be executed. His lifelong hatred was for corrupt officials. After securing the 2 stamped documents, Emperor Qin personally drafted an edict for Qin Feng. In this rebellion, I command the king of Liao to lead 2,000 cavalry into battle. As he penned the orders, he exchanged a few words with Suda. Does your majesty require my cooperation? What is the current situation at the front? Our forces and the enemy are currently engaged in minor skirmishes, Suda reported honestly. Once the king of Liao arrives on the battlefield, we will find a way to restrain the enemy and open a path to Taiyuan City. Is your majesty intending for the king of Liao to strike at the heart of the Jin prince? Old Fifth can no longer be the Jin prince, the emperor muttered. Suda's eyes widened in sudden realization. Is your majesty suggesting a change in the king of Liao's fief? Undoubtedly. The title of Jin prince carries far more prestige than that of the king of Liao. Historically, the two most esteemed titles have been the king of Qin and the king of Jin. The king of Qin's stature is self-evident, and the king of Jin has historically been held by no fewer than 10 emperors before ascending the throne. Once the Jin prince is deposed, replacing him with the emperor's trusted king of Liao in Jin territory would be an excellent choice. Moreover, Jin is much closer to the capital. After his daughter marries Qin Feng, it would be more convenient for him to visit that little ancestor when he retires to the capital. I shall not disappoint your majesty's trust. Suda began devising a plan to ensure that this future son-in-law achieves remarkable feats during the rebellion. He sought to pave the way for the king of Liao. After completing the orders, Emperor Qin handed both the stamped loan document for the armor and the military edict to Wang Desui. You shall deliver these two documents to the king of Liao tomorrow. Yes, Wang Desui replied solemnly, feeling quite helpless. He had sworn never to return to Guangning City, yet now he was to make a third trip. His injuries had yet to heal properly, and he was being sent off like a dog. By the time Qin Feng received the documents and the military order, it was already the following evening. Brother Bai is impressive. He managed to secure the emperor's signature so swiftly. Upon seeing the loan contract amounting to 880,000 coins, Qin Feng immediately felt a sense of relief. 880,000 coins would be more than sufficient to sustain 1,000,000 troops for a year, let alone when Guangning City only had a population of 100,000. As for the military order requesting Qin Feng to assist in rescuing an unknown elder brother, he bore no objections, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the words on the order seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 43. The king of Liao enters the pass within the warm confines of the king of Liao's residence. The music and dance continued unabated. Qin Feng found solace in this small pleasure. The love for exquisite cuisine is rivaled only by the admiration for beautiful individuals. However, at this moment, the imperial edict in his hands captivated all of his attention. The format of the edict was far inferior to that of a royal decree. It resembled more a travel pass than an elegant golden silk scroll. Issued personally by the emperor, it bore a sense of familiarity in its characters. Yet Qin Feng did not dwell on this, focusing instead on its contents. To his surprise, the edict permitted him to bring along 5,000 elite cavalry. It seemed that his rather indulgent father held considerable trust in him. Little did he know, this was merely the emperor's concern for Qin Feng's safety, prompting him to allow for a larger contingent. However, this reflected the emperor's limited perspective. He believed that a greater number of soldiers would provide better protection for Qin Feng. Nevertheless, Qin Feng intended to take only 2,000 men. An excessive number would complicate logistics and hinder tactical maneuvers. Warfare is not merely a matter of numbers, but rather the quality of the troops and their weaponry. Undoubtedly, in recent years, Qin Feng had focused on equipping his troops against the Liao army to the fullest extent. This time, he would lead 2,000 cavalry, each rider with 2 horses, moving swiftly and unobstructed. His previous engagements against the Hu people in Liao territory had employed the same strategy, which could be seen as a tribute to his idol, Hua Zubing. As for the legendary Hua Zubing, who, with 800 cavalry, penetrated hundreds of miles, capturing 2,028 enemy soldiers, including high-ranking officials of the Xiongnu. Such feats were now merely a distant thought, unattainable under current circumstances. However, the prospect of charging into the heart of the rebel forces with 2,000 elite cavalry during a battle was indeed thrilling. "Zhu Lai," he called, causing Zhu Erlang to startle and immediately kneel, for whenever Qin Feng uttered his full name, it signaled a significant matter at hand. "Prepare 2,000 iron cavalry. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow." "Yes," Zhu Lai responded, brimming with excitement, reminiscent of their past campaigns against the Donghu tribes. At the mere mention of an expedition, they would swiftly make all necessary preparations without needing to inquire about the destination. The direction indicated by the Liao flag was the path they would charge forth upon, unimpeded. This formidable spirit had been honed through years of training against the Donghu. "Hong Luan," Qin Feng called, "your duty is to safeguard my residence. I shall not be disappointed in your commitment." As he observed the iron armor being brought forth by the maidservants, he personally wiped away the dust. On the following morning, as the colossal sun emerged over the snowy expanse, 1,000 heavy cavalry, 1,000 light cavalry, and an additional 2,000 burdened warhorses surged toward Sanhedrin, flanked by 3 steel chariots. Qin Feng's war chariots were crafted entirely from steel, drawn by 5 magnificent black steeds. The interior could comfortably accommodate 4 individuals, allowing for archery and the use of long spears through observation ports. Notably, the wheels could be fitted with specially designed steel blades, capable of mowing down foes like grass when charging into enemy ranks. How many of these chariots were produced within the city? Qin Feng inquired of Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai recalled the military supplies with remarkable accuracy. 6 chariots drawn by 5 horses, all black, and 120 chariots operated by 3 men each. Qin Feng nodded. Such military equipment had faded from the annals of history for over a millennium, primarily due to its lack of cost-effectiveness. The expense of producing a single chariot could instead equip 100 elite soldiers. Furthermore, operational environments posed restrictions. While effective on plains, they would falter in mountainous terrains. The development of war chariots in Guangning City was purely incidental. The citizens of Liao were excessively concerned for Qin Feng's safety, naively believing that as long as he was present, their lives would be enriched. Thus, they prepared steel chariots for him to travel in, to guard against potential assassination attempts by the Donghu, ensuring that at least 3 identical chariots accompanied him on each journey, even if assassins aimed to strike. They could not predict which chariot Qin Feng would occupy. The level of protection afforded to him by the Liao soldiers far exceeded that of the emperor. In the aftermath of several battles, the populace discovered the surprising efficacy of the chariots on the vast plains of Liao, leading to a gradual development of smaller steel chariots. Unfortunately, in recent years, the Donghu had been subdued, leaving the smaller chariots unused and gathering dust. Now, the opportunity had finally arisen for the Liao royal army to showcase their magnificent war chariots, allowing those within the pass to witness the grandeur of the Liao King and the prosperity of Liao territory. They were not merely the desolate land described by the inhabitants of the pass. As they hastened forward, hooves pounding against the snow, the 2,000 soldiers exuded the aura of a vast army, stirring up flurries of snow as they charged toward Sanhedrin. Nestled between mountains and sea, Sanhedrin was the vital passage from the central plains to the northern frontier. Upon witnessing the swirling snow on the northern plains, the garrison sounded the alarm. The north has spotted a multitude of cavalry. Close the city gates. All personnel, don your armor and prepare for battle. The commanding officer, Wu Quan, hastily ascended the lookout tower, his heart racing. Observing the scale of the swirling snow, he feared that there might be thousands of cavalry. Could it be the Liao King? Pondered one of the deputy commanders. The emperor has permitted the Liao King to lead 5,000 cavalry into the pass to quell the rebellion. But this display suggests far more than that. Prepare for combat. The entire garrison at Sanhedrin was urgently mobilized, as they had not faced such a situation in a long time. 6 years had passed since the northern who had ravaged Liao territory, and that had been their only encounter since. As for the threat posed by the Liao King, they doubted he could have thrived with merely 100,000 refugees over the last 6 years. As the snow drew closer, an observant soldier shouted, "I see the Liao flag. It's the Liao King." The news spread swiftly, and the entire garrison relaxed, engaging in light conversation. The iron stoves we use now were gifted to us by the Liao King. Thanks to his generous provision of coal, this winter has been much warmer, preventing us from waking in the middle of the night with frozen heads. Wu Quan observed his lax soldiers and felt a twinge of helplessness. Everyone focus. The responsibility of Sanhedrin extends beyond merely defending against the Hu. It also includes safeguarding the Liao King. If he wishes to enter, you might as well open the gates for him. Remember, we are soldiers of the court and must adhere to the duties assigned to us. Stand at attention. Wu Quan barked, prompting the soldiers to cease their chatter and straighten their postures. It was essential to leave a good impression on the Liao King. Satisfied, Wu Quan nodded and called over his trusted confidant. Quickly, send a contingent of cavalry to greet the Liao King. We must ensure he is left with a favorable impression. Chapter 44. The ultimate romance of Su to the sound of chariots rolling and horses neighing filled the air. The Liao soldiers, equipped with bows and arrows, bore the Liao flag that fluttered boldly in the wind, gleaming under the sun's rays. Quickly, exit the city to welcome the Liao King. The commanding officer, Wu Quan, confirmed the identity of the approaching force, and, upon seeing only 4,000 to 5,000 riders, felt a wave of relief wash over him. This is within acceptable limits. With that, there was no reason to impede their entry. He eagerly descended the city wall, accompanied by his personal guard, to welcome the Liao king. As they drew nearer, Wu Quan and his men halted their horses, maintaining a distance of over a mile. The Liao King's cavalry was awe-inspiring, each rider commanding 2 steeds. A sight to behold. Wu Quan marveled, not out of reluctance to advance, but because the Liao cavalry exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Even from afar, the danger was palpable. The horses sensed it and were hesitant to charge forward. Indeed, this was a formidable force, one that had survived under the constant threat from the Hu, undoubtedly unmatched in power. 6 years ago, those soldiers were homeless refugees, forced to migrate. Wu Quan was filled with emotion. Back then, they were emaciated from hunger, and he, as their commander, could hardly bear to watch them leave the pass. Who would have thought that today they would appear so majestic? Living under the governance of the Liao Wang, they were indeed fortunate. As the Liao cavalry approached, Wu Quan struggled to control his restless steed, striving to maintain a semblance of dignity. A few Liao horsemen took the lead, and before they drew near, Wu Quan shouted, "I, Wu Quan, the commander of Shanhai Pass, have come to welcome the Liao Wang." However, the Liao cavalry showed no sign of slowing down, and the leading horseman commanded, "Clear the way." Feeling a surge of anxiety, Wu Quan stepped aside, witnessing the black-armored Liao cavalry thunder past him, sending up clouds of snow. He beheld 3 chariots pulled by 5 horses, their iron gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Since ancient times, the emperor rode in a chariot drawn by 6 horses, while the feudal lords had 5. That was indeed the chariot of the Liao Wang. Wu Quan bowed solemnly to the war chariot. Suddenly, a small window on one chariot opened, and as he peered in, he caught sight of a handsome profile. It was the Liao Wang. Wu Quan felt a surge of joy. He fancifully imagined the Liao Wang nodding at him before the window was swiftly closed and the chariot sped past, leaving him and his guards momentarily dazed. Once all the Liao cavalry had galloped by, his soldiers angrily approached Wu Quan. The general graciously came out to welcome him. Yet the Liao Wang treated us with such disdain, it's utterly outrageous. Silence, Wu Quan reprimanded, pondering deeply before he sighed towards the heavens. The Liao Wang is indeed a wise ruler. It was my oversight. His soldiers were momentarily bewildered. We don't understand. Wu Quan shot a fierce glare at the soldier. One of the duties of the Shanhai Pass garrison was to guard against the Liao Wang. Should the Liao Wang truly stop to converse with me, word would inevitably reach the court, and I would no longer be trusted to guard Shanhai Pass. The Liao Wang's display of arrogance was a deliberate act, showcasing discord with the Shanhai Pass garrison and sparing me from the court's suspicion. The soldiers suddenly understood, gazing respectfully at the departing Liao cavalry. Truly a wise ruler, he remarked in awe. Wu Quan, accompanied by his soldiers, spurred his horse to follow the Liao cavalry towards Shanhai Pass, silently remembering the Liao Wang's kindness. Maintaining a facade of discord was advantageous for him, as it would ensure the court's confidence in his continued defense of Shanhai Pass. Within the war chariot, Qin Feng removed the cotton stuffed in his ears. The clamor of galloping steeds was deafening, causing a dull ache in his ears. What had the man by the roadside shouted? He hadn't caught it. After verifying the travel permit given by Emperor Qing at Shanhai Pass, the Liao cavalry proceeded directly into the northern territories of the Qing kingdom. My lord, will you not rest within the city of Shanhai Pass? No need. It is better to keep some distance from the garrison at Shanhai Pass. We must reach the designated camp before dusk. Understood. Suda estimated they would reach Pinggu City before nightfall. This small county near Fanyang was prepared as the encampment for the Liao Wang's cavalry, stocked with supplies sufficient for 5,000 cavalry for 10 days. The Liao Wang should arrive tonight, he communicated to the soldiers beside him. The scouts reported that the Liao Wang's forces had already crossed Shanhai Pass. Did he not stop to rest within the pass? The Liao Wang had not lingered at all. Suda could not help but feel satisfied. The Liao Wang was indeed prudent. Even with the emperor's trust, he would never overstep boundaries. He awaited Qin Feng to discuss subsequent cooperation, intending to create an opening for Qin Feng to infiltrate the enemy's territory. This required meticulous coordination. As darkness fell, the sound of hooves echoed outside the small city of Pinggu, sending ripples through the water in his cup. The Liao Wang had arrived. Suda ascended the city walls with his guards, witnessing the crimson sunset reflecting upon the Liao cavalry's dark armor, the Liao banner flapping sharply in the cold wind. 2,000 cavalry, each mounted on 2 horses, all clad in iron armor. Such lavish equipment was truly astonishing. Observing the Liao cavalry's gear, Suda felt his mouth water. It was his first genuine glimpse of Qin Feng's cavalry. Although he had heard of the Liao soldiers' prowess from various accounts, nothing compared to witnessing them firsthand. If only I could have such heavily armored cavalry, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. A nearby guard muttered, "General, you did wake up smiling from your dreams last night." Suda shot a fierce glare at the soldier. "Must you speak?" He pondered that once the iron armor from Guangning City arrived, he might receive a few thousand sets for himself. If only he could acquire a few more horses. He could assemble a similar heavy cavalry. If all those two-tone plate armors were outfitted, his soldiers would become even stronger. The future of the army rested entirely on his son-in-law. Although he was uncertain about the relationship between his daughter and Qin Feng, that did not affect his belief that Qin Feng was indeed his son-in-law. Initially, he might have considered his daughter's feelings. But after hearing about the 100,000 sets of iron armor, even if he had to force it, he would ensure his daughter married Qin Feng. It was certainly not solely for the armor. It was simply that Qin Feng was exceptionally remarkable. "My daughter, can you understand your father's intentions?" Suda mused silently, envisioning the scene of the Great Wall's garrison lining up to don their iron armor. The armored soldiers represented the ultimate romantic ideal for a 40-year-old man like him. Was there anything cooler than armored soldiers? Soon, Suda's gaze was captivated by the sight of 5 black horses pulling an iron war chariot into view, and he found himself completely unable to look away. Had he set his romantic aspirations too low? What other treasures did the Liao Wang possess? Chapter 45, Su Laoch. Have you been embezzling? From the moment Suda laid eyes on the Liao Wang's war chariot, he could not divert his gaze. It was magnificent. The somewhat rugged steel chassis resembled a ferocious iron beast, and the howling northern wind produced a strange wailing sound against the vehicle. Akin to the roar of a furious beast, the 5 armored steeds galloped with the chariot, unstoppable in their might. This design was imbued with a violent aesthetic, captivating any man who beheld the Liao Wang's chariot. Suda was utterly enchanted. The war chariot was the true embodiment of ultimate romance. How shallow I was. Reflecting on the iron armor, it suddenly seemed rather dull in comparison. I must go see the city gate. Suda descended from the walls of Pinggu County, noting that the towering chariot barely fit through the city gate, nearly scraping the brick archway. As the chariot slowly approached him, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Every design element of the chariot delivered a powerful visual impact. He ran his fingers over the cold metal surface, feeling parched. No army in the world would dare stand in the path of this steel war chariot. The heavy doors swung open, revealing Qin Feng's delighted smile. "Su Laoch." Su Da's expression darkened. "Still calling me old brother? Has that girl not clarified her identity to him? Come aboard and sit for a while." At Qin Feng's invitation, Suda instantly brightened. "Very well, call me old brother if you wish." This was the Liao Wang's royal chariot. It was truly imposing. Aside from having more horses, His Majesty's carriage truly pales in comparison to this war chariot. He grasped the handrail and leapt onto the chariot, settling into the spacious cabin. Warm. The Liao Wang always knew how to enjoy life. However, the Liao Wang truly had the means to indulge in such comfort. "It has been a hard journey for the Liao Wang," Suda offered in polite conversation, only to have Qin Feng nod seriously. "Indeed, it has been arduous." Qin Feng had not found the journey particularly pleasant. The roads within the pass were far inferior to those around Guangning City. One frequently encounters uneven terrain, and after crossing the threshold, the jolting is unbearable. Suda felt a pang of bitterness in that instant. With such a splendid carriage and the interiors so warm, what hardship could there possibly be? If I had such a fine vehicle, I could travel for months without feeling fatigued. It was merely a courteous exchange. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Feng suggested, "Once the battle concludes, we must ensure that this road is properly repaired. As the saying goes, to seek prosperity, one must first mend the roads." Qin Feng rubbed his waist, regretting not having brought a personal attendant to alleviate his discomfort. Suda listened, somewhat taken aback. To seek prosperity, one must first mend the roads? Where did this adage come from? He had never heard it before. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The roads near Guangning City were well maintained, and that region was indeed quite affluent. The world has been plagued by disasters for so long. And now with the rebel forces stirring conflict, who has time to repair the roads? That was a valid point. Qin Feng opened the carriage window and saw the crooked, lowly houses within Pinggu County, where not a single light flickered in the dimness of the small town. It was truly impoverished. Did this small county even have 20,000 inhabitants? Perhaps even 2,000 were too many. Suda sighed. After several years of calamity, the northern lands are essentially desolate. If you were to visit in summer, you would see fields devoid of crops, overrun by weeds taller than a person. Qin Feng found it difficult to envision the scenes Suda described. He had heard of the hardships in Daqing, yet the reality was far graver than he had imagined. Upon arriving in Pinggu County, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, a stark lack of vitality. Remaining in such a place for too long could drive one mad. With such poverty, rather than contemplating how to assist those who survive, they still intended to wage war. Qin Feng was left speechless. Everything in the northern lands was indeed in a deplorable state. Suda managed a bitter smile. No one wishes to fight. Yet we have been forced into this predicament with no alternatives. After saying this, he straightened his expression. Let us not dwell on this. The camp has already been prepared for you in the city, along with provisions for 5,000 men sufficient for 10 days. You should send someone to collect them. The court has even prepared provisions for me. Qin Feng was quite surprised. Even in such poverty, they could still muster supplies for him? Without adequate food, how could the soldiers have the strength to fight? Pinggu County was not large, and they soon arrived at the lowly encampment, which was essentially a repurposed vacant house. Upon seeing the provisions prepared by the court for 5,000 men, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. The millet hadn't even been shelled. The horses would be put off by it. Suda's expression darkened. They have set up a stone mortar. One can grind it themselves when it's time to eat. Is that what the soldiers are to eat? Just a sauce? What flavor could that possibly have? Qin Feng, with great disdain, ordered the soldiers to remove the barrel of sauce. That was pickled vegetables, a rare delicacy, most suitable for accompanying meals. Qin Feng gazed intently at Suda's face. Brother, tell me honestly, have you embezzled? Suda was instantly furious. I, Suda of the Great Wall, a brother who has fought alongside the emperor from the south to the north, would I stoop to embezzle such a meager amount of rations? This is the standard for the entire army. Having anything to eat is already quite fortunate. Qin Feng hadn't anticipated Suda's reaction to be so intense. It seemed that the soldiers of the Qing army typically dined on such fare. How could they possibly endure it? Fortunately, the Liao cavalry had the habit of carrying their own rations. Before departing, Hong Wan had stocked his carriage with an abundance of appetizing food, ensuring he wouldn't go hungry on the road. At this moment, the settled Liao cavalry had begun to prepare their meals, and a rich aroma wafted through the camp. Suda sniffed, drawn in by the scent. What are they making? It smells wonderful. Dinner. Qin Feng led Suda past the large pot and lifted the lid. Meat. Suda's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, though he maintained a stern expression. I have an important matter to discuss with the Liao King. Speak freely, brother. The Liao King is accustomed to lavish feasts, but in the army, it is best to share the same hardships with the soldiers. Whatever the soldiers eat, the leaders should partake in as well. However, Qin Feng shook his head. I do not concur with your view, brother. Suda was momentarily incensed. This is a time-honored principle of military leadership, and even His Majesty adheres to it in the army. Qin Feng shook his head once more. Why must the leaders eat what the soldiers eat? Suda was briefly taken aback, his mind not quite grasping the distinction. What difference does it make? You believe this is a special treatment for me, but in truth, my entire army consumes this standard of food. If you don't believe me, go check the other pots. Suda cast a doubtful glance at Qin Feng and proceeded to open several covered pots. Meat, meat, more meat. Suda stood frozen, the pot lid in hand, his mouth watering incessantly. You've only just arrived. There's no need for you to eat so well. This is the standard for my troops. Suda fell silent instantly. Chapter 46. Where is Brother Bai? Guangning City has ample grain, but even more meat. The Donghu people excel in fishing and hunting, as well as herding sheep and raising deer, yet they are not adept at farming. Thus, Guangning City boasts an abundance of meat. The primary sustenance of the northern nomadic tribes is, indeed, meat. Consequently, the rations of Qin Feng's personal troops contain a significant amount of meat. Only by consuming ample meat can soldiers possess greater strength. The main military ration for my elite troops is dried meat, which is lightweight, easy to store, and convenient to carry during marches and battles. Suda listened in shock. Meat is a staple? How extravagant. Yet, it is true that meat can significantly enhance a military's combat effectiveness. Why do the northern who always bully Qing? This is largely due to their meat consumption. With increased meat intake, they have greater strength and are more resilient to hunger. In contrast, Qing's military rations are insufficient, merely ensuring that soldiers do not starve. Only during festivals or when two armies truly engage in battle can they acquire some meat to reward their troops. Are we to imitate the Hu people's meat-heavy diet? Suda couldn't help but inquire. The vast Liao lands can indeed support extensive pastures, allowing for emulation of the Hu people, but the Qing troops within the passes cannot afford such luxury. Qin Feng shook his head. Too much meat can be tiresome. Our portable rations also include fried rice, fried noodles, and fried beans, among other items. He gestured for a soldier to pass him a cloth bag from his waist. This bag typically contains enough provisions for 3 days. Even in the most adverse conditions, without the means to kindle a fire for cooking, the contents of this bag would suffice for 3 days. Brother Su, you might want to give it a try. Suda opened the bag and discovered, in addition to the dried meat, more than 10 varieties of food. There were even 3 types of dried fruits. Finally, Suda picked up some fried rice and tasted it, instantly realizing that the military rations of Qing were akin to swill for pigs. The Qing army didn't even enjoy such delicacies during festivals. Here, take it back. Suda was somewhat exasperated. One cannot compare with the soldiers of the Liao King. Comparing oneself to others is indeed disheartening. Once the world is at peace and the people are prosperous, our military rations will naturally improve. Suda consoled himself. Qin Feng felt a surge of admiration. Suda's spirit of hard work and perseverance was indeed commendable. However, Suda's expression turned bitter at this remark. Hard work and perseverance? Is this what you call it? You have not seen what it means to rise in rebellion while starving in battle, only when desperation strikes. In the quest for a morsel of food, can one unleash unparalleled strength. Nowadays, at least the Qing army can have a full meal. Although the taste is mediocre, it is certainly not akin to hardship and struggle. Compared to the northern populace who gnaw on tree bark, the soldiers are infinitely better off. Never should one think to compare with the Liao King. It would only lead to utter defeat. Forget it. Discussing this with you is futile. The provisions due to the Liao King must be given according to the rules. Do not waste them. Suda had no intention to continue observing the Liao soldiers' rations. It was too tormenting. Rest assured, brother, there will be no wastage, Qin Feng assured him. Although Guangning City has become prosperous, it has not forgotten the hardships of the past. Outside, the cold is biting, but upon entering the county office, the warmth emanating from the iron stove is a welcome relief. Qin Feng gazes at the stove with a sense of nostalgia, surprised to find it finally serving a purpose after lying dormant in storage. Alongside the stove lies a map, marking various encampments of the Qing army as well as the positions of the enemy forces. A cursory glance suffices for Qin Feng to grasp the strategic layout of both sides. The rebels aim to strike Fanyang? Indeed, for the emperor resides there. Suda, upon uttering this, discreetly steals a glance at Qin Feng, pondering what expression the Liao King will wear upon meeting the emperor. If he were to call him brother by again, it would certainly add an interesting twist. The anticipation for the reunion of father and son grows stronger in Suda's heart. Qin Feng, however, remains unfazed. He is aware that the Qing emperor is in Fanyang and understands that, sooner or later, he will have to meet him on this journey. Yet, he harbors no distinct impression of the emperor, save for the tales he has heard from the citizens of Guangning City about the emperor's audacious beginnings. The populace generally regards the Qing emperor with a mix of reverence and fear, a sentiment that inevitably influences Qin Feng. When shall I depart for Jing? Qin Feng inquires tentatively. The first military order from the Qing emperor instructed him to remain stationed in Pinggu County, with no further directives provided. He seeks to ascertain Su Da's awareness of the situation. The emperor has decreed that the Liao army shall rest here for 3 days, Suda replies, his expression growing increasingly enigmatic. The emperor has determined that the Liao King shall pay his respects the day after tomorrow. Suda seems restless, wishing he could bring Qin Feng to meet the emperor immediately. However, he recalls the precise information imparted to him prior to his arrival. The Liao King is to visit the emperor the day after tomorrow? Qin Feng ponders, feeling that he can simply navigate the meeting with ease. Perhaps engaging in casual conversation about the conditions in Liao and ensuring the emperor does not grow envious of Guangning City's development. Logically, such envy should not arise, especially after recently assisting the Qing emperor in resolving a natural disaster and presenting the court with a significant gift. Surely, the emperor would not withhold some token of appreciation after such service. Yet, considering the impoverished state of the northern territories, can one truly expect the emperor to have anything to offer? It seems unlikely. By the way, why is it only you here, Brother Su? Where is Brother Bai? The expression on Su Da's face grows more peculiar, as if he is struggling to contain something. Why do you look so pale, Brother Su? Qin Feng asks. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit stifled. Stifled? Longing for a woman? Su Da's countenance darkens immediately. Let us not dwell on such matters. I am here to inform you about the current state of the war so that you can make informed decisions moving forward. Qin Feng's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness. Please, go on, he urges. Suda points to the map. The previous dynasty constructed 2 great walls, one of which protects the central plains along the mountain range. The endpoint of this inner great wall is where the rebels exit Jing. Qin Feng nods slightly, recalling how the court had anticipated potential rebellions when the feudal princes were conferred their titles. The defense against Qin Feng is the Shanhai Pass. Of course, he has no intention of rebelling, as the interior is far too impoverished. The defense against the Qin King primarily relies on that inner Great Wall. However, the rebels could circumvent the Great Wall's endpoint. Yet, Once they leave Jin, they will be spotted by the garrison, allowing for appropriate preparations to be made. Currently, there have been 2 minor skirmishes at the front, with both sides in a stalemate, reluctant to take any rash actions. Our army is awaiting the Liao King to transport all the iron armor. Chapter 47. The hidden treasures of the previous dynasty as the 2 armies clash. Su De, as a commanding general, clearly did not come to Pinggu County merely to meet Qin Feng. His presence serves a greater purpose, as he is not one to describe battle conditions in person without reason. His primary objective is to obtain the 18,000 sets of iron armor. Currently, only 6,000 sets are being transported daily, and since it is still the second day, it will not be until the day after tomorrow that all the equipment arrives. He intends to use the armored troops as a significant trump card in quelling the rebellion. The Liao King sent 6,000 sets of armor yesterday, and under normal circumstances, 12,000 should arrive within the next 2 days. Su De rubs his hands together, brimming with anticipation. So, did the Liao King bring the armor along? Qin Feng responds with a smile, remaining silent. Hey, why are you so quiet? Did he bring it or not? Su De grows anxious. The 6,000 sets from yesterday were all allocated to the Emperor's elite troops, leaving none for him. Thus, he thought to come to Qin Feng in hopes of intercepting some armor. Even 2,000 sets would suffice. He could take them back and inform the Emperor, who would likely not be angered by it, considering the total was 18,000 sets. None were brought. Really? Su De gazes at Qin Feng with suspicion. If you don't believe me, check for yourself. Su De's disappointment is palpable. I've lost a daughter in the iron armor. Qin Feng squints. What daughter? Brother. You have a daughter? Is she beautiful? Su De, now even less inclined to engage with Qin Feng, replies curtly, my daughter is still in your city. What do you think? Enough. I'm leaving. Su De raises his hand, ready to depart from this disheartening place, having hoped to procure some armor. Instead, he finds himself in this predicament. Qin Feng watches Su De's forlorn figure retreat, shaking his head in confusion over the enigmatic nature of his companion. Just as Qin Feng prepares to rest after a long day, he remains unaware that a plot is slowly unfolding around him. In Fanyang, the Lu residence stands resolute. Despite the death of Lu Ling, the ancient family remains deeply entrenched, not easily diminished by the loss of a single ruler. After a brief period of turmoil, the Lu family quickly regains stability, even growing more cohesive due to the tragic demise of Lu Ling. Lu Ling dedicated his life to the Lu family and the noble clans of Hebei, yet the Liao King brazenly caused his death. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Should they retreat now, it would only portray them as weak and easily bullied. Henceforth, no one should dare to ride on the backs of these noble families. The Liao King must face severe retribution. Many noble families of the north gather once more in the Lu residence, their fervor intensified by Lu Ling's death. The realm must be governed by the word of the noble families alone. Lu Ling's previous actions were overly cautious. Indeed, Zhao Guang has now secured control over the Qin King. If we can support him in ascension, one clan leader stands excitedly. Once the Qin King ascends, the realm will be entirely in our grasp. Only through the prosperity of the noble families can this world become even more glorious. Zhao Guang has already sent word for our cooperation, ensuring the Qing Emperor remains confined to Fanyang. The clan leaders are passionately discussing how to aid Zhao Guang in seizing control of the realm. Yet, the common folk in the north now express gratitude towards the Qing Emperor and are increasingly resistant to the noble family's influence. Who knows? Just as someone lamented, the disobedient commoners hold no value. We can simply replace them with a more compliant batch. A cruel and unfeeling voice echoes, far more terrifying than any demon. What the noble families desire is nothing less than eternal prosperity. For 1,000 years, for 10,000 years, they seek only unchanging supremacy. As they deliberate on how to dominate the realm, a youthful figure suddenly pushes open the door. The hall falls silent. All eyes turn to the young man at the entrance, their cold gazes betraying no warmth. The young man gasps for breath, clearly having run a great distance. The Liao King is in Pinggu County. The elder of the Lu family rose to his feet. Lu Cheng, please elaborate. The Liao King has stationed 2,000 troops in Pinggu County, presenting the perfect opportunity for avenging my father. Lu Cheng clenched his fists tightly. He was the most cherished son of Lu Ling, having enjoyed unparalleled favor within the Lu residence, destined for an exceptionally bright future, much like his father. However, ever since Lu Ling was captured by the Liao King and subsequently perished in enemy territory, everything changed. No one in the Lu family cared for him. The splendid future his father had laid out for him was utterly extinguished. In that moment, he comprehended fully that all his glory was bestowed upon him by his father. Without his father, he was nothing. From then on, his hatred for the Liao King deepened. The elder of the Lu family closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Everyone, the little brat Qin Feng has intruded upon our territory. This is indeed a heaven-sent opportunity. The assembly became profoundly excited upon hearing this. Initially, he was separated from us by mountains and seas, rendering us unable to retaliate fully, yet who would have anticipated his foolish choice to come here? If we fail to seize this golden opportunity, heaven will not forgive us. Our private soldiers, whom we have nurtured for years, are finally ready to be mobilized. The elder of the Lu family stepped closer to Lu Cheng, gazing intently into his eyes. Lu Cheng, are you willing to personally avenge your father? I want you to slay the Liao King with your own hands. Very well. If you can personally slay the Liao King, you shall become the next patriarch of the Lu family. A flame ignited within Lu Cheng's eyes. The elder turned away. Everyone, since the current Emperor Qing does not tolerate our noble families, then we have no further reason to exist. It is time for the hidden treasures of our ancestors to see the light of day. Upon hearing this, all the clan leaders stood up, brimming with excitement. Come, let us pay homage to our ancestors in the ancestral hall. Under the guidance of the elder of the Lu family, the clan leaders proceeded to the Lu ancestral hall. Despite their differing surnames, these noble families had intermarried for hundreds, even thousands, of years, intertwining their bloodlines. Many of the ancestors worshipped in this ancestral hall were indeed forebears of these leaders. After a solemn offering of 3 sacrificial animals, the leaders knelt before the densely arranged memorial tablets. The ancestral hall housed an overwhelming number of tablets from a lineage spanning a millennium. Unfilial descendants. We beseech our ancestors to reveal their hidden treasures and reshape the world. Following this ceremonial chant, a remarkably heavy mechanism was slowly pushed open by the elder of the Lu family. The massive stone door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black secret passage. All the clan leaders were electrified with anticipation, curious about what treasures the hidden vault of the former dynasty held that could potentially reshape the world. It's too dark. Let us light a torch and venture inside, someone suggested, only to be met with a fierce glare from the elder of the Lu family. Absolutely not. The elder rummaged through the ancestral hall and produced 4 glowing night pearls, leading the way into the secret passage. Beyond the passage lay an expansive underground palace, within which stood numerous sealed wooden barrels resembling wine casks, the air thick with the pungent scent of tung oil. Lu Cheng, go and open one of the barrels. Yes. Lu Cheng struck one of the barrels, which was as tall as a man, and upon seeing what lay within, he stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Chapter 48. The treasury of the Northern Army in the dimly lit, vast underground palace. Only a few night pearls emitted a soft green glow. Lu Cheng opened the tightly sealed barrel and discovered an iron suit of armor soaked in tung oil. He instantly recalled the laws of the new dynasty, which decreed that any commoner caught hoarding iron armor faced execution. Looking around at the numerous neatly arranged barrels in the grand palace, he realized they were so densely packed that they seemed to stretch endlessly. The bitter and acrid scent of tung oil filled his nostrils as he swallowed hard. 1 suit of armor is worth 3 crossbows. 3 suits would send 1 to the underworld. Another interpretation was that anyone daring to hoard 3 suits of armor would doom their entire family. But just how many suits were hidden here? 300? 3,000? Or perhaps the end of the barrels was beyond his sight. The elder of the Lu family, satisfied, retrieved the iron armor from the tung oil, nodding with immense satisfaction. After decades, it remains remarkably well preserved. The gazes of all the clan leaders turned fervently intense. The former dynasty stored 12,000 suits of iron armor. Yet Emperor Qing has only managed to acquire a few thousand. He truly believed all this armor had decayed. Ultimately, one born of beggary lacks vision. In this underground palace, they unleashed their laughter, mockingly deriding Emperor Qing, akin to a pack of rabid rats hiding in a burrow. Elder Lu Yuanji stroked his beard, relishing the discussions of the clan leaders. Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. How many suits of iron armor does this place hold? Lu Yuanji smiled. A number that sent shivers down everyone's spine slowly escaped his lips. 26,000 suits. Had we not emptied the treasury of the Northern Army, Emperor Qing would never have so easily secured his reign. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly, which soon morphed into uncontrollable ecstasy. 26,000 suits of armor are sufficient to reshape the world. We need only summon the youth of our clans, equip them with armor, and unite with Zhao Guang to capture Emperor Qing in one fell swoop. Indeed, all of Emperor Qing's forces are engaged in a frontal battle with Zhao Guang. We shall strike from behind. This realm ultimately belongs to us. Listening to the fervent cries of the clan leaders, Lu Qing's face flushed with excitement. If he could slay the Liao king and avenge his father, he would ascend as the new patriarch of the Lu family. These northern clans would rally behind the Lu family. 26,000 suits of armor would be enough for him to lead the noble families to seize the throne. In an instant, he was filled with ambition. Lu Yuanji gazed at the fervent expressions of all, finally fixing his gaze upon Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, I shall grant you 3,000 armored soldiers. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Rest assured, Elder, the Liao king is as good as dead. Lu Cheng caressed the armor, saturated with tung oil, and his ambition was unmistakable. Everyone, gather your clansmen, but remember to keep the commotion subdued to avoid alerting Emperor Qing. Yes, the exhilarated assembly dispersed one by one, and Lu Cheng was the first to rush out of the secret passage, eager to gather 3,000 brothers to slay the Liao king. At last, only clan leader Zhao remained behind. Elder, are you truly going to pass the position of patriarch to Lu Cheng? Lu Yuanji merely chuckled softly. Clan leader Zhao suddenly understood. Uncle, you are indeed a master strategist. I shall go rally our clansmen. Life in Pinggu County was monotonous and dreary, devoid of beauty, song, or dance. With only a throng of weary individuals guarding the county office's entrance, waiting for Qin Feng to provide them with sustenance. They were not destitute. They had clothing and maintained a semblance of cleanliness, yet each appeared emaciated, their eyes sunken. The food supply in the northern regions was critically scarce. The citizens of Pinggu County subsisted on a single meal daily. Working for the prince afforded them 3 meals, and most would save one to bring home to their families. Zhu Erling reported the situation in the county to Qin Feng, who nodded slightly. His personal guards would not consume the provisions left by Brother Xiao. But the sauces and grain could save the lives of the citizens of Pinggu County. Working for the Liao king would ensure they were well fed. Once this message spread throughout the county, the surviving populace flocked to the county office, eagerly awaiting Qin Feng's instructions. They quietly squatted against the wall of the office, basking in the sun, silent as if they were wooden sculptures. Any unnecessary movement or utterance would deplete their dwindling energy. First, let them eat their fill. Then we shall sweep through this county from top to bottom, Qin Feng declared. He despised the disheveled, filthy little earthen town. Since he would be staying for 3 days, it was imperative to clean the town thoroughly, as it would also improve his mood. Moreover, this city lies between Shanhaiguan and Fanyang, and in the future, it could serve as a vital transit hub for supplies destined for Guangning City. Establishing a good reputation here would facilitate the transport of goods from Guangning City to inland areas. Furthermore, the cost would be remarkably low, merely requiring them to have their fill. I shall take care of this immediately. Zhu Erling turned to leave, but, unexpectedly, the low ceiling of the county office resulted in a loud thud as his forehead collided with the door frame, causing a cloud of dust to descend, settling directly into the freshly brewed tea of Qin Feng. You fool, Qin Feng barked, only to see Zhu Erling dart away in a flash. Your Highness, I will complete the task first in return for your reprimand. Qin Feng managed a wry smile. Knowing he would likely have forgotten this incident by the time Zhu Erling returned, he regretted not bringing Hong Wan along. As he gazed northward, he realized that he had only been away for a day and already found himself yearning for Guangning City. If he could finish quickly, he could return sooner. In the courtyard, Qin Feng withdrew his spear and began to practice. Despite indulging in wine and pleasures over the past 2 years, his martial skills had not diminished significantly. These abilities were honed through countless encounters with death. As a result, over 50 of his loyal guards had shielded him from dire situations. Were it not for those devoted individuals, he might not have survived in Daqing for more than 2 years. He would never betray the memory of those brothers who had perished for him. The citizens of Guangning City felt secure with Qin Feng's presence, believing that no one could slay the king of Liao. This confidence stemmed from his 2,000 elite soldiers and the unwavering faith the people had in his prowess. With countless stabs and strikes, he had trained tirelessly. Once he felt a light sheen of sweat, Qin Feng ceased his training. His body was still maturing, having only just reached adulthood, and he could not afford to overexert himself. According to Zhu Erling, by the age of 24, he would possess the strength to rival a ferocious bear, a result of years of robust nourishment. For now, in the entire realm, few could confront him directly and hope to succeed. As he practiced into the afternoon, Zhu Erling's imposing figure crashed through the already flimsy courtyard gate, rushing towards Qin Feng. Your Highness, a citizen has reported that someone intends to harm you. Zhu Erling held out a pouch of powder before Qin Feng. The military physician had confirmed that it contained a deadly poison. Chapter 49, an opportunity not to be missed, Your Highness. A simple, unassuming man prostrated himself, not daring to raise his gaze to Qin Feng. I am Zhao Lu. Someone gave me 2 bags of grain and this pouch of poison, instructing me to throw it into the well. They promised me 3 years' worth of grain if I complied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Erling was filled with righteous indignation. And had it not been for Qin Feng's restraint, he would have lifted that commoner into the air. The royal guards immediately entered a state of alert, with cavalry deploying outward to apprehend any suspicious individuals. Why did you inform me? Zhao Lu's forehead remained pressed to the ground. Your Highness provides us with work and food. Zhao Lu may be uneducated, but he understands the importance of gratitude. Zhu Erling's clenched fists relaxed. He looked at Qin Feng with newfound admiration. This was the blessing reaped from the food distributed by their lord. Otherwise, had that poison been cast into the well, even if it did not harm the lord, it could still have poisoned his brothers or even a few horses. Zhu Erling felt he had learned much from following the prince. Qin Feng, however, was unconcerned. It is merely a matter of poisoning. The Eastern Hu's assassination attempts were far more sophisticated, with one warrior managing to hide in a latrine for 10 days, a feat whose secret remains unknown. Alas, that warrior was oblivious to the fact that Qin Feng had long since adopted the use of flushing toilets in the Liao royal residence. Unfortunately, Guangning City lacked the means to produce ceramics, making the widespread adoption of toilets impossible for now. As for how much he overheard from below, that remains a mystery. Regardless, that Eastern Hu warrior has long since departed this world, and Zhu Erling has filled that latrine. Had it not been for Erling insisting on sharing this matter with Qin Feng, he would never have imagined such a shocking affair could arise. As bizarre assassination attempts accumulated, Qin Feng naturally grew indifferent. Assassins always found it impossible to approach him. You have done well. Go collect 3 bags of grain. Thank you, Your Highness, Zhao Lu exclaimed, elated, as a guard led him away to receive his reward. Although Zhao Lu was merely an ordinary citizen and illiterate, he was astute. He appreciated that the king of Liao had not bestowed upon him an excess of grain. Otherwise, he would be unable to safeguard it. With those 3 bags, his family could endure the harsh winter, and with the arrival of spring, all would improve. Before departing the county office, he bowed deeply 3 times in reverence towards Qin Feng, never forgetting the great kindness of the king. After his shout, he vanished in an instant, clutching the grain. Qin Feng merely chuckled at the sound, finding the man quite amusing. Zhu Erling scratched his head and turned to a more perceptive guard beside him. The prince just hinted at something. The guard shot a glance at Zhu Erling. It seems that after spending time with the prince, even you can pick up on subtle hints. With Zhao Lu's announcement, the citizens of the city, fearing the king of Liao, began to refrain from stealing the grain he had earned. Zhu Erling spat in annoyance. Such a crafty little fellow. With Zhao Lu's lead, the citizens began to report various plots against Qin Feng, uncovering numerous schemes. Of course, some were merely baseless accusations and were swiftly dismissed by the guards. By evening, Qin Feng quickly identified his targets based on the clues he had gathered. In the northern territories, there were only 2 factions capable of stirring such commotion against him. One was the emperor, who at present should be gleefully reveling in the iron armor Qin Feng had gifted him. The other was the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Zhu Erling dashed out. I will lead the troops to annihilate the Lu family. He was quite familiar with the route to their residence. Return, Qin Feng commanded sharply, halting Zhu Erling in his tracks, leaving him bewildered. Your Highness, do you believe it would merely benefit them to eliminate them outright? That would be akin to the Eastern Hu, capturing them all to mine. Zhu Erling found the idea appealing. Qin Feng rubbed his temples. There's no need to rush. As the sun set, smoke began to rise from Fanyang City, returning to a semblance of normalcy thanks to the presence of the emperor. After a long day of toil, the emperor sat by the stove, contentedly rubbing his weary back. The 18,000 sets of iron armor had finally been completed and equipped. The emperor felt a swell of pride at the sight of the well-organized armored troops. Old Lu said only 16,000 would suffice. Yet I managed to repair those extra 2,000, and they are just as functional. Thinking of Qin Feng brought a smile to the emperor's face. Old Lu is truly my lucky star, he remarked to Wang Gonggong, who stood beside him. Wang Gonggong bowed deeply. This old servant is equally grateful to the king of Liao. Had it not been for those 2 visits to the king, he would have remained marginalized beside the emperor. However, since returning last time, he had gained the emperor's trust and was on the verge of becoming a trusted eunuch. Old Lu saved you. You should indeed express your gratitude. This statement triggered unwelcome memories for Wang Gonggong, as he recalled the white-coated figures surrounding him, leaving him feeling utterly powerless and humiliated. He was grateful to the king of Liao, Yet he also harbored genuine fear of that hospital where he had lost all dignity. His face pale, he replied, "This old servant will heed your command, your majesty." The emperor, lost in thought of Qin Feng, could not suppress his smile. "Old Lu will visit me tomorrow. I wonder how he will react upon seeing me. He surely cannot fathom that he has already met me." The emperor grew increasingly eager, even rising from his seat in anticipation. "Lao Lu has a penchant for cleanliness. Tomorrow, ensure that the official residence is thoroughly cleaned. Additionally, prepare an ample supply of fine ingredients, as Lao Lu has a taste for good food. Oh, and don't forget to procure some game. He delights in that." As the sky darkened, Emperor Qing summoned the eunuchs and guards by his side, issuing instructions to prepare for the arrival of Qin Feng on the morrow, as if he were anticipating the return of a wayward child after many years. Alas, Lao Lu's mother remains in the capital, and his elder brother is there as well. Otherwise, they could all reunite as a family. The emperor felt a twinge of regret. Gong Wang cast a furtive glance at Emperor Qing, realizing that he had seemingly forgotten all the princes aside from the crown prince and Lao Lu. Nevertheless, the arrival of the king of Liao tomorrow presents a splendid opportunity for him to showcase his worth. He is somewhat acquainted with the king of Liao, and during meals, he will surely be at the king's side. If he manages to serve both the emperor and the king of Liao well, it is destined that he will earn the emperor's favor and closeness. Perhaps in the future, the emperor might even bestow upon him some authority, allowing him to become a renowned eunuch in history. This is a chance not to be missed. The thought of seizing the moment irked him. He despised the phrase opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 50. The king of Liao is attacked. Last night, Pinggu County was blanketed by snow, with drifts so deep that they obstructed the doors, requiring considerable effort to push them open. This wretched weather. Zhu Erling grumbled as he picked up a bamboo broom to begin clearing the snow. Outside, the Liao soldiers started preparing the carriages, while 200 cavalrymen fed their horses, ready to escort Qin Feng to Fanyang. Qin Feng, yawning, settled into the war chariot. "My lord, the snow is rather deep. We cannot proceed quickly. We should reach His Majesty by noon." "Very well, let us depart," he replied. Zhu Erling, clad in armor, mounted his horse and waved his arm. Onward. 200 Liao cavalrymen escorted 3 war chariots towards Fanyang. The distance from Pinggu to Fanyang is merely a few dozen miles. Had it not been for the sudden heavy snowfall, they could have arrived in just over an hour. On either side of the official road from Pinggu to Fanyang, Lu Cheng, concealed in armor, shivered in the snow. This weather is positively freezing. If it weren't for the unruly townsfolk in Pinggu County, would I have to lie in ambush here at this hour, suffering this abominable plight? Lu Cheng was incensed, lamenting why the king of Liao had not come sooner, so he could slay him and return to his position as clan leader. Yet now, as the sun began to rise, Lu Cheng found himself nearly frozen after waiting for what felt like an eternity without the arrival of Qin Feng. Was it not said that the king of Liao would certainly pass this way to pay his respects to Emperor Qing today? Rest assured, Brother Cheng. It must be that the heavy snow has delayed his journey. Let us wait a little longer. We have 3,000 armored soldiers. We can simply block the road. This was the intent of the clan elders. Lu Cheng scoffed, imagining that once he became the clan leader, his word would become law. One of the clan soldiers glanced disdainfully at Lu Cheng. Such a person dares to dream of becoming the Lu clan leader? Thankfully, his father died early. Otherwise, supporting this waste would doom the Lu family for generations. He could not fathom why the elders had sent him to assassinate the king of Liao. Their 3,000 armored men were more than sufficient. As the sun became blinding and the winds intensified, a voice echoed from the distance, announcing the arrival of the king of Liao. All the ambushers perked up. The horses struggled in the deep snow, and the cold night air chilled their iron armor. The Liao cavalry, clad in frost-covered armor, found Qin Feng dozing in the chariot. Though he sat securely within, their pace was agonizingly slow. Just as Qin Feng pondered this, the sharp sound of a crossbow bolt sliced through the air, followed by the thud of it striking the ironclad chariot. Soon, a flurry of crossbow bolts filled the air. Thud, whoosh, whoosh. The armored war chariot was bombarded as if by a torrential downpour of arrows. Assassins, it is an ambush. The 200 Liao cavalrymen quickly huddled around the chariot. Though a few stray bolts struck them, the force was insufficient to penetrate their armor. Alas, the flying Liao banners were tattered by the barrage. Zhu Erling shielded his face with his armor and donned an iron mask from his waist. The surrounding Liao cavalrymen swiftly donned their helmets as well. Even with the enemy possessing standard crossbows, seemingly in the thousands, they remained composed. Such scenes were hardly new to them. In the distance, a regiment of neatly arranged armored infantry began to approach. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. Zhu Erling could not comprehend where so many armored soldiers had come from, but he did not need to understand. Those who dare obstruct our path will die. Lu Cheng, clad in armor, gazed at the 200 Liao cavalrymen and then at the densely packed armored infantry surrounding them, filled with smug satisfaction. He had known since childhood that armored soldiers were invincible. Now, shielded by this armor, he felt an immense surge of confidence. 3,000 armored soldiers to confront a mere 200 cavalrymen of the King of Liao was indeed a bit excessive. Bursting with confidence, Lu Cheng roared and charged forward, brandishing his horse-slaying blade. Kill the King of Liao. Kill! Kill! Under the cover of crossbow fire, they formed ranks and charged. The surrounding multitude of armored soldiers bolstered their confidence immensely. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance to less than 100 paces. The heavy snow, however, hindered the speed of their steeds, rendering them unable to gallop swiftly. Yet, the snow did not impede the arrows of the Liao cavalry. As the elite guards of Qin Feng, they were the cream of the crop. Their archery skills, honed through years of rigorous training among the Hu, were nothing short of extraordinary. As they drew within mere dozens of paces, their arrows accurately struck the enemy's eyes, causing several armored clan soldiers to cry out in anguish as they fell. Duck! Startled, Lu Cheng instinctively lowered his head as an arrow thudded against his helmet, clattering to the ground. Kill! After taking down dozens of men, the Liao cavalry was almost upon the armored infantry. In the official residence of Fanyang, Emperor Qing awoke early, unable to suppress his joy. Today was the day he would reunite with Lao Lu and his son, perhaps the happiest day he had experienced in recent times. However, the heavy snow outside was indeed vexing and would undoubtedly delay Lao Lu's journey. In such cold weather, surely Lao Lu would not freeze. Your Majesty, the lands of the King of Liao are far colder than this. Gong Wang could not help but remind him. Emperor Qing chuckled sheepishly. I was overthinking. The old servant has already dispatched people to clear the snow in the city and sent others out to escort the King of Liao. Gong Wang replied, bowing. Emperor Qing regarded him with approval. You have done well. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Come, let us see what dishes have been prepared for Lao Lu. Emperor Qing waited, and soon it approached mid-morning. Lao Lu should have arrived by now. Why had he not come? The dishes were nearly ready. Glancing up at the sun hanging overhead, Emperor Qing felt an inexplicable unease. Perhaps they were delayed on the road. Gong Wang could only offer such consolation. Urgent report. Urgent report. A loud shout echoed from outside the residence, the voice of the messenger hoarse and filled with urgency. Emperor Qing's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Could something have gone awry at the front lines on such an important day for him and Lao Lu? It was unlikely that a war would break out in this heavy snow. Where is General Su? Gong Wang hurriedly knelt. Your Majesty, General Su has gone outside to inspect the armored soldiers. Upon recalling the 18,000 armored soldiers, Emperor Qing's smile returned. With the armored soldiers present, the rebels would not stir up any trouble. In the meantime, the messenger rushed into the official residence, breathless, and knelt beside Emperor Qing. Your Majesty, the King of Liao has encountered an ambush 20 miles outside the city. Emperor Qing's eyelids twitched, and he quickly pieced together the cause and effect. It was the aristocrats seeking revenge for Lu Ling. However, he was well aware of the prowess of the Liao cavalry and did not feel overly concerned for Qin Feng's safety. The noble families have gone too far. I should have dealt with them directly from the outset. A murderous intent flickered across the face of the emperor. How many ambushers are there? Your Majesty, 3,000 armored soldiers. The emperor staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Armored soldiers? Indeed. Chapter 51, the sixth brother, etc. Where did these armored soldiers come from? Supported to sit down, the emperor's eyes turned bloodshot. His first instinct was to suspect betrayal. Yet those equipped in armor were all seasoned veterans who had fought alongside him for many years, rendering rebellion impossible. Quickly dispatch troops to rescue the sixth brother. Army. The roar of the emperor echoed throughout the county office. Send a message to Su De, strengthen the defenses of Fanyang City, and put the entire army on alert. Hu Yong, I am here. Hu Yong stepped forward swiftly, bowing deeply. All matters, great and small, in the north, are entrusted to you. This humble minister obeys. Hu Yong trembled with excitement, finally gaining the power he had long coveted. Yet, he understood that this would also be a test for him. Wang Gong knelt on the ground. Those 3,000 armored soldiers are of unknown origin. Your Majesty's safety is paramount. Please allow this old servant to lead troops out of the city to provide reinforcements. The emperor's murderous gaze fell upon the eunuch. That is my son. I shall never allow the sixth brother to be in danger under my watch. Prepare the horses. The previously serene atmosphere within the office turned suddenly tense. The emperor donned his armor and mounted his steed, with Wang Gonggong hastily donning leather armor to follow closely behind. Around the office, 4,000 imperial guards stood guard, all now moving out with the emperor. The armored soldiers stationed at the southern camp were also mobilized, 5,000 swiftly exiting the city to rendezvous with the emperor. 9,000 troops quickly assembled. The emperor personally led 2,000 freshly equipped armored cavalry, racing towards the ambush site. However, the deep snow hindered the horses' speed significantly. "My son," the emperor panted heavily, filled with rage at the heavens. "Why did it have to snow so heavily last night? Faster, Your Majesty." Running in the snow exhausts the horses' strength. "If we continue, they will be rendered useless." "How much further?" 3 miles. "Dismount and march swiftly with me." The 2,000 armored soldiers promptly abandoned their horses, carrying 60-pound equipment of armor and blades, racing through the deep snow to assist. The sixth brother, wait for father. The gray-haired emperor gritted his teeth, unleashing an endless strength from within, even pulling ahead of the armored troops behind him. Before becoming emperor, he was one of the mightiest generals in the realm. Yet, many had forgotten that this world had once been won by his own blade and spear. It must not end in disaster. After marching for 2 miles, the emperor heard the distant sounds of battle. The fight was still ongoing. He could see the snow stained red with blood a mile away, scattered remnants of armor and fallen steeds littering the ground. 200 cavalrymen were engaged against 3,000 armored soldiers, having fought for over an hour. Despite the ferocity of the Liao soldiers, the defensive capabilities of the armored troops were astonishing. After 2 hours of fierce combat, fewer than 500 armored soldiers had been slain. Yet, their own cavalry had sustained significant losses. Both sides were now bloodied and battle-hardened. The noble family soldiers continued to cycle in and out, reluctant to engage in close combat with the fierce Liao cavalry. The Liao troops were nearing exhaustion. Lu Cheng, clad in armor, felt a surge of energy upon hearing the shouts of his kin. Are we finally on the verge of victory? He yearned to slay the Liao king and become the new clan leader. Kill. With blood surging, Lu Cheng rushed towards the densely packed Liao soldiers. After such a lengthy battle, the Liao formation remained unbroken, steadfastly defending their chariots while executing patterned attacks and defenses. And now, it was time for the Liao soldiers to falter. Just as Lu Cheng was about to close the distance, he suddenly heard a thunderous shout among the Liao ranks. "Make way for Grandpa." Lu Cheng witnessed a grotesquely large man, 2 meters tall, hurling a dead horse overhead, crushing 2 armored soldiers behind him. They were nearing their limit. Continue to expend their strength. Someone beside him shouted, prompting Lu Cheng to quietly change direction. No one dared confront that incredibly strong brute directly. Zhu Erling, panting heavily, hurled a fallen horse forward. After more than an hour of intense fighting, they had failed to completely obliterate their foes. This was utterly humiliating. The more Zhu Erling thought about it, the angrier he became, lifting the fallen horse once more and madly hurling it forward. "Stop!" The window of the chariot opened, and Qin Feng's authoritative voice resonated from within. At this moment, Qin Feng had donned 3 layers of armor, resting a long knife in his hand. "My lord, this is not a satisfying fight." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, surveying the road ahead. Were it not for last night's heavy snowfall, the cavalry would have been able to perform far better. All those emerging armored soldiers would have perished. Now, after an hour of bloodshed, at least a mile of snow had been compacted, revealing a clear path ahead without obstacles or traps. Even the enemies along the road had conveniently gathered together, making way for the chariots. Zhu Erling paused, a sinister grin appearing beneath his blood-soaked visor. "Make way!" Zhu Lai roared like a tiger, his voice echoing for miles. The tightly packed formation quickly dispersed, revealing the chariots arranged in a wedge formation. Qin Feng gently waved his hand. "Charge!" 5 armored horses, restless beneath their armor, galloped forward at the urging of their rider's whip, accelerating, accelerating, and accelerating. The heavy chariots rumbled ominously, crashing into the densely packed enemy troops with an unstoppable force. The once impenetrable armor crumpled under the sheer weight, and the soldiers beneath it were instantly bloodied, crushed into 2 halves by the massive steel wheels. More armored soldiers were sent flying, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. "Scatter!" The armored troops shouted in terror, yet encumbered by their heavy armor, they could hardly flee. Lu Cheng rolled into a nearby ditch, horrified as he watched 3 armored chariots effortlessly tear through the formidable armored formation. No, aren't armored soldiers supposed to be invincible? Why do they seem so fragile against these chariots? The once impenetrable armor now served as a burden for escape. The emperor, nearing the battlefield, suddenly halted. He beheld the heavy chariots effortlessly breaking through the armored ranks, with soldiers being flung into the air. This sight left him speechless, struck by shock. In this moment, the emperor began to doubt whether the armored soldiers were truly invincible. That must be the sixth brother's chariot. He pointed at the crude yet formidable steel chariot and spoke slowly. Only the sixth brother could recklessly squander steel to craft such a war machine. The armored soldiers stood utterly defenseless before this chariot. The emperor raised his hand, ordering the entire army to crouch down and rest. They had run 2 miles in armor and needed to regain their strength. Moreover, the chariot rampaging through the armored formation like a ferocious beast was too terrifying. Years of combat instinct warned him against approaching, if they were to be mistakenly struck by friendly fire. After confirming that Qin Feng should be unharmed, the emperor regained his composure. He even began to contemplate this peculiar battlefield. Chapter 52, The Invincible Sixth Brother. Under the blinding sun on the battlefield, the situation began to tilt in favor of the Liao soldiers due to the chariot's charge. The emperor sighed deeply. Just as I thought the armored troops were invincible. The sixth brother unveiled this chariot. Wang Gonggong bowed deeply. The Liao king, with 200 men, is managing to contend against 3,000 armored soldiers, showcasing your majesty's former glory. The emperor shook his head with a bitter smile. I was far inferior to him back then, and I lacked the means to create such a terrifying steel chariot. When I went to Guangning City, I thought it wasteful to use steel for vehicles. But now it seems I was mistaken. 200 against 3,000 armored soldiers. In this battle, the sixth brother achieves a resounding victory. The emperor easily grasped the unfolding situation. He no longer knew how to look at his son. Lao Lu had consistently subverted his understanding. He had thought that Guangning City would struggle painfully through the harsh winter, only to find it transformed by Lao Lu into a paradise beyond the borders. He had believed that there was no solution to the frost disaster, yet Lao Lu provided ample iron stoves and coal. He thought coal was the limit of Lao Lu's capabilities, but unexpectedly, Lao Lu bestowed upon him the coveted iron armor. He had assumed that the world should be invincible, yet in the presence of this armored chariot, the armored soldiers appeared as fragile as paper. How many more treasures did Lao Lu possess? It seemed as though they were inexhaustible. Even he, the emperor, was unaware of Lao Lu's true limits. Each generation surpassed the last. The emperor suddenly felt his age. Perhaps he should learn from his son how to govern and wage war. At the very least, what Qin Feng accomplished in Guangning City far surpassed his own efforts as a father and ruler. The emperor could not help but recall the ancient adage about crossing a river by feeling for stones. He intended to navigate the waters with Lao Lu. He wished to transform the entire realm into a land as prosperous and harmonious as Guangning City. He aspired for the armies of Qing to be as valiant and invincible as Lao Lu's Liao soldiers. More importantly, he desired the common people to rally around him as fervently as the Liao people rallied around Lao Lu. A smile of relief crept onto the emperor's lips. Qing was a grand vessel, and as a farmer by birth, he was unsure how to steer it effectively. Yet now, he finally understood the direction for Qing's future. He aimed to establish a Qing that would surpass any dynasty recorded in history. He truly wanted the people of the world to feel pride in their identity as subjects of the Qing from this day forward. The emperor's heart surged with ambition, and he even felt an urge to sing aloud. Wang Desui, noticing the emperor's good spirits, pointed towards the battlefield. Your Majesty, I see the armor of the ambushing soldiers resembles the ancient styles of the previous dynasty. The emperor's thoughts returned to reality, quickly discerning the implications. It was the Mingguang armor of the Northern Expeditionary Army from the previous dynasty. He had always felt that the number of iron armors recovered back then did not match the count. It turned out they were all here. The emperor's expression gradually turned icy. Right under his nose in Fanyang, there were 3,000 armored soldiers. Aside from the entrenched Fanyang aristocracy, no one else could possess such capability. I must thoroughly eradicate this group of aristocrats. In that moment, the emperor resolved to eliminate this greatest malignancy in the northern territory, even though the main forces of the Qing army were still locked in a stalemate with the rebels. At this time, the battlefield's dynamics shifted as the chariots collided, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of armored soldiers, causing the remaining 2,000 armored soldiers to be unable to suppress their terror and flee in madness. Before the armored chariots, they could no longer muster the courage to fight back. Retreat. Some attempted to maintain their formations, but it was ultimately futile. The defeat was as overwhelming as a landslide. The once encircling soldiers fled in all directions. Run. Those without armor fled even faster. They were as frightened as lost dogs. The pride instilled by a millennia-old aristocracy, combined with their seemingly indestructible armor, had led these soldiers to feel invincible. Yet at this moment, all their pride and dignity were utterly crushed by the chariots. Do not let them escape. Zhu Erling shouted fiercely, breaking into a sprint and raising his sword to pursue and strike down the fleeing soldiers. The remaining cavalry urged their steeds forward, dispersing into small squads to hunt down the fleeing foes. They had long mastered this task in the Liao territory, possessing abundant experience. Moreover, these armored soldiers ran much slower than the nomads. Qin Feng opened the iron window, drew his bow, and unleashed a barrage of piercing arrows that toppled the fleeing armored soldiers. Lu Cheng, in the midst of his flight, let out a wretched scream as a piercing arrow completely penetrated his knee. The battlefield had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Eunuch Wang, filled with excitement, pointed at the battlefield. "Your Majesty, those ambushers are getting away." The Emperor squinted. "Inform the rear to block all nearby routes. Do not let a single one escape." After more than an hour of fierce combat, the armored soldiers would soon lose their strength and could not flee far. Capturing them would not require excessive effort. Seeing the enemy retreating, Qin Feng jumped down from the blood-soaked chariot, rubbing his slightly dizzy head. The jarring collisions had certainly taken their toll. He fell to the ground, inhaling the cold air tinged with the scent of blood, which alleviated his dizziness considerably. The chariot had always been unstoppable against the flesh and blood of the Donghu people, crushing bodies into pulp without much sensation felt from within. However, when it pressed down upon these armored soldiers, the ride became exceptionally jolting. Upon disembarking, Liao cavalry surrounded him closely, still maintaining their battle formation. "My lord, there are 2,000 armored soldiers in the distance, bearing the flag of the court." Qin Feng gazed into the distance and saw Eunuch Wang, clad in leather armor, trudging toward them. Liao Wang, it is I," he called out while waving his hands. Qin Feng raised his hand to signal the soldiers aiming arrows behind him. "They are not enemies." Upon hearing Qin Feng's confirmation, the soldiers finally relaxed their bows. He also observed the 2,000 armored soldiers begin to disperse in pursuit of the fleeing ambushers, ultimately leaving only 300 armored soldiers following behind Eunuch Wang. They wore the armor produced in Guangning City. This revelation relieved all the Liao cavalry. Yet they still kept a tight guard around Qin Feng as both sides cautiously approached one another. Only after they were completely close and confirmed their identities did Qin Feng step out from among his guards. He was the first to see Eunuch Wang, whose face was filled with joy, along with a familiar figure standing behind him, wearing a peculiar expression. "Brother Bai, why are you still donning the armor?" Qin Feng greeted the emperor, causing Eunuch Wang to instantly lose his smile, bending his body and exchanging various furtive glances with Qin Feng. "Eunuch Wang, is your face still injured? Should we return to the Guangning City Hospital to have it checked?" Qin Feng kindly inquired. Little did he know, upon hearing the word hospital, Eunuch Wang instantly fell apart. "I am merely trying to remind the Liao Wang, yet he is pouring salt on my wounds." Upon hearing Qin Feng's address, the emperor smiled wryly, quickly stepping before him with a gaze full of affection. "Are you hurt?" Chapter 53. It is somewhat reminiscent of this king. The emperor placed his hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, looking at him tenderly. This gaze made Qin Feng feel somewhat awkward, momentarily recalling how his aging parents would look at him in a similar manner in his past life. "Brother, rest assured, I am unharmed." Eunuch Wang shuddered again. The expressions of the soldiers following the emperor turned extremely unnatural. It was the first time they had heard a prince refer to the emperor as brother. Yet they could only stifle their laughter. The emperor's expression turned peculiar as he opened his mouth, intending to confess, when a loud shout rang out from the crowd. "My lord, it seems we have found the leader. They say this is the son of Lu Ling." Zhu Erling joyfully rushed up to Qin Feng, throwing the strip down. Frail youth before him, Lu Chen clutched his knee tightly, weeping and wailing. He was no longer the spirited youth he had been when clad in armor. His gaze was filled with terror. Liao Wang, is he the son of Lu Ling?" "Yes." "To avenge your father?" "Your father perished after running out into the cold." I believe." Lu Cheng was utterly terrified. The bloody chariot instilled in him profound psychological trauma, and he could not muster an ounce of courage before Qin Feng. "I beg you, Liao Wang, spare me." Qin Feng felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. "You cannot even admit to avenging your father? Take him away." The guards on either side seized Lu Cheng by the arms, drawing their knives and pressing him against the trench by the roadside. No. Lu Cheng struggled violently, a profound sense of dread causing him to wet his trousers. A foul odor emanating that made the soldier brandishing the blade grimace in disgust. The Lu family seeks to assassinate the emperor. Just as the steel blade was about to descend, Lu Cheng suddenly screamed in a frenzy. The terror of death made him forget all his ambitions, as he desperately sought to divulge crucial information that might spare his life. The loyal guard, momentarily uncertain whether to proceed, hesitated. "Speak clearly. If the Liao King spares me, I swear I shall never again act against him. Execute him. Qin Feng, disinterested in further inquiries, commanded. No, no, no. I speak. The Liu family's ancestral hall conceals tens of thousands of sets of armor. They intend to collaborate with Zhao Guang to rebel, planning to assassinate the emperor within Fanyang City. Qin Feng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He had never encountered such a spineless individual. Moreover, this was the son of Lu Ling. For a millennium, the Liu family had produced elites across dynasties. How could such a waste emerge? Qin Feng disdainfully waved his hand. The guards promptly complied, dragging Lu Qing away to a more distant location. The instinct for survival drove Lu Qing into a frenzied struggle. Liao King, you cannot kill me. I am of use. I am of use. Enough with the noise. The Liao soldier barked angrily, swiftly bringing down his blade, severing Lu Qing's head. Lu Qing watched in horror as his body fell into the thick snow, his head creating a dent in the pristine surface. Why did it come to this? His eyes widened, gradually dulling to a gray hue. Along with him perished his absurd imperial dream. The emperor gazed at the fallen Lu Qing, recalling the young man, who had once sought positions for him through Lu Ling, his favorite son. Yet, he never anticipated such utter uselessness. More importantly, the emperor was concerned by Lu Qing's final words, revealing the existence of thousands of sets of armor within the Liu ancestral hall. So, the Northern Army's armor had been hidden by the Liu family. The emperor murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the sound of hooves echoed from the direction of Fanyang City, as reinforcements swiftly approached, scattering to apprehend the fleeing soldiers. Perhaps it is not entirely true. Qin Feng remained unconcerned. If the Liu family were indeed so formidable, how could the fool have easily captured Lu Ling in Guangning City? Even if there were that many, these soldiers would hardly wield the armor's effectiveness. They were simply too weak. The emperor grasped Qin Feng's hand. It is not that they are weak. Rather, you, my sixth brother, are too strong. When did I become the sixth? I led a frontal charge, defeating 3,000 with 200. I am undeniably invincible. If you dared to call me that in Guangning City, the common folk of Liao would surely beat you. The emperor squinted, a smile creeping onto his lips. If you dare to address me in such a manner in the court, do you think the officials would refrain from striking you? Qin Feng's gaze turned razor-sharp. You overstep, brother. The courtier cautiously approached Qin Feng. This is His Majesty, the current emperor, your father, the king of Liao. The emperor nodded with a smile. Qin Feng suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed, listening as the courtier continued. His Majesty originally intended to recognize you upon your arrival in Fanyang City. However, upon hearing of the assassination attempt on the Liao King, His Majesty rushed to offer assistance. He even deemed that riding was too slow and ultimately traversed 3 miles on foot. Listening to the courtier's account warmed Qin Feng's heart, yet doubt lingered. However, he quickly recalled a significant clue, the edict. He had sensed a familiarity with the handwriting on the emperor's personal edict. It resembled the first document left to him by Old Bai. Qin Feng began to believe, yet acceptance eluded him. Still doubtful, the emperor smiled, turning to mount a warhorse. Observing the 5,000 armored infantry arriving in the distance. Form ranks. With the command, the 5,000 armored soldiers halted, aligning into formation. Sixth brother. This is my imperial guard. They are not inferior to your personal guards. The emperor turned to Qin Feng, galloping before the formation, drawing his sword with a resounding shout that echoed through the air. Long live the emperor's army. Instantly, all the armored soldiers stood tall, their unified voices resounding throughout the land. Long live your majesty. Long live, long live, long live. In the next moment, all the armored soldiers knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in reverence to their emperor. The emperor gazed at Qin Feng with satisfaction. Sixth brother, do you now believe in my identity? Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. This cannot be a fabrication. No one would dare stage such a grand display to impersonate an emperor. The courtier beside Qin Feng cautiously reassured him. Liao King, this is indeed His Majesty. Qin Feng scrutinized the emperor for a moment, and upon seeing his affectionate gaze, his heart was unexpectedly stirred. He does bear a resemblance to me. The emperor nearly choked on his beard. Sons resemble their fathers. Why is it that in the case of the sixth brother, it appears to be the father resembling the son? The courtier averted his gaze, stifling a laugh. Just as the emperor was preparing to assert his paternal authority, cavalry suddenly galloped from the direction of Fanyang City. Report. Urgent news. Your Majesty, over 10,000 armored rebels have suddenly emerged in Fanyang, having seized the government office and are now contesting the city walls. The emperor's expression instantly shifted. Chapter 54. The Emperor's Small Happiness. Hu Yong was in a state of panic, a severe one. He had just relished the satisfaction that came with wielding power, possessing control over the entire northern region's administration. If he performed well, a bright future awaited him. However, his joy was short-lived as the government office was attacked by the armored troops. The soldiers here had been taken by His Majesty. Not even half an hour had passed before it was thoroughly overwhelmed. He, along with numerous officials, was now hiding in Fanyang City, burdened with important seals and documents. During the time, they sought to seize the realm from the emperor. This official had never felt such disarray. Where did these armored soldiers come from? Disheveled and grimy, Hu Yong leaned against the wall, utterly bewildered. The government office was lost, and his dream shattered. There was no way to preserve it. From his vantage point, he witnessed a sea of armored soldiers, their numbers seemingly endless. Were it not for the noticeable differences in armor compared to the recently outfitted Imperial Guard, he might have suspected a rebellion from the Emperor's own troops. Hopes for advancement were dashed. Hu Yong, utterly frustrated, kicked the ground, furious at his predicament. Who would have thought that this man could be the esteemed left chancellor of the realm? At this moment, chaos erupted throughout Fanyang City, with fires igniting in multiple locations. As local ruffians seized the opportunity to engage in mischief, confident that as long as they did not provoke the main army, no one would dare to intervene. In the blink of an eye, Fanyang City descended into pandemonium, as the Liu family's armored soldiers raised the Liu flag, beginning their assault on the city walls. Suda felt a chill run down his spine. The emperor had only provided 2,000 armored men, yet the enemy's numbers had exceeded 10,000. The Liu family has indeed rebelled. Relay the order. All soldiers are to abandon the defense of the other 3 city walls and concentrate on the northern wall. Awaiting the return of His Majesty's armored troops, Suda made the clearest decision. He sought to trade space for time. As long as he awaited the return of the imperial troops who had accompanied the emperor out of the city, leveraging their overwhelming numbers, he could suppress the Liu family's rebellious forces. Yet, one thing puzzled Suda. Where did the Liu family find this many troops? 20 miles outside Fanyang City. The emperor absorbed all the information regarding the situation within. The Liu family possesses remarkable audacity. The emperor truly had not anticipated such boldness from the Liu family. Nor could he have foreseen their ability to hoard so much armor. Could it really be tens of thousands? This quantity was a mystery to the emperor. The Liu family, after all, is a prestigious lineage that has endured for millennia. Their profound heritage is beyond imagination. It is no wonder that Liu Ling dared to challenge me so boldly in the past. Upon hearing the words of Emperor Qin, Qin Feng could not help but rub his hands together. Undoubtedly, it was he who had brought about Liu Ling's demise, and he had not anticipated that this act would trigger such a significant chain reaction. The Liu family had directly revolted. Furthermore, they had even mobilized a vast number of armored troops, deploying 3,000 armored soldiers merely to ambush him. Emperor Qin seemed to sense Qin Feng's thoughts and gently patted his shoulder. "It is not your fault, my 6th son." Had Liu Ling lived, the Liu family's rebellion would likely have found supporters even within the court, which would have been far more troublesome. Qin Feng touched his nose, feeling no remorse for his actions. He simply thought that these ancient aristocratic families had enjoyed their good fortune long enough. They would not cease until they plunged the world into chaos. Why could they not simply thrive in peace? Emperor Qin issued a command to those behind him. "Proclaim my edict. 50,000 troops in the vicinity of Fanyang must hasten to its aid. All armored soldiers shall return with me to the city to suppress the rebellion of the noble clans." Yes, the armored troops swiftly adjusted their course, marching back to the city. Carrying armor and weapons weighing 60 to 70 pounds over the 40-mile distance was a daunting prospect for the malnourished soldiers of the Qing army. Yet, these loyal troops, seasoned veterans who had fought alongside the emperor from the south to the north, showed no signs of complaint as they rapidly mobilized. The fleeing armored soldiers were no longer a concern. Finally, Emperor Qing's gaze settled upon Qin Feng. "This was meant to be a joyous occasion for us to recognize one another as father and son, yet it has turned into such a great disturbance. The feast I prepared for you will likely go uneaten. I know your fondness for delicacies, and in the future, I shall provide you with the finest flavors in all the realm." Qin Feng felt the profound paternal affection from Emperor Qing, a stark contrast to his previous perceptions of the imperial figure. The emperor resembled a humble farmer who aspired for his son to achieve greatness, albeit he had ultimately ascended to the throne. Just as he pondered how to respond, Emperor Qing suddenly chuckled awkwardly. "My 6th son, look, your father is now in great trouble. Might I borrow those cavalrymen stationed in Pinggu?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes, just when he had felt a little moved. Emperor Qing was already contemplating his armored heavy cavalry. Nevertheless, Fanyang City was poised to become the best market for coal from Liao, and Qin Feng could not allow it to descend into chaos. If Fanyang were to be destroyed, all his previous assistance in providing furnaces and coal would be in vain. No one would continue to purchase coal from Liao, jeopardizing his aspirations of becoming a coal magnate, lounging in comfort while reaping profits and enjoying music and dance. Proclaim my command. All heavy cavalry shall assemble outside Fanyang City. Qin Feng tossed the Liao royal token to a personal guard. You shall not fail in your duty to the prince. The guard caught the token, mounted his horse, and hastened towards Pinggu County. Qin Feng gazed at the blood-soaked chariot and let out a helpless smile. Shall we clean the chariot? He turned to Emperor Qing. Father, would you like to ride back to Fanyang together? Upon hearing the term father, Emperor Qing trembled, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within him, and his nose felt slightly tinged with warmth. This was the first time his sixth son had addressed him as father. Despite the turmoil in Fanyang, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Originally intending to ride, he could not bear to refuse Qin Feng's request. Very well. Today, let us fight side by side as father and son. Raise my banner upon the chariot. Yes, soon. The imperial guards affixed the yellow dragon flag and the general's banner atop the five-horse chariot. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a flutter of apprehension. Had he acted too hastily with that invitation? With the dragon flag now hoisted, would the chariot ever be reclaimable? Recalling the splendid treasures Emperor Qing had obtained from Guangning, Qin Feng sighed in resignation. Never mind, my family is prosperous. We can afford this loss. The interior of the chariot remained warm as always. Though only 3 individuals occupied the spacious area, Qin Feng, Emperor Qing, and the accompanying eunuch, Wang Gonggong. A member of the imperial guard had assumed the driver's position. Within the chariot, Emperor Qing observed that aside from comfortable furnishings, there were numerous weapons and bows positioned on either side. My sixth son, this chariot differs greatly from those recorded in ancient texts regarding feudal lords' war chariots, Emperor Qing remarked, stroking the soft-lined interior with a sense of nostalgia. However, this compartment is constructed from steel, wood, and silk, and may even contain materials I am unaware of. The war chariots described in ancient texts were typically driven by 3 men and lacked the formidable power of your chariot. I have witnessed the might of this 5-horse chariot firsthand. Within the ranks of armored soldiers, it was as if no one was present. The sight was truly awe-inspiring. Chapter 55. The astonishing casualty ratio over the long course of warfare. The war chariot, as a weapon, has gradually become obsolete. Its high cost, stringent usage conditions, and increased failure rates due to high integration are detrimental to subsequent maintenance. Its obsolescence is inevitable. Only Qin Feng has managed to minimize the costs and failure rates of these chariots. The backward production conditions of the feudal dynasty are insufficient to support the operating expenses of war chariots. Emperor Qing was acutely aware of this. Yet, witnessing the chariot's invincible presence, he could not help but feel envious. Qin Feng satisfied Emperor Qing's curiosity, explaining that the chariot's compartment was composed of composite materials capable of withstanding the bombardment of large catapults. Emperor Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Indeed. But continuous bombardment could pose a danger to those inside. Moreover, the chariot's most vulnerable aspect is the horses. Emperor Qing nodded slightly. While the steel chariot is invincible, it ultimately requires horses for propulsion. I noticed that the horses at the front bear horns, and they are also encased with a layer of iron netting. Upon considering this, Emperor Qing found himself at a loss as to how to combat this chariot. Unless utilizing the advantages of terrain to create obstacles, there seemed to be no feasible means to confront it on the battlefield. The conventional weaponry found in war cities could be perfectly defended against by this chariot. The common folk of Liao would undoubtedly devise various methods to ensure their princess' safety. My skills in governing the populace pale in comparison to yours, my sixth son, Emperor Qing remarked with genuine admiration. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise, Qin Feng could not deny the truth in the emperor's words. The overall situation in Deqing appeared exceedingly backward, especially in their feeble capacity to withstand natural disasters. At that moment, a knocking sound resonated from outside the chariot. Your Highness, the casualty reports are in. Zhu Lai, who had been riding behind, caught up and began to report to Qin Feng alongside the chariot. Qin Feng pulled open the window, his expression grave. This battle has indeed been arduous. Were there any casualties? 37 severely wounded. I have already dispatched personnel to escort them back to Pinggu for care. The remaining brothers have only minor injuries. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming weight settle upon him. Upon hearing Zhu Lai's report, Emperor Qing's breath caught in his throat, and he turned to inquire earnestly, no fatalities? Zhu Lai's expression darkened. Those were his comrades, and he felt the loss of any would be unbearable. How could the emperor inquire such a question? Yet, he quickly restrained his feelings. After all, this elder was the emperor and deserved respect. No fatalities. However, over 150 horses were lost, leaving fewer than 50 remaining. Emperor Qing gasped sharply. You had only 200, and yet faced 3,000 armored troops. Even 10,000 soldiers would find themselves helpless before 3,000 armored soldiers. Emperor Qing was at a loss regarding how to view Zhu Lai. He believed that the valor of the Liao cavalry must be attributed to this formidable general. Though Zhu Lai appeared somewhat dazed on the surface, when it came to military matters, he transformed entirely, embodying the essence of a born warrior. Have we received a report on enemy losses? Over 800 enemy soldiers were killed, more than 1,000 captured. And we seized 2,200 pieces of damaged armor, much of which was discarded during their retreat. Zhu Lai expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that the majority of the armored soldiers had been collected by the imperial guards. Qin Feng sensed that Zhu Lai was about to act foolishly and shot a disapproving glance at the clumsy fellow. Enough. Those armored soldiers are not superior to this king's men. It is your highness. Leave some of the injured soldiers to guard the captives and select 80 men to accompany this king to Fanyang. I shall attend to this immediately. Zhu Lai hurriedly set about fulfilling his task. Qin Feng closed the carriage window and caught a glimpse of Emperor Qing's astonished expression. He explained, the guards of my son are all equipped with the second-generation armor from Guangning City, fully armed to the teeth. The emperor immediately understood and remarked, to maneuver freely amidst 3,000 adversaries, resembling a singular entity, these personal guards of the sixth brother are truly exceptional. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Out of those 37 brothers, he feared few would survive. The emperor sighed deeply. Those comrades who once rebelled alongside me to seize the world are now but a handful. It is their sacrifice that has founded the present Great Qing. We, the survivors, must live well in their stead and strive to make this world a better place. As he spoke the last words, the emperor's voice notably lowered. Can this world truly improve? But apart from striving onward, the emperor had no other recourse. Qin Feng, cleaning his bow beside him, had long understood these truths, yet the emperor's words provided him some solace. Only by exerting every effort to bring an end to this chaotic era can life improve. Assisting the emperor is tantamount to aiding oneself and supporting Guangning City. For the strength of a single city cannot sustain a prolonged war against the northern Hu. Only with the tranquility of Great Qing can the other borders continue to deter and restrain the northern Hu, preventing Qin Feng from standing alone against the nation. Even if they could withstand the northern Hu's armies, countless more citizens of Guangning City would perish, which would only deepen Qin Feng's sorrow. This world will undoubtedly become better, Qin Feng declared with unwavering conviction. Only in this manner can Guangning City avoid being targeted by the at least 800,000 elite troops of the northern Hu. The emperor believed Qin Feng was encouraging him, and his gaze once again reflected admiration. This is indeed my most outstanding son. He understands how to alleviate my worries. Eunuch Wang sat in the corner, observing the harmonious atmosphere within the carriage, striving to minimize his presence. Only by fostering a closer relationship between the Liao King and the emperor can his own position be further solidified. The thick snow had already been compacted by the imperial forest army, hastening their return to Fanyang. Considering the slow pace of the armored infantry, the chariots did not move too swiftly, allowing the warhorses to rest properly. Fortunately, the news from the scouts was favorable. General Guda relied on the 10,000 defenders within the city to hold steadfast against the northern wall. The enemy's numbers had been ascertained, approximately 15 to 16,000 armored soldiers, over 30,000 infantry in leather armor, and more than 1,000 cavalry, alongside over 20,000 miscellaneous troops, all bearing the emblem of the Liu family. As the emperor listened to the report, he squinted, recalling the situation in Fanyang. I underestimated the ancient clans of Fanyang. The Liu family managed to secretly muster nearly 20,000 armored soldiers right under my nose, with a total force of 80,000. This power surpasses that of the rebels. It seems the entire great clan of Fanyang is resolutely aligned with the Liu family against me. Eunuch Wang suddenly knelt with a thud. Your Majesty, this old servant understands that our military forces no longer hold an advantage against the rebels. I implore your Majesty to issue a command to defend the throne. The emperor painfully closed his eyes. In the northern regions, he possessed 100,000 personal troops brought from the capital, alongside another 100,000 soldiers guarding the Great Wall. However, the defense of the Great Wall is more critical. It is impossible to mobilize all 100,000 to quell the rebellion. Currently, the forces of the Qing army and the rebels are evenly matched. But more terrifying is the uncertainty of whether these ancient clans have hidden troops elsewhere. If they do, The situation in the north will be dire. Chapter 56. Is a chancellor better than an emperor? The emperor had been stationed in Fanyang for so long, believing he had secured control, only to find nearly 80,000 troops appear unexpectedly before his eyes. Moreover, their weaponry and equipment were exceedingly formidable. What was even more alarming was that not a whisper of their presence had been heard until they materialized out of thin air. Anyone would be struck with fear in such a situation. Within the Liu family estate in Fanyang, the clan elder Liu Yuanji sat in the main seat, gazing down at the heads of the prominent clans. Is the emperor not present? Have you all come for naught? One clan leader stepped forward, lamenting. Who could have anticipated that the emperor, despite his station, would personally lead troops out of the city to rescue his son? Moreover, the emperor moved with such swiftness. Had he delayed, even slightly, we would have intercepted him at the official residence. The emperor is indeed fortunate. Hearing the voices below, Liu Yuanji felt a headache coming on. This emperor displays not a shred of imperial demeanor. For the safety of his son, he recklessly disregards his own safety, causing us to miss our opportunity. What an utter disgrace. Another clan leader urgently remarked, we should never have dispatched 3,000 troops to assassinate the Liao King. Yes, the Liao King is merely a child and poses no real threat. Once we seize the world, a mere detachment could easily eliminate him. If we could have captured the emperor, we could have coerced the lords with his authority, and the subsequent matters would have been far easier to handle. Everyone expressed their regrets. Liu Yuanji rested his forehead on his hand, his cold gaze flickering. He finally spoke. Capturing the emperor would indeed be ideal, but if he escapes, it is of no consequence. All the resources in the northern territories lie in our hands. Once we secure Fanyang, we can recruit troops extensively. The emperor has squandered his resources on disaster relief. How much can he possibly have left to contend with us? Once these words were uttered, the representatives of various clans below revealed smiles. After centuries of accumulation, the foundation of the great clans is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. For instance, the underground transport routes of troops in Fanyang have always been under their control, unbeknownst even to the emperor. They have meticulously nurtured Fanyang for centuries, seizing all advantages. What can the emperor possibly use to contest with them? Convey my orders. By nightfall, we must seize control of all the walls of Fanyang. Liu Yuanji slowly rose from his seat, his voice resonant, leaving the assembly with only the silhouette of his back. Before night falls, Fanyang will undoubtedly be in our grasp. The representatives of the clans all responded in agreement. Liu Yuanji turned back to catch a phrase, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Long ago, he had proposed that the Liu family should rule the world. This Fanyang city ought to be the center of the universe. So long as the Liu family occupies the throne, the northern Hu, which causes the emperor such headaches, will pose no threat to them. Their pawns left within the northern Hu are sufficient to sow discord, allowing the grand Liu dynasty he envisions to encompass even broader territories. The grasslands of the north, the territories of the south, and the essence of the world will converge upon Fanyang city. And he, Liu Yuanji, will not only become the emperor of the future continental dynasty, but will also ascend as the heavenly Khan of the grasslands. Alas, the foolish and conservative Liu Ling led the Liu family down a different path. Liu Ling aimed to control the emperor, keeping the Liu family hidden as the rulers in the shadows. Fortunately, Liu Ling has since passed away. I truly owe a great debt of gratitude to the Liao King. Liu Yuanji chuckled lightly, approaching the plaque of the 10 Ministers' Hall and casually driving a fruit knife into it. Is there any better way for a chancellor than to directly become an emperor? With Liu Yuanji's orders issued, the struggle for the northern walls of Fanyang intensified. The 15,000 armored soldiers of the noble clans had all ascended the walls, continually pressing the retreating Qing army. As the foremost city in the north, Fanyang boasts high walls and thick fortifications, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. After centuries of repairs, even the northern Hu armies find it challenging to breach this stronghold, often opting to bypass it during their southern raids. The ramparts are wide enough for soldiers to form ranks and charge. Hold fast and do not retreat. Suda donned armor personally, leading the armored troops at the forefront. Changed to armor-piercing arrows. Fire. Suda felt a sense of relief that the ironclad designs of the previous dynasty lacked face armor. Moreover, the armor-piercing arrows possessed a certain probability of breaching armor at close range. However, the most he could do was to continuously create obstacles, only to have the enemy throw them down from the city walls. The space for the Qing army was being relentlessly constricted. The enemy's armored soldiers numbered as many as 15,000, and under the relentless wheel of warfare, no matter how formidable Suda's defense was, it was becoming increasingly difficult to withstand. Of course, it was precisely because of Su Da's tenacity and defense that others would have long since crumbled and surrendered. If he could hold on for just another half an hour, the emperor would arrive with reinforcements. Su Da struggled to uplift the morale of his troops. He vowed that this was the most challenging battle of his life. He had faced armored soldiers before, but never in such overwhelming numbers. Although armored soldiers were difficult to contend with, one could circumvent them and cause the other infantry to collapse, leading the rout to naturally charge at the armored troops. But now, he faced the enemy's ironclads head-on. The romance that should have belonged to Su Da was now atop the enemy's heads. This feeling was truly unbearable. His arduous endurance was not in vain. Soon he heard soldiers under his command shouting in unison, "The emperor has returned. Reinforcements have arrived. Quickly, open the city gates to welcome them." Fortunately, the north city gate was firmly under the control of the Qing troops, allowing the reinforcements to enter without hindrance. The imperial cavalry began to accelerate, and upon entering the city, they swiftly ascended the walls via the horse path to charge at the armored infantry. Su Da could not help but exhale in relief. Unfortunately, this charge was not sustained. Coupled with the enemy's overwhelming numbers, the cavalry quickly retreated. They simply could not push back. Su Da felt an inexplicable panic. The fighting spirit of the enemy was more tenacious than he had anticipated. Even when the imperial armored troops entered the city and joined the fray atop the walls, the battle merely resulted in a stalemate. The enemy could not advance, nor could the Qing troops push them back. Beneath the walls, enemy reinforcements began to gather, launching arrows upwards. A command was issued. The walls must be taken before darkness fell. For every step forward, a reward of 1,000 coins. To slay Su Da, a grant of 1,000 acres of land and 10,000 taels of gold. Listening to the incessant cheers from the other side, Su Da felt compelled to touch his neck. It was the first time he realized he was worth so much. 1,000 acres of land and 10,000 taels of gold, something Su Da had never seen in his lifetime. How generous. Were it not for his mission, he might have wished to trade his own head for the reward. The money could help the emperor rescue more common folk, fueled by the lure of wealth. The noble armored soldiers unleashed astonishing combat prowess, pushing the imperial troops back relentlessly. After a 40-mile dash, the stamina of the imperial soldiers was nearly depleted. At this point, the Qing emperor had already ascended the city walls alongside Qin Feng, riding in a battle chariot along the sloped horse path. Upon disembarking, Qin Feng immediately opened the compartment at the back of the chariot, and his guards swiftly attached blades to the wheels. The roads atop the walls were indeed well paved. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. It was the perfect battlefield for a battle chariot. Chapter 57. Unstoppable Forces on the Northern City Wall of Fanyang. The clamor of battle filled the air, with most of the Qing soldiers raising shields to fend off the arrows raining down from the enemy. On both the eastern and western walls, the Qing troops were continuously retreating and being compressed. The Qing emperor raised the dragon flag, yet it failed to effectively bolster morale. Instead, it incited the enemy to become even more frenzied. Capture the Qing emperor alive and grant him a fief of 10,000 acres. The noble soldiers' eyes gleamed with fury, and in a mere moment, they surged forward, gaining ground. Along the miles of city wall, soldiers were packed tightly, making it impossible to deploy so many troops simultaneously in combat. Qin Feng descended from the chariot and ascended to the high lookout tower, clearing a path for the chariot. The Qing emperor was filled with anticipation. He understood that atop these walls, the enemy had nowhere to hide, making it the perfect battlefield for their chariots. As for the armored soldiers, they would become a burden in the face of the chariots, serving no purpose whatsoever. Clear the way, the Qing emperor personally commanded. Soon, cavalry raced eastward, carving a path for the chariots, while the Qing soldiers pressed tightly against the walls. They looked on in terror at the chariots' spinning blades and the steel rams at the front, fearing to be struck even once. 3 chariots of the Liao King followed in a line behind the cavalry. As they approached the enemy ranks, the imperial cavalry swiftly spread to the sides, clearing a path for the chariots. "The area is cleared," Qin Feng murmured, witnessing the chariot's rams plow into the armored soldiers, swiftly carving out a route. The once proud Mingguang armor, preserved at great expense by the noble families, appeared extraordinarily fragile in that moment. Even some of the armored soldiers were hurled through the air, crashing onto the chariot's roof, their fates uncertain. The 2 rear chariots spread to the sides, forming a wedge with the front chariot as they pressed forward. The noble armored soldiers gathered atop the walls were rapidly compressed into a tight mass, with some even being shoved off the walls, letting out long, anguished cries before falling silent upon impact with the ground. How do we fight? Retreat. The noble armored soldiers lacked the courage to face the chariots head-on. They wished to flee, but the space atop the walls was too narrow for escape. Jumping down? At such a height, that would be a death sentence. We cannot retreat. We must hold against the chariots. Someone shouted, attempting to bravely stand against the oncoming Liao Qing chariots, only to be crushed into a pulp. Before the chariots, no one could stand in their way. The Qing troops gazed at the suddenly vacant city walls, momentarily dazed. They swallowed hard, exchanging glances that reflected their shared relief. Thankfully, these chariots were not the enemies. Suda was equally filled with excitement, his fists clenched tightly. The Liao Qing is formidable, he bellowed, raising his long knife. Charge! The Qing soldiers instantly received the order, following behind the chariots as they steadily advanced the front line, also finishing off the stray survivors. However, the further they charged, the more the stench of blood intensified, with limbs and severed arms strewn about, some even with intestines hanging from the crushed bodies, releasing a pungent and overwhelming odor. Despite years of battle experience, many Qing soldiers had never witnessed such a brutal scene. Those with weaker mental fortitude leaned on their long spears, ultimately collapsing at the edge of the walls to vomit. The Qing emperor trembled all over. He had witnessed the might of the chariots, but never imagined they would be so invincible atop the walls. The enemy's formation of armored soldiers appeared as fragile as paper. He could see the enemy's armored troops fleeing. Some even chose to shed their armor and leap from the walls. While jumping down might result in broken legs, at least it would spare them from being crushed to death. Unfortunately, after a mile, their momentum waned. The enemy formation was too dense. Qin Feng felt a tinge of regret. The Qing emperor closed his eyes. That mile lasted no more than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, resulting in the loss of 4,000 armored enemies. I have fought countless battles in my life, both large and small, but I have never witnessed anything like this. His mood soured. Just like Suda, who had once thought the armored soldiers to be invincible, who could have anticipated that the steel chariots would be even more formidable? Ultimately, the Qing emperor's gaze fell upon Qin Feng, filled with appreciation. Were it not for your chariots, this contest for the walls would have likely resulted in heavy casualties for our forces. Qin Feng gazed at the distant battlefield, speaking candidly. It is the terrain atop the walls that has allowed the chariots to fully exert their potential. Elsewhere, these chariots would not be as effective. On open plains, these armored soldiers would have scattered long ago, and even the most formidable chariots would quickly lose their targets. However, the Qing emperor believed Qin Feng to be overly modest. His admiration barely contained. The enemy on the eastern front had already collapsed, and the rebel forces had no chance left. The Qing emperor looked outside the city, where organized Qing troops were beginning to enter and reinforce their ranks. Without the cover of darkness, my grand army will reach Fanyang. The expression of Emperor Qing grew increasingly frigid as his thoughts turned to the Liu family's myriad transgressions, and he could no longer contain the fury within his heart. He turned sharply and issued orders to the rear. Upon the army's arrival, not a single member of the northern aristocracy would be spared. Even the graves of the noble families must be unearthed. I shall annihilate the 9 clans of the Liu family, erasing their very existence from this world. The emperor's voice was as cold as frost, and by the end, his eyes were already a fiery red. The realm was already fraught with chaos, and the rebellion of the aristocracy only exacerbated the turmoil. Were it not for the presence of the 6th brother, who had turned the tide with war chariots atop the city walls, Emperor Qing dared not contemplate the grim outcome that could have unfolded. Even if he were to reclaim Fanyang City in the end, the Qing army he brought would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Not to mention, there would be yet another battle against the rebellious forces from Jin. Should the court appear weakened, the lords of the realm would certainly harbor ulterior motives. At that point, he would have to wage war across the land once more, and the common folk would undoubtedly suffer grievously. Natural disasters are not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the loss of the order that should prevail in this world, transforming people into beasts that unleash their most nefarious desires. In the eyes of these beasts, human life would become the most expendable commodity. The burning city of Fanyang stands as a testament to the malevolence wrought by the Liu family and the aristocracy here. They must be met with the most severe retribution to effectively deter those who might be tempted to stir unrest. Emperor Qing aimed to make an example of the Liu family, to demonstrate to all what rebellion begets. Indeed, this was the first time Qin Feng witnessed Emperor Qing's wrath, and in that moment, he truly recognized that this was the sovereign who held the power of life and death in his hands. Even the graves of the Liu family were to be desecrated. Such mercilessness from his father was truly astounding. Yet, if Qin Feng were to assume the role of Emperor Qing, he might have been even more ruthless. After toiling to save the realm from natural calamities, he had hoped for the revival of Fanyang and the entire northern territory, only to be met with the more dreadful scourge of war. Should this turmoil persist, it is likely that the entire northern region would not recover for a decade. Chapter 58. The first merit with the intervention of the Liao King's war chariots. The Qing army on the city walls finally shifted from defense to offense, vying for control of the eastern city walls of Fanyang. 3 war chariots, drenched in blood, found their steeds too weary to gallop and were quickly replaced before heading westward, where numerous armored soldiers of the aristocracy awaited. As for the fate of those armored soldiers, it was no different from that on the eastern battlefield. The aristocratic forces soon fell into disarray, many being pushed off the city walls, with some suffering fatal falls while others broke their legs, howling in agony. This was a scene of human tragedy, until the sun set, with the continuous influx of the Qing army into the city. Only the southern city walls remained engaged in combat. Qin Feng's war chariots had rolled out 4 times, crushing countless soldiers beneath them. Upon their return, they were caked in filth, transforming into blood-red ice crystals in the cold climate, nearly impossible to cleanse. Without the Liao King's war chariots, this battle would have certainly not been won so effortlessly. Su De returned, covered in blood, grinning with delight. The Liao King is formidable. He could not help but flatter Qin Feng. Even back in Pinggu City, he had recognized that these steel chariots were undoubtedly powerful instruments of war. Yet he had not anticipated their rapid deployment. Moreover, their efficacy exceeded expectations. Qin Feng chuckled heartily. Victory naturally brought joy. At the very least, the northern territory would remain under the court's control and would not descend into prolonged conflict. Even Qin Feng had not imagined the steel war chariots would prove so effective. Su, my dear brother, is being modest. After this exchange, Qin Feng suddenly thought of Su Ninger in Guangning City, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. Brother? The Great Wall Suda? Suda chuckled, a nickname given in the martial world, a moniker. Qin Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That nickname indeed carried a certain grandeur. Suda then removed his armor and stealthily approached Qin Feng. Have you become close with the young lady? Qin Feng was taken aback by Su Da's directness. Is it customary for a father to inquire so plainly? Not yet. Suda patted Qin Feng's shoulder. Hurry up, for I await the day I can hold my grandchild. Is there such urgency? Is this a marriage proposal? If he does not take some action towards Su Ninger, it would seem ungrateful to Su Da's earnest intentions. While Qin Feng pondered this, Su Da approached Emperor Qing and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, given the state of affairs with the Liao King and my daughter, it is imperative that a marriage be arranged swiftly. Should any ill tidings arise, I, Su Da, would lose face. Qin Feng was bewildered by Su Da's maneuvering. So all of this was to hasten the marriage decree from the emperor? And at the cost of his reputation? How could he afford to lose face? Considering Su Da's offbeat demeanor and the sweet and charming Su Ninger, he began to doubt whether they were truly father and daughter. However, seeing Su Da's ability to smile despite the circumstances, the state of the war must be quite optimistic. Once the rebellion is quelled, I shall personally grant the marriage. Emperor Qing's gaze towards Qin Feng was filled with warmth. He trusted Qin Feng, which is why he permitted a union with the family that commanded the Great Wall's defenses. Su Da's insistence on raising this matter at this juncture was to seize the opportunity of Qin Feng's military success to solidify the marriage arrangement. After all, should a union be established, the entire Great Wall defense force would inevitably lean towards the Liao King, posing a significant threat to the court. If this matter were not settled in advance, it would be difficult to manage in the court, potentially dragging on for 3 to 5 years, by which time his daughter would be too old to marry. Given Su Da's current status, finding a suitable match for his daughter would be no easy task. Even if he could find someone, none would surpass the Liao King in excellence. After receiving Emperor Qing's affirmation, Su Da could hardly contain his joy. I thank your Majesty for the marriage decree. Enough of that. What is the current state of the battle? Su Da couldn't help but steal a glance at Qin Feng. After several charges with the war chariots, we inflicted casualties upon 9,000 armored soldiers of the enemy, with over 1,000 more fleeing in disarray. The number of intact armors we captured may not exceed 3,000. The remaining 6,000 are all damaged. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qing felt a sense of relief. The greatest threat posed by the rebellious aristocracy was their armored soldiers. Now that most of them had been eliminated, the Qing army could gain a significant advantage in strength, making further engagements more manageable. The damaged armors could be repaired and reused. Su Da nodded earnestly. At least we can salvage 3,000 usable sets. This battle should be credited to the Liao King. Emperor Qing felt a swell of pride. The sixth brother has my former vigor. Su Da's expression twitched. Yet he dared not contradict the emperor. In the days of conquest, it was solely through legs and a sword that they fought. They had no such terrifying weapons as the Liao Kings. It was an entirely different realm of warfare. Qin Feng, however, was less concerned. He believed that his current physique might indeed have inherited Emperor Qing's martial prowess. Otherwise, he could not have developed such formidable combat capabilities. Yet, the occasions for him to personally charge into battle were indeed rare. Even when ambushed, the armored soldiers had not compelled him to dismount and engage directly in combat. Until the very last moment, his personal guards would never allow Qin Feng to face the enemy head-on. To do so would be the greatest insult to those elite troops from the Liao territories. Upon returning to Guangning City, he would be scorned by its citizens. Unable to hold his head high again. "Father, I shall go check on the personal troops." "Very well, but the situation within the city is somewhat chaotic and unsafe. At night, you shall sleep on the city tower with me." "Understood." Qin Feng bowed and withdrew. The youthful body often felt hunger pangs. Yet the rations of the Qing army were far from palatable, and the food stored in the war chariots held no appeal for him. Fortunately, the Liao cavalry had brought delicacies from Guangning City. The Liao cavalry, as always, attracted disdain, drawing the attention of the surrounding Qing troops, compelling the Liao soldiers to distribute some of their provisions, which elicited unanimous praise from the Qing forces. "Long live the benevolent Liao King! Long live the benevolent Liao King!" Upon hearing these cheers, the Liao cavalry was instantly filled with joy, prompting them to offer even more. The Qing troops were utterly exhilarated, as if they had discovered the secret to communicating with the Liao cavalry. Today, the Liao King's war chariot was particularly magnificent. "Without it, my brothers might have perished in battle today. The Liao King is formidable." Amidst the cheers from the Qing soldiers, the faces of the Liao cavalry flushed with excitement, and they continued to bestow numerous valuable items. Qin Feng, feeling helpless, covered his face. The soldiers from Guangning City could not bear to hear others praise them. If they heard such commendations, they would be so elated that they would give away all their treasures. Yet, seeing the harmonious interaction between the Qing troops and the Liao cavalry, Qin Feng chose not to comment further. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he clapped his hands, preparing to return to the city wall for a better view. As he mounted his horse, he noticed the resting Qing soldiers rising in unison. "The Liao King is formidable. The Liao King is formidable." Wherever he went, the Qing soldiers saluted him. After today's battle, he had thoroughly won the hearts of these Qing warriors. Chapter 59. What do you think of Fanyang City, Old 6? The battle for Fanyang City continued unabated until midnight. The city walls and gates were entirely under the control of the Qing forces, and the army had gathered within the Lu residence. Qin Feng, draped in a sable coat, stood on the city wall, bracing against the cold wind. The sky was clear and starry, with the Milky Way shimmering brightly, as if the stars might fall upon him at any moment. There were so many stars that they were impossible to count, each one shining brilliantly and beautifully. Within Fanyang City, torches flickered, casting light upon the raging fires, with the most severe blaze engulfing the Lu residence. The accumulated wealth of a millennium had been reduced to ashes by this war. Lu Yuanji sat in a chair, his expression somber as he listened to the sounds of battle outside. The surviving clan leaders stood anxiously below, their voices tinged with fear. Out of 18,000 suits of armor, only 7,000 could be salvaged. What a tragedy. The Liao King's war chariots were simply unassailable. Lu Qing was a fool. Had he killed the Liao King outside the city, this humiliating defeat would have been avoided. 9,000 armored soldiers lost in less than an hour. Their faces bore the marks of battle, and they could only curse Lu Cheng's incompetence. Initially, they thought it unnecessary to ambush the Liao King. But now, it seemed that such an ambush had been crucial. They regretted not sending more troops to ensure the Liao King was captured. Had they taken the Liao King's war chariot, it would have been the Qing emperor facing defeat. But now, it was too late to lament. How many soldiers remained? Lu Yuanji gritted his teeth. Their grand strategy to seize Fanyang, then the northern territories, and ultimately dominate the world lay in ruins, all because of the Liao King. If only the Qing emperor had not ventured out to rescue the Liao King. If only the Liao King had not unleashed his war chariots to shatter the Lu family's armored formation. If only the Liao King. It was all the Liao King's fault. He had been blinded by gratitude for the Liao King's slaying of Lu Ling. Now, he wished to see the Liao King dead without delay. His dream of the Great Lu Dynasty was half shattered. The Qing forces had seized all the major families of Fanyang, and now less than 30,000 remained within the Lu residence. Lu Yuanji narrowed his eyes. 30,000 against 20,000 imperial iron-armored soldiers. Who knew where the Liao King had acquired such a formidable force? Wasn't he? It said that the Qing army only had 4,000 against 20,000 armored soldiers. There was no chance of victory, not to mention the terrifying Liao King's war chariots. They must retreat. He sighed deeply, making the most painful decision. A clueless clan leader shouted, "Retreat to where? How can 30,000 retreat? Perhaps we should surrender." But this proposal was quickly dismissed. We rebelled. The Qing emperor will surely seek to exterminate us and our families. Surrender is not an option. Then what shall we do? We cannot fight. We cannot flee. We cannot surrender. Are we to await our demise? Below, chaos erupted, and Lu Yuanji felt overwhelmed. Enough, he bellowed, his authority silencing the crowd. We shall use the underground passage. My family still has soldiers in the northern territories. Lu Yuanji gestured for his belongings to be gathered, preparing for a complete retreat. As long as I live, the Lu family can rise again. A temporary setback is nothing. Accompanied by clan leaders and his closest warriors, Lu Yuanji entered the underground passage. This dark tunnel led to the mountains outside the city, a construction painstakingly built over centuries by the Lu family. Under Lu Yuanji's direction, the women and others from the Lu residence evacuated methodically through the tunnel. He remained behind with the armored soldiers, hearing the approaching battle cries of the Qing forces. Make sure all the oil is used up, Lu Yuanji urged his subordinates, his once gray hair turning completely white that day. Once the armored soldiers had entered the tunnel, he tossed a torch into the oil, watching as flames erupted, and he closed his eyes in anguish. The once opulent Lu residence would now be reduced to ashes by his own hand. I swear, I will rebuild a Lu residence tenfold, 100-fold greater. A residence that will encompass the entire world. He screamed desperately, finally sealing the tunnel door with the protection of his guards. Fire! Fire! Upon seeing the blaze, the Qing soldiers prepared to extinguish it. The Lu residents had amassed countless treasures over centuries in the northern territories, and they would claim these as spoils of war. If the fire spread unchecked, their efforts would be in vain. However, when they poured a bucket of water, it only washed away the oil, causing the flames to roar even higher. Use snow, use snow. But the Lu residents had been cleared too thoroughly. Where would they find snow? The once flourishing Lu family, with its pavilions and treasures, along with cherished ancient trees, was consumed by the inferno, reduced to ash. Until the following morning, flames continued to blaze within the Lu residence. The conflagration raised the temperature of Fanyang City dramatically. Stepping onto the ground within the Lu residence, the soles of shoes would scorch and emit a burnt odor. Under the complete blockade of the Qing forces, the insurgents wandering within the city were captured, along with opportunistic thugs, and were all taken beyond the city walls. Under the blazing sun and howling north winds, they were dragged onto the frozen river surface. Execute. For the most heinous offenders, the Qing emperor showed no mercy. Indulgence would only embolden the ungrateful. Necessary bloodshed would reinforce the emperor's authority and intimidate those with treacherous intentions. There were no innocents among the rebels. Over 12,000 were executed, their heads piling up outside Fanyang City, forming a grim spectacle. Qin Feng stood atop the city wall, surveying the scene. 12,000 heads seemed like a considerable number, yet in the vastness of nature, they appeared insignificant, soon to be half buried under the falling snow by afternoon. After this battle, no noble families remained in the northern territories. The Qing emperor stood upon the battlements, his expression impassive. Ultimately, the Lu family had escaped. Fire could destroy everything, but it could not obliterate iron armor. Even if it melted into molten iron, traces would remain. Yet, there were no remnants of iron armor within the Lu residence, which could only mean they had all fled. Have you not yet discovered the underground passage? Qin Feng could not help but inquire. The Qing emperor sighed. It is easier said than done. The Lu family has eluded me for so many years, indicating that this passage is exceedingly secretive. It is normal that we cannot find it immediately. Emperor Qing's spirit sank further, and his hair turned increasingly white. Following this battle, the northern territories would require at least 2 decades to recover. Qin Feng held a markedly different perspective regarding Emperor Qing's outlook. Without the influence of the noble families, the development of the northern lands could accelerate, revitalizing within merely 5 or 6 years. Emperor Qing instinctively wished to counter this notion, but suddenly recalled Guangning City. His eyes lighting up. Lao Lu, what do you think of Fanyang City? How about I grant it to you as a fief? Chapter 60. The Emperor guards the nation's gates. Emperor Qing esteemed Qin Feng's governance capabilities. Among the fiefs granted to the princes, the citizens under Qin Feng's jurisdiction thrived the most. Even across the entirety of Deqing, few cities could rival Guangning. Thus, Emperor Qing contemplated assigning the management of Fanyang City to Qin Feng. He believed that Qin Feng could govern the populace here even better than the appointed officials. Qin Feng was perplexed by Emperor Qing's intentions. If the emperor was willing to bestow such a fief, then it was a proposal he could not refuse. Acquiring Fanyang City would undoubtedly facilitate many future endeavors. With a sigh, Emperor Qing remarked, "Entrusting this city to you, Lao Lu, gives me great reassurance." However, despite Fanyang's turmoil, it remains a significant northern city, and the court officials would fiercely oppose allowing it to become your fief. How about I transfer your fief to another location instead? Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. This proposal felt akin to robbing him of his home. He firmly believed Guangning City was far superior. Without hesitation, he declined. Taking over Fanyang would entail years of arduous labor. How could he continue to enjoy music and dance under such circumstances? Guangning City was undoubtedly more cost-effective. Emperor Qing was taken aback by Qin Feng's swift refusal and ultimately shook his head. "Let us first resolve the rebellion thoroughly. We can discuss this matter later." The implication was unmistakable. He still harbored thoughts of reallocating Qin Feng's fief. This was unacceptable. He must find a way to dissuade Emperor Qing from such a perilous idea. Guangning City was the culmination of 6 years of his tireless efforts, and he would rather safeguard it for a lifetime than be assigned elsewhere. He longed to cleanse the humiliation brought by the northern who within Guangning City. Emperor Qing fell silent, recalling the tragic events of 6 years prior in Liao. He gently patted Qin Feng's shoulder. "I wish to spare you from experiencing such hardship again, which is why I considered this fief change." Qin Feng felt a swell of gratitude. He sensed that Emperor Qing genuinely wished him well. However, Fanyang City held little significance for him in his grand design. It was merely a transit point for goods. Through the Grand Canal of Fanyang City, the supplies from Guangning City could flow southward, yielding greater benefits. "If the emperor wishes to improve Fanyang, I may have a suggestion," Qin Feng proposed, prompting Emperor Qing's interest. "I've heard that the capital is vulnerable due to its lack of defenses, and the sweltering summer heat, especially during heavy rains, can lead to flooding from the Yangtze River. Perhaps the emperor is contemplating relocating the capital?" Emperor Qing squinted, astonished by his son's insight. The capital was the foundation of his rule. Yet it was not the finest choice for a capital. He indeed entertained thoughts of relocation, but had never voiced them to anyone. Now, Qin Feng had unveiled his innermost thoughts. Was this the legendary bond between father and son? This matter must not be spoken of to others, lest it incite chaos. Emperor Qing cautioned Qin Feng. Given the current unrest, discussing a capital relocation is impractical and detrimental to the Qing's stability, he added. To this, Qin Feng countered, in truth, Fanyang is an excellent choice for a capital. Emperor Qing shook his head slightly. It is too close to the northern Hu. Safety is a concern. I have heard a saying, the emperor guards the nation's gates, and the monarch dies for their realm, Qin Feng declared. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qing stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The emperor guards the nation's gates, and the monarch dies for their realm. He murmured, his eyes growing brighter. In those mere 10 words, Qin Feng encapsulated his desires. He wished for peace in the realm, free from disturbances by the northern Hu. Seeing Emperor Qing's interest piqued, Qin Feng continued. If the emperor relocates the capital to Fanyang, the finest troops will inevitably gather at the Great Wall, deterring any incursions from the Hu in the future. Additionally, it would allow for the rapid influx of supplies from the south, expediting the restoration of order in the northern territories. The capital's location would attract many from the south, fostering prosperity and enabling the conditions necessary to send troops northward. Qin Feng observed Emperor Qing visibly tremble with emotion. It was evident that he had struck a chord with the emperor. However, Emperor Qing firmly grasped Qin Feng's hand. Lao Lu, do not say any more. The rebellion is not yet quelled, and conditions for relocating the capital are not met. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chose to remain silent. His words had planted a seed in Emperor Qing's heart, which would one day blossom when the time was right. Fanyang, situated at the northernmost edge of the Central Plains, would indeed make an excellent choice for a capital. Should the capital be established there, affluent individuals from across the Qing would flock to it, greatly benefiting Guangning City. Yet, ultimately, such decisions rested with the court. As Emperor Qing had stated, with the rebellion ongoing, all discussions remained speculative. On the afternoon following the Liu family's rebellion, tranquility returned to Fanyang City. Qin Feng stationed the Liao cavalry within the city. This, however, left the citizens of Pinggu County longing for the days when the Liao king was present. Is there anywhere in Fanyang City to listen to music? Queried Zhu Erling. Aside from the battle atop the city walls, there had been little else of note. The whereabouts of the Liu rebel forces remained unknown. After finishing his martial exercises, Qin Feng suddenly felt a yearning for some light music. Zhu Erling stood in stunned silence. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation. It was yet another day of missing Hongwan. If only she were here, everything would be arranged with clarity. There would be no need for Qin Feng to request it. The performers would come forth on their own. However, since Emperor Qing resided in the adjacent courtyard, it would be inappropriate to create too much commotion. As Qin Feng pondered whether to take a stroll, a shifty figure appeared outside the courtyard. Liao Wang, dressed in official attire. Hu Yong quickly caught the attention of the guards, who confirmed his identity before relaying the message to Qin Feng. Your Highness, a man claiming to be the left vice minister of the Central Secretariat wishes to see you. Qin Feng scratched his head. What position is the left vice minister? Zhu Erling's expression turned one of naive confusion. This prince Mrs. Hongwan. Qin Feng wrestled with the idea of summoning her. Let him in, he instructed. Yes, soon. Hu Yong hurried into the room, kneeling before Qin Feng. I, Hu Yong, the left vice minister of the Central Secretariat, pay my respects to your highness, the Liao Wang. Long live the Liao Wang. Qin Feng was instantly taken aback by the old man's servile demeanor. According to Qing's protocol, the princes ranked just below the emperor, and officials were still required to bow before them. Yet, this left vice minister Hu Yong should be akin to a chancellor. Was it truly necessary for him to show such excessive deference to a prince? There is no need for such formality, left vice minister. What brings you to seek an audience with me? Hu Yong glanced around cautiously, appearing rather hesitant. All are my trusted confidants. Feel free to speak openly. I have a proposal for great wealth and fortune. I wonder if your highness would be interested. Chapter 61. Great wealth and fortune. Hu Yong's emotions over the past days had been tumultuous and indescribable. Just when he thought he was on the verge of a promotion, chaos erupted. Upon witnessing the armored soldiers, he felt a wave of despair, fearing that the northern territories would descend into prolonged disorder. Casting doubt on whether Emperor Qing could emerge victorious, he could only hide among the common folk with other officials, utterly beleaguered. However, upon witnessing the conflict atop the city walls, as the noble family's armored troops fell like clay figures, he shouted in jubilance. Eventually, he and the officials reunited with the Qing army, finally realizing that it was all thanks to the Liao Wang. Adding to the previous incident of the coal mine disaster rescue, today's meeting came to fruition. Defied? Qin Feng scrutinized Hu Yong, unable to discern the true intention behind the man's visit. His attire, a splendid crimson official robe, suggested a notable rank. Yet there lingered an impression of neglect in its cleanliness, accentuated by the conspicuous pudding stains on his boots. How could such a destitute official possibly have any connection to Defied? Nonetheless, out of sheer boredom, Qin Feng was intrigued enough to listen. Sit down, your highness. Prince of Liao, Hu Yong exclaimed, excitedly tucking his sleeves as he settled into his chair. If one disregarded his shifty eyes and furtive demeanor, he indeed exuded the air of a high-ranking official. Such poise was not something an ordinary person could easily cultivate. With better attire, he would undoubtedly appear even more impressive. After the obliteration of the Liu family, I was tasked with the responsibility of sorting through the wealth left behind by the Fanyang aristocracy. Qin Feng's interest was instantly piqued. Just how affluent was the Fanyang clan? It was a veritable enigma. After all, Fanyang City was renowned as the wealthiest locale in the northern territories, and the aristocracy within it was undoubtedly the most prosperous. The treasures I uncovered left me utterly astounded. The value of the gold and silver alone could offset 8 years of the court's tax revenue. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. 80 million guan. The court has struck gold. With such a sum, the previously meager condition of the court could be significantly ameliorated. Whether for disaster relief or warfare, funds would no longer be a constraint. Furthermore, Hu Yong continued with a shake of his head. The majority of the real estate in Fanyang City now belongs to the court. Qin Feng gasped. Fanyang City must have a population of around 500,000 to 600,000. To think that 8/10 of its housing now belongs to the court. This included a vast array of gold industries. Once Fanyang City was restored, it would generate an endless stream of profit. This is a monumental gain for the emperor. Indeed, power is the most expedient means of acquiring wealth. I cannot fathom why the Liu family, a venerable lineage with assets surpassing those of the court, would choose rebellion. Qin Feng mused. If I were part of such an esteemed family, I would never resort to such foolishness. Hu Yong immediately bowed before Qin Feng. This is all in gratitude to your highness, Prince of Liao. Gratitude for me. If Lu Lingru were still alive, the Liu family would merely engage in a contest of wills with the court, seeking to compel the throne to submit to him, aspiring to the position of prime minister. Qin Feng squinted. Given the wealth of the Fanyang aristocracy, it is conceivable that Lu Ling might have achieved the role of prime minister. Alas, this future prime minister met his untimely demise at my hands. The death of Lu Ling may have signaled a misinterpretation to the Fan Yang aristocracy, leading them to believe that the emperor was poised to eliminate the aristocracy, prompting them to strike first. This is the conclusion my associates and I have drawn as the closest semblance to the truth. Had it not been for your highness, they might have truly succeeded. Qin Feng rubbed his nose. The emperor of Qing had indeed shared this insight with him. Had the emperor not rushed to rescue Qin Feng, the aristocratic armored soldiers would have completely trapped him within the official residence. Thus, the emperor now regarded Qin Feng as a fortunate star, indulging him even further. He even contemplated entrusting Fan Yang to Qin Feng. Regrettably, he insisted on a change of fief, or else Qin Feng would not have minded assuming control of Fan Yang City. What does the esteemed Hu Zuocheng mean by great wealth? Hu Yong rose once more. It refers to the court's procurement contract for iron armor with Prince of Liao. Now that the court has funds, it intends to pay the required amount for the contract up front. Moreover, His Majesty has expressed the desire to procure an additional 30,000 sets of armored gear. Upon finishing, Hu Yong presented a pre-drafted edict to Qin Feng, which bore the imperial seal. In addition to the 880,000 guan, there was the procurement of 30,000 sets of armored gear, valued at 180,000 guan. No credit is needed, the payment is to be made in full. This amounted to a staggering 268 million guan, equivalent to a quarter of the annual tax revenue of the Great Qing court. A substantial order indeed. How could my father entrust such a significant matter to you? Hu Yong's face broke into a smile. I implored His Majesty to allow me to come. I simply wished to meet His Highness. This compliment pleased Qin Feng immensely. Your words are far more delightful than those of my subordinates. I accept this edict. When shall the funds be dispersed? If your Highness is willing, we can proceed to collect the payment immediately. However, I have another significant venture to discuss. Qin Feng's curiosity was piqued. Please, continue. The Prince of Liao's assistance in coal and iron furnace disaster relief has been greatly appreciated by the court, prompting us to seek to purchase coal from the prince's mines. Hu Yong's excitement was palpable. He had long aspired to promote coal mining for personal advancement, yet had previously lacked the opportunity. Now that the court had funds, he could seize this moment to realize his ambitions. And how do you propose we procure this coal? Hu Yong elaborated on the reasoning. Next winter, the court plans to promote coal heating throughout the northern regions to prevent a recurrence of this year's frost disaster. We estimate that the coal market in the north could generate an annual profit of 150,000 guan. The court intends to allocate 1 million guan to purchase the coal needed for the upcoming winter and will continue to procure it annually. Qin Feng squinted. Is the court intending to engage in the coal business? Hu Yong bowed deeply. The court cannot solely rely on land and poll tax revenues. Besides the monopolies on salt and iron, the coal monopoly can bring in substantial income while effectively ensuring the livelihood of the people. The court will handle the sales. Indeed, the prince need only transport the coal to Pinggu County each year, while the court will manage distribution to various northern cities. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Purchasing the coal for 1 million guan, it seems unlikely the court will generate substantial revenue from coal sales. Hu Yong bowed once more. Your Highness may not be aware, but my primary motivation for this initiative is disaster relief. The people of the northern regions are struggling to make a living, and this situation cannot continue. Furthermore, transporting coal will require a significant labor force, providing the populace with means to survive. While Hu Yong may not possess striking looks, he was truly a capable official. This coal monopoly would benefit all parties involved. I agree to the coal procurement. I have yet another lucrative opportunity to discuss with the prince. Chapter 62. A sudden windfall. Hu Yong's arrival brought an abundance of surprises to Qin Feng. With the iron armor and coal combined, the total resources amounted to 360 million guan. This fortune was more than sufficient for Qin Feng to lavishly renovate and embellish in Liao territory, even to the point of extravagance. There would be no end to the expenditures. Returning to Guangning City, not only could the upgrade reach 30, but perhaps even 35 was within reach. And Hu Yong mentioned there was still more wealth to unveil. His anticipation grew. Hu Yong smiled. The court wishes to establish long-term procurement of Liao ginseng, deer antler, and deer blood. Is the Hu Zuocheng also venturing into medicinal herbs? Given the recent calamities, the court aims to stockpile these herbs in advance as a precaution against natural disasters. And how much is required? Hu Yong smiled slightly. 1 million guan. Guangning City cannot supply such quantities. That is of no concern. The order is placed, and the prince may deliver it over 3 to 5 years. Just ensure it is sufficient. Qin Feng rubbed his nose. Originally, he had intended to have the court provide the supplies gradually. Now the tables had turned, with the court expecting him to deliver at a leisurely pace. Truly, fortunes turn in cycles. Nonetheless, this substantial order from the court would sustain Guangning City for many years to come. In fact, with the population dwindling, fulfilling these extensive orders would be quite a challenge. Hu Yong presented 2 additional edicts to Qin Feng, both meticulously detailed and bearing the imperial seal and the Ministry of Internal Affairs insignia, signifying unanimous approval from the court. The total sum reached 468 million guan. This was undoubtedly a staggering fortune. The tax revenues have nearly caught up with half a year of the Qing dynasty. Recently, Emperor Qing was lamenting his financial woes with Qin Feng, and now, in the blink of an eye, he has become immensely wealthy. It indeed echoes the adage, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a poor court. Although the wealth of the nobility piqued Qin Feng's envy, he felt greatly satisfied to derive such benefits from it. All imperial edicts were prepared in triplicate, with Qin Feng affixing his seal to each, ultimately returning 6 copies to the court. This was primarily for backup purposes, a necessary procedure. Your Highness, when will you have time to accompany me to collect the riches? Right now? Qin Feng was eager to behold the magnitude of the 468 million strings of cash. Calculating at 10 strings of cash per tael of gold, that translates to 468,000 taels of gold, equivalent to 46,800 pounds of gold. The enormity of it was beyond comprehension. Unlike Qin Feng, the Liao cavalrymen were evidently more exhilarated, their hearts resounding with chants of "Long live the Liao King." Merely departing from Guangning City, they could return with such an astronomical income. To them, this wealth was truly a staggering figure. Prepare the horses. As you wish, my lord. Given the taxing labor of the war chariots, Qin Feng had no desire to ride in one. Instead, he preferred the exhilaration of galloping through the city on horseback. Although Hu Yong was a civil official, he had fought alongside Emperor Qing, so he was no stranger to riding. I have placed the 468 million strings of wealth in a residence in the northern part of the city. Such a colossal sum could not consist solely of cash. It must include various metals, coins, and goods. Lead the way. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at a large courtyard that had its sign removed. Surrounding the courtyard were numerous armored guards and imperial troops. After Hu Yong presented the golden decree, they were granted entry. Once inside the courtyard, Hu Yong elaborated, this was once a 7-compound residence of the Liu family, now repurposed for storing wealth. The entirety of this wealth, along with the courtyard, now belongs to the Liao King. Hu Yong presented a golden token, extending it toward Qin Feng. Would your highness like to count it? Count. How could one possibly count 467 million strings without exhausting oneself? Qin Feng casually opened a room door, revealing it filled with copper coins, some of which were so decayed that the ropes had completely rotted away, exuding a greenish hue, indicative of years of storage. Just this room for copper coins occupied 2 small courtyards. There were additional rooms for silk, furs, and gold and silver jewels. The entire 7-compound estate was brimming with riches, leaving no space even for a place to sleep. And all of this now belonged to Qin Feng. Unspendable. Truly unspendable. Yet, after the initial excitement, it soon lost its charm. A mere 468 million strings were insufficient to fill the entirety of Guangning City. Take this token and summon Hong Wan for me. Qin Feng tossed the token to his attendant. Matters of wealth would be best left to Hong Wan to handle. It was becoming a headache. It paled in comparison to the delights of beautiful women and music. Leaving behind 600 Liao cavalrymen to guard the residence, Qin Feng departed. Hu Yong gazed admiringly at Qin Feng's retreating figure. To be honest, your highness, after seeing such an abundance of wealth, I slept among the piles of money for 2 nights to recover. Qin Feng understood Hu Yong's sentiments. Isn't it uncomfortable to sleep on such hard coins? Indeed. Even sleeping on gold is unbearable, my back still aches. Hu Yong's expression was quite exaggerated. With such wealth in the court, you should procure a proper official robe. You can't continue wearing patched shoes. I've been too busy lately. There hasn't been an opportunity. Qin Feng casually tossed a large piece of gold his way. Use this to buy yourself something nice. Hu Yong caught the gold with both hands, stumbling slightly, nearly dropping it. It's heavy. So heavy. This piece must weigh at least 10 pounds. With this, he and his family could enjoy a comfortable life for many years. If he were frugal, it could last a lifetime. It was no wonder he had brought so many benefits to the Liao King. The Liao King was indeed generous. Thank you, your highness. His voice was almost breaking. Keep it safe. If you have time, would you accompany me for a stroll around the city? If time permits. I would be most honored to accompany your highness. Hu Yong was overjoyed. Just as Emperor Qing viewed Qin Feng as a lucky star, Hu Yong felt the same. The affairs orchestrated by Qin Feng had brought him numerous advantages. Most importantly, it could be counted as political achievements. Promotion was within reach, Promotion was within reach. Hu Yong believed that with some diligent effort, he could not only attain the position of Right Chancellor, but perhaps even occupy the role of Chancellor. The Chancellor. If he could truly achieve that, the smoke from his ancestral grave would rise endlessly. I am quite familiar with Fanyang City, Your Highness. Where do you plan to go? Hu Yong was brimming with confidence regarding his knowledge of Fanyang City. After the Liu family's rebellion, he had spent 2 days hiding in Fanyang City, becoming intimately familiar with even the smallest alleys. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng replied, "Let us listen to music." Now that he had wealth, it was time to indulge. To see the most beautiful women and hear the finest melodies. Hu Yong was momentarily stunned, then quietly asked, "Shall we listen to proper music or something more frivolous?" Chapter 63. The Three Marvels of Luo. Even if tomorrow were the end of the world, today's life must continue. One must eat when it is time to eat and listen to music when it is time to listen. The citizens of Fanyang City continued their diligent work day after day. The streets were quiet, with those leaning against doors warmly greeting every passerby. Vendors called out loudly, hawking their goods, yet no one paid them any mind. The north wind howled, and Qin Feng, clad in fur and riding a steed, became the focus of everyone's attention. Those hopeful gazes wished for Qin Feng to step into their shops. Ultimately, he locked eyes with a little girl selling shoes. "Would you like to buy some shoes?" The girl, around 6 or 7 years old, was shivering from the cold yet held up her pair of layered cotton shoes. Dismounting, Qin Feng took the shoes and found them exquisitely crafted. However, in Qing, shoes did not distinguish between left and right. They all looked the same. Thus, if one pair was damaged, another could be purchased without worry. "Who made these?" "My mother." "Why are you selling them?" "My mother is ill." The little girl sniffed. Her hopeful gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng tossed the shoes to Hu Yong. "See if they fit." Hu Yong eagerly accepted, lifting his robe and cheerfully comparing them to his feet. "Thank you, Your Highness, but they are a bit small. Choose a pair that fits." "Very well." Hu Yong squatted down, selecting a suitable pair while teasing the little girl. "My grandson is about your size, quite mischievous, far less sensible than you." He hadn't seen her for a while and truly felt a sense of longing. After trying on the new shoes, Hu Yong patted the girl's head. Qin Feng then instructed his attendant to throw some coins her way. "I'll take all of these shoes." The little girl was immediately flustered, nearly in tears. "It's too much." "Then when your mother gets better, continue making shoes for me, and when you have enough, bring them to my manor." Qin Feng pinched her cheek and turned to his guards. "Have someone escort her home safely and place an order." "Yes, my lord." Soon, a guard led the child home, while Qin Feng tossed the shoes to Zhu Erling. The shoes made by the little girl's mother were truly remarkable. A dedicated shoe shop could be opened in Guangning City. Following this purchase, surrounding vendors gathered around with smiles, nodding and bowing in deference. "Your Highness, take a look at this basket I have woven. It is remarkably sturdy, impervious to even the fiercest kicks." The vendor promptly hurled the basket to the ground and ferociously kicked it several times before picking it up and wiping off the dust with his sleeve. Qin Feng ordered his men to toss over some loose change. "I shall purchase it all. Any excess will be settled with my men and delivered to the guards of the Liao King." Upon hearing this, the vendor was instantly moved to tears, dropping to his knees before Qin Feng. "Thank you, Liao King. Thank you. Without you, my family would not survive this winter." The surrounding merchants became even more fervent, their gazes aflame with excitement. Before they could crowd around, Qin Feng had already mounted his horse. In an instant, the merchants erupted into a cacophony of excitement, calling out, "Your Highness, look at my wares. Our lacquer is the finest. I beseech you, Your Highness, to glance at my fabric shop. This hat, I bow to you, Your Highness, only to ask for a moment of your attention." Qin Feng cast a sweeping glance, prompting Zhu Erling to bellow, "Silence." His voice, like thunder, silenced the merchants, who looked anxiously at Qin Feng. The light in their eyes began to dim. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his whip. "On the street, everything available for purchase shall be bought by me. And that street, too. Everything that can be found in Fanyang City, anything useful for Guangning City, shall be acquired." With his command, the entire street fell into a profound silence. "Is what you say truly real?" a merchant whispered in disbelief. Zhu Erling thundered once more. "No one dares to question the king." Yet, rather than intimidate the merchants, his grotesque visage incited waves of cheers. "Long live the king. I bow before the Liao King." The merchants beamed with joy, for the unsold goods weighing down their hands would finally find buyers. With newfound wealth, the coming year promised to be more bearable. Zhu Erling, perplexed, touched his own face. He had always thought his appearance was intimidating, inspiring fear wherever he went. Why, after scolding these merchants, did they seem even happier? Yet, Qin Feng's command brought suffering to the Liao guards. 2,000 Liao cavalry swiftly assembled, laden with riches, embarking on the Liao King's frenzied shopping spree. Beside them, Hu Yong stood in stunned silence. Your Highness, money in hand is not wealth. It is only when spent that it holds value. Qin Feng smiled. Come, let us enjoy some music. I desire the finest performance. Hu Yong, with a wry smile, led Qin Feng to the 6 major alleys of Fanyang. There is an old saying in Fanyang: a man does not forsake the road, nor does a tiger forsake the mountain. The performers never leave the Baishunhan family pond, nor the Yunhe Tang. This is the finest theatrical troupe in Fanyang, with a legacy spanning 3 dynasties. It is said that a founding emperor adored these performers, often visiting to pay his respects. Yet now, it lay desolate, with only a young boy listlessly sweeping the floor. In the back, however, faint voices could be heard, arousing Qin Feng's interest. Hu Yong elaborated. The star of Yunhe Tang, Luo Xianger, also known as the 3 Uniques, is renowned even in the capital. Today, we are fortunate to be graced by the Liao King. Otherwise, I could never afford to come here. Qin Feng settled into a comfortable seat, a smile gracing his lips. What are these 3 Uniques? Hu Yong personally poured a cup of water for Qin Feng. One is her unparalleled beauty, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, exuding an ethereal charm. The second is her exquisite dancing. A dear friend of mine once had the fortune to witness it and has raved about it for 2 years. The third is her singing. Those who have heard her yearn to experience it again, with even wealthy young ladies from the capital spending their fortunes just to hear her melodies. This piqued Qin Feng's interest profoundly. Bring her to the stage. The head of the Yunhe Tang hurried to comply, laden with tea and pastries. Upon Qin Feng's arrival, they had recognized his identity, for in all of Fanyang, only the Liao King was accompanied by such a tall and fearsome man. Miss Xianger is currently backstage preparing. Shall we send someone to warm up the stage for the Liao King? Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I desire someone truly beautiful. As you wish. Just as Qin Feng prepared to indulge in the delights of Fanyang, the 2,000 Liao cavalry rampaging through the city caught the attention of the beleaguered Emperor Qing. Chapter 64. The court's disaster relief cannot compare to the Liao King's buying spree. Nearly 2,000 Liao cavalrymen were wreaking havoc throughout the city, armed with vast sums of money. Naturally, this stirred Emperor Qing. What is the 6th prince doing? Emperor Qing was overwhelmed with tasks. Needing to pursue the remnants of the Liu family, who still possessed nearly 10,000 ironclad soldiers, while also dealing with the rebellious forces from Zhao. He was so preoccupied that he could hardly attend to his son, whom he had not seen for many years. Nevertheless, news of Qin Feng's actions reached him, and many censors from Fanyang were fervently submitting memorials, claiming that the Liao King was disregarding imperial authority and disturbing the order of Fanyang. Seeing Emperor Qing inquiring, Chief Steward Wang hastily wiped the sweat from his brow. It is said that the Liao soldiers are procuring goods in Fanyang on behalf of the Liao King. As he spoke, a sense of trepidation gripped Wang. In the capital, he had frequently heard reports of the extravagant excesses of regional princes, with piles of memorials accusing them accumulating in several rooms. For this reason, Emperor Qing had admonished the princes, instructing them to practice frugality. Yet now, the Liao King was unabashedly shopping right under Emperor Qing's nose, creating a ruckus throughout Fanyang. Where are the memorials? Here they are. Chief Steward Wang cautiously handed over the stack of memorials accusing Qin Feng, a small pile indeed. Emperor Qing's face darkened immediately. He pulled out a memorial at random. Growing increasingly irate the more he read, his anger barely contained. After perusing 2 or 3 of them, Emperor Qing threw the memorial onto the table. This is utterly outrageous. Chief Steward Wang quickly knelt. Your Majesty is furious. This matter is escalating. However, recalling the Liao King's favor towards him, Chief Steward Wang felt compelled to intercede on Qin Feng's behalf. The better the relationship between the Liao King and Emperor Qing, the more secure his own position would be. He pressed his forehead to the ground, pleading, the Liao King has recently come into a windfall, and such extravagant spending is perhaps inevitable. Your Majesty must not let this upset your health. Emperor Qing shot him a cold glance, causing Wang to tremble. You may rise. Chief Steward Wang dared not lift his head, remaining prostrate as he mustered the courage to say, Your Majesty has just reunited with your son. I implore you not to reprimand the Liao King, lest it create a rift between you. The imperial heart is notoriously difficult to discern. And given that Emperor Qing has always been harsh towards princes and regional kings, Chief Steward Wang was genuinely concerned that Emperor Qing would reprimand the Liao King. Given the Liao King's carefree nature, there was a strong possibility of a falling out with Emperor Qing. Whatever the case, he had to counsel against it. It was imperative to prevent any discord between the emperor and his son. Emperor Qing massaged his temples in frustration. Who said I intended to reprimand the sixth prince? Chief Steward Wang was momentarily taken aback. The insurrection has not yet been quelled. Why are these censors not assisting me in stabilizing the people, but instead persistently submitting memorials against the sixth prince? What if the sixth prince is merely purchasing some goods? What chaos could possibly arise from that? They are making a mountain out of a molehill. Emperor Qing's words instantly relieved Chief Steward Wang's anxiety. The emperor still favors the Liao king. Thus, my position remains secure. Emperor Qing also sought to assign some tasks to the idle censors, so they would not constantly fixate on the sixth prince. Have the censors investigate what the common people are currently lacking, and then the court will send provisions. Ever since confiscating the assets of the Fanyang aristocracy, Emperor Qing had become quite affluent, his spirits lifted. Even his hair had regained some color. Naturally, he wished for the citizens of Fanyang to enjoy a better life. I shall convey your imperial decree at once. Chief Steward Wang bowed and prepared to leave, but just as he reached the door, Emperor Qing called out to him, "Wait. Your Majesty, do you have any orders for this humble servant? Since this afternoon, there has been an uproar in the rear courtyard of the official residence." "What is the matter?" The emperor wiped his slightly fatigued face with a damp towel. "Your Majesty, it is merely the common folk delivering goods for the Prince of Liao." "Oh, how much has the sixth brother bought?" "It is said he has purchased all the goods in the city." The emperor's hand suddenly froze, standing in shock for a long moment. "All the goods?" "It is said he bought everything that could be bought, and even what could not be bought." The emperor's hand trembled slightly. "This extravagant sixth brother of mine. Where is he?" "He is at the Yunhe Hall enjoying a performance. He truly knows how to indulge himself. Summon him back at once. I must inquire about his intentions." The chief eunuch sighed deeply. "It is over. The Prince of Liao will undoubtedly face a reprimand for causing such a commotion. How could he create such a ruckus? He has purchased all the goods from the entire city of Fanyang. This is simply incomprehensible. Even having wealth does not justify such wastefulness. I shall go immediately." After the chief eunuch departed, the emperor paced within the room, increasingly confused. "My sixth brother is not one who indulges excessively. He cannot be so frivolous with money. I will head to the official residence to see exactly what is happening." The emperor summoned his guards and proceeded directly to the rear courtyard. However, upon arrival, he was greeted by a chaotic scene filled with goods, extending all the way to the back street. What is going on? The emperor was utterly bewildered. Although this area belonged to his sixth brother, it should not be in such disarray. The guards bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Liao's courtyard is overflowing with these items, and they could only be placed outside." The emperor's expression darkened instantly. Hearing the clamor from the street outside, he climbed onto the wall to peer out. He saw a sea of heads, each face beaming with an unmistakable smile. "Boss Wu, you are here too. Good day." "Boss Chen, the Prince of Liao has placed orders with me. It will take a year of hard work to fulfill them." "Ah, that is wonderful. The Prince of Liao has only ordered half a year's worth from me. I was thinking of sending some gifts to the prince, hoping he might place a larger order." Hearing their conversation, the emperor fell silent. Since his arrival in Fanyang, he had rarely seen the local populace smile. Yet the joy radiating from these people was genuine. He could discern their eyes brimming with hopes for a brighter future. It was as if Fanyang had returned to its former state before the calamity. "Come, let us walk outside." The emperor, accompanied by his guards, rode out and noticed the previously desolate streets of Fanyang were now bustling with an evident increase in people, all wearing smiles. After traversing 5 or 6 streets, the emperor was astounded to discover that, following the prince's spree of purchasing, the once dying city of Fanyang had been rejuvenated. This left the emperor utterly perplexed. How could such reckless expenditure lead to such revitalization? It was even more astonishing that the populace, well aware of the impending rebellion and forthcoming battles, still dared to stroll through the streets without the slightest hint of fear. Incredible. Truly incredible. The court has employed numerous relief measures and transported an abundance of goods, yet the outcome pales in comparison to my sixth brother's spending spree. I shall personally visit Yunhe Hall to see my sixth brother. Chapter 65. Shall father and emperor listen to the music together? The chief eunuch stood at the entrance of Yunhe Hall, his emotions tangled. The emperor was evidently angered. Considering the emperor's usual habit of patching his dragon robes and the empress personally weaving cloth and growing vegetables, he could hardly tolerate such scenes of excess. The emperor had always believed that frugality was a virtue. The foundation for seizing the world had been painstakingly amassed by the emperor himself. "Oh, I must prepare the Prince of Liao for what is to come." Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves and soon spotted the emperor riding in from around the corner. "It is over. His Majesty has come personally to confront the Prince of Liao. This is serious. The chief eunuch quickly darted inside the theater. Excellent. A reward. Upon entering the courtyard, he heard the Prince of Liao's praises and the melodious strains of the performance. The singing is truly beautiful. The Prince of Liao had not changed in his appreciation for the finer things in life. However, the emperor would not be pleased with this display and needed to remind the prince. At that moment, Qin Feng lounged in his chair, half closing his eyes as he gazed at the ethereal performer on stage, Luo Xianger. Even for someone as seasoned in beauty as Qin Feng, this was his first encounter with such grace. The lyrical quality of the performance was exquisite, yet he could not comprehend a single word. Nevertheless, it was enchanting. The artistry was captivating, and the voice seemed to transport his soul to a wondrous realm. Simply elegant. Such a remarkable performer. It was a shame for her to sing solely for the Fanyang aristocracy. Zhu Erling observed Qin Feng's state, and, as if enlightened, turned to the guards and remarked, "The prince is fond of this lady. Once he finishes listening, he should take her back to the prince's residence." He believed he had lowered his voice, but his volume was hardly contained. In the vast expanse of Liao, the people were known for their boisterousness, a trait useful for long-distance communication. Yet within the confines of this theater, the volume was overwhelming. The accompanying troop leader was so startled that he fell to his knees, attempting to plead with Qin Feng not to act so rashly, only to be silenced and dragged away by a guard. The consequences of disturbing the prince during a performance were dire. The guard glared fiercely at the troop leader, who immediately began to weep inconsolably. Without the talented Xianger, Yunhe would surely perish. The Liao soldier tossed a large piece of gold. The prince had purchased everything within Yunhe. The troop leader, clutching the gold ingot, was suddenly filled with joy. "This is too much. How could I dare?" The guard shot a fierce glare at the troop leader. "If you know it is too much, then why not give me more? The prince's wealth does not come easily." The troop leader trembled like a quail. The Prince of Liao was easy to please, but his soldiers were indeed difficult to satisfy. However, selling Yunhe was not without merit. With the nobility of Fanyang having been dispossessed, it would be rare for any aristocrats to come here to hear Xianger sing again. It was better to exchange for money and pursue another trade. "I thank the Prince of Liao." The troop leader had received an ample sum and was just about to leave with his belongings when the guard stopped him. "Where do you think you're going? Hasn't it been sold? Aren't you still part of this theater? Hurry back to work." The troop leader opened his mouth, vaguely sensing something amiss, but could not pinpoint what was wrong. Luo Xianger's beautiful eyes frequently wandered toward Qin Feng. He was the highest-ranking person she had ever encountered and remarkably young. In Qing, the status of a prince was second only to that of the emperor. Officials of the court were also required to bow before a prince. She had heard numerous complaints from officials regarding how the emperor treated them like household servants, asserting that the status of officials in the Qing dynasty was too low. After achieving fame, Luo Xianger naturally developed a keen curiosity toward princes, and today, she finally had the chance to witness one in person. The Prince of Liao was gallant. How wonderful it would be if he took a liking to her. She secretly wished for this, infusing her song with deep emotion. Yet her heart was ultimately filled with insecurity. Though she appeared to be a renowned star, once the lights dimmed and makeup was removed, she gazed at her once youthful face, now maturing, and felt an overwhelming sorrow. At this moment, she was at the pinnacle of her career. But how many would recognize her when she grew old and faded? The term actor held derogatory connotations among the common folk. Prince of Liao. Prince of Liao. A sharp, anxious voice echoed from outside the stage. It must be a eunuch. However, once the performance commenced, the established rules dictated that it could not be interrupted. In every direction, listeners abound, amongst them, a mere mortal and 7 spirits. Regardless of the commotion below, even if the sovereign himself were to appear, she would finish her performance before bidding farewell. Such is the custom. The disturbed Qin Feng was distinctly displeased. Apart from the foolish Erlong, none dared to interrupt him during his enjoyment of the play. Sensing Qin Feng's irritation, Zhu Erlong instinctively seized the eunuch Wang, preparing to toss him out. In an instant, Wang was struck with sheer terror. The prince is of mixed lineage, a mixed lineage. Erlong released him. Qin Feng was compelled to turn, encountering the visibly shaken Wang. What has happened? Why the urgency? His Majesty is enraged. The official Hu Yong, who accompanied Qin Feng to the theater, suddenly felt a chill of dread. His Majesty abhors indulgence. Could it be that he is angered by the presence of the Liao prince? This is disastrous. Just as he had begun to cultivate a favorable impression before the emperor, he had aspirations for advancement. Would it all come to naught? Hu Yong, in a panic, devised a plan. My lord, I will seek a place to hide, as if I had never been here." After uttering this, Hu Yong crouched and prepared to flee, But upon reaching the doorway, he was startled and frantically snatched a broom from a young attendant. Pretending to sweep the floor of the theater, Qin Feng observed Hu Yong's antics with astonishment. This man is the esteemed left chancellor of the realm. How could he behave as though he were a thief? Is it merely a performance? What is the fuss about? Moreover, this is not something improper. Is Father Emperor truly displeased because minister who brought me here? Qin Feng found it incomprehensible. No. Before Wang could finish his words, he knelt in terror on the ground. Your Majesty, what brings you here? The guards of the sovereign swiftly secured the theater to prevent any untoward incidents. On stage, Luo Xiang'er continued her melodic performance. Below, Wang trembled uncontrollably, while Qin Feng remained in a state of bewilderment. Is Father Emperor not exceedingly busy? Why does he have time to come here? To enjoy a play? Qin Feng stepped forward a couple of paces. Hu Yong immediately covered his face with his sleeve. It is over. Does the Liao prince not know that the Emperor of Qing is notoriously austere, never indulging in pleasure, let alone attending a play? This is a sovereign who harbors no interests beyond the betterment of the realm. The treacherous ministers of the court have no avenues for flattery. Yet here stands the Liao prince, audaciously inviting the emperor to enjoy a performance? How audacious! Chapter 66. Learning to spin from the sixth, Prince Wang knelt on the ground, quaking in fear. The Emperor of Qing has high expectations of the vassal kings, but even higher expectations for himself. It is widely known that the emperor aspires to be a flawless ruler, a paragon for future monarchs. Thus, he shuns all forms of entertainment, forbidding the vassal kings from partaking in them. To attend a play is an even greater taboo. The emperor glared at the performers on stage, then looked at Qin Feng, opening his mouth before ultimately fixing a fierce gaze upon the trembling Wang. You disgraceful wretch, rise. Wang, still quaking, managed to stand. The emperor sighed deeply, reflecting on the changes within Fanyang City, and chose not to chastise Qin Feng. Instead, he beckoned him to sit. Allow me to share a story with you. My sixth son. Qin Feng could not fathom why Hu Yong and Wang were so suddenly tense, nor why the emperor bore such seriousness. Is it merely a play? What is the significance? Is there truly such a taboo? Should not life have a sprinkle of entertainment to enhance its flavor? While the performance continued, the emperor became lost in thought. Historically, there was a brilliant and martial founding emperor who adored attending plays and sang with unparalleled skill. After achieving peace, he spent his days in the company of actors, lavishly appointing them to positions of power, treating governance as though it were a theatrical performance. Suddenly, Qin Feng understood. That emperor had once enjoyed a performance at Yunhe Hall and had even taken the stage name Li Tianxia. The emperor of Qing must be apprehensive of following in the footsteps of this theatrical monarch, hence his deep-seated aversion to plays, bordering on the excessive. The emperor's subsequent words confirmed this notion. Ultimately, chaos erupted in the dynasty, and that emperor met his demise at the hands of the very actors he favored. How utterly absurd. Therefore, I shall never attend plays, and I have repeatedly admonished officials who harbor a fondness for them. The emperor earnestly patted Qin Feng's shoulder, his gaze imbued with intensity. Theater is but theater. One must not mock the world or life itself. Qin Feng discerned the emperor's guidance and expectations for him. He hopes for me to become greater, to excel. I shall never mistake the scripts for reality. Qin Feng enjoyed the music and danced solely for the joy they brought. How could he become emotionally invested? The emperor, seeing the clarity in Qin Feng's eyes, grasped his arm and directed him to the performers on stage. It is sufficient that my sixth son understands my intent. I shall remain with you for this performance. Perhaps my sixth son feels too lonely in Guangning City, yearning for the vibrancy of the theater. It is indeed my failing as a father to have cast him into Liao territory for the sake of the realm. I owe my sixth son far too much. The emperor sought to mend the bond between father and son. This harmonious scene stirred tumultuous waves within Wang's heart. The emperor truly remains to watch a play with the Liao prince. This left Wang utterly perplexed. The emperor loathes actors. In fact, there is no space for actors to exist in the capital. Yet, this sight completely upended Wang's serious view of the emperor. Perhaps His Majesty is only so kind to the Liao prince. The more stable their father-son relationship, the more secure his position as the emperor's personal eunuch becomes. Even Hu Yong, feigning to sweep the floor, widened his eyes in disbelief. What is he witnessing? The emperor is actually accompanying the Liao prince to enjoy a performance? Is this real? Does not the emperor have myriad affairs to attend to in Fanyang City? Hu Yong felt utterly at a loss. He contemplated slipping away stealthily. Yet the imperial guards had sealed off Yunhe Hall completely. Better to continue sweeping. I must not be discovered by His Majesty. Bowing his head, Hu Yong diligently swept one area of the floor repeatedly until it gleamed. After a few verses, the emperor could no longer remain still and leaned closer to Qin Feng. My sixth son, why did you purchase all the goods in the city? When one has wealth, one desires to spend. Qin Feng had not considered it deeply. He merely wished to indulge in the thrill of spending. Were it not for the desolation of Fanyang City, he would have sought a venue to let Zhu Er-lung shout with abandon. The entire expenditure would be on the Liao prince. What a delight. Naturally, many supplies from Fanyang City were also useful in Guangning City. The emperor scrutinized Qin Feng's expression intently. We still do not comprehend. The court has assigned numerous officials to stabilize the livelihoods within Fanyang City, expending countless resources. Yet the immediate effects of your haphazard purchases far surpass our efforts. The emperor truly found it perplexing. In his view, the extravagance of the vassal kings severely impacts the common folk. When the vassal kings consume excessively, the common people inevitably suffer. For this reason, he had issued numerous edicts reprimanding his sons. Yet what he witnessed today led the emperor to reconsider his understanding. Qin Feng's acquisitions had revitalized Fanyang City, truly astonishing. Noticing the emperor's serious demeanor, Qin Feng realized that he was not jesting. Perhaps he had provided them with hope. Hope. The emperor could not fathom it. However, Qin Feng understood it clearly. Guangning City had undergone a similar transformation. The common folk are remarkably resilient. With just a little guidance, they can rejuvenate. Due to calamities, the citizens of Fanyang City had been hesitant to spend, and thus, no matter how hard they worked, they could not reap any benefits. Observing that the emperor still seemed puzzled, Qin Feng directly provided an example. For instance, a vendor of baskets continues to produce them daily, leading to an ever-increasing surplus that cannot be exchanged for grain. Similarly, the shoe seller faces the same predicament, an accumulation of stock with no buyers in sight. With no sales, they cannot sustain themselves, leading to self-doubt and ultimately despair. My role is to facilitate the circulation of these unsold goods. The emperor suddenly grasped the concept. By placing production orders for the following year, the populace would realize that hard work would yield profits, thus instilling hope for their survival. Qin Feng mused. Perhaps this is how it works. Yet, to merely say perhaps belittles the profundity of this knowledge, which directly impacts the livelihood of the people. The emperor regarded the matter with utmost seriousness, believing it to be a significant undertaking. He even considered emulating Qin Feng by having the court invest in purchases within Fanyang City, a far quicker remedy than direct disaster relief. Moreover, the court would benefit greatly from the acquisition of resources. However, as it stands, Fanyang City has been completely depleted by Qin Feng's buying spree, leaving the court with nothing to purchase. Yet, this is of little concern. Experiments can be conducted in other counties in the northern regions. After all, the emperor is now extraordinarily wealthy. I have never been so affluent, he reflected, and it seems I must learn how to spend like the sixth prince. The emperor felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Historically, the Great Qing court had always been financially strained, spending one coin as if it were two. It was only after encountering the sixth prince that things began to improve. The emperor grew increasingly fond of Qin Feng. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Qin Feng felt somewhat bewildered. He had not intended for such an outcome. Who could have anticipated that he would revitalize Fanyang's economy? It was mere coincidence, entirely coincidental. I believe that Hu Zuocheng has a keen understanding of spending. Reflecting on the substantial orders Hu Yong procured for the Liao region, Qin Feng pondered. Hu Yong is indeed commendable. Isn't he accompanying you? But where is he? Just then, Hu Yong, who had been eavesdropping intently, accidentally dropped his broom. Chapter 67. I have met the prince. Hu Yong listened too closely, particularly captivated by Qin Feng's novel ideas, which he had never encountered before, prompting deep reflection. The more he contemplated, the more sense it made. Rather than expending vast resources on officials to deliver grain, it would be more effective to enable the people to earn more, empowering them to purchase their own food. This approach would yield the swiftest results. With Fanyang City as a precedent, as His Majesty suggested, it could simply be replicated across the northern territories. While he was absorbed in thought, he suddenly heard the emperor mention his name, causing him to involuntarily tremble and drop the broom, inevitably drawing the emperor's gaze. Your Majesty, Hu Yong exclaimed, sensing the emperor's sudden displeasure, and he immediately knelt, filled with trepidation. The emperor approached him swiftly, his gaze sharp as lightning. You know I do not appreciate officials eavesdropping. Hu Yong's scalp prickled, and he felt on the verge of tears. Why was it that the Liao prince could listen without consequence? Yet here it was so severe. I acknowledge my fault. Hu Yong's forehead pressed firmly against the ground. Did you bring the Liao prince here? Yes. Drag him out, and strike him 10 times. The emperor's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, and soon the imperial guard seized Hu Yong and dragged him away. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall not dare again. Hu Yong lamented as he was taken away, wishing he had never brought the Liao prince to this theater. Who could have predicted that the busy emperor would suddenly appear here? Nevertheless, Hu Yong could clearly see that the emperor genuinely cared for the Liao prince. Hu Yong quickly lay down on a bench, while the imperial guard, seemingly having procured sticks from nowhere, began to strike him. "Ah!" Hu Yong cried out, keeping his head bowed, enduring the humiliation. Did it hurt? Not particularly. As the esteemed left minister, the guards would not dare strike him too hard. The blows landed on the thickest parts of his body, where the shame far outweighed the physical pain. Fortunately, Hu Yong had a thick skin. He remembered to cry out in agony to prevent the emperor from thinking he was being too lenient and potentially facing an additional 10 strikes. Hu Yong vowed that he never wanted to hear music again, whether it be serious or frivolous. At the same time, he secretly felt fortunate. He was glad he hadn't taken the Liao prince to a disreputable place. Otherwise, if the emperor had discovered that, it would not have been merely 10 strikes. After the punishment, Hu Yong was unceremoniously thrown into a room, lying on the ground without dignity. "I acknowledge my fault. It is good that you recognize your mistake. Did you hear our conversation with the Liao prince clearly?" Hu Yong felt torn, unsure whether to say he understood or not. "Speak honestly." The emperor's stern voice made Hu Yong shiver. "I understood. Then learn from the Liao prince. I entrust you with the responsibility of restoring the livelihoods of the northern people." Hu Yong was momentarily stunned, then elated, scrambling to kneel. "Thank you for your trust, your majesty. Thank you for your trust." Hu Yong was overwhelmed with joy. The 10 strikes were not in vain, for he had received such a favorable assignment. It was merely about buying. He could certainly do that. Not only could he spend liberally, but he could also gain merit without much effort. It was splendid. However, his exuberant gratitude drew a frown from the emperor, who remarked, "The strikes were too light." Hu Yong immediately quivered. "Drag him out and strike him 10 more times." "Ah, use more force." "Your Majesty." Qin Feng could not help but cover his eyes. It was evident that the ministers held a truly low status in the Great Qing. The esteemed left minister could be punished without complaint. It was unimaginable. Perhaps this was due to the emperor's military background, inevitably imposing military law upon the court. On stage, Luo Xiang'er, witnessing this scene, felt her voice falter. Was this truly a setting where a mere actress could be present? Would the esteemed Hu Derin not silence her upon returning? Even though she was renowned in the northern regions, she remained just an actress. Her gaze unconsciously fell upon Qin Feng. Only by pleasing the Liao prince could she seek protection. The emperor glanced at the stage, finally waving his hand. "I cannot fully appreciate this performance. My son did not understand it either. He merely found the sounds pleasing. As long as the 6th prince comprehends. I have other matters to attend to." The emperor received the response and departed without further delay. At this moment, capturing the rebellious forces was of utmost importance. First, they must eliminate the troublesome Liu family's armored army on the run, and then deal with the obstructed rebel forces in Jin. Yet, as he mounted his horse, he did not forget to cast a glance at Yuna Hall. "Investigate that actress's identity thoroughly for me. Since the 6th prince has taken an interest, there must not be any oversight." "Yes." The emperor turned his horse around, smiling gently. "Youth is truly wonderful." Upon seeing the actress's grace and demeanor, the emperor felt that Qin Feng's interest in the performance was not merely superficial. Since he was not infatuated with the theatrical arts, there was no need to intervene excessively. "I have already punished Hu Yong. The 6th prince should understand my teachings." If Hu Yong were to hear the emperor's words, he would likely feel utterly frustrated. "Your Majesty, while you spare the Liao prince, it is unjust to treat your ministers in such a manner." Fortunately, at that moment, Hu Yong, grimacing as he rose from the bench, did not dwell on such thoughts. At my age, to still be treated so harshly. Hu Yong stretched his waist, recalling the authority the emperor had entrusted him with. And a smile returned to his face. Despite the beating, he had genuinely gained something beneficial. Accompanying the Liao prince to enjoy music was indeed advantageous. Tonight, he must ensure the Liao prince is thoroughly entertained. Just as Hu Yong was about to enter, he caught sight of Luo Xiang'er on the stage, causing him to retract his step. "There is no need for me to accompany him." His eyes scanned the room, ultimately landing on Qin Feng, who cupped his hands. "I have just been punished and am unfit to accompany your highness, the Liao prince. I must return to recuperate. Take care, Hu's Wucheng." Qin Feng nodded respectfully to Hu Yong. "I take my leave." Hu Yong bowed his body as he exited the theater, and as dusk approached, he observed a noticeable increase in the number of pedestrians on the street, leaving him momentarily dazed. This city truly came to life. No wonder His Majesty chose to visit. It was nothing short of miraculous. If one could thoroughly study the knowledge here, a promising ascent would surely be within reach. Perched upon his horse, Hu Yong could hardly contain his delight, but inadvertently brushed against his swollen injury, causing him to wince in pain. Meanwhile, within the theater, Qin Feng learned through a returning guard about the specific circumstances. Less than 30,000 guan had bought out this city. The orders for the coming year totaled merely 100,000 guan. Contemplating the substantial sum of 468 guan for the 7 courtyards, Qin Feng felt somewhat disheartened. This money certainly went a long way. Or was it that Fanyang City was simply too backward? Was there truly no place to spend wealth? As Qin Feng pondered this, the performance on stage reached its climax with a long, lingering note, signaling the end. Luo Xianger gracefully landed before Qin Feng like a butterfly among flowers, bringing with her a waft of fragrance. "I have met the prince," she sang in an ethereal voice, uttering the only words Qin Feng could comprehend. A smile inevitably crept onto his lips. Quite intriguing. Chapter 68. The revelation of the underground. Luo Xiang stood close to Qin Feng, sensing the hidden danger lurking behind his languid demeanor. Like a hibernating bear, he appeared charming from a distance, yet terrifying upon closer inspection. How could the Prince of Liao be so handsome? A glimmer sparkled in her eyes, and her heart inexplicably raced. Although she had achieved fame early on, her actual age was not considerable. Since her earliest memories, the troop leader had been training her in song, alongside dozens of other girls like her. As they grew older, the number of girls dwindled. Eventually, she emerged as a renowned talent. "Does the prince find my singing pleasing?" She inched closer, her fragrance becoming increasingly intoxicating. Her flowing sleeves dancing before him, revealing an arm as white as snow. She was indeed an ambitious young woman. Qin Feng had always admired such determination in a girl. However, in the next moment, Zhu Erling abruptly positioned himself like a wall before Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Stay away from the prince." His shout resonated, causing even Qin Feng's ears to buzz. Luo Xianger, startled by Zhu Erling, stumbled and fell to the ground. "You fool." Qin Feng kicked Zhu Erling aside. When would this dim-witted fellow learn some decorum? Yet, Zhu Erling wore a look of grievance. "My lord, her clothing is bulging. I feared it might pose a threat to you." Qin Feng couldn't help but cover his forehead. Not every bulging garment concealed weapons. It could merely contain something dangerous. Luo Xianger cast a glance, then shot Zhu Erling a fierce look. Was this clumsy man a tiger? Was that why she had been so embarrassed? However, recalling the formidable guards of the prince, she cautiously knelt. "I was reckless. I truly have no intent to harm the prince." She simply wished for Qin Feng to take her away. On a chance encounter, she had seen the girls she grew up with, all sold by the troop leader to brothels, singing to entertain guests. Had she not gained fame, she too would likely have suffered a similar fate. Although the troop leader had protected her well over the years, keeping men at bay, it was merely to retain her value for profit. Once she aged and lost her renown, her best outcome would be to marry a noble as a concubine. As for the noble's age, she could hardly dictate that. Meeting Qin Feng today was her opportunity. A ray of light capable of redeeming her. She must grasp it firmly to escape this prison. She stole glances at Qin Feng, captivated by his deep, pool-like eyes, feeling as though her very soul was laid bare before him. His domineering and penetrating gaze rendered her weak, compelling her to bite her pale lips as he scrutinized her. Fortunately, the gaze was brief, and Qin Feng returned to his languid state. This Luo Xianger was truly just a simple actress, likely unconnected to the noble families of Fanyang. "I lack a personal attendant," he mused. Since arriving in Fanyang City, he felt somewhat unsettled without a maidservant. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to such comforts. "I am willing," Luo Xianger replied, 2 blushes rapidly creeping up her cheeks. Her heavy makeup failing to conceal her excitement, her ears turning a delightful pink. "Come closer," he commanded. "Yes," she replied cautiously, her eyes filled with tenderness. As Qin Feng gently grasped her chin, her long, graceful neck, pale and delicate, resembled that of a swan, her smooth collarbone clearly defined. Yet, any further gaze downward would be obstructed. This elaborate costume is excessively conservative and unappealing." "My lord," she stammered, her gaze flitting nervously, her breath growing heavier. "My lord." "It has grown dark outside," Zhu Erling suddenly called out. Qin Feng glanced at Zhu Lai before releasing his hold. "Return to the official residence." "Yes," he replied, leaving Yunhe Hall without any delay. Luo Xianger gazed at Qin Feng's retreating figure, her hands cautiously clutching her chest. She almost believed something would transpire here, but ultimately lowered her head and carefully followed him. Qin Feng ascended the prepared carriage, his Liao Wang battle carriage, now thoroughly cleaned. He took his seat at the front, while Luo Xianger obediently settled beside him, and Zhu Erling's sizable frame squeezed into the vehicle. "Speak," Qin Feng said, half closing his eyes, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in his gaze. Zhu Erling was indeed dim-witted, but after a reprimand, he seldom lacked awareness. If he were to disturb Qin Feng twice in quick succession, it would indicate a problem in the vicinity. This was a tacit understanding forged over many years. What issues arise from Yunhe Hall? Zhu Erling scratched his head. We purchased the entire Yunhe Hall, only for the guards to discover it belongs to the Lu family. Qin Feng cast a glance at Luo Xianger, noticing her dazed expression and trembling form. What do you know? Luo Xianger hurriedly knelt. I know nothing. I merely do as the troop leader instructs. She suddenly harbored a vague suspicion that the Yunhe Hall she had known for years concealed something extraordinary. My lord, the guards discovered issues in these two account books. Qin Feng casually flipped them open. The accounts indicated that the substantial profits of Yunhe Hall were funneled to the Lu family, and many of the trained actresses were dispatched to the residences of officials across the nation. This was evidence of collusion with the Lu family by certain officials. Yet that was not all. The account books revealed a significant sum of money mysteriously vanished to the north. Where is the north? The Great Wall? The Liao territory? Or the Hu people? The Lu family had clandestine dealings with the Hu people. Closing the account book, Qin Feng pulled back the carriage window to observe Liao cavalry storming into Yunhe Hall, apprehending those inside. My lord, after His Majesty's departure, some attempted to sneak away to deliver news. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Before long, the sounds of battle erupted from within Yunhe Hall, swift and fierce, but soon subsided as Liao soldiers emerged, dragging out 4 individuals along with a dozen corpses from the courtyard. My lord, we discovered an underground passage within Yunhe Hall, containing 3 sets of iron armor. Determine where it leads. Yes. Shortly after, another guard reported, My lord, the underground passage is extensive. We found a granary storing a substantial amount of grain. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. After the Fanyang nobility fled, their assets were confiscated by the court. However, the vast majority of the wealth acquired was merely superficial, and no substantial grain storage was discovered. Who would have thought that the grain amassed by the Fanyang aristocracy was entirely concealed underground? Chapter 69, A Millennia-Old Clan. The rise of a performer Yunhe Hall stands as the most renowned theater in the north. Yet, who could have anticipated its profound connection to the ancient Lu family? Beneath the theater lies an underground military transport route, which has revealed a substantial cache of grain. Upon reporting this matter to the emperor, Qin Feng promptly dispatched individuals to the official residence. Recently, Emperor Qing has been relentlessly pursuing the remnants of noble families. However, the results have been disheartening. Although the underground military passage of the Lu family was located, it had long since collapsed, rendering any pursuit through the hidden path impossible. Additionally, with the main forces of the Qing army preoccupied with the rebel troops in Jin, they could not afford to deploy large numbers in the north. If the remnants of the Lu family are not apprehended, they will inevitably pose a future threat. As Emperor Qing contemplated working late into the night, the cheerful eunuch Wang burst in with great excitement. A momentous occasion. A momentous occasion. The entrance to the hidden passage left by the rebels has been discovered by His Highness, the Prince of Liao. Emperor Qing furrowed his brow, fixing a penetrating gaze upon eunuch Wang. Wasn't the 6th prince attending a performance? The entrance to the hidden passage is indeed located within Yunhe Hall, and the subterranean route harbors an abundance of provisions. Emperor Qing's breath caught in his throat as he hastily rose. Immediately, seal off Yunhe Hall and ensure a thorough investigation of this passage. Thus, the task of working late fell not solely upon Emperor Qing. A multitude of soldiers, brandishing torches, surged toward Yunhe Hall. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already returned to the official residence with a trove of evidence. However, barely had he entered the courtyard when he encountered eunuch Wang. Your Majesty requests the Prince of Liao to come over. Understood. Gazing at the courtyard overflowing with evidence, Qin Feng felt it prudent to first meet with Emperor Qing. He wished to present this intriguing evidence to the emperor. The official residence was modest, and soon he stood outside Emperor Qing's chamber. After a brief announcement, Qin Feng found the emperor warming himself by the stove. Father, this is not the court. There is no need for excessive formality between us. Please, take a seat. Emperor Qing remained affable, having prepared a chair for Qin Feng and casually offering him an orange. The long winters of Liao make the availability of fruit a rarity. Do enjoy it, 6th prince. Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. To be able to savor oranges during the winter in Daqing was truly a rare delight. Thank you, father. Yet, after a single taste, he discreetly set the orange aside. Who on earth contributed these? So sour. Emperor Qing noticed the unusual flavor as well, taking a bite himself, only to grimace and ultimately toss the orange to eunuch Wang. Investigate those responsible for sending these oranges. Yes. Eunuch Wang wiped the sweat from his brow. Emperor Qing typically lived a simple life. but had made an exception today to treat the Prince of Liao to this exotic fruit. Little did he know that while the oranges appeared visually appealing, their taste was disappointingly sour. With tears in his eyes, Eunuch Wang finished the oranges, thinking, a gift from the emperor must not go to waste. However, this minor interlude quickly faded. Qin Feng presented the evidence discovered in Yunhe Hall to Emperor Qing. The reason I found the underground passage was due to your earlier visit to Yunhe Hall. The remnants of the Liu family attempted to use the passage to ambush you. But by the time they gathered, you had already departed, fortuitously discovered by my personal guards. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Eunuch Wang's eyelids twitched violently. That was close. Your Majesty was almost in grave danger. Fortunately, the Emperor was not fond of attending performances and left swiftly. Otherwise, those remnants of the Liu family might have emerged from the passage and posed a genuine threat to the Emperor. Emperor Qing scrutinized Qin Feng. Were you harmed? The Emperor's concern warmed Qin Feng's heart. I have grown somewhat accustomed to assassination attempts, and besides, those remnants of the Liu family were utterly incompetent. Before they could even emerge from the passage, my guards had already detected them. They were no match at all. Emperor Qing felt a pang of sorrow. In the past, to stabilize the border and win the trust of the soldiers and common people, he had sent his 5-year-old son, Qin Feng, to Liao. It now seemed rather excessive. However, there was no point in lamenting the past. I will make every effort to compensate you in the future. Why was there an underground passage belonging to the Liu family beneath Yunhe Hall? Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. My personal guards discovered a significant secret underground. The ancestor of the Liu family, who initially rose to prominence, was a performer. Emperor Qing's expression turned decidedly peculiar. A performer? The founder of the Liu family was indeed a performer at Yunhe Hall, later recognized by the theatrical official emperor mentioned by the emperor and granted a title, thus beginning the Liu family's ascent and eventual evolution into a millennia-old clan. Emperor Qing's face contorted with incredulity. Is there evidence? Qin Feng presented an ancient tome, which chronicled the lineage of the Liu family, noting that the first recorded ancestor was a magistrate, who was, in fact, the grandson of that performer. After perusing the document, Emperor Qing could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. They always mock my humble origins. That Liu Ling was ever so arrogant before me, boasting of his millennia-old lineage. Yet, in truth, his ancestor was a mere performer. Emperor Qing's laughter was unrestrained, continuing until he was nearly breathless. Qin Feng was equally astonished. In this feudal era, the status of performers was often considered lower than that of even courtesans. To label someone as a performer was tantamount to an insult, capable of instigating violence. Yet, astonishingly, the Liu family, which had covertly controlled the north for a millennium, had risen from the ranks of performers. Without the extravagant favor of that capricious theatrical official emperor, the Liu family would never have attained such a prominent status. As father and son engaged in this discourse about the Liu family, a member of the Imperial Guard hurried in. Your Majesty, the underground passage of Yunhe Hall is extensive, akin to an underground city. We have also discovered a vast quantity of grain below. Emperor Qing's expression shifted back to one of seriousness as he listened intently to the report from the Imperial Guard. Is there no specific estimate? The Imperial Guard lowered his head. Based on what we have found thus far, it could sustain the populace of Fanyang for 50 years. Emperor Qing immediately sprang to his feet, incredulous. How much? The Imperial Guard hastily bowed low. There may be even more, but we cannot effectively assess it at this moment. Emperor Qing took a deep breath, all thoughts aligning. No wonder the Liu family had the audacity to conspire with the noble families in rebellion. They possessed both wealth and grain, as well as arms. The accumulation of the noble families was indeed beyond what Emperor Qing had ever imagined. They were exceedingly wealthy, so affluent that even he, the sovereign of the realm, felt a sense of trepidation. Emperor Qing closed his eyes, striving to control the fury swelling within him. They possess such ample provisions, yet they can stand by and watch the common folk in the northern lands starve and freeze to death. All noble families should be exterminated. In that moment, Emperor Qing felt he could no longer tolerate the existence of these noble families. However, fortuitously, the collective wealth of the Fanyang aristocracy had now become the property of the court. Sixth Prince, you have once again presented me with a monumental surprise. Emperor Qing regarded Qin Feng with deep emotion. Did you suspect the possibility of an underground passage at Yunhe Hall, and thus took the opportunity to investigate under the guise of attending a performance? Qin Feng. Chapter 70. The foundation of great ambitions begins here. What a remarkable coincidence. Everything is just too fortuitous. Who would have thought that Yunhe Hall could have such significant ties to the Liu family? I merely wished to listen to some music, Qin Feng explained. clarifying that it was not as intricate as Emperor Qing imagined. Emperor Qing patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, now overwhelmed with excitement. The emperor struggled to find the right words. With this grain, the plight of the disaster-stricken will no longer be an issue. No one in the northern lands shall starve again. This grain may even suffice for my northern campaign. What we have achieved today is all thanks to you, sixth prince. Emperor Qing was profoundly moved. The northern region had suffered consecutive years of calamity, compounded by the current rebellion, resulting in an acute shortage of provisions. Aid from the south had also dwindled to a mere trickle. Moreover, the transportation of grain from the southern regions incurs significant losses. Of every 10 carts, 8 or 9 are consumed by the porters during transit. The costs are exorbitantly high. This is merely for the transport to Fanyang. The losses would be even greater if it were to reach Guangning City. The reason why Emperor Qing is hesitant to mobilize troops for a northern expedition is precisely due to the shocking losses incurred in delivering grain to the northern frontiers. Why then have vassal kings been appointed to guard the borders? It is to enable them to cultivate the land and provide nearby grain supplies to potentially vanquish the northern Hu tribes. With the discovery of this grain, Emperor Qing now stands tall with renewed confidence. We are no longer in want of provisions. This is a momentous turnaround. Brother Liu, we have never felt such exhilaration before. Over the years, the court has been bereft of funds and grain to support the Liao territories, causing you much hardship. But now, everything is resolved. I lack neither money nor grain. Emperor Qing emphatically clapped Qin Feng's hand, expressing heartfelt sentiments. Whatever you desire, my son, I shall grant you. We understand the Liao territories are in dire need of populace. We shall arrange for their relocation. Without waiting for Qin Feng to respond, Emperor Qing immediately commanded, "Summon Hu Yong to see me at once." "Yes," replied the eunuch, bowing as he withdrew, having just completed his duties. Hu Yong had not yet rested and was compelled to drag his weary body to the palace. Residing in the official quarters, he arrived swiftly. Upon reaching the illuminated chamber, he clenched his fists and took a deep breath. To ascend the ranks, one must toil harder than others. Ignoring his fatigue, he quickly arrived outside Emperor Qing's chamber. "Minister Hu Yong pays his respects to your majesty." "Enter," came the reply. "Thank you, your majesty." Upon entering, Hu Yong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Feng, then bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to your majesty and to his highness the Liao king." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Emperor Qing was diligently penning an edict. The Liao territories, vast yet sparsely populated, suffer from a severe shortage of people. With this in mind, Emperor Qing glanced at Qin Feng. "Is it possible to relocate 200,000 subjects?" Qin Feng eagerly nodded. "I entrust all decisions to Father Emperor." He was in desperate need of population. With these 200,000 individuals, the development of the Liao territories could accelerate once more. Guangning City could further evolve and improve. Now, Qin Feng lacked neither money nor grain. Only people were missing. Emperor Qing affixed his jade seal to the edict and handed it to Hu Yong. "You are tasked with relocating 200,000 subjects to the Liao territories. Execute this order without delay." Hu Yong knelt, holding the edict with both hands. "Your Majesty, during this harsh winter, the displaced may suffer from lack of clothing and food, which could lead to unrest. Perhaps we should consider relocating only 100,000 for now, and the rest come spring." Emperor Qing interrupted him firmly. "You shall also escort provisions sufficient for 300,000 people for 3 years, along with the displaced to Guangning City. As for clothing, the court is financially capable of acquiring as much as needed." Hu Yong was momentarily stunned, cautiously regarding Emperor Qing. "Your Majesty, while clothing can be arranged, how can we possibly procure such an abundance of grain?" Emperor Qing pointed to the ground, barely able to contain his exhilaration. "From this day forth, the northern regions shall never again suffer from a lack of grain." Emperor Qing felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Presently, he possessed wealth, provisions, soldiers, and armor. What was there to fear? Once the rebellion was quelled and the northern territories stabilized, he could send forces against the northern Hu. He envisioned a realm of everlasting peace for the common folk. With this thought, Emperor Qing grasped Qin Feng's arm in excitement. He had once believed his aspiration for a northern expedition would never be realized, but Brother Liu had brought him a continuous stream of surprises, elevating the court's power to unprecedented heights. Grand ambitions, universal celebrations, tales for millennia. I shall indeed become a paragon of emperors for all time. Brother Liu, I shall ensure you become a sage king renowned throughout history. Emperor Qing was beside himself with joy. He had never experienced such a profound sense of power. This was the true essence of imperial authority. The feeling of such unwavering confidence was utterly exhilarating. Hu Yong cast a furtive glance at Emperor Qing, rendered somewhat perplexed. He was unaware of the grain storage issues and could only perceive that tonight's Emperor Qing was unlike any he had encountered before. He had never seen such elation, even during the coronation. What had he consumed to induce such a state? He murmured quietly to himself, though he knew the emperor abstained from alcohol. Ultimately, Hu Yong cast a pleading glance toward Qin Feng for assistance. Qin Feng cleared his throat and informed Hu Yong. The Liu family has an abundance of grain hidden within Fanyang City, which has been discovered. Hu Yong's eyes widened in astonishment. Where was it found? In the underground passage of Yunhetang. Hu Yong was rendered speechless. What had transpired after he left Yunhetang? How could such a significant event occur without his knowledge as the highest official in the northern territories? This night would surely be sleepless. Qin Feng slept soundly. Upon awakening the next day, he found Luo Xiang'er, clad in white, by his bedside. Without her heavy makeup, her beauty was even more striking, possessing an indescribable ethereal quality. The air of elegance surrounding her was palpable, a stark contrast to her identity as an actress. The prince is awake. I shall assist you with your morning routines. Although merely a maid, Luo Xiang'er was filled with joy. As long as she could be by the Liao King's side, she felt immensely fulfilled. Moreover, she was confident that with her beauty and abilities, she could ultimately become the prince's concubine. Qin Feng nodded gently, and he noticed Zhu Erling standing nearby, grinning. Your Highness. Until Luo Xiang'er's true identity was thoroughly investigated, he felt uneasy about the idea of her spending the night alone with the Liao King. Although there was little he could do to restrict the prince, caution was advisable. There were many beautiful women in the world, but the prince was unique. He was the lifeblood of the 10,000 citizens of Guangning City, and no misfortune could be permitted to befall him. Indeed, Qin Feng had no undue worries about Luo Xiang'er. If anyone harbored ill intentions, he would sense it. This might seem mystical, but after years of brushing against death, he had indeed honed this ability. Luo Xiang'er appeared to be a blank slate, knowing nothing beyond her theatrical role. Otherwise, she could not maintain that celestial air about her. Was there any significant news last night? The Imperial Guard battled through the underground passage all night, and has reportedly secured the entire area. Zhu Erling scratched his head. I was tempted to join the fray, but the underground was too cramped and stifling for me to unleash my full potential. By the way, His Majesty has requested that you visit him immediately upon waking. Chapter 71. The day of abundant supplies in Fanyang City. Emperor Qing had not slept a wink throughout the night. As he aged, sleep eluded him more frequently. Yet his excitement overshadowed it all. With each report of victory arriving, Emperor Qing felt increasingly triumphant. The spoils from the underground exceeded all his expectations. He had struck gold. Truly struck gold. Emperor Qing believed he had never witnessed such an abundance of resources in his life. During his reign, the country had been impoverished, and the realm was constantly mending one disaster after another. It was either one calamity or another. The burdens had made him feel that being emperor was less pleasant than his childhood days tending to cattle. But after meeting Brother Liu, the future seemed bright, and the court was growing more prosperous. Being emperor had become increasingly enjoyable. When Qin Feng entered the room, yawning, Emperor Qing eagerly seized his arm and seated him. Brother Liu, from now on, should you desire anything, do not hesitate to express it. We have everything we need now, even after a sleepless night. Emperor Qing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng began to ponder. What more does Guangning City require? The list was extensive. He was still far from the vision he had for the city. Even if he gathered the strength of all in Daqing, it was unlikely to resemble the ideal he envisioned. The flourishing era that Emperor Qin could comprehend was merely a matter of basic sustenance in Qin Feng's eyes. He contemplated, while Emperor Qing, brimming with impatience, could hardly contain his excitement. Brother Liu, do you have any idea how much grain is in the underground? I was utterly astounded. Enough to feed 10 million people for 50 years. 50 years. I have never seen such grain in my life. Emperor Qing gesticulated wildly, as if performing a ritualistic dance. Qin Feng touched his head. How did one store enough grain to feed millions for 50 years? Qing Huang instantly slammed the table, exclaiming, what an astute question. We have certainly learned a thing or two from the illustrious families regarding the construction of granaries. This granary has stood for 5 or 6 centuries. The grain stored 100 years ago remains edible even to this day. Qin Feng expressed skepticism. Grain from a century ago, doesn't it taste off? Well, as long as it's edible and doesn't kill you, that is sufficient, Qing Huang replied, ever unperturbed in his standards. Qin Feng couldn't help but nod. In this traditional agrarian civilization, the reverence for grain reached unparalleled heights. Their expertise in grain storage had elevated their technological prowess to remarkable levels. The fact that grain stored for a century could still be consumed was not particularly surprising. He had even heard of grain unearthed after a millennium that could still sprout. Lao Lu, aside from this grain, can you guess what else we have? Qing Huang's excitement remained unabated, suggesting that they had unearthed a treasure trove from the tunnels. Qin Feng was momentarily bewildered. How could I possibly guess? This seems too daunting. Before he could finish his thought, Qing Huang clapped him on the shoulder. Exactly. It's cloth. You're sharp, Lao Lu. We share a profound connection. Qing Huang was overjoyed. Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Qing Huang continued. A staggering 900,000 bolts of cloth, along with 500,000 bolts of hemp and 80,000 bolts of silk. This wealth surpasses even that of the national treasury. With hands on his hips, Qing Huang stood tall and proud, reminiscent of a time when he had no idea what a true rival was. Grain and cloth were absolute commodities in the feudal dynasty. Should currency collapse, these two would become the most fundamental forms of money. Only advancements in weaving technology could potentially alter the monetary status of cloth. Now, upon hearing Qing Huang's mention of cloth, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming desire. Guangning City could not produce cloth and was in dire need of it. Perhaps sensing Qin Feng's requirements, Qing Huang waved his hand grandly. We know you need cloth, Lao Lu. So I will have Hu Yong send you 100,000 bolts of cloth, 50,000 bolts of hemp, and 8,000 bolts of silk. Now that we are prosperous, we must not forget your contributions. Qin Feng felt revitalized. His father truly lived up to his title. After sharing his joy, Qing Huang's mood gradually settled. As for the 200 boxes of gold and various treasures and paintings they had discovered, they were hardly worth mentioning. Qin Feng was speechless. Why were the surrounding areas filled with Hu people, yet no such wealthy families existed? Fortunately, the court was affluent, ensuring continuous support for Guangning City. Relying solely on Guangning City to withstand the northern Hu seemed impractical. A single city could hardly confront an entire nation, a notion almost unfathomable. However, upon witnessing the abundance of cloth, Qin Feng's thoughts were consumed by the northern Hu's vast grasslands. Guangning City lacked the conditions for weaving. But if they could occupy the grasslands and develop wool spinning techniques, the profits would be immensely rewarding. He noted this in his mind. I shall experience the joy of shearing sheep. In the future, Guangning City will focus on wool spinning. Regrettably, they had not captured all remnants of the noble families. But it was only a matter of time. Qing Huang smiled at Qin Feng. I know you delight in fine cuisine. To commemorate our official meeting, I had prepared an elaborate feast, though it was regrettably delayed by the rebellion of the noble families. Today, I shall make it up to you. Once Qing Huang finished speaking, the steward led the eunuchs and guards to move the table inside and began the preparations. The steward bowed. Your Majesty has summoned all the finest chefs from Fanyang City to prepare a grand banquet for the Prince of Liao. Qin Feng had not anticipated that Qing Huang's invitation was for this purpose. Yet, it must be said that no one could rival Qin Feng's discerning palate when it came to food. Qing Huang took his seat at the head of the table. I learned from you, Lao Lu, and I plan to indulge as well. But having bought up all the goods here, I can only spend money on people. Qin Feng settled on one side of the long table. Judging by the table's setup, the dishes would surely be plentiful. The best chefs from all of Fanyang City prepared their signature dishes. This day, he would savor the entirety of Fanyang City. Qin Feng prepared himself, brimming with anticipation. He even pondered when he could gather the finest chefs from around the world to indulge in a day of exquisite delicacies. Unfortunately, given the current conditions of Qing, achieving this seemed quite challenging. To enjoy an entire day of Fanyang's offerings was already a rare opportunity. Let the banquet commence. With Qing Huang's command, the first dish was promptly served. As he gazed at the deep-fried dough rings, twisted dough, and an unidentifiable bowl of liquid presented before him, Qin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. One of the chefs announced, Your Majesty, Prince of Liao, this is the favorite breakfast of the people of Fanyang City. There's even a poem praising it. Pulp can indeed make porridge. Old mash's flavor is debated on thickness. Men and women alike come to sit, each savoring their own bowl of sourness, taking a bite of the dough ring followed by a sip of the bean juice. It was said to be a divine experience. Qin Feng's face contorted instantly. He stared intently at the chef's face, realizing he was not jesting. This Fanyang chef was indeed a disappointment. Chapter 72. No duck shall leave the Prince of Liao alive. Qin Feng could not comprehend the taste of Fanyang's cuisine. Why did the people of Fanyang adore this bean juice, which left a mouthful of sludge? He would rather starve than drink such a concoction. The steward carefully scooped half a bowl of bean juice. Let me taste it first, Your Majesty. The food prepared by the chefs must be tasted before being served to the emperor. Following the chef's lead, the steward took a bite of the dough ring. It's quite crispy and fragrant. He nodded in approval, eagerly taking a sip of the bean juice. only to have his expression contort further. In that moment, he began to question his life choices. Bean juice. The delicacy of the people of Fanyang? What on earth is this? He struggled to swallow, but ultimately could not hold it back. Ugh. The steward quickly turned away, spitting the bean juice back into the bowl. His gaze filled with a desire to reprimand the Fanyang chef. What is this flavor? Seeing the steward's reaction, Qing Huang placed the bowl he had just lifted back down, his expression darkening as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Was it poisoned? Qing Huang began to suspect that remnants of the noble families were attempting to sabotage him through this meal. Qin Feng's lips twitched. Who would be foolish enough to poison bean juice? Unless they intended to eliminate the people of Fanyang entirely. The Fanyang chef, terrified, promptly knelt before Qing Huang. I would not dare. The chef trembled, mustering the courage to explain, Your Majesty specifically requested Fanyang delicacies. This bean juice is a beloved treat for young and old alike. The first sip may be an adjustment, but once consumed entirely, it will be delightful. Qing Huang's expression shifted slightly, eventually conceding to the chef's reasoning. The steward, seeing this, poured himself another bowl. Perhaps I misjudged the method of drinking, and it startled His Majesty and the Prince of Liao. I shall try again. Closing his eyes, the steward gulped down the entire bowl of bean juice. Qin Feng instinctively covered his eyes. He had previously misjudged the steward. This was a true warrior. The steward's face contorted immediately, and he dashed out of the room. Qing Huang was utterly stunned, gazing incredulously at the bowl of bean juice, then scrutinizing the trembling chef on the floor. Investigate. His expression grew increasingly cold. Can we not simply enjoy a meal together? Why must there always be trouble? Your Majesty, I am wronged. I am wronged. The Fanyang chef, seeing the guards closing in, was utterly panicked. Qin Feng sighed and interjected, Father, please quell your anger. The prince is aware that this bean juice is indeed a delicacy favored by the people of Fanyang. However, it is a taste that outsiders struggle to appreciate. Emperor Qing observed the bean juice, blinking in disbelief. Delicious? Qin Feng directly presented the bowl of bean juice to the chef. Drink. Yes, yes, the chef replied, lifting the bowl and drinking heartily, savoring every drop until the bowl was empty, before placing it on the ground. The preparation is flawless. The flavor is undoubtedly authentic. Seeing this, Emperor Qing gradually relaxed. It was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar delicacy. The chef, noticing the emperor's approval, hastily knelt and bowed. Thank you. Your Highness the Liao King. Thank you. Qin Feng nodded slightly. You may leave. Thank you, Your Highness the Liao King. Thank you, Your Majesty. The chef hurriedly exited, feeling regretful for having brought forth the bean juice, fearing the consequences. Yet, every resident of Fanyang praised his bean juice as the best. With a sigh, the chef bowed towards the room before departing. Fortunately, the Liao King was understanding, thus sparing the chef's life. The bean juice was merely a minor interlude in the banquet. Besides the bean juice, Fanyang City indeed boasts a plethora of other culinary delights. For instance, the Fanyang roasted duck requires meticulous attention to the charcoal, primarily using century-old birchwood to create silver silk charcoal, complemented by pear and juju wood charcoal. This technique allows the aroma of the charcoal to slowly infuse into the skin and meat, resulting in a lustrous red hue. As the roasted duck was presented, the enticing aroma ignited Qin Feng's appetite. This is wonderful. Emperor Qing's eyes sparkled. Ducks are abundant in the capital. I enjoy eating duck in the palace. This looks exceptionally well roasted. At that moment, Eunuch Wang re-entered, having tidied himself up, wearing a broad smile. The common folk in the capital say that no duck leaves the city alive. Emperor Qing burst into hearty laughter. With the chef's assistance, a beautiful maid sliced the roasted duck into thin pieces, placing a couple of slices into a lotus leaf pancake, adding some scallions and cucumber strips, along with a touch of sauce. Rolling it up and taking a bite, the flavor was simply exquisite. Allow me to assist you, Father. Qin Feng eagerly engaged, disregarding the image of a princely demeanor, relishing the succulent duck meat in his mouth, perfectly complemented by the crisp scallions and cucumber. Everything was perfectly balanced, rich yet not greasy, leaving a delightful aftertaste. A sprinkle of sugar, please. Qin Feng called out, picking up the crispy duck skin, dipping it in sugar, and savoring the bite. This experience was unparalleled. The roasted duck chef immediately bowed in admiration. Seeing Qin Feng enjoying his meal brought a smile to Emperor Qing's face. If you enjoy it, eat more, bring me a piece as well. As the lotus leaf pancake filled with duck was placed into his mouth, Emperor Qing couldn't help but squint his eyes in pleasure. He felt as though all the ducks he had eaten before were utterly wasted. Delicious, without regard for his status. Emperor Qing imitated Qin Feng's manner of eating. Their father-son meal was meant to be joyous and united. Regrettably, the eldest son and his mother were not present. Although there was slight disappointment, Emperor Qing still smiled broadly, personally rolling a portion and handing it to Qin Feng. Eat more, sixth son, you have a hearty appetite. Thank you, father. Qin Feng unabashedly devoured nearly the entire duck, leaving only the bones behind. The duck bones should not go to waste. Let us make duck soup. I will take care of that. The chef took the bones to prepare the soup, prompting Emperor Qing to express further admiration. Well done, sixth son. You understand the value of frugality. Qin Feng chuckled, clearly misinterpreting the emperor's praise. The duck bones for soup were equally exceptional. However, Qin Feng chose to remain silent, eagerly anticipating the next culinary delight from Fanyang. Emperor Qing laughed heartily at this, remarking on the youthful gluttony. You can eat well, sixth son, indulge yourself. Watching Qin Feng feast brought immense joy to Emperor Qing. He recalled when he was as capable of eating as Qin Feng, yet never had the opportunity to enjoy such fine dishes. However, now, the grand feast was truly becoming more splendid. Once the chaos subsides, you shall return to the capital with us. The salted duck and duck blood vermicelli soup, they are also quite delectable. We will take you and your elder brother to savor every delicacy in the entire capital. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was Emperor Qing inviting him to the capital? Chapter 73. Well done, sixth son. The warm banquet continued, with an increasing array of Fanyang delicacies gracing the table. Stir-fried liver, braised dishes, and fried noodles. All the exquisite flavors of Fanyang City were savored by Qin Feng. Emperor Qing, clutching his belly, waved his hand. I can eat no more. I need a moment's respite. It has been many years since I have dined with such delight, all thanks to sixth son. Accustomed to frugality, Emperor Qing rarely indulged even during festivals. Yet Qin Feng continued to feast voraciously, his robust physique seemingly capable of consuming anything. Even eunuch Wang felt apprehensive. The Liao King is eating far too much. The king's appetite was astonishing, and eunuch Wang worried he might even gnaw on the table. What a pleasure! Qin Feng devoured every dish on the table, blissfully closing his eyes in satisfaction. It had been ages since he had indulged in such a feast. Although the delicacies from the Liao region were rare, they primarily consisted of wild game and lacked the refinement of Fanyang's cuisine. Naturally, each chef's touch brought forth a unique flavor. He planned to bring back a selection of these chefs to Guangning City, with the exception of the one who made the bean juice. Are you full? Emperor Qing inquired. Half full, Qin Feng replied, feeling as though he had merely whetted his appetite. Despite his love for indulgence, his daily training and martial practice had kept him in shape, and his growing body could consume an endless amount. How surprising, Emperor Qing remarked. In our youth, we could not eat as much as you. Bring more. Emperor Qing commanded, and a steaming copper hot pot was presented, accompanied by sliced lamb and various accompaniments. Eyeing the prepared sesame sauce, Qin Feng could not help but swallow. Hot pot. He had longed for this flavor. Although Guangning City had its own offerings, it lacked the essential sesame sauce that defined hot pot. I shall not be polite. 2 pounds of sliced lamb were promptly dropped into the pot. The chef's knife skills were commendable. Within moments, the lamb slices were perfectly cooked in the boiling water. Dipping them in sesame sauce and placing them in his mouth was sheer bliss. The lamb was devoid of any gaminess, utterly delicious. In no time, Qin Feng had consumed 5 pounds of lamb. Noticing Emperor Qing watching him with a smile, Qin Feng felt a bit bashful and casually offered a slice of lamb. Father, do try some. Emperor Qing felt his heart warm at this gesture. You are the most filial, sixth son. Even though he was full, he still accompanied Qin Feng in tasting several pieces. It must be said that hot pot easily enhances the atmosphere, and as they dined, the father-son bond grew even closer. Eventually, Emperor Qing, feeling stuffed, loosened his belt and couldn't hide his smile. I have had a splendid day. Qin Feng had thoroughly enjoyed 10 pounds of lamb and finished all the accompaniments before finally setting down his chopsticks. I have eaten well. Did you overindulge? Emperor Qing asked. I am about 80% full. Too much can be detrimental to one's health. Emperor Qing laughed heartily. Well done, sixth son. He made an effort to stand from his chair, loosening his belt. Come, let us take a walk to aid digestion. Qin Feng felt a warm sense of comfort and agreed that a post-meal stroll would be delightful. Very well. The two donned their fur cloaks and stepped into the cold outdoors, the dizziness from their full bellies dissipating instantly. Under the sunlight, Emperor Qing observed Qin Feng's stature with surprise. You have grown taller than I. I eat well, Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng touched his nose, contemplating that with his eating habits, it would be difficult not to grow taller. The emperor, upon observing that Qin Feng consumed over 10 pounds of meat in one sitting, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. I have heard that those legendary warriors of unparalleled might possess astonishing appetites. But I always thought those tales were mere fabrications of later generations, until I witnessed it with my own eyes today. The Emperor patted Qin Feng's arm, his gaze brimming with anticipation. "Oh, sixth brother, just how great is your strength?" Qin Feng rubbed his nose. "I have never measured it, but I usually practice archery with a 5-stone bow." The Emperor gasped in astonishment, and the guards following him turned their eyes toward Qin Feng, filled with respect for a formidable figure. A 5-stone bow. Throughout history, even a 1-stone bow is considered a powerful weapon, and a 3-stone bow designates one as a general in the army. I have never encountered anyone capable of wielding a 5-stone bow. I have only heard tales of a warrior from the northern who could. The Emperor's eyes glowed with fervor. "Can you truly do it, sixth brother?" Qin Feng hesitated slightly. "The 5-stone bow is not particularly difficult to draw. Several of my personal guards can manage it." The Emperor fell silent, beginning to doubt whether the 5-stone bow he knew was the same as the one Qin Feng referred to. "Come, let us go to the archery range. Bring forth the fine bows I have hidden. I wish to see your prowess today." The official residence was modest, and soon they arrived at the archery range on the west side, where the Emperor often practiced. He quickly picked up a 5-stone bow, which at this level could truly be called a precious bow. He attempted to draw it. While he could manage it, he could not fully extend it. Only by drawing the bowstring completely could it be considered a 5-stone bow. The Emperor turned to the guards behind him. "These personal soldiers of mine were selected from among the finest of the millions in the Qing army. Do any of you wish to try this precious bow?" Instantly, numerous guards expressed their eagerness to attempt it. There are few 5-stone bows in the world, and many had never even seen one, leading to an excited frenzy. "Your Majesty, I shall try." A robust guard stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the precious bow with fervor. "If I can draw this bow fully, I hope your Majesty will grant it to me." The Emperor laughed heartily. "If you truly can draw it fully, I shall gift it to you." He genuinely hoped to have a warrior among his ranks comparable to the northern whose Bachalu. "Thank you, your Majesty." The Emperor smiled at Qin Feng. "This is Wang Yong, the finest archer in the Imperial Guard. He has confirmed the kills of 236 enemy heads." Qin Feng nodded seriously, harboring no doubt about the prowess of the Emperor's warriors. The Emperor, having fought all his life, had gathered all capable warriors under his banner, and his martial virtue was undoubtedly abundant. Wang Yong took the 5-stone bow, caressing its body with affection. He had never shown such tenderness even to his wife. He slowly positioned himself 50 paces from the target, nocked an arrow, and entered a meditative state before unleashing a powerful shout. Draw! The 5-stone bow was pulled back at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding guards erupted in endless cheers. However, at 9/10 drawn, despite his bulging veins and grim expression, Wang Yong could not draw it back any further. With a whoosh, the arrow flew straight into the bullseye. Wang Yong, pained, closed his eyes and cradled the bow in his hands. "I have disappointed your Majesty." The Emperor patted Wang Yong's shoulder. "You performed admirably." Qin Feng, filled with curiosity, took the 5-stone bow, effortlessly drawing it to full extension. "He is built even more robustly than I am. He shouldn't be unable to draw it." A sudden silence enveloped the crowd. Chapter 74, a natural gift for Qin Feng. The 5-stone bow posed no significant challenge. With so many formidable individuals around the Emperor, it seemed improbable that none could draw it. He suspected Wang Yong was merely pretending. This robust figure was naturally suited to archery. Moreover, several among his personal guards could indeed draw a 5-stone bow. Qin Feng fully drew the 5-stone bow, assessing its tension. It felt much like the bows he regularly used. As he relaxed his thumb, the arrow shot forth like a meteor, piercing the bullseye and embedding itself into the earthen wall behind. The target was a bit too close. He mused, only to suddenly realize how quiet it had become around him. He turned to the Emperor and discovered that the Emperor's hands were trembling. "The sixth brother has drawn the 5-stone bow. That is a 5-stone bow. In this era, only the northern whose Bachalu could manage such a feat." The Emperor urged. "Sixth brother, draw a few more arrows for us to see." He was eager to witness this moment. For Qing desperately needed a warrior capable of wielding the 5-stone bow. A marksman who could draw a 5-stone bow would instill immense fear in enemy generals, a strategic necessity. In this age of cold weapons, an invincible warrior is akin to a strategic asset, capable of altering the tides of battle. Otherwise, Bachalu of the Northern who would not command such honor. Why does everyone look so astonished? It truly isn't that difficult. Qin Feng adjusted the finger grip of his thumb and knocked another arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each arrow, he drew the bow to full moon, shooting with such ease that each arrow penetrated the earthen wall behind. As for the target, it had long been rendered unrecognizable by the powerful bow. Seeing this, the emperor's excitement caused him to sway with joy. The surrounding guards could no longer contain their exhilaration. They erupted in cheers. "Long live the Prince of Liao!" someone shouted, igniting a frenzy among the imperial guard. "Long live the Prince of Liao!" To soldiers, strength is revered. The Prince of Liao, capable of wielding the five-stone bow, was undoubtedly a supreme force. The presence of a master archer could significantly elevate the morale of the entire army. If given the chance to eliminate an enemy general, the opposing forces would crumble, allowing the soldiers to swiftly vanquish their foes. As the military adage states, to conquer the heart is paramount, while siege is secondary. The psychological impact of a master archer far exceeds their actual capabilities. Thus, soldiers fervently hope for the emergence of such archers in their ranks. Wang Yong, flushed with excitement, felt compelled to kneel before Qin Feng. To an outsider, it may seem like a spectacle, but to an expert, the nuances are evident. I can see that Qin Feng's capability to fully draw the bow likely exceeds the simple five-stone mark. He knelt before the emperor, exclaiming, "Your Highness." The Prince of Liao possesses astounding strength. With just a thumb, he can fully draw the five-stone bow. If he were to use 3 fingers, he could likely draw a bow of 6 or 7 stones. 3-finger drawing is suitable for heavy bows, which is precisely what Wang Yong had employed. Conversely, drawing with the thumb is ideal for rapid shooting. The emperor took a deep breath, fully aware of the distinctions derived from his lifetime in the military. "Sixth brother, you have truly astonished me." He patted Qin Feng's arm, exceedingly pleased. "This precious bow shall be yours." "Thank you, father." While Guangning City was not lacking in iron-framed five-stone bows, the material of this precious bow followed a completely different technological route. Returning, it would be ideal for the craftsman to analyze it, merging the strengths and weaknesses of both types to forge an even more formidable bow. "Please keep it safe for me." Qin Feng turned to hand it to the personal guard following closely behind. "Sixth brother, do you wish to discover your limits?" Qin Feng's eyes brightened. "Father, do you have even better bows?" "I possess bows of 7 and 8 stones. I also acquired an extraordinary 8-stone bow from a noble family." The emperor waved his hand, and a guard respectfully presented 3 bows. "Which one do you desire?" Qin Feng's gaze inevitably fell upon the 8-stone bow. Its material a deep black and towering over half a person, with an exceptionally thick bowstring. Furthermore, there were specially crafted arrows beside it, resembling short spears. "I shall take the best," Qin Feng declared without hesitation. As the bow was placed in his hands, silence enveloped the archery range once more. All eyes were filled with awe as they gazed upon Qin Feng. An 8-stone bow, has he lost his mind? Is that a bow a mere mortal can fully draw? Whoever can wield it shall be deemed a god, an undeniable deity. They held their breath, gazing at Qin Feng. Though they deemed it improbable for him to achieve the feat, they still harbored hope that he could succeed. In Qing, any individual capable of fully drawing the 8-stone bow would undoubtedly be honored as a duke of the kingdom. This would be enough to instill fear in any adversary, deterring them from provoking Qing lightly. Just as Qin Feng was about to make his attempt, Zhu Erling suddenly approached, his face brimming with excitement. "Your Highness, I wish to try as well." "Step aside," Qin Feng replied, slightly widening his eyes, causing Zhu Erling to retreat a few steps, feeling utterly wronged. Emperor Qing, recalling Zhu Erling's numerous acts of protection towards Qin Feng, couldn't help but interject. Zhu Liehu possesses unmatched strength. Allowing him to have a go is no harm. Qin Feng opened his mouth, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, he clasped his hands in respect towards Emperor Qing. "Since father has spoken, you may try." The unparalleled bow ultimately found its way into Zhu Erling's hands. The 8-stone bow, already quite lengthy, appeared perfectly ordinary in the hands of the over 2-meter-tall Zhu Erling. "You just watch, Your Highness. Here I go." Zhu Erling exerted his strength, and the bowstring let out a resounding crack as it was drawn back. Boom. This scene sent the entire assembly into a frenzy. Indeed, someone could fully draw the 8-stone bow. It was nothing short of miraculous. The Imperial Forest Army had once thought Zhu Erling too unsightly to accompany the Liao King, unable to comprehend why such an unattractive man would be in attendance. But now, it was evident that he was extraordinarily gifted. Within half a day, the news of Zhu Erling's accomplishment would spread throughout the entirety of Fanyang City. In less than 2 days, the northern Qing troops would be aware of this event, shaking the very morale of the army. Even Emperor Qing's gaze towards Zhu Erling became fervently intense. "Zhu Lai, do you wish to follow me?" Emperor Qing could no longer suppress his desire to recruit his own son. "I will never leave the Liao King," Zhu Erling declared firmly, positioning himself resolutely behind Qin Feng. Many officials from the Imperial Forest Army sighed in contemplation, lamenting that such a remarkable individual would forsake a promising future. Emperor Qing sighed deeply. With you guarding the 6th, I feel at ease. But why did you only draw the bow without an arrow? Zhu Lai instantly became quite bashful. The Liao King does not permit it. Why not? Emperor Qing inquired earnestly, gazing at Qin Feng. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile ruefully. Zhu Lai's strength is indeed formidable. Drawing the heavy bow is akin to childish play for him. However, when it comes to shooting, he cannot distinguish between friend and foe. If he could aim even a bit accurately, I would not have to worry so. Zhu Lai's face flushed with embarrassment, recalling his practice sessions in Guangning City where, after releasing 3 arrows, the Liao King had forbidden him from shooting again. The first arrow had struck down a warhorse. The second had pierced the thigh of a personal guard, and the third arrow had been a nightmare. Do not come any closer. Zhu Erling's archery was indiscriminate, resembling a nightmare. Qin Feng was reluctant to dwell on it any longer. Zhu Erling, grinning foolishly and scratching his head, remarked, a big knife is much easier to use. Emperor Qing felt Qin Feng was somewhat overreacting. What calamity could arise from shooting an arrow? Moreover, if Zhu Lai could indeed be trained to fully draw the 8-stone bow, it would be a great boon for the Qing. Emperor Qing longed to witness such a sight. If Zhu Lai could draw the 8-stone bow, he could surely be cultivated into a great archer. Aiming was not too difficult. Let us give it a try, Emperor Qing finally suggested. The gazes of the Imperial Forest Guards were filled with fervent anticipation. They too hoped to see a master archer emerge from the Qing ranks. For with such a figure within their midst, confidence would surge, and they would fearlessly face the battlefield. Perhaps it is best not to, Qin Feng firmly rejected. If Zhu Lai could handle an arrow, he would have allowed it long ago. Emperor Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Before he could speak, the eunuch stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Qin Feng. Your Highness, attempting it shall pose no danger. Please fulfill His Majesty's wish. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Emperor Qing. I would like to see. With a long sigh, Qin Feng acquiesced. Shooting is permissible, but everyone in the archery range must take cover. Additionally, prepare more shields to protect both the Emperor and myself. The eunuch was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly necessary to make such a grand affair over merely shooting an arrow? He thought it excessively cautious. Let us proceed as the 6th suggested. Emperor Qing had faith in Qin Feng. Although he felt it unnecessary, a cautious approach was not without merit. Once the order was given, the Imperial Forest Guards quickly assembled, forming a protective barrier of shields around Emperor Qing and Qin Feng. Let us begin, Emperor Qing announced, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he watched Zhu Lai. This was the Qing's first warrior capable of drawing the 8-stone bow. A wave of eager gazes fell upon Zhu Lai's back as he trembled slightly, gripping the 8-stone bow, nervously gazing at Qin Feng. Your Highness, just let me shoot. Quickly, Zhu Erling took a deep breath, focusing on the straw target, preparing to draw the bow. Wait. The eunuch suddenly called out. Your Majesty, drawing the 8-stone bow signifies the flourishing martial virtue of the Qing. It is a momentous occasion. Please allow this old servant to beat the drum to encourage General Zhu. Emperor Qing found the eunuch's words quite sensible and nodded in agreement. The eunuch, feeling exhilarated by the approval, realized that he would share in the glory of Zhu Lai's achievement, which would undoubtedly echo throughout the land. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Grasping the drumsticks, the eunuch began to rhythmically strike the large drum, its solemn and steady beats resonating like the heartbeat of the earth, echoing through the official residence. Upon hearing the drum, Zhu Erling's blood surged. Release. The 8-stone bow was drawn back like a full moon, a feathered arrow poised delicately on the bowstring. He struggled to steady his aim at the target, the bow swaying uncontrollably. Please don't hit anyone. Please don't hit anyone, or the prince will certainly kill me. Zhu Erling fervently prayed. The path ahead was entirely clear. He could not shoot at anyone. Go. In the gaze of all those anticipating the shot, Zhu Erling suddenly released his grip, but the arrow did not fly straight. Instead, it veered off at an angle. Zhu Erling's eyelids twitched. The arrow grazed the flagpole before veering sharply, its tremendous momentum piercing through the half-height drum, striking the eunuch squarely in the abdomen. The archery range fell into a profound silence. Zhu Erling felt as though he could cry without tears. Not again. Despite exerting all his efforts to control it, why did the arrow always deviate from his intentions? Why did it always follow such a bizarre trajectory? It was over. Zhu Erling, like a child who had committed a blunder, lowered his head, stealing glances at Qin Feng. Qin Feng covered his face. Why was Wang Desui foolishly beating the drum over there? Someone help him! Qin Feng shouted, and the startled Imperial Forest Guards quickly rushed towards the eunuch. The eunuch stared at the arrow lodged in his waist, his expression vacant. The imperial forest guards swiftly assessed the injury. It had not struck any vital areas, and he would survive. The eunuch was truly fortunate. Had it not been for the flagpole and the drum, the arrow could have pierced him through. However, given the location, it seemed his right kidney would be in jeopardy. Upon hearing the report from the imperial forest guards, Qin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could only lament the eunuch's remarkable luck. It's just a kidney loss. As a eunuch, does that truly matter? Quickly summoned the royal physician. Qin Feng instructed his guards. The local physicians in the region specialized in external injuries and were the strongest in Qing, guaranteed to ensure the eunuch's survival. Zhu Erling, realizing his mistake, carefully placed the 8-stone bow down and directly knelt before Qin Feng. Your Highness, I will never touch a bow again. Qin Feng glanced at Emperor Qing. Zhu Erling was invincible in battle, yet the emperor had witnessed his archery skills. He was utterly inept. Emperor Qing sighed deeply. What a pity. A formidable warrior capable of wielding the 8-stone bow almost emerged into Qing, a force that, if properly harnessed, could render one invincible in battle. However, should Zhu Lai truly take to the field with the bow in hand, the enemy forces might find cause to laugh uproariously. The arrows released would undoubtedly strike down our own troops. The Emperor of Qing lamented deeply over this. It is I who urged him to shoot. Zhu Lai is not to blame. My son shall do his utmost to heal Lord Wang. I have faith in the 6th. Just as preparations for the aftermath were underway, a piercing, anguished wail erupted from the imperial guards. My kidneys. The sound was utterly heart-wrenching, leaving listeners in tears. Even the emperor instinctively touched his lower back, exhaling sharply before locking his gaze onto Qin Feng. Never again should Zhu Lai be allowed to handle a bow. I understand, replied Qin Feng, delivering a swift kick to Zhu Erling's back. Hurry and escort Lord Wang to our military physician and personally apologize to him. At once, Zhu Erling responded hurriedly, stumbling into the throng of imperial guards. Lord Wang, I shall take you to find a doctor from Liao. He will surely be able to heal you. Wang Desui immediately recalled the group of white-coated physicians in Guangning City, his body instinctively trembling as he retreated, clutching his waist. Do not come near. Ultimately, Lord Wang was taken away for treatment. This was merely a minor episode, yet the emperor's disappointment was profound. The existence of a master archer capable of wielding the 8-stone bow was of paramount importance to Qing. Zhu Lai had given the emperor hope, only to leave him utterly disheartened. It was evident from Zhu Lai's stance that he relied solely on brute strength to draw the bow, possessing no further skill. Even the pleasant mood he had enjoyed while dining with Qin Feng had dissipated significantly. Just as he wallowed in regret, he witnessed Qin Feng grasping the 8-stone bow, fingers delicately resting on the bowstring as he slowly drew it back. 7/10, 8/10, 9/10 full. The emperor held his breath, watching as Qin Feng took a deep breath, his body expanding dramatically. The bow was drawn to its full moon-like arc. The 8-stone bow was fully drawn. That is my son. Chapter 76, The Divine Bow of Liao. Unmatched in the world, Qin Feng held the immensely weighty 8-stone bow, exhaling as the magnificent bow sang, and the arrow soared with ferocity. The long arrow darted through the air like a lightning bolt, leaving a fleeting shadow, effortlessly piercing the target and embedding itself within the thick earthen wall behind. With a sigh, Qin Feng exhaled lightly, shaking his arms slightly as he gazed with satisfaction at the 8-stone bow. For him, it was a perfect fit. The arrows released from the 8-stone bow carried tremendous force, easily penetrating iron armor within 100 paces when paired with armor-piercing arrows. The artisans of Guangning City could even study this to develop crossbows. Father, this 8-stone bow now belongs to me, Qin Feng declared, unable to part with the exquisite black bow, having no intention of returning it to the emperor. This had been agreed upon previously. Yet, the emperor stood frozen in place, lost in a reverie. An overwhelming joy surged within him, leaving the emperor momentarily at a loss. Father, Qin Feng waved his hand in front of the emperor's face, prompting him to regain his senses. What did the 6th just say? I draw this bow to its full capacity, thus it belongs to me. The emperor fell silent once more. Father, you should respond. Ah, 6th, you just fully drew this 8-stone bow. Finally, the emperor comprehended. The immense joy was impossible to conceal, and he lost all semblance of imperial dignity, exclaiming with glee as he grasped Qin Feng's arm tightly. My son is unparalleled in the world, unmatched in the world. The emperor proudly showcased Qin Feng to those around them. Did you see that? Did you all witness it? The 8-stone bow has been fully drawn by your Liao Wang. The emperor longed for the entire world to witness this moment of triumph. This was not only a personal joy but a moment of great celebration for all of Qing. From this day forth, he could boast to the world that the northern Hubachalu paled in comparison to my sixth. In archery, the sixth is invincible, unrivaled in the world. The imperial guards, returning to their senses, erupted in cheers, their eyes filled with admiration directed at Qin Feng. The divine bow of Liao, unmatched in the world. Someone shouted, igniting a chorus of echoes among the 100 imperial guards. The divine bow of Liao, unmatched in the world. All the imperial guards offered the highest military salute to Qin Feng. Their gazes were fervent and frenzied, akin to the citizens of Guangning City. The emperor laughed heartily, reveling in the scene before him, and finally proclaimed, from this moment forth, this 8-stone bow shall bear the name of Liao Wang. This divine bow of Liao shall belong to Liao Wang. The imperial guards erupted in cheers once more. The divine bow of Liao, unmatched in the world. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, Qin Feng merely nodded slightly to everyone. He was already accustomed to such scenes in Guangning City. Drawing the 8-stone bow to its full capacity was merely a fundamental skill. Alas, Qing could not produce a 9-stone bow. His strength had yet to fully develop. His peak condition would likely be achieved after the age of 25. At that time, drawing a 9-stone bow would be effortless. If only there were a cauldron. He might have tried. Qin Feng mused inwardly. To lift a cauldron, that is the ultimate honor for a warrior. Observing the excitement of those around him, the benevolent Qin Feng once again knocked an arrow to the bow. The bow of Liao Wang was drawn to its full arc once more. Whoosh! The long arrow pierced through the air, accurately striking the target, embedding itself in the tail of the previous arrow. Precise! Wang Yong shouted in excitement. His face flushed with exhilaration. At a distance of 50 paces, a person appears minuscule, let alone the arrow's tail. A skilled archer requires not only strength, but a keen intuition as well. The emperor's face flushed with excitement. The northern Hubachalu is no match for the 6th. Qin Feng chuckled. His father always praised him, leaving him somewhat bashful. Too close. Let us try further. Qin Feng moved back 100 paces from the target. At this distance, the target appeared merely as a small dot. Hitting it would entirely depend on feel. Qin Feng pressed the bowstring against his face, squinting slightly. At that moment, a sparrow landed on the shoulder of the target. Hit! The bow sang as the arrow flew straight, striking the sparrow 100 meters away, pinning it to the earthen wall, leaving only the fluttering of feathers in the air. Excellent! The emperor shouted, overwhelmed with joy. The 6th's archery is truly miraculous. The imperial guards roared in excitement. At this moment, they fervently wished for Liao Wang to remain at the helm of the military. For if Liao Wang dared to head to the front lines, the morale of the army would undoubtedly soar. When I am gone in 100 years, the 6th shall inherit my legacy, becoming the most formidable commander of Qing. The emperor called out to all the imperial guards. At that time, your elder brother will wield power, the 6th will command the military, and you brothers, united in purpose, will make the world invincible. Upon hearing these words, the imperial guards were electrified. Just the 6th's extraordinary archery skills were worthy of making him their leader. Qin Feng, upon hearing the emperor's words, felt a chill run down his spine. The military power of Qing was not easily attained. He preferred to remain a carefree prince. The throne would undoubtedly be the undisputed future of the crown prince. Qin Feng had no desire to evoke the crown prince's suspicion. His goal was always to transform Liao into a realm of his dreams, to behold the most beautiful maidens, savor the finest delicacies, and be free from any coercion. How could he continue to play music and dance if entangled in mundane affairs like the emperor? Realizing this, the emperor understood that he had been overly excited and had spoken thoughtlessly. If that one remark were to spark the 6th's ambition for succession, it would spell disaster for all of Qing. Whether it be the 6th or the crown prince, the emperor felt they far surpassed him as a father. Should they engage in conflict, the consequences for Qing would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the 6th had no intentions of usurping the throne. This surpasses any of my other sons by a considerable margin. The 6th son brings me the greatest reassurance. Unlike that scoundrel 5th son, sighed Emperor Qing. 6th, bring that scoundrel 5th son back to me. Initially, there had been some concern for Qin Feng's safety, but upon witnessing Qin Feng's strength and archery skills, Emperor Qing felt significantly reassured. Even in his prime, he was not as valiant as the 6th son, let alone the ironclad Liao cavalry trained by him. Now that the Fanyang gentry had vanished, the combat prowess of the Qing army had reached its zenith. Coupled with the repaired Mingguang armor of the previous dynasty, Emperor Qing commanded an elite force of 30,000 armored troops. It was time to eliminate the traitors. Rest assured, father. I shall not allow the honor of the vassal kings to be besmirched by Prince Qin. The thought of the outrageous deeds committed by Prince Qin ignited a spark of ire within Qin Feng. The imperial decree granting the vassal kings their titles, subordinate only to the emperor, had already faced criticism from the populace, deemed a regression in history that would inevitably lead to chaos akin to the Warring States period. With Prince Jin's rebellion, the people's disdain for the vassal kings would likely resurface, compelling the court to marginalize them further. This was not a fate Qin Feng wished to witness. With just Guangning City, he had too much at stake. If he could capture Prince Qin himself, he could silence the murmurs of the masses. Even if the vassals were ultimately to be diminished, he would ensure he was not among them. Emperor Qing placed a firm hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, his demeanor grave. Upon your triumphant return, I shall not be stingy with rewards. Chapter 77, One Against Many. The vassal kings held a prestigious status, subordinate only to Emperor Qing. Even the chancellors were required to pay their respects. Such was the decree established by Emperor Qing. Yet, throughout history, no such precedent had ever existed. Naturally, the court officials were discontent. I possess vast knowledge and am renowned for governing the world. It is no issue to bow to you, Emperor Qing, for your prowess is undeniable. But what merit does your son possess? Why should we kneel before him merely for having a worthy father? Were it not for Emperor Qing's constant suppression, the officials would have long sought to diminish the vassals. But they had yet to find an excuse. Now, with Prince Jin's rebellion, the officials were granted the perfect pretext to curtail the vassal powers. Emperor Qing's grand strategy for the realm was at risk of being utterly disrupted, potentially plunging him into an internal conflict with both his ministers and the vassal kings. How then could he pursue the northern Hu? For this reason, Emperor Qing turned to Qin Feng. If he could distinguish himself in quelling the rebellion, those ministers would be compelled to silence their grievances. Though Qin Feng was relatively uninformed about court matters, he understood the gravity of the situation, as it directly impacted his interests. This battle must be fought splendidly, with Emperor Qing and Su De as his formidable allies. Qin Feng merely needed to focus on leading the charge. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall accompany you to the front lines. Prepare well today. Qin Feng's expression was solemn. Rest assured, father. Emperor Qing adjusted Qin Feng's attire, his eyes brimming with pride. I have faith in the sixth son. In Taiyuan City, Zhao Guang was in a state of utter disarray. He had taken Prince Qin hostage, rallying troops under his banner. Initially, things went smoothly. But once the Qin army clashed with the Qing forces, complications arose. Who among them would wish to fight their own kin? Generals might risk their lives for profit. But the common soldiers were reluctant to engage the Qing army. Similarly, the soldiers of the Qing army were disinclined to battle the Qin forces. The battlefield became a stalemate. Aside from a few who genuinely fought, the soldiers routinely clashed during the day, their battle cries resounding. Yet they returned punctually at mealtime. Our morale was utterly depleted. This could not continue. We shall have a duel of champions. Zhao Guang made an instant decision. In the absence of a desire to engage in battle, a champion duel was undoubtedly the best option. Tomorrow, he would have Cheng Xiong issue a challenge. If they could slay a few of the Qing generals, our morale would undoubtedly soar, while that of the Qing would plummet. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhao Guang felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. No one in this realm can defeat Cheng Xiong. The next morning, the Liao cavalry stood ready in the biting wind, awaiting the Liao king's awakening. Luo Xianger anxiously gazed at Qin Feng's face. The sight of the impeccably uniformed armored cavalry instilled a sense of fear within her. She had sung of generals battling on the field with great enthusiasm, often imagining the chaos of war in her mind. However, upon witnessing the battle-hardened cavalry of Liao, she realized no performance could truly encapsulate the essence of these warriors. Merely standing before the Liao cavalry left her trembling. My lord, the soldiers await your command. She softly called to Qin Feng, only to be met with the furious glares of Zhu Erlang and the guards within, causing her to wilt and collapse to the ground. A stern soldier spoke up. In Liao, as long as the sky does not fall, one must not wake the Liao king without cause. If they cannot withstand such minor hardships, they are unworthy to serve as Liao soldiers. Luo Xianger bit her lip, her eyes gazing dreamily at Qin Feng. She had never encountered such Liao soldiers. It seemed their lives were solely dedicated to the Liao king. Perhaps she should take a lesson from these soldiers. Living only for the Liao king, the Liao cavalry stood in formation for over an hour until the sun finally rose. During this time, they remained utterly still, resembling statues. Their expressions identical. Many passing imperial guards could not help but pause, astonished by the Liao soldiers' prowess. We are clearly the most elite warriors in the world. How is it that we feel inferior to these Liao soldiers? Do you think so too? The training is excessively rigorous. If I could become a personal guard of the Liao King, I would endure 1,000-fold more hardship. Ultimately, the discipline of the imperial guards could not compare to that of the Liao soldiers. They had emerged from countless warriors to become the Emperor Qing's personal guards. Each soldier in the imperial guards possessed their own distinctive skills and pride, unlike the Liao soldiers, who were a cohesive unit. As the imperial ironclad army gathered outside the city and Emperor Qing prepared to depart, Qin Feng had just finished his breakfast and boarded the Liao King's war chariot. Let us depart. Qin Feng would meet Emperor Qing 3 miles outside the city, aiming to reach the front lines before nightfall, thereby boosting the morale of the Qing troops. As Emperor Qing, mounted on his horse, beheld the pristine war chariot, he could not help but remark to Wang Yong beside him, "This war chariot of the sixth sun is even more impressive than my royal carriage. We must have him craft a few for me according to the specifications of an emperor's 8-horse carriage." With the wealth at his disposal, Emperor Qing felt emboldened. Wang Yong glanced toward the rear, where 2 Liao King war chariots remained, left for Emperor Qing after the suppression of Fan Yang. He suspected Emperor Qing was subtly flaunting the Liao King's power, though he had no proof. Nonetheless, he had to concede that these Liao King war chariots were indeed formidable, especially after witnessing the bloodshed on the city walls, which had ignited the fervor of the imperial guards. In the end, Wang Yong watched as Emperor Qing squeezed into Qin Feng's chariot. The army advanced steadily. Qin Feng yawned, listening to Emperor Qing's repeated instructions. "I, along with Su De, shall help you contain the enemy's main force. The ironclad army will carve a path for you. Your only task is to lead your troops to Taiyuan City and retrieve Prince Jing." He had effectively paved the way for Qin Feng. Just then, a cavalryman rushed in. "Report. Urgent news from the front." The cavalryman was brought near the war chariot, and, upon seeing Emperor Qing through the window, bowed anxiously. "Your Majesty, the Jin army has dispatched a fierce general named Cheng Xiong to issue a challenge, having already slain 6 of our valiant generals. The enemy has advanced our front line by 30 miles in a single day." Emperor Qing's expression darkened instantly. "I have just amassed 30,000 armored troops. And now the traitors wish to engage in a duel? Fine. The elite of the Qing army is in the imperial guards, once our mighty generals arrive. That enemy general is as good as dead." Emperor Qing spoke with remarkable calmness. "Instruct Su De to hold the camp firmly, no unnecessary actions." "Yes, Your Majesty." The cavalry received orders and hastily departed. Upon hearing this discussion, Qin Feng was taken aback. "Father, is it true that such duels exist? I have only heard of them in plays." The Emperor of Qing fell into deep contemplation. "Indeed, there was a time when I rebelled, and a mightier force claimed the title of Emperor first. Among them was a formidable general named Zhang Zhengfeng, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest in the realm. And then?" Qin Feng inquired. "Zhang Zhengfeng challenged me to a one-on-one duel, stipulating that if he triumphed, all my territory would belong to him. Did you win?" "Yes," the Emperor replied, nodding with pride. "In a one-on-one, he was but one, while we were a multitude." Chapter 78. The pinnacle of cold weapon warfare inside the chariot. The Emperor reminisced about the tumultuous days of rebellion. He had been compelled to rise against the regime, eventually seizing control of the realm. Over the years of establishing the dynasty, the court had merely patched together its existence, and only after encountering the 6th brother did prosperity begin to flourish. He finally possessed wealth, yet he could no longer reward the valiant brothers who had perished in battle. Regrettably, Chang Shirwang had met an untimely demise. Had he been alive, Cheng Xiong would surely have perished. The Emperor nostalgically grasped Qin Feng's hand, recounting memories of the past. "You have not witnessed Chang Shirwang. He was truly a bold warrior, always charging at the forefront, undefeated in battle." Qin Feng's interest piqued. "So, you mean Chang Shirwang was even mightier than the renowned Zhang Zhengfeng?" The Emperor nodded slightly. "He was the one who fought alongside me to defeat Zhang Zhengfeng." The Emperor felt a profound sentiment as he reflected on those times. "Back then, we were weak, and winning was our only goal. Now, as Emperor, I must uphold some dignity." He opened the carriage window and issued a direct order. "Inform Wang Yong to prepare himself. I desire the head of Cheng Xiong." "Understood," replied the imperial guards stationed outside. Qin Feng's curiosity about the duelists intensified. Such tales were typically confined to theatrical narratives, yet he now had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. The duels portrayed in plays could not compare to the genuine spectacle of 2 armies clashing in battle. He proposed, "If it were a one-on-one fight, no one could outmatch Zhu Lai. Should we send Erlingzi?" "Wang Yong is sufficient," the Emperor expressed with confidence. "Today, the finest soldiers and commanders are at my command. I cannot fathom the audacity of the rebels to challenge us. However, this is preferable. Fewer casualties will arise from a duel than from a full-scale battle. When I was in Liao, we fought chaotically, and there were no rules. Upon first hearing of duels, I wonder if there are any regulations? Qin Feng mused. This chaotic fighting style had rendered the Liao troops invincible, causing the Donghu to flee at the mere sight of them. Yet, why had they adopted such practices upon entering the pass? The emperor shook his head slightly. When fighting our own, we cannot employ the same tactics as against the Hu. In battles against them, there is no talk of mercy, we strike to annihilate. However, during a civil war, we tend to leave some leeway to minimize casualties, giving rise to the concept of dueling. Qin Feng recalled the saying, brothers united within the walls. Repelling external insults. In civil strife, one cannot strike with lethal intent. The emperor clapped his thigh. Well said, my sixth brother. Dueling has its origins. Historically, there was a dynasty, the Great Treasure, which was the mightiest of all, with the most valiant soldiers, vast territories, and the respect of the world, a dynasty that welcomed envoys from all nations. The emperor of Qing fully opened up, relishing the discussion. As an emperor, he enjoyed summarizing the histories of past dynasties to glean lessons and avert decline. All who dare to bear arms must be dealt with decisively. The Great Treasure truly embodied this principle. They had become so invincible that even their achievements of defeating hundreds with a mere few were deemed unworthy of record. Remarkably, one individual had the power to annihilate an entire nation. The Great Treasure dynasty reached the pinnacle of prosperity, unmatched throughout history. Yet, the emperor sighed, lamenting, alas. It all crumbled in just one day. That flourishing dynasty fell to the depths of decline. The two mightiest legions of the Great Treasure engaged in a decisive battle outside Chang'an. One side boasted 180,000 soldiers, while the other had 120,000, all renowned warriors. Unmatched, even throughout the annals of history. They fought from dawn till dusk, with casualties of 40,000 every hour. Qin Feng closed his eyes, feeling the terrifying intensity of the emperor's words. Invincible in the realm, the only ones capable of causing their own demise were themselves. I have studied numerous battles. A loss of 1/10 of troops still allows for continued fighting, but if more than 1/10 perish, the army will collapse. Through the experiences with the Donghu, Qin Feng found this assertion remarkably accurate. Unless the enemy was driven to the brink of annihilation, they would surrender when close to half their numbers were lost, accepting slaughter without resistance. Soldiers are human. When they witness their comrades falling around them, their spirits shatter completely. This is what the art of warfare refers to as psychological tactics. The emperor's smile was grim. In that battle, 180,000 perished, leaving only a mere 20 of the surviving soldiers, mostly the last-minute conscripted barbarian cavalry. With over 200,000 elite troops completely obliterated, the Great Treasure dynasty fell into decline, and the barbarian cavalry seized the opportunity to plunder Chang'an, thus rising to power. Once the Hu grew strong, this land would languish in stagnation for a millennium. The atmosphere inside the chariot was suffocating, and Qin Feng felt a heavy weight in his chest. If those two invincible legions had not turned against each other. But history offers no alternatives. Qin Feng understood the emperor's implication. To prevent the elite from perishing through infighting, the concept of dueling emerged. The emperor nodded. Precisely. Qin Feng inhaled deeply. The plays do not delve into the origins of dueling with such depth. Only an emperor, a battle-hardened emperor, can grasp the underlying truth behind it. The two legions fought with unwavering resolve, akin to a meat grinder, relentlessly clashing until one side was nearly annihilated. In just one day, over 200,000 top-notch soldiers were lost. What level of tenacity must the soldiers possess to engage in such fierce combat? Even in the age of firearms, it is difficult to fathom losing over 200,000 in a single day. It is unimaginable. One battle led to a millennium of decline in this land. Until the emperor appeared, he drove the Hu beyond the Great Wall, preserving a civilization that lasted for thousands of years. Old 6. Such brutal warfare must never occur again on this land, the emperor declared solemnly. The disciplined Liao soldiers beside Qin Feng bore an uncanny resemblance to those two legions. Both would fight to the last man. What was most terrifying was that Qin Feng's influence in Liao was far greater than that of the two legions combined. I understand. Only through a prosperous Great Qing can I live freely. Qin Feng discerned the emperor's concerns. Yes, once the turmoil settles, return to the capital with me, and let us enjoy some time with your elder brother. The emperor grasped Qin Feng's hand, yearning for a harmonious family. Unlike the past royal court fraught with power struggles and turmoil, Qin Feng nodded slightly. All right. The father and son conversed, and before nightfall, They arrived at the frontline encampment. Report. The enemy General Qin Feng has slain 6 of our valiant commanders, and our forces have retreated 30 miles. Chapter 79. The marksman of Old 6 morale within the Qing army camp was dismal. Soldiers trained listlessly. Within the camp, the name Qin Feng echoed relentlessly. He is incredibly strong. Su Erwei, a renowned warrior of the Jinwu camp, was defeated in mere moments. In recent days, could anyone survive 5 moves against Qin Feng? Where did the rebels find such formidable heroes? Even with the emperor stationed at the camp, morale remained low. Qin Feng was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Regarding the intelligence on Qin Feng, it was delivered to the military tent by Su De, who was utterly surprised to see Qin Feng. Has the Liao King truly opened the 8-stone treasure bow? The emperor of Qin coughed lightly. Now it is referred to as the Liao King bow. Let us speak of matters at hand. Impressive indeed. Su De patted Qin Feng's arm and rose to pay his respects to the emperor. Qin Feng, a man raised as a shepherd slave among the Hu people, was rescued and nurtured by the Great Qing after being captured during a hunt. He stood at a towering height, with a physique likened to that of a tiger's back and a wolf's waist, with the head of a leopard and arms like a monkey. He was skilled in wielding the ring-headed saber, capable of slaying both man and steed with a single stroke, rendering iron armor useless. His might was reminiscent of Zhang Zhengfeng. The emperor closed his eyes. Su De, having once engaged in a brawl with Zhang Zhengfeng, understood the sheer terror of such unparalleled martial prowess. It was, quite frankly, inhuman. Wang Yong excelled in archery and was considered among the elite in cavalry warfare within the Imperial Guard. Su De frowned slightly. If all else fails, let us equip 2,000 armored cavalry and slay him with a flurry of blades. The emperor's expression twitched. This was a matter of the Qing army's reputation. Without an invincible general, the world would inevitably look down upon my forces. Su De bowed his head in agreement. The following morning, as the soldiers prepared their meals, shouts of derision echoed from outside the camp. Look at the cowardly Qing army, hiding away like a turtle, afraid to face us. I'll send you ladies some clothes. Wear them and dance, and I might let you go. The emperor, hearing the raucous taunts, slammed his rice bowl onto the table. Qin Feng is but a brute. How dare he yell such insults outside the camp? Wang Yong, who had just been summoned for a meal, dropped to his knees. Your Majesty, please allow me to deal with him. With that, Wang Yong donned his armor and hastened out of the tent. Good. My subordinates have never shown cowardice, the emperor declared. His spirits lifted. This insult could not go unchallenged. He could not eat in peace. Glancing at the bowl he had slammed down, the emperor furrowed his brow but ultimately picked it up again, unwilling to waste food. He resumed eating and instructed for more dishes to be prepared for Wang Yong. The emperor held great confidence in the warriors of the Imperial Guard, selected from among 1,000,000 Qing troops, all being the finest of fighters. Wang Yong was one of the few strong men among the Imperial Guard, although he did not compare to the likes of the 6th Prince or Zhu Lai. A father must not lose face before his son. If they could not handle this small matter, it would only invite intervention from the 6th Prince, which would diminish their standing in his eyes. Prepare the troops. After we finish eating, we will exit the camp and wear down the enemy, the emperor swiftly commanded. They would first harass the rebels for a few days, then send forces to restrain them, allowing the 6th Prince the opportunity to infiltrate behind enemy lines and seize Taiyuan City. Su De nodded. I understand. I will await Wang Yong's return before we mobilize. As Su De spoke, a messenger rushed in. Report. General Wang Yong was cut in half along with his horse within 5 moves. The emperor's hand froze, the bowl he held slipping from his grasp. Impossible. This cannot be. Was the armor behind Wang Yong merely for show? How could it be cleaved in two? Your Majesty. The enemy General Qin Feng severed General Wang's armor with 3 strokes, came the reply. The emperor was momentarily dazed, the bowl crashing to the ground. Su De lowered his head. No one in the army can rival Qin Feng. Please allow me to lead 2,000 armored cavalry out of the camp. Just as we did with Zhang Zhengfeng, let us slay him with sheer numbers. The emperor closed his eyes. My imperial guardsmen are all elite of the Qing. Is there no one else who can fight? I, Lu Wu, request to battle. Excellent. The emperor stood and personally donned Lu Wu with a suit of armor from within the tent. I will personally equip you. Do not disappoint me. Do not tarnish the reputation of my imperial guard. Go. Yes. The emperor watched Lu Wu mount his steed before ascending the watchtower, gazing at the distant figure of Qin Feng, who was shouting defiantly from his horse. Lu Wu was the strongest cavalryman in the imperial guard. As he observed Lu Wu galloping out of the camp, like the wind charging towards Qin Feng, he murmured, "Well done." Qin Feng bellowed, brandishing his weapon as their steeds met. Lu Wu was suddenly thrown to the ground, motionless. Damn it. The emperor slammed his hand against the railing, his eyes turning bloodshot. Chen Xiong's strength was overwhelming. Rather than claiming he had slain Lu Wu, it would be more accurate to say Lu Wu had delivered his head to Chen Xiong's blade. The power behind that strike was so immense that even armor could not withstand it. The emperor turned back to the camp, where the visible morale was dismal. The soldiers listless. They had lost again. Even the fierce warriors of the imperial guard could not withstand him. Who could stand against Chen Xiong? The Qing army lacked any fighting spirit. No one wished to face such a formidable opponent directly. It was akin to courting death. The emperor's face darkened. I have fought all my life. Never have I been so humiliated, not even by the northern who after establishing my dynasty. Su sighed heavily. He understood all too well how dire the situation was. Previously, while on the front lines, Chen Xiong had already slain many of his trusted men. One-on-one. They stood no chance. The only viable option was to overwhelm him with numbers. At this moment, pride must be set aside. The emperor, in anguish, closed his eyes, only to be startled by a sudden buzzing sound, followed by an arrow flying forth. The sixth prince's bow. He instantly recognized the sound. The 8-stone treasure bow had a distinctive resonance. At that moment, Qin Feng stood nearby on the watchtower, not far away. Though the emperor was too focused on the battlefield to notice him, as he watched the arrow soar, Su couldn't help but shake his head. Chen Xiong was approximately 190 paces away, a mere dot in the distance. Even with the 8-stone treasure bow, it would be a challenge to strike true. Even if fortune favored the shot, piercing armor would prove difficult. At such a distance, the arrow would soon vanish from sight after being released. The emperor sighed. Although the sixth prince could hit a bird from 100 paces, the difficulty at 200 paces was not simply doubled. There were too many uncontrollable factors. Just as the emperor pondered this, he suddenly heard a warhorse neighing, followed by the sight of Chen Xiong's horse rearing up, tossing the unsuspecting Chen Xiong to the ground before bolting away in panic. The emperor was momentarily stunned. Had he hit? Indeed. Chapter 80. Ferocious and violent Qin Feng felt disillusioned watching the duel. Awakened early by the commotion, he witnessed Chen Xiong single-handedly brandishing his sword, shouting frantically outside the camp. The noise was unbearable. He instinctively wanted to send a fool out to deal with him, but noticed someone had already gone. It was none other than Wang Yong, which piqued his interest, prompting him to ascend the watchtower for a better view of the spectacle. However, the outcome was utterly dull. Wang Yong's arrows failed to penetrate Chen Xiong's armor, while Chen Xiong swiftly closed the distance, delivering 5 blows in 3 exchanges, cleaving both man and horse in half. The strength displayed was likely only slightly inferior to that of a fool. Following this, yet another skilled warrior emerged from the camp, only to be struck in the head, crushing his helmet and killing him. Such a pitiful demise. Watching Chen Xiong's brazen demeanor, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. Damn it! How dare he be more arrogant than this prince? Thus, he took aim and, from a distance of 190 paces, shot an arrow that struck the eye of Chen Xiong's horse, sending him tumbling to the ground. A wretched rat, daring to shoot at your grandfather. Do you dare to come out and face death? Chen Xiong roared from afar, his vulgarities causing Qin Feng a headache. Fool, finish him off. Qin Feng, unwilling to waste another arrow, opted to kill him directly. Anything less would be too lenient. Your Highness, watch closely. Zhu Erling grinned menacingly, donned his armor, and galloped away like the wind. Haha, die, you rat. Chen Xiong let out a hearty laugh as he brandished his broadsword, charging towards the approaching Zhu Erling on horseback. However, before he could close the distance, Zhu Erling dismounted, gripping his great sword and lunging at Chen Xiong, determined not to be seen as merely relying on his steed's might. The two formidable warriors collided with tremendous force. Clang! Their blades sparked as they clashed, a spectacle visible even from the lookout tower 200 paces away. Excellent! Chang Huang could not help but exclaim, sensing Zhu Erling's overwhelming presence. After a rapid series of strikes that ignited sparks, Zhu Erling's powerful hands grasped Chen Xiong's iron armor. With a ferocious roar, he lifted Chen Xiong and slammed him to the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhu Erling discarded his sword, seized Chen Xiong's right foot, and hurled him like a sandbag onto the earth. Chen Xiong was utterly dazed from the blows. Let that be a lesson for you, Prince. Boom. Zhu Erling slammed him down again with the ferocity of a wild beast. Let that be a lesson for you, Prince. Boom. A gaping crater formed once more in the ground. Zhu Erling, like a towering gorilla, brutally pounded Chen Xiong into the earth, the speed of his strikes accelerating. Chang Huang's eyes widened in astonishment, his body trembling slightly. Su gaped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The previously demoralized troops of the Qing army erupted into cheers. The oppressive clouds that had loomed over them were finally dispersed by Zhu Erling's primal display of strength. Glorious general. The soldiers of the Qing army, unaware of Zhu Lai's true identity, stood in unison, cheering for him. Glorious general. The thunderous roars reached Zhu Erling, momentarily startling him and causing him to pause, feeling a twinge of shyness. Was that scene perhaps a bit too bloody? This man was reduced to a pulp. Would the prince reprimand him for such brutality? With a heart full of trepidation, Zhu Erling hoisted Cheng Xiong's lifeless body by the legs and mounted his horse, hastily returning to camp. Glorious general. The Qing army's camp welcomed Zhu Lai with open arms, with cavalry emerging to greet him, marveling at his might. Yet, Zhu Lai seemed indifferent to the flattery, riding to the lookout tower where Qin Feng stood and kneeling before him. My subordinate inadvertently reduced him to mush. He died too swiftly. Please punish me, my prince. The soldiers of the Qing army gasped collectively, their fervent gazes shifting to the striking figure atop the lookout tower. It is His Highness, the King of Liao. That general is the personal guard of the King of Liao. Having achieved such a remarkable feat, why would he seek punishment from the King of Liao? Is it unacceptable to kill too swiftly? A chorus of voices arose within the camp, filled with curiosity towards Qin Feng. A knowledgeable soldier exclaimed, "Just now, the King of Liao shot the enemy general's horse with an arrow." This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the Qing ranks. 200 paces away, the King of Liao could strike a horse with a single arrow? The rumors of the past days were true. The King of Liao was a divine archer, capable of wielding the 8-stone precious bow. If he raised his aim even higher, could he not directly slay that arrogant enemy general? Excitement surged among the Qing soldiers. A powerful figure commanding the army could greatly uplift morale. Moreover, there were two such figures among them. The clamor reverberated in Qin Feng's ears, causing him to yawn as he descended from the lookout tower, casting a disapproving glance at the blood-soaked Zhu Erling. The congealed remains clung to his armor, quite unappetizing. How could he be so reckless, creating such a bloody mess? He would find it difficult to eat breakfast later. Zhu Erling scratched his head and chuckled. My prince, I shall certainly be more cautious next time. Qin Feng waved his hand, returning directly to his tent. Clean yourself up before returning. Yes, my prince. Zhu Erling chuckled again, carelessly discarding Cheng Xiong's mangled body and rushing off to wash. He was somewhat bewildered by the reverent gazes from the surrounding soldiers. Wasn't it merely the prince who instructed him to eliminate someone? Such tasks were common for him, nothing extraordinary. Besides, had the prince not shot down the horse, he would not have been able to dispatch the enemy so easily. He should have allowed the man to first apologize to the prince before killing him. Zhu Erling murmured to himself, inadvertently overheard by nearby Qing soldiers who could hardly believe their ears. Did he really just suggest that he should let the enemy apologize before killing him? If Cheng Xiong were truly so easy to slay, he wouldn't have claimed the lives of so many generals. Regardless, the feral scene Zhu Erling had unleashed spread like wildfire throughout the Qing army. Amidst the astonishment, countless soldiers felt a profound curiosity towards the King of Liao. What manner of prince could inspire such unwavering loyalty from a fierce warrior like Zhu Lai? Even the unparalleled Zhang Zhengfeng paled in comparison to Zhu Lai. Su De, having descended from the lookout tower, shook his head in contemplation. The earlier display of brutality had been overwhelmingly shocking. He feared nightmares would haunt him, with Su De tossing him around by the legs. Old Lu's personal guard must be deemed the new champion of the realm, murmured Chang Huang. Alas, he couldn't help but ponder Zhu Erling's prowess with the 8-stone bow, recalling the eunuch who had lost a kidney. If only he could shoot with greater precision like Old Lu, how splendid that would be. Yet, he ultimately chose to accept this reality. While it might be somewhat embarrassing, upon reflection, losing face before Old Lu was far preferable to being humiliated in front of the entire world. He should have allowed Old Lu to act sooner. Otherwise, 2 generals of the Imperial Guard would not have perished. Once I capture that scoundrel, I shall thrash him soundly. Furthermore, Chang Huang turned to Su De. Given Old Lu's significant contribution, what do you believe would be the most fitting reward? Su De bowed in respect. Your Majesty, a marriage proposal would be best. Chapter 81. Dancing on the grave in Taiyuan City, at the residence of the Prince of Jin, Qin Baoan paced anxiously within the chamber, his gaze fixed on the beauty reclining upon the bed. What shall I do? What shall I do? My lord, I am one of the most beautiful women in Jin. Yet today I failed to captivate your gaze. The beauty within the tent revealed her delicate shoulders, feigning a tearful demeanor. Had it been any other time, Qin Bo would have likely acted with fervor, whisking her away from the city to hunt in the mountains and revel in the splendor of nature. Yet now, he found himself unable to leave this room. I desire you, yet you are Zhao Guang's sister. I fear for my life. Qin Bo, in anguish, closed his eyes. having finally come to a realization during his days of confinement. What strong patriarch? What superiority over me? He was simply not cut from that cloth. In days past, a cadre of treacherous ministers had exalted him, igniting his ambition and encouraging him to gather troops to overthrow the northern Hu, earning him much acclaim. But what had become of him? Those same treacherous ministers imprisoned him like a breeding pig, sending beauties to his chamber daily in ever-changing fashions. What were their true intentions? Could they not simply confine him properly? Taking a deep breath, Qin Bo thought, Zhao Guang could never best my father. I must urge him to cease his actions, lest your kin and I be executed by my father. Zhao Marin, barefoot, approached Qin Bo slowly. If you promise me one thing, I shall persuade my brother on your behalf. As her alabaster arm brushed across Qin Bo's chest, he shut his eyes in agony. Do not go further, he implored. I cannot withstand such trials. I wish to bear your child, my lord. I wish to be your legitimate wife. From this day forth, we shall be one. Tears streamed down Qin Bo's face. Father, save me. I have brought shame upon the Qin family. Even if Qin Bo were dim-witted, he could fathom Zhao Guang's ambitions. Once Zhao Marin bore his child, Qin Bo would be doomed. Yet he is truly on the verge of collapse. Father Emperor, please save your son. The sixth prince has performed admirably. Within the grand tent of the Qing army, the Emperor of Qing summoned all military leaders, intentionally preparing a feast to celebrate Qin Feng and Zhu Lai. Su De laughed heartily, relieved that Cheng Xiong's incessant boisterousness was finally silenced. The Emperor of Qing nodded with a smile. The morale within the Qing army was at an all-time high, and their loyalty was assured. Moreover, he held in his grasp 30,000 armored soldiers, with ample logistical support. Defeating the rebel forces would pose no challenge. The only remaining concern was how to achieve a swift and complete victory without casualties. The emperor spoke of providing a grand burial for the fallen generals like Wang Yong and Lu Wu, ensuring their descendants could serve in the imperial forest army. Your Majesty is benevolent, the generals exclaimed in unison. It was precisely because the Emperor of Qing treated his soldiers with such kindness that they were willing to follow him into battle, even unto death, knowing their families would be cared for. However, Su De suddenly interjected, Your Majesty, Cheng Xiong's martial prowess is unparalleled and deserves a grand burial. At this proclamation, the tent fell silent. Many generals turned to glance at the Prince of Liao. Qin Feng, who had been dozing with his eyes half closed, was not particularly fond of such boisterous gatherings, especially in the company of so many elderly men without a single beauty in sight. He yearned to return to his slumber, but the emperor had personally dragged him here to celebrate, seeming more intent on showcasing his sixth son before the assembled leaders. Look, how formidable is my sixth son. Was that arrow not splendid? Are my sixth son's subordinates not fierce? I wish to hear your praises for him. The more you extol him, the happier I shall be. To this, Qin Feng felt little enthusiasm. However, the emperor insisted on celebrating, refusing to relent. Noticing the gaze of all the soldiers upon him, Qin Feng straightened in his seat and nodded at everyone. Sixth Prince, Su De suggests a grand burial for Cheng Xiong. What is your opinion? The emperor inquired. Qin Feng couldn't help but recall that gelatinous lump of meat, suddenly losing his appetite for lunch. I believe he should simply be buried, he replied. The assembled soldiers gazed at him in astonishment. Cheng Xiong had been a leader of the rebels, opposing the Emperor of Qing. Why should he receive a grand burial? It was already quite fortunate that his family had not been entirely eradicated. Your Majesty, if we grant a grand burial to the enemy General Cheng Xiong, what will the soldiers think? Those who died for the Great Qing will face the same fate as the enemy. This would be exceedingly unjust, exclaimed Mu Sheng, the right commander of the Imperial Forest Army. Qin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, turning his attention to Mu Sheng. I mentioned burial, not a grand burial. Mu Sheng stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Feng continued, simply find a spot to bury him. Perhaps erect a monument detailing his achievements and noting that he was slain by Zhu Lai under the command of the Prince of Liao. That would suffice. The tent fell into a profound silence. They had initially thought the Prince of Liao intended to use this opportunity to help the emperor consolidate the loyalty of the rebel forces. Burying Cheng Xiong would showcase the emperor's benevolence, encouraging the enemy to surrender without fear of retribution. However, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, they realized their oversight. The Prince of Liao was merely seeking to showcase his subordinates' achievements. Su De chuckled, as expected of the son-in-law I have chosen. His thoughts aligned perfectly with mine. If we do not highlight Cheng Xiong's unmatched bravery, people may speculate that the fallen generals were merely incompetent, easily vanquished by a mere 5 individuals, ultimately casting doubt on our strength. Upon hearing this, the other generals nodded in agreement. Mu Sheng suddenly comprehended realizing his earlier oversight. After speaking, he bowed deeply to Qin Feng, apologizing for his earlier impudence. "It is of no concern," Qin Feng replied with a slight nod. He fully understood Mu Sheng's sentiments. Had his own subordinates fallen in battle, they would have ensured the enemy's ashes were scattered. However, he preferred not to meddle too much in the affairs of the Qing army. Yet, perhaps this opportunity could allow the foolish Zhu Lai to gain renown, which would benefit the future development of Guangning City. What formidable city lacks a host of illustrious figures? He did not wish for Guangning City to be solely associated with the Prince of Liao in the future. He aimed to make it clear that Guangning City also boasted the greatest warrior in the land. However, he would need to maintain an air of mystery around the foolish Zhu Lai. Should he embarrass himself before others, Qin Feng's reputation would be in jeopardy. After hearing the discussions, the Emperor of Qing ultimately decided to bury Cheng Xiong and erect a monument. Suda then suggested, "We could also send a few soldiers to dance at Cheng Xiong's grave in tribute. Damn it, you spent your life shouting and boasting outside the camp. And now we shall celebrate upon your grave." Qin Feng cast a glance at Suda, pondering whether his initial suggestion of a grand burial was merely a pretext for dancing on the grave. It was rather disrespectful. Chapter 82. Where have the Eastern Hu people gone? Changshan City, nestled between two mountains, serves as a vital route into Jin territory. Cheng Xiong is dead? Upon receiving this news, Zhao Guang slammed his hand down in anger. Cheng Xiong possessed unparalleled strength. There was no one in the Qing army capable of slaying him. The Prince of Liao is shameless, first shooting Cheng Xiong's warhorse and then brutally murdering Cheng Xiong himself. Zhao Guang closed his eyes in despair. Without Cheng Xiong, the upcoming battle would become increasingly arduous. Have the noble families in the northern regions made contact? There has been no word. They are likely waiting for me to mobilize and distract all Qing forces before striking the emperor from behind. Zhao Guang was unaware of the events in Fanyang City, still believing the noble families would join him in action. They are known for being opportunistic. It is acceptable for our army to advance first. Zhao Guang squinted, but the subsequent news was not in his favor. After General Cheng Xiong's death, our army retreated 20 miles. Zhao Guang remained unfazed. We advanced 50 miles and then retreated 20. That means we have made a net gain of 30 miles. The advantage is still ours. Yet, the morale within the ranks was plummeting, and the soldiers seemed unwilling to continue. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guang narrowed his eyes. Upon reaching the front lines, he discovered this to be the most pressing issue. No matter how he threatened or tempted them, the vast majority of Jin troops were unwilling to exert themselves. Otherwise, we would have already reached Fanyang and captured the emperor in conjunction with the noble families. Had he captured the emperor, he would not have had to allow his own sister to be given to that useless Jin prince. You must secretly send someone out of the pass to contact the northern Hu Gaoche tribe and request 8,000 cavalry. The Gaoche tribe is unlikely to agree easily. As long as they assist me in achieving my goals, I will allow the Gaoche tribe to pillage Jin territory for half a month. I shall go at once. Zhao Guang mused, a smile creeping onto his face. The northern Hu are indeed more useful. As for the future lives of the Jin populace, Zhao Guang was indifferent. The Hu people would leave once they had plundered enough. As long as they helped him seize control of the world, everything would be worth it. Lu Ling was ultimately too incompetent. Having been slain by a mere child of the Prince of Liao, it is I who will bring the Jin prince to heel. As long as Bao can conceive a child with the Jin prince, the Zhao family can control the realm, ensuring our bloodline remains intertwined with the royal family. No matter how the situation unfolds, the Zhao family will remain invincible. Those who aspire to great things do not hesitate to sacrifice their own lives. He seeks to procure greater glory for the millennia-old Zhao family. With these thoughts, Zhao Guang felt an immense sense of pride. He understood the Emperor of Qing well, knowing that this benevolent ruler would ultimately never harm his son, nor would he execute Zhao Bao, who bore his grandchild. The Emperor of Qing acquired his dominion through benevolence. Yet he would inevitably lose everything due to it. Of course, these were merely Zhao Guang's premeditated escape routes. He did not believe he would be defeated. He still held many cards close to his chest. In the Yanshan Mountains, Lu Yuanji led the remnants of his forces, hiding within a camp constructed in the mountains. The Battle of Fanyang had inflicted severe losses upon the Lu family, and the loss of the tunnels had resulted in the noble families acquiring the majority of their assets, a humiliation beyond measure. Liao Wang, I shall take my revenge upon you in this lifetime. Lu Yuanji's gaze was venomous. Had it not been for the appearance of Liao Wang's war chariot atop Fanyang City, he would not have fallen into such disgrace. If Liao Wang had not attended the theater at Yunatang, the concealed materials would not have been easily compromised. The living heads of the noble families now harbor considerable resentment towards him, with signs of potential division looming. Fortunately, he still commanded 8,000 armored soldiers. Moreover, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How could the heritage of a 1,000-year-old clan be entirely concealed within Fanyang City? The vast legacy of the Liu family lay in 3 locations, 1 in Fanyang, 2 in Yanshan, and 3 in Donghu. It would not be long before he could muster troops again using the resources in Yanshan and engage Liao Wang in a fierce contest once more. Lu Yuanji raised his eyes to the outside. The messenger to Donghu had been gone for half a day. Why had he not yet returned? The clan leader, Yang Yong, could not help but ask, "Uncle, must we truly borrow troops from Donghu?" Lu Yuanji let out a sinister laugh. "Having lost Fanyang, I shall ensure that Liao Wang's wretched spawn loses Guangning City once again. Otherwise, my anger shall remain unquenched. After Donghu aids us in seizing the world, shall we truly cede them the 16 prefectures of Yinyan?" Lu Yuanji patted Yang Yong's head. "It is merely a ruse to lure them into sending troops. Once we have truly conquered the world, we shall dispatch forces to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yinyan. The Donghu people are notoriously easy to deceive." Yang Yong bowed deeply. "Uncle, your foresight is admirable." Just as the two were plotting, a ragged messenger returned, clutching the horse's neck. "I have grave news to report to the clan elders." After the messenger was given salt water to drink, the others carried him into the hall. Upon seeing the messenger's condition, Yang Yong was immediately alarmed. "There were over 50 of you sent to Donghu. Why have you returned alone?" The messenger knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. "We scoured much of Donghu, but we could not find a single Donghu person." Yang Yong was struck with disbelief. "That cannot be. Did you lose your way?" The messenger bowed his head to the ground. 5 or 6 years ago, we traded furs with Donghu. It is impossible for us to have lost our way. Most of the Donghu people have vanished. Yet, we did not forget the elders' instructions to patrol the mountains. When 5 or 6 of our men perished from lack of clothing and food, we finally found a group of Donghu tribes tending to deer. The messenger's expression turned agonized. "Initially, they treated us well, as if honoring ancestors, granting us any condition we desired. But upon hearing of our intention to borrow troops and eliminate Guangning City, they suddenly turned violent, and it was only by sheer luck that I escaped while my subordinates were relieving themselves." The messenger opined. "It seems Liao Wang must have colluded with the Donghu. There may be intentions of rebellion. If we report this to the court, we could achieve great merit." The messenger's unique insight and even proposed solutions demonstrated his intelligence. However, Yang Yong kicked him over, sending him tumbling. "Report? Nonsense. We are the ones rebelling." Yang Yong sighed, glancing at Lu Yuanji, seated high above. "Uncle, what shall we do now?" Lu Yuanji's gaze was as fierce as a starving wolf. With Liao Wang and Qing Huang at the front lines, the Liao territory must be vulnerable. Send men to mingle among the refugees. Moving alongside Hu Yong to the Liao territory, seizing Guangning City at the opportune moment. As long as we locate the treasures hidden by our ancestors in Donghu, we still have a chance to seize the world. Yang Yong bowed deeply. "Uncle is astute. This strategy will surely catch Liao Wang off guard. I shall arrange the personnel immediately." Lu Yuanji slowly stepped outside, gazing at the towering Yinshan mountain range. "Qin Chongqing, you underestimate the noble families. Do you truly believe that what was unearthed in Fanyang constitutes the entirety of the northern noble houses? And that Qin Feng, that wretched child?" Lu Yuanji could not help but reveal a mad grin. "It is all because of Qin Feng." At that moment, Qin Feng, drowsily nodding off, suddenly sneezed. Witnessing Qing Huang alongside a throng of generals gathered around a map discussing military matters. After days of listening, he felt a wave of irritation and rubbed his nose. "Can I not simply charge in?" Chapter 83. Qing Huang presents a horse. The sixth son sets out. War is a grave matter, one that concerns the lives of countless individuals, necessitating utmost caution. Thus, prior to the onset of war, there exists a multitude of strategic considerations. However, due to the insular nature of Qing, obtaining accurate information is challenging. Hence, Qing Huang meticulously rehearses before each campaign to ensure no mistakes occur. They even anticipated all potential difficulties and devised solutions for each. Qin Feng believed that such content could fill a tome of several 100,000 words dedicated solely to military planning. Upon hearing Qin Feng's proposal, all the generals ceased their debates. "Your Highness, in recent days our forces have been exhausting the enemy, while the enemy seems intent on restraining us, leading to suspicions of hidden strategies from the rebels." Qin Feng remained remarkably calm. "How far is it to Taiyuan City? If there are no obstructions, a swift horse can reach it in a day. The rebel forces have been entangled. It is time for me to take action." Qin Feng was reluctant to prolong the conflict. Like Hua Xiubing, He preferred to swiftly resolve the chaos. Otherwise, unforeseen incidents might arise. Qin Huang rested his hand on the map. Lao Lu, are you familiar with the route you must take? My personal guards have already infiltrated behind enemy lines and returned. Qin Feng's words astonished all the generals, including Su Da, who was equally taken aback. How did you manage to penetrate behind enemy lines? Qin Feng looked at them incredulously. Is that so difficult? The tent fell silent. Finally, Qin Huang coughed, breaking the stillness. Lao Lu's execution capabilities are remarkably strong. We cannot replicate that. With the plan now disclosed, the sooner Lao Lu departs, the better. Qin Huang approached Qin Feng, adjusting his attire. Try to bring back Lao Wu, regardless of his condition. Should you encounter danger, preserving your life is paramount. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Qin Huang earnestly urged. At that moment, his emotions were complex. He harbored both faith in Lao Lu and fear of unforeseen mishaps. This was even more excruciating than his own deployment. In truth, in previous campaigns, Qin Huang had never deliberated for so many consecutive days. Rest assured, Father, Qin Feng said, stretching his body with a grin. I will depart at dawn. That will be the most opportune time. Arriving at Taiyuan City at midnight, they will undoubtedly be lax in their defenses. Suda took a deep breath. After a full day of relentless travel, will it be feasible to return? Is the strain too great? Qin Feng recalled those days in Guangning City, particularly the early days devoid of music and dance. The limit of my personal army is 3 days and 2 nights of continuous combat. Su Da's mouth dropped open. Years of military experience instinctively led him to doubt that any unit could endure such unbroken intensity. Even in battles involving hundreds of thousands, forces typically rotated, ensuring ample rest. Yet, recalling the ironclad discipline he witnessed in Guangning City, Su Da ultimately chose to believe. The Qing army could not achieve this. But it did not mean the Liao soldiers could not. Be cautious on your journey. He could only offer his blessings. For the sake of his daughter. He fervently hoped Qin Feng would remain unharmed. Qin Feng nodded slightly and bowed to Qin Huang. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and exited the tent, preparing to gather his troops. Qin Huang stood up. I shall see Lao Lu off. Qin Feng's departure made Qin Huang far more anxious than if he were to march himself. Suda closely followed Qin Huang, equally tense. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Qin Feng donned 3 layers of armor and mounted his steed, the cloud-treading snow horse, exuding an imposing presence. Behind him, 2,000 Liao cavalrymen each rode 2 horses. Qin Huang held the reins and looked up at Qin Feng. Lao Lu, will you not ride in a war chariot? It is inconvenient to traverse Changshan in a chariot. Qin Huang nodded slightly and called out, Bring my horse, Zhuiying. Yes. Before long, a magnificent steed, cloaked in a black coat as smooth as satin, was brought forth. Suda could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. This horse, known as Zhuiying, hailed from the western regions and was likened to a heavenly steed, moving with such swiftness that even shadows could not keep pace. Its pure black coat rendered it nearly invisible in the night, earning it the name Zhuiying. This was the favored warhorse of Emperor Qing, who had once owed his life to it. Lao Lu, I know you have a fondness for black horses, so I bestow upon you this Zhuiying, said the emperor. The Zhuiying steed was tall, even surpassing Qin Feng's mount, Wu Yun, by half a head. It was indeed the finest imperial horse found throughout the entire Qing, and upon seeing it, Qin Feng was utterly smitten. Thank you, father, he exclaimed as he leaped onto Zhuiying, while Wu Yun stomped its white hooves in discontent. Suda observed the 2 horses accompanying Qin Feng and felt a pang of envy. Though he was known as the Great Wall, a military commander second only to Emperor Qing, he could not afford such exceptional steeds. In fact, many of the Eastern Hu warhorses ridden by the 2,000 Liao cavalrymen were superior to his own. He pondered where the Liao Wang had acquired so many remarkable warhorses. Could it be that they had raided the Eastern Hu? The thought of the nomadic Eastern Hu tribes made Su to shake his head. The Liao Wang's forces were robust, but ultimately too few in number. If they angered the Eastern Hu by stealing their horses, it would be a costly misstep. Suda decided to dismiss such thoughts as the camp gates swung wide open, and Qin Feng urged his steed into a gallop, followed by the Liao cavalry like a surge of black water emerging from the Qing army's encampment. The banners flapped in the wind as Qin Feng led the cavalry, gaining speed. According to the strategies laid out by Emperor Qing and Suda, he needed to swiftly navigate through the 3-mile-wide ranks of the rebels, denying them any chance to react. However, upon reaching the battlefield, he unexpectedly encountered a rebel force of 3,000. My lord. The rebels appeared to be changing their guard ahead, reported Zhu Erling, his mount restless, seemingly waiting for Qin Feng's command to charge. Kill. The cold command sent a thrill through Zhu Lai, who licked his lips in excitement. In that moment, it felt as if they were back in the thick of battle against the Eastern Hu alongside the Liao Wang. With the crack of the whip, the Liao cavalry surged forward. The enemy had begun to form a defensive line, archers already aiming at the Liao cavalry. Yet, the Liao Wang's bow could shoot much farther. Zhu Ying stood tall, and with Qin Feng's imposing stature, he quickly spotted the enemy commander, distinguishable by the red plume adorning his helmet, a stark contrast to the ordinary soldiers. At a distance of 100 paces, just shy of the enemy's archery range, Qin Feng released the string of his precious bow. The twang of the bowstring resonated as a heavy armor-piercing arrow soared through the air, piercing the iron helmet. Ordinary arrows would not penetrate iron armor. But in the face of the 8-stone bow coupled with an armor-piercing arrow, the armor crumbled as easily as paper. The enemy commander is dead. With Zhu Lai's triumphant roar, the rebel ranks fell into disarray, many soldiers fleeing in panic. The Liao cavalry effortlessly pierced through the first line, advancing only 5 miles before encountering yet another wave. The rebel commander, upon seeing the Liao banner, was momentarily bewildered. What commander of our forces bears the surname Liao? According to the intelligence provided by the Qing army, this 3-mile corridor was supposed to be secure, free of rebels. How could they encounter a second wave so soon? Moreover, the rebel commander was approaching on horseback. Perplexed about their intentions, "My lord, let me charge." Zhu Erling was eager, relishing the thrill of combat and the exhilarating feeling of invincibility. The opposing force, emboldened by their numbers, dared to advance towards them, showing a blatant disregard for the Liao Wang. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy as he readied his bow once more. At that moment, the approaching rebel commander sensed something amiss. In the ranks of Jin, he had never encountered such elite cavalry, and he distinctly saw Qin Feng raise his bow. "Wait, these are not our troops." The rebel commander attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. With a swift motion, the steed galloped forward, and the bow twanged like thunder. The arrow struck true, hitting the rebel commander squarely in the face, sending him tumbling from his horse, leaving behind a panicked mount that instinctively fled back towards its own ranks, trampling over several bewildered Jin soldiers. Enemy attack. The remaining Jin soldiers shouted in alarm, while some skilled riders hastily retrieved the fallen commander's body, hoping to bring it back to their camp. Qin Feng lowered his bow, appreciating the loyalty of those soldiers. Zhu Erling scratched his head, confused. "My lord, aren't we charging?" Qin Feng made a quick assessment. With the enemy commander dead, lingering here would only waste time. Suppress them with arrows. As the banners unfurled, all Liao cavalrymen knocked their longbows, raining arrows upon the enemy formations, forcing them to raise their shields and hold their ground. Facing the iron cavalry, the infantry could hardly defend themselves, let alone dare to advance. The Jin soldiers only exhaled in relief once the Liao cavalry swept past their lines and quickly distanced themselves. Quickly return to Changshan City and report. 2,000 iron cavalry are launching a surprise attack. Unfortunately, the scouts of the Jin army were unable to catch up with the swift Liao cavalry. As the terrain became increasingly mountainous, Qin Feng soon encountered the third formation. The commander of this formation, no fool, quickly beat the drums to gather his troops, but was swiftly shot down by Qin Feng's arrow, causing chaos among the third formation, which scattered in retreat. Zhu Erling's eyes widened in astonishment. "My lord, I want to charge." Qin Feng sheathed his precious bow, but the opportunity was not granted. Zhu Erling grew frustrated, wondering why the Jin soldiers crumbled so easily after their commander was slain. They were far too weak. Yet, Zhu Lai remained focused. He might have been slow in other matters, but he was a true genius in military affairs. Having followed Qin Feng for some time, he had learned a great deal. "My lord, we have encountered 3 formations in quick succession. The enemy may be on high alert, and there could be more trouble ahead." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Having surged through 3 formations, they had effectively penetrated deep into the heart of the 80,000-strong enemy force. They needed to advance at full speed, cutting through the enemy ranks. However, it was not long before they faced the 4th formation. This formation was unlike the previous ones, comprising a full 1,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry, a standard battle regiment. The Jin army employed a military structure akin to that of the Qing army, with approximately 3,000 men forming a battalion, either more or less. The previous 3 formations had each constituted a battalion, whereas this time, they were confronting a complete infantry combat system. In the Qing army's camp, scouts continuously entered and exited, relaying information to Emperor Qing's command tent. Upon hearing news from the front lines, Suda hurriedly entered the war room. The Jin army is on the move. The Liao Wang faces obstacles on his route. Emperor Qing's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixated on the battle map. 80,000 troops have been completely engaged by our forces. Where do these additional troops come from? Suda took a deep breath. The number of rebels may now exceed 80,000. Emperor Qing was taken aback, rising abruptly. Have Lao Lu retreat at once. Suda closed his eyes in despair. The Liao Wang was advancing too rapidly for the scouts to keep pace, and he could only hope that the enemies ahead would not be too numerous. Emperor Qing's eyes turned crimson, and his arm trembled slightly. Even when he had once been surrounded, he had never felt such tension. Concern breeds chaos. Emperor Qing closed his eyes, striving to regain his composure. No matter what, Lao Lu must not come to harm. I have always hoped to resolve this rebellion in the most perfect manner, preserving our military strength. Yet, as it appears now, it seems unlikely. Ultimately, a battle must be fought. In an instant, the sovereign's demeanor transformed into one of cold ruthlessness as military orders were swiftly issued, commanding Mu Sheng to lead 2 regiments of 6,000 cavalry to support the king of Liao, and instructing Su De to compress the rebel lines with the Great Wall's defenders. The remaining forces were to advance in unison with the emperor. Bring me my armor, he commanded. The entire camp of the Qing army was promptly mobilized, with countless messengers racing like the wind to relay the emperor's commands to the front lines. The Imperial Guard cavalry, led by Mu Sheng, surged forth like a torrent, following the path trodden by the Liao cavalry. However, upon encountering the first wave of rebels, the Imperial Guard was momentarily taken aback. The enemy's regiment was utterly disorganized, with no banners in sight. Was this a ruse? After a brief contemplation, a sinister grin crept upon Mu Sheng's lips. Even if it were a deception, in the face of the absolute might of the Imperial Guard, all would be reduced to dust. Charge! With a single command, the Imperial Guard surged forward, crashing into the enemy's scattered formations. Mu Sheng found the ease of the encounter astonishing, like cutting through tofu with a sharp knife. How could it be so effortless? In mere moments, the enemy began to discard their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. This was the easiest battle Mu Sheng had ever fought. Bewilderment washed over him until he inquired of the captives and learned the truth. The enemy commander had just formed their ranks when the king of Liao shot him down with a single arrow. Upon seeing the head of the enemy commander still pierced by the arrow, Mu Sheng was fully convinced. It was the king of Liao's specially crafted armor-piercing arrows. Even with a helmet, they could penetrate the skull, truly terrifying. Dispatch 50 cavalry to escort this commander and the rebels back to camp, he ordered, and let us continue our charge. Shortly thereafter, as Mu Sheng encountered the 2nd Regiment, he was met with the sight of the enemy waving white flags in surrender before he could even engage. Upon witnessing another commander struck down by an arrow, Mu Sheng's expression turned somewhat dazed. What was the king of Liao doing? The Imperial Guard was the elite of the Qing army, and here they were, merely receiving prisoners without a fight? This left Mu Sheng feeling quite disheartened. Although escorting prisoners could be considered a military achievement, if word of this spread, the Imperial Guard would be ridiculed for all time. 50 cavalry, take them back to the camp. The rest, continue advancing. Before long, Mu Sheng and the Imperial Guard spotted another regiment displaying fluttering banners, invigorating him with a surge of anticipation. This time, he would surely showcase the might of the Imperial Guard. Chapter 85. I implore you, King of Liao, to act like a person. Gazing at the distant white flags, Mu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? A regiment of 12,000 surrendering in formation? What sort of trickery was this? The Imperial Guard had painstakingly assembled 2 full regiments of armored cavalry, intending to wreak havoc. Yet this? Were they simply surrendering upon sight? It felt utterly pointless. Mu Sheng found the battle to be devoid of meaning, merely watching as the organized troops discarded their weapons, removed their armor, and approached with hands raised. All the members of the Imperial Guard stood dumbfounded, even feeling a prickling anxiety. What was going on? Could they not fight properly? Commander Mu, what should we do? Let them find their own ropes to bind themselves, and bring them back in chains, leaving 300 cavalry behind. Staring at the body of the surrendered commander being carried away, the Imperial Guard was left utterly bewildered. All had been struck down by a single arrow to the brain. Undoubtedly, this was the king of Liao's handiwork. However, 5 commanders had perished. With their leaders dead, the remaining soldiers could not effectively execute commands. And there was even conflict among orders. One of the Imperial Guard glanced at the enemy's junior commander. With so many of you, why surrender? Just moments ago, 2,000 iron cavalry had faced us, and we lost 5 of our highest commanders. Who would dare fight now? A junior commander shot him a glare, binding his hands with a rope, and finally securing it tight with his teeth, leaving the Imperial Guard in disarray. We are all subjects of the Qing. I cannot comprehend why Prince Qin wants to fight. The commanders drove us, but now that they are dead, what else can we do but surrender and eat? The Imperial Guard was once again thrown into confusion. This battle was utterly chaotic. Yet, they could not help but admire the King of Liao. In a single sweep, 7 commanders had been slain, resulting in nearly 20,000 prisoners taken. This was indeed a resounding victory. Of course, the rebels spoke sweetly, claiming they were all subjects of the Qing. If not for the immense pressure exerted by the King of Liao, would they have surrendered so readily? A large number of captives were escorted back to camp. This would likely place significant strain on the supply lines, but fortunately, they had previously seized the granaries of the noble families. Mu Sheng paid little mind to this contingent. His singular thought was to engage in battle swiftly. 6,000 Imperial Guard cavalry had yet to unleash their might. Just as Mu Sheng contemplated this, a chaotic throng of fleeing soldiers suddenly appeared ahead. Upon seeing the Imperial Guard, they promptly discarded their arms and crouched down. Mu Sheng was instantly infuriated. He wanted to fight. Was it the role of the esteemed Imperial Guard to merely collect prisoners? When the fleeing soldiers brought forth 2 more enemy commanders slain by arrows, Mu Sheng was left in shock. That made 9. Advancing further, they would soon reach Changshan City. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow over the cold winter day. The emperor rode atop his steed, gazing at the throngs of captives ahead, his expression peculiar. Having received reports from scouts within the army, he was already aware of the events unfolding ahead. Oh, 6th, I merely instructed you to infiltrate behind enemy lines, yet you have breached their rear. 9 arrows had felled 9 commanders, shattering 4 formations. With merely 2,000 cavalry to defeat 30,000 rebels, this achievement seemed almost unreal to the emperor. He remained in a daze for quite some time. Throughout his lifetime of warfare, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary feat. Such records would only be noted in the annals of history. Undoubtedly, each battle would be sung of for ages. As he surveyed the ever-growing number of captives, the emperor began to ponder. There were already 30,000 here, and with 80,000 rebels remaining, just how many were there? At this moment, the emperor suddenly felt that his intelligence gathering was woefully insufficient. How splendid it would be to have an organization dedicated solely to collecting intelligence for him. When Mu Sheng encountered the 5th wave of fleeing soldiers, he was utterly befuddled. They were now outside Changshan City. Aside from a few fleeing soldiers, there were also numerous unclaimed warhorses. It was evident that a bloody battle had transpired. However, upon closer inspection, Mu Sheng felt that describing it as a bloody struggle was inaccurate. This was nothing short of a massacre. At least 3,000 enemy cavalry lay dead at this site. This time, no one surrendered to him any longer. The fleeing soldiers merely scattered, and Mu Sheng could not be bothered to pursue them. Yet, he could find no joy in this. All around him, he saw no sign of the enemy. The King of Liao had completely cut through their lines. By the time they reached the foot of Changshan City, gazing at the tightly shut gates and the resounding drums atop the walls, the Imperial Guard came to a halt. Assaulting a city was not the duty of cavalry. The King of Liao had already entered Jin territory. Mu Sheng felt somewhat dazed. Now, leading the most elite cavalry of the entire Qing army, he found himself uncertain of what to do next. Could the King of Liao not leave him some merit? Gazing at the fluttering banners atop the city, Mu Sheng was on the verge of tears. Was it truly so difficult to earn a military achievement now? Qin Feng, unaware of Mu Sheng's plight, pressed forward. Beyond Changshan City lay a vast expanse of wilderness, the road smooth, with winter wheat planted in the fields. Unlike the north, Jin territory had not suffered calamity. In fact, it was quite well governed. Otherwise, they would not have the resources to sustain 80,000 rebels. My lord, we have infiltrated behind enemy lines. There should be no more troops within Jin territory. In 3 to 4 hours, we shall reach Taiyuan City. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Advance at full speed. The banner of Liao fluttered in the wind as 2,000 cavalry formed a tight formation, swiftly advancing along the straight, lush road. Throughout the journey, numerous women were observed, yet not a single man was in sight. It seems the young men of this land have been conscripted for war. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of yellow sand, prompting the Liao cavalry to instinctively cover their mouths and noses. The Jin region is characterized by its yellow earth plateau, and from the sky, one would witness a series of basin-like formations resembling strings of pearls. However, this area is plagued by strong winds and sandstorms, regardless of the season. Historically, the Jin region has been one of the most prosperous lands in the realm. Even with a ruler lacking virtue, the people here have managed to live well. Yet, the better the conditions, the greater the calamity brought upon them by this rebellion. The populace here has placed too much trust in their king. Qin Feng sighed softly, fully aware of the origins of the additional soldiers within the rebel ranks. It is likely that all able-bodied men from the Qin region had been conscripted to serve the rebel forces. Zhao Guang's tyrannical actions were truly deserving of condemnation. With that thought, Qin Feng ceased to ponder further, as the 2,000 Liao cavalry moved unimpeded across the Yellow Earth Plateau. After several adjustments, they finally reached the formidable walls of Taiyuan City under the cover of night. Much like the plateau, the city bore a distinctive yellow hue, which, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, might have appeared beautiful. However, under the shroud of night, it lacked any semblance of charm, far inferior to Guangming City. Zhu Erling's face contorted in disdain, a sentiment echoed by many of the Liao cavalry, gazing at the tightly shut city gates. The Liao soldiers formed a human pyramid beneath the walls, with each soldier climbing atop the shoulders of his comrades to reach the city's ramparts. Chapter 86. The soldiers enter the Qin prince's residence. Taiyuan City, nestled against mountains and rivers, boasts towering yellow earthen walls. For the trained Liao soldiers, scaling such defenses was effortlessly achievable. As dozens of Liao soldiers ascended the battlements, they soon managed to fully open the city gates. My lord, the battlements are merely adorned with dressed straw men and a few slumbering old soldiers who have been bound, reported one soldier. Qin Feng nodded slightly and rode forth to the city's summit. The clear moonlight illuminated Taiyuan City, revealing the orderly blue-bricked houses, a testament to the local populace's prosperity. Although it fell short of Guangming City, it certainly surpassed Fanyang City by a considerable margin. Most importantly, the ancient and charming Qin City was undeniably beautiful, especially under a starry night sky, where the brilliance of countless stars seemed to cascade down into this historic place, creating an indescribable allure. Qin Feng could discern the octagonal pagoda within the city, and from the brightly lit high buildings, faint sounds of music and dance could be heard. Alongside the largest complex in the northern part of the city, the Qin prince's residence, the entire army took a moment to rest, preparing for battle. Qin Feng closed his eyes briefly. After over 6 hours of traversing 5 formations and covering hundreds of miles, to claim he was not fatigued would be a blatant falsehood. However, given the current defenselessness of Taiyuan City and the presence of the Qin prince's residence, there was no need for haste. It was prudent to allow the Liao soldiers to recuperate before assaulting the Qin prince's abode, where the prince was likely still held captive by the rebels. The most significant aspect, however, was the beauty of the night. In the blink of an eye, the brief respite passed, and the Liao cavalry, rejuvenated, followed Qin Feng down the stone path towards the Qin prince's residence. My lord, weren't all the men from the Qin region sent to the front lines? How could there still be music and dance emanating from that building? Zhu Erling questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion as he pointed to the tallest building aside from the pagoda. Only the aristocratic youths would be exempt from the battles. It's only they who have the means to indulge in such establishments. Zhu Erling's eyes lit up. My lord, could that be the brothel you mentioned? He asked, noting that the exterior did not appear green. The blue bricks and green tiles reflect sunlight, giving them a greenish hue. He mused, momentarily taken aback. How could the lord, who had never been there, know so much? A fierce glare from Qin Feng silenced Zhu Erling immediately. The sound of hooves striking the stone path echoed crisply, a melody so pleasant that it unknowingly roused numerous citizens, who peered cautiously at the armored cavalry passing by. The distinctive style of their armor was imposing, unmistakably not that of Qin cavalry. Many women instinctively covered their mouths, retreating into their basements, hoping to evade detection. If discovered, their only recourse might be to shut their eyes, akin to being bitten by a mosquito. Some women, awakening from their slumber, felt a rush of anticipation. The Liao soldiers were not accustomed to disturbing the populace, with the exception of the Hu people. As the war horses neighed and armor clinked, the cavalry soon arrived before the Qin prince's residence. My lord, shall we charge in? Qin Feng pondered as he gazed at the grand entrance of the residence, his mind filled with uncertainty. Although he lowered his voice as they drew near, it was still unlikely that they would go unnoticed. Such an act would be unimaginable at the Liao royal residence. Perhaps the Qin region had enjoyed prolonged peace, leading to a lack of vigilance among its inhabitants. Let us be polite and knock, Qin Feng said with a faint smile. Breaking down a door seemed excessively brutal, and the Qin prince's gate appeared quite valuable. Damaging it would be ungraceful. Knock, knock, knock. The Liao cavalry rapped their fists against the copper-studded crimson door, but received no response. Knock, knock, knock. They struck harder, more forcefully. Who is it? What are you knocking at this late hour? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? A drowsy doorkeeper, holding a lamp, opened the residence's door unguardedly. Upon seeing the armored cavalry outside, the lantern slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground as he fell back in shock. Where had these cavalrymen come from in Taiyuan City? The doorkeeper was bewildered. The Liao cavalry cast a disdainful glance at the doorkeeper, quickly incapacitating him with a blade at his neck and dragging him aside. They then surged into the expansive Qin Prince's residence, swiftly taking control. The 200 guards left behind by Zhao Guang were no match for them. In less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, the entire Qin Prince's residence was thoroughly occupied by the Liao cavalry. "My lord, it's all done," Zhu Erling announced, holding the reins of the horse, Zhuying, while slightly bowing. "Good," Qin Feng replied, advancing slowly on the bluestone pavement. It must be said, the Qin Prince's residence was exquisitely constructed, with pavilions and towers aplenty, adorned with eaves and brackets that beautifully reflected the essence of Qin culture, and the arrangement of various scenic spots was remarkably thoughtful. In a word, it was impressive, even more so than the prince himself. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. The Qin Prince had the audacity to dispatch emissaries to Qi to seize pearls. And although reprimanded by the court, he had undeniably profited from it. Were it not for the Qin Prince's shamelessness, his residence would not be so affluent. Take everything of value from the Qin Prince's residence back to Guangning City. Secure what cannot be transported for now, and send men to retrieve it later. Qin Feng ordered decisively. Having traveled such a long distance, he believed the Qin Prince would not refuse him a few spoils. However, he wondered if there were any hidden treasure chambers within the residence. Qin Feng suspected there must be more treasures concealed within the Qin Prince's abode than what was visible. And this was a matter that needed to be addressed with the Qin Prince himself. "Take me to see the Qin Prince," he commanded, prompting the Liao cavalry to guide him. Before long, they arrived at a grand courtyard and beheld a tall hall. This was the residence of Qin Prince Qin Bo. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, Zhu Erling kicked open the door, and the Liao cavalry swiftly secured the interior, eliminating any threats. Qin Feng stepped into the warm room, seated himself, and poured himself a cup of tea after removing his helmet. It has a flavor reminiscent of Wui de Hong Pao. How outrageous, Qin Feng exclaimed, his anger surging upon seeing the spacious bed. 3. How could the Qin Prince truly be imprisoned by Zhao Guang? At that moment, Qin Prince Qin Bo was curled up in the corner of the bed, and upon catching sight of the towering, grotesque Zhu Lai, he was instantly gripped by fear, his body going limp. "Spare me, noble hero, spare me. As long as you do not take my life, I am amenable to any terms. Please convey to Lord Zhao Guang that my only concern is for the well-being of my progeny. I have truly exerted myself in this regard." Qin Bo mistakenly believed that Zhao Guang intended to end his life. After all, these fearsome and menacing armored soldiers are evidently not the troops of my father's Qing army. The Qing forces are far too impoverished to possess such superior equipment. Thus, it is undoubtedly the soldiers of Zhao Guang. As Qin Feng listened to the absurdities uttered by Qin Bo, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What a disgrace this is for the princely house.